On his 18th birthday, Bai Ze's life entered a countdown. Survival or destruction, this was a choice. 3 realms of 6 paths, a mysterious maze. The difficulty of fate lies in making choices, Chapter 1. Bai Ze was an orphan, but not entirely. He had an older brother. Their parents died in a fire when Bai Ze was 1 year old and his brother was 4. From the moment he could remember, Bai Ze lived in an orphanage with his brother. In his childhood, he was a bit slow-witted and often bullied by other kids, so no one wanted to adopt him. In contrast, his brother was smart and sensible, and families wanting to adopt him were endless, but he refused to leave his foolish younger brother behind. Eventually, the gatekeeper of the orphanage took the 2 brothers in, and they finally had a home. Bai Ze's brother excelled in his studies. But after graduating high school, he went out to work to support Bai Ze's education and pay for their guardian's medical expenses. To save money, the brother hadn't returned home for 3 years. Bai Ze studied hard for 3 years and was finally accepted into U City University, where his brother was. Today was Bai Ze's 18th birthday. He was leaving his small town for the first time to reunite with his brother after 3 years, marking an important day in his life. However, all of this soon became unimportant. Little brother, Bai Ze was under the eaves of a hamburger shop scrolling through his phone when an electric bike stopped in front of him. The delivery guy took off his helmet, his slightly long black hair falling down, with handsome features and clear eyes. The gentle smile at the corner of his mouth radiated a peaceful demeanor. It was Bai Ze's brother, Bai Ze. Chapter 2. Bai Ze had just rushed downstairs when he bumped into a delivery guy who was taking his brother's electric bike in the hallway. "What are you doing?" Bai Ze shouted. "Ah!" The delivery guy was startled. He turned his head. "Are you talking to me?" Bai Ze saw clearly that he was about 26 or 27 years old, about 1.75 meters tall, with dyed blonde hair, a round face, a fleshy nose, and a rosy complexion. "This is my brother's bike," Bai Ze said. "Your brother? Who?" The round-faced delivery guy looked confused. "Bai Ze. Never heard of him. I deliver around here all the time, you must be mistaken." The round-faced delivery guy tried to ride away. "Stop." Bai Ze blocked him. "Don't even think about stealing the bike." The round-faced delivery guy got angry. "Are you crazy? Stop trying to play tricks, or I won't be polite. Get out of the way." Bai Ze wanted to say something else, but the guy rode his bike straight at him. Bai Ze had to dodge aside, watching helplessly as he drove off with the bike. Bai Ze was stunned. This wasn't stealing, this was outright robbery. He took out his phone and decided to call the police. "Big Bai." Bai Ze was startled and turned around to see a strange woman appear. She had wavy burgundy hair, striking features, and a graceful figure, wearing a cool tank dress paired with black high heels, holding a small Chanel bag and half a watermelon. Chapter 3. Boom, a torrential rain fell, and there were few pedestrians on the street. Bai Ze walked aimlessly in the heavy rain, his eyes vacant, mumbling to himself, "Dream. It's all a dream." Screech. A car brushed past and knocked Bai Ze to the ground. "Are you blind?" The driver was terrified and, seeing that Bai Ze was mostly unhurt, cursed and drove away. Bai Ze lay in the middle of the road, letting cars honk and swerve around him. He was soaked through, his pupils gradually fading. Perhaps he hadn't been tripped by fate but was still in an absurd dream. Beep. The notification on his phone lit up, and Bai Ze turned his head blankly. Sister Xia had sent another photo with the caption, "Here's an extra one, a treasure from my collection." Bai Ze focused slightly, wiped the rain off his face, and opened the photo. He was suddenly startled and sat up straight. The man in the photo was wearing a white t-shirt, a towel draped over his shoulder, drenched in sweat, with a shy smile, covering most of his face with his hand. It must have been when he ran into Sister Xia during a night run, and she had captured a spontaneous shot of him. Clearly, Sister Xia's focus wasn't on the man's face but on his sweat-drenched, barely visible abs. Despite the dim lighting and the obscured face, Bai Ze recognized him at first glance. Bai Ze.
Chapter 4. Brother. Bai Ze suddenly woke up, still lying in a small grove, surrounded by darkness, but there was light ahead. As his consciousness returned, he quickly looked at his left wrist. The countdown to death was still there, but it had stopped moving, as if stuck. Great. I'm not dead yet. Is the figure in the mist my brother? Did he save me? At that moment, a slight burning sensation came from the back of his left hand. Bai Ze focused and saw a black mark, made up of many tangled black lines, resembling an irregular maze. He wanted to take a closer look. But the mark disappeared again. What new curse is this? Never mind, more problems don't mean more worries. Bai Ze got up, stretched his body, and was surprised to find that the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared, and the wounds on his arms and thighs were gone. The thick fog around him dissipated, and the light ahead became increasingly obvious. Normally, it was nighttime, and even if the streetlights outside the grove were on, they would be dim. But the light ahead was hazy and pure white. Bai Ze remained cautious and quietly approached, finally seeing that it was a circular plaza. There was actually a plaza hidden in the grove. Bai Ze hid behind the bushes and observed in secret. Chapter 5: Winning the Prize. Bai Ze was puzzled when the other person subconsciously glanced at his left hand. He had a faint black mark on the back of his hand, similar to the one that had appeared on Bai Ze's hand. Oh, so that's it. Only those with the mark can come here, so there's no need for guards. Everyone who can come is a winner. However, Bai Ze didn't see the countdown on his wrist. Did others not have it? Or is the countdown something only I can see? That's worth a question mark. What about you? The other person countered. I also won a prize last month. Bai Ze replied vaguely. How many times have you come? The other person asked again. Winning last month, but asking how many times implies the visits are few. Bai Ze downplayed it, 3 times. What a coincidence, me too. The other person clearly lowered their guard and became much more enthusiastic. They didn't get anything good the first 2 times, so they can't go back empty-handed this time. Bai Ze replied vaguely, The other person felt there was potential, moved a bit closer, and lowered their voice. Brother, what should I call you? Bai Ze remained silent. Coconut Mochi. Just call me Mochi. It turns out they were talking about their street names. Bai Ze didn't have time to think of a good name. So in a moment of impulse, he said, Delivery rider, just call me Rider. Chapter 6: The two looked at the subway on the platform. It had no windows. Was grey metallic in texture, its surface smooth, reflecting everyone's colourful blurred figures and flowing like water waves. The gaps between the carriages were very narrow and completely transparent, resembling a magician's act of cutting a person in half, quite incredible. Each automatic door of the carriage had a number written on it, in order. Ding! At this moment, the number 1 on the first carriage lit up. The 2 large groups that arrived first, nearly 100 people, had already gathered in front of carriage 1, lining up in an orderly fashion. Click! Soon, the automatic door of carriage 1 opened, and everyone boarded the train in an orderly manner. We have nothing to do with this, let us go. Mochi turned and left, and Bai Ze followed. The 2 arrived at the end of the subway, which was also the end of the platform. Bai Ze noticed that this subway had a total of 12 carriages. Survival of the fittest, it's the same everywhere. Mochi pretended to be experienced. From Mochi's tone, it seemed that the front carriages were meant for the strong, while newcomers like them could only sit in the back carriages. Does sitting in different carriages affect the maze below? Moreover, this carriage is quite large, it clearly could fit more people. Can't they sell standing tickets if there are no seats? Chapter 7: Bai Ze was taken aback. He understood what he was being asked, but didn't fully grasp it. I am at the second realm. Mochi stared at Bai Ze. What realm? What path? This question was beyond his understanding. In choosing between answering the same as you or remaining silent, Bai Ze opted for the latter. Mochi was a bit displeased. Brother, are you being overly cautious? We've teamed up, we should at least share some basics, otherwise how can we cooperate? Exploring the maze isn't a joke, one mistake could cost us our lives. Bai Ze remained silent. Brother, it's not that I don't want to share. It's that I don't have any information. Mochi shook his head and sighed. All right, I'll show some sincerity. Mochi raised his right hand, and the faint mark on the back of his hand immediately became visible. This mark was composed of tangled black lines, similar to Bai Ze's mark. However, upon closer inspection, there were differences. The black lines were no longer straight, there were slight curves and arcs, whereas Bai Ze's mark looked like it was drawn with a ruler. Before Bai Ze could react, Mochi pulled out a craft knife from his pocket. He gritted his teeth and cut his palm, blood flowing out. Aren't you crazy? Self-harm over a disagreement. What era is this? Blood oaths aren't in fashion anymore. Chapter 8. Okay. Bai Ze quickly sat down and listened humbly. First, tell me what you know, Mochi said. Bai Ze recounted the little information he had deduced. Wow, you're really sharp, you managed to guess so much. Mochi looked at him with newfound respect. It's nothing much, Bai Ze felt embarrassed to say that before he was 4. He was a bit slow and was often considered mentally challenged by others, but he didn't know how he suddenly became enlightened. Brother, I think you're probably of the wisdom path, Mochi said confidently. Wisdom path? No rush, I'll start from the beginning. Over the next while. Mochi patiently explained while Bai Ze listened attentively. In simple terms, beneath the city of number 1 there was a huge maze. When it appeared, how it was formed, how many layers it had, and what was at the deepest part were all mysteries. Its entrance appeared in the Qian Di Park, and everyone naturally called it the Qian Di Maze. Where there is a maze, there are explorers. Explorers are essentially people cursed by the maze. But the word curse is unlucky, and people avoid it, so they use winning a prize instead. As the saying goes, misfortunes and blessings depend on each other. Looking at it from a different angle, bad things might actually be good, which is also a kind of open-mindedness. Chapter 9. Being eager to learn is good. But don't be impatient, you don't need to know these things for now, Mochi said. Oh? Bai Ze didn't bother to comment. Back to the levels. Mochi clearly knew more about this. D level is for people like you, just winning a prize, confused and knowing nothing, they are called newbies. C level is for people like me, just starting out, we're also called newcomers. B level generally means being in the field for half a year. They are called slackers. A level usually means being in the field for over 3 years, they are called veterans. S level generally means being in the field for over 7 years, they are called experts. SS level means at least 10 years, they are called big shots. Bai Ze silently took note. The time to enter the industry isn't standardized, it mainly depends on one's abilities. Talented individuals can become experts after just 1 or 2 years, while some people remain mediocre even after 6 or 7 years. What about the big shots? Bai Ze asked. It's even harder for them. They need to be strong in multiple areas, and it can't be summed up in a couple of sentences. Just know that big shots are usually guild leaders and influential figures. Always in Car 1? Bai Ze asked. Yes, and they always keep their distance from us. We can't even see them. Ma Shu said. For example, we're in Car 3 and 5, and they are in 2 and 4. Bai Ze asked. Chapter 10. I can howl. Sh. Ma Shu was prepared, quickly covering Bai Ze's mouth. Keep it down, you're already weak, and if you expose me, I'll be weak too, and then we'll attract attention. Bai Ze immediately thought of the black and white impermanence at the station and shivered. I knew it. There aren't that many good people in the world. It's just a case of the fallen meeting the fallen, both with tears in their eyes. Bai Ze calmed down and whispered, so you. Ma Shu looked around to confirm no one was paying attention before speaking softly. When I first won, I thought I had some strange disease. I searched online and found a contact method. I called, and on the surface, they claimed to be a paranormal enthusiasts association. But in reality, they were the recruitment head of a big guild. This was one of their ways to find new members. Ah, that's a bit haphazard. Bai Ze said candidly. Haphazard. It's downright ridiculous. I didn't believe it at all, thinking it was a scam. They told me to follow the guidance in my dreams to find the maze, and I ended up in no city. Everyone was so scared they didn't even dare to enter the station the first time, and ran away. Ma Shu looked at Bai Ze, he. You're better than me at that. Bai Ze felt complicated. How can it be the same? You could still survive if you didn't come. I'd be done for if I didn't. Chapter 11. No, don't think too much. The disappearance of the older brother was too strange. It couldn't be as simple as being retaliated against in reality. Bai Ze's thoughts were chaotic, and when he came back to his senses, Ma Shu was sitting cross-legged again, assuming a meditative posture. What are you doing? Ma Shu closed his eyes, consolidating my potential mechanism, preparing for the maze. What is the potential mechanism? Bai Ze asked. When you activate the 6 pathways of potential, an energy system will emerge within you. It's quite magical, and the abilities of explorers rely on it. Ma Shu explained. Dual system operation. Bai Ze said. Something like that. Ma Shu opened his eyes, sighed, and thought, forget it, I can't settle down at all. Bai Ze turned around and saw that Car 3 had already opened its door. And 100 explorers were boarding in an orderly fashion. We still have 7 hours until we arrive. It's tough. Ma Shu said. Yeah? How about we chat to make time pass faster? Ma Shu suggested. Okay. Bai Ze also hoped time would pass more quickly. He was constantly tense and anxious, which consumed more stamina. Ma Shu's glasses kept slipping down, and he instinctively adjusted the frames while bringing up an interesting topic. Did you know? Those 2 legendary solo players have been lurking in the deeper areas of the maze for years, and they operate alone. How impressive is that? Chapter 12. Where's the button? Here with me. Isn't that the little bell from a hamburger shop? Are you underestimating my knowledge? Just tap it. Why? Just tap it. Fine. Ding. The subway is about to arrive at the station. Passengers preparing to disembark should get ready. Bai Ze woke up. The subway was slightly shaking as it slowed down. Rider. Ma Shu gently tapped Bai Ze's face. My God, finally awake. How did you suddenly fall asleep? Bai Ze frowned. How long did I sleep? A few minutes. Ma Shu, seeing Bai Ze was fine, breathed a sigh of relief. His face filled with joy as if he had survived a disaster. Great, nothing unexpected happened, we are not dead. Turns out I was just overthinking. Did nothing happen? Bai Ze still felt a bit dazed, recalling the feeling of detachment when the train departed, like his soul had left his body, and he had even dreamt. Vaguely remembering bits of what happened before he lost consciousness last night. Bai Ze instinctively felt this was very important, but he couldn't recall more. Tap. The lights turned on, and the carriage returned to normal. Click. The automatic door on the other side opened. The subway had arrived. Chapter 13. When Bai Ze came back to his senses, the other explorers had already navigated the way to the maze's 2nd level, quickly disappearing from the 2's sight. Bai Ze was standing on a patch of grass, with a small path formed by countless footprints. Once Ma Shu adapted, he immediately regained his superiority as a senior. Walking ahead and lecturing, hurry up, this is important. Bai Ze followed. Ma Shu adjusted his glasses, in the shallow area of the maze. As long as you stick to the main path, you can't go wrong. The ends of the main path usually connect to the maze's entrances and exits. Since explorers frequently pass through, the nearby maze monsters have been cleared out, making it very safe. Maze monsters. Bai Ze heard a term he didn't recognize. Monsters in the maze. Ma Shu said. Then let's just call them maze monsters, it's more straightforward. Bai Ze complained. Oh, you're quite ignorant, aren't you? Ma Shu said cheerfully, in a good mood, this maze not only refers to the labyrinth, but also carries deeper meanings like being lost and misdirected. Got it? Bai Ze nodded, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I understand. Anyway, it just means maze monsters sound more sophisticated, so when we defeat them, we look more impressive too. Chapter 14. It's over. Bai Ze was suddenly sealed by the cold, sticky, gelatinous substance, beginning to suffocate. Ah! Ma Shu rushed over. He collided with Bai Ze's back with all his strength, causing Bai Ze's entire upper body to plunge into the jelly monster's body. Are you saving someone or trying to kill someone? After a brief shock, Bai Ze immediately understood Ma Shu's intention. He exploded with all his strength in his legs, continuing to push deeper into the jelly monster's body, while Ma Shu pushed him from behind with all his might. Ah ah ah! Ma Shu shouted. Bai Ze shouted. Phut! A few seconds later, the broken sword in Bai Ze's hand pierced through the jelly monster's back, breaking its skin from the inside out. Gurgle, gurgle. The jelly monster trembled all over and released Bai Ze. Its size rapidly shrank, like a deflating balloon, with light yellow liquid spilling everywhere and evaporating into mist. Eventually, only a fist-sized, translucent gel remained on the grass. Ha ha! Bai Ze and Ma Shu knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Ma Shu was sweating profusely, extremely excited. Brother, we just teamed up to eliminate a maze monster. Yeah, Bai Ze felt a lingering fear. Chapter 15. Ma Shu flipped a page in his notebook and continued. Some people compare explorers to water, and curses to fire. Water, when slowly heated by fire, will reach its boiling point, which is our time of death. You can imagine the maze as an ice cellar. The deeper you go, the lower the temperature becomes. When we're close to boiling, we must go into the maze to cool down. The deeper we go, the faster we cool down, and when we return to reality, we can last longer. It's quite easy to understand. Bai Ze nodded. The stronger the explorer, the more capable they are of descending deeper, which allows for more effective cooling of the curse and prolonging the next boiling time. Right? Ma Shu said. Many people believe that to completely rid themselves of the curse, they must go to the deepest part of the labyrinth, where the key to breaking it must be hidden. But the deeper the layers, the more dangerous it becomes, and death comes faster. Bai Ze understood the metaphor, because in places where the temperature is too low, water can freeze into ice directly, which is also another kind of death. Right? Ma Shu said. So many explorers think the only way is to coexist with the curse. Actually, there's nothing wrong with that. Just be a labyrinth bum for a lifetime, and besides, potential can improve our physical fitness in reality, thus improving our lives. Why not? Chapter 16. 043, 13, thud. 043, 15, thud. 043, 17, now it's growing at double the time. Not enough. Far from enough. Subtracting the return time, Bai Ze could only stay on the second level of the labyrinth for less than an hour. Even if the countdown increased by double, it only gained him 1 extra hour, and he would still die after going back. Bai Ze seemed to see the mocking grin of death, and the cold gleam of the scythe. His face turned pale, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Look! The main road. Ma Shu didn't notice something was off with his companion, completely attracted by the scene before him. Below their feet was a colorful and fragmented path, and upon closer inspection, they found it was paved with countless shards of glass. Ma Shu squatted down and looked for a while, filled with surprise. So the mirror room really exists. I thought that post was just fiction. Mirror room. Bai Ze frowned. It's the second level of the labyrinth. So the mirror room refers to this. Ma Shu was excited, eagerly opening his notebook. I know a lot more, just wait. Suddenly, Bai Ze went blind. A hand tightly gripped his wrist. Ah! Bai Ze struggled to break free. Don't panic. It's me. Ma Shu's voice was tense as well. You're not blind, don't move. Stand still. Chapter 17. Bai Ze kept a safe distance from the bathroom mirror, raising the broken sword and swinging it left and right. The Bai Ze in the mirror also raised the broken sword, swinging it left and right. Since Bai Ze was farther from the mirror, his reflection was small, making it impossible to see if the movements were delayed. Bai Ze thought for a moment, pretended to walk forward, and suddenly jumped. The Bai Ze in the mirror mirrored the exact same action, flawlessly. "It seems like a real mirror," Bai Ze said. "Then why is it following us?" Ma Shu asked. "This bathroom mirror might not be the same as the previous one." Bai Ze tried to speculate. "There are many identical mirrors here, it could just be a coincidence." "That makes sense too," Ma Shu said. "Let's go." Bai Ze's words were not finished when he suddenly blinked quickly, while secretly raising his pinky finger. The Bai Ze in the mirror also blinked and raised his pinky. "Oh my!" Ma Shu was stunned by this series of actions. "You actually played a trick." Bai Ze smiled wryly. "Being cautious is the way to go." Ma Shu sighed in relief. "It really is a mirror, let us go, don't mind it." Bai Ze didn't move. "What's wrong?" Ma Shu asked. Bai Ze looked deeply at the bathroom mirror a few meters away. "Actually, I'm a bit curious." Chapter 18. Find a mirror and look closely at it, and it will revert back to its mirror state. Ma Shu shouted. "Why?" "The novel says they are all cowards, lacking the courage to face their true selves," Ma Shu said. "That's the plan." Bai Ze decisively looked towards a rectangular dressing mirror 10 meters outside the main path. "That's it. What if it's also a mirror monster?" Ma Shu worriedly said. "It shouldn't be, otherwise it would have attacked us already," Bai Ze replied. "True." Bai Ze started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Run! The two stood up simultaneously and rushed towards the dressing mirror. The mirror monster immediately leaped up, bouncing after them. Although its movements were comical, its speed was not slow, making it hard for the two to escape. Bai Ze and Ma Shu grabbed the dressing mirror from the left and right, turning around to charge at the mirror monster. The mirror monster trembled all over, seemingly afraid. It tried to turn and jump away, but was too late. The dressing mirror had already entered its hunting range. The true form of the mirror monster appeared in the dressing mirror, causing it to shiver, and countless eyes immediately disappeared, returning to an ordinary mirror. "Crash into it!" Bai Ze commanded. The two held the dressing mirror horizontally, turning it into a hammer, and crashed it fiercely into the mirror monster. Chapter 19. Bai Ze was startled. "Did I experience temporary amnesia due to overstimulation? I'm a delivery rider, your partner, do you remember?" Bai Ze answered seriously. Ma Shu looked at Bai Ze, still with a blank expression. Bai Ze couldn't care about the embarrassment anymore and shouted, "Ride ma combo." Success at once. "Ah?" Ma Shu suddenly realized. A half-smile appeared, his eyes turned playful, quickly shifting to coldness. "I remember now." Bai Ze felt strange. The Ma Shu in front of him seemed to have been possessed. He instinctively released Ma Shu. "Are you okay?" Ma Shu slumped on the water's surface, thinking about something with his head down. Half a minute later, he stood up, took off his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, covered his face with both hands, and gently rubbed for a moment. "I'm fine, let us go." "Go?" Bai Ze was taken aback. "Where to?" "Of course, to leave this place." Ma Shu turned back, looking at Bai Ze. Bai Ze's heart sank. No, this person is not Ma Shu. Not only was his temperament and feeling different, but even his appearance had changed. Though subtle, it was like two different people. This reminded Bai Ze of a video where the angle of light changed, and a person's face would also change. Ma Shu's face seemed to have suddenly shifted from a gentle diffuse light to a gloomy direct light. Chapter 20. Ma Shu's gaze was like evaluating an object. "You're very clever. Although you haven't activated your potential yet, you should have the wisdom root." Bai Ze remained silent. There are some things Ma Shu didn't tell you because he also didn't know. Ma Shu had a half-smile. "In the labyrinth, it's not only the maze monsters that can drop coins. In an instant, Bai Ze felt a chilling horror. As if countless thin snakes were entwining his feet and crawling upwards. Ma Shu stepped forward. Explorers can also drop coins, and they directly drop maize pearls. Of course. Self-inflicted harm and regular death don't count. You must be devoured by special maize monsters, and then refined. The newer you are, the higher the purity of the maize pearls produced. Isn't that interesting? You? Bai Ze trembled all over. This is simply a demon. Demon? Ma Shu echoed softly, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Bai Ze turned and ran, but soon froze in place, as if someone had paralyzed him. When the laughter ceased, Ma Shu had already reached Bai Ze's side. His tone was calm, but his eyes were crazy. If I were really a demon, then I could go to hell. No. After struggling to reach this point, I absolutely cannot die here. Chapter 21. Who's talking? Bai Ze felt a bit nervous, looking in the direction of the voice. There was a cloud of grey mist near the operating room. Doctor. You finally came. A voice emerged from the grey mist, sounding like a young woman. Don't be afraid. It's just a dream. Bai Ze gathered his courage and slowly approached. The grey mist quickly dissipated, revealing the scene within. It was a semicircular nurse's station, behind which stood a young nurse in a pristine white uniform, beautiful and graceful, with thick green hair cascading down to her waist. The corners of the nurse's eyes were red, her expression excited and anxious. Doctor, if you don't come soon, I don't know what to do. Bai Ze widened his eyes, pointing to his nose. Are you talking to me? Who else? The nurse held a medical record tightly, stepping out from behind the station. Doctor. The baby's condition is very serious. We can't delay any longer. Bai Ze was stunned. The situation was indeed dire. The nurse's white dress had no legs beneath it. Only a long, green-scaled snake tail, thick and long, coiling on the ground in several S-shapes. The woman walked gracefully towards Bai Ze. Don't come any closer. Bai Ze kept retreating, almost falling. Chapter 22. The snake woman paused. Really? Or not? Bai Ze stared at her. I don't know. The snake woman blinked innocently. I'm just a nurse. Bai Ze felt increasingly suspicious. Wait, let me sort this out. The snake woman became anxious. Doctor. The baby really doesn't have time. No. Bai Ze shouted, its life matters, but mine doesn't. The snake woman was taken aback, her mouth pouting, her eyes misty. You actually yelled at me. Bai Ze was most afraid of women crying. It would distract him and make it hard to think. He calmed himself and softened his tone. Beautiful lady, what's your name? The little green snake woman was on the verge of tears. Don't cry, I'm not yelling at you. Bai Ze pleaded. My mind is really in a mess. I can't make decisions. I'm really scared of being tricked, you know. I don't want to be fooled again. I want to understand, even if I die. So can you let me sort this out? Moreover, I feel that the cocoon baby is very resilient. It can hold on a bit longer. The snake woman seemed to understand, sniffed, and wiped away her tears. All right, doctor, you sort it out first. Is there anything I can help with? Chapter 23. No. Little Ching stepped forward, grabbing Bai Ze's sleeve. We'll think of a way for the rest later. We must save it now. Aren't you a doctor? I'm not a doctor. You are a doctor. A healer has a kind heart. I'm not. I'm not. Bai Ze shouted angrily, shaking off Little Ching's hand, an unprecedented fury erupting from his chest. I'm just a damned loser. Do you know? I was only 1 year old when my parents died. When I was a child, I nearly became mentally disabled due to delayed brain development. I've always been a burden to my brother. He could have found a good family, but he gave up because of me. He could have gone to a good university, but he dropped out to work because of me. I worked hard to get into Nef City. I tried my best not to be a burden. And now I've ended up with this kind of crap. My brother is missing. I don't know if he's dead or alive. No one remembers him except me. And now I'm going to die. Die in this damned place. Why? I ask you, why? If I had known it would be this garbage of a life, I would have preferred never to have been born. Little Ching was stunned, tears brimming in her eyes, on the verge of crying. Don't cry. No crying. Bai Ze shouted. I haven't cried. Why are you crying? Chapter 24, Doctor. Little Ching cried tears of joy, opening her arms and rushing towards Bai Ze. That's great. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? Bai Ze panicked. He could only brace for the hug, but as Little Ching got excited, her snake tail wrapped around him. And he suddenly felt like he was being choked by a judo master. I can't breathe. Bai Ze's face turned red. Ah, I'm sorry. Little Ching hurriedly let go of Bai Ze, wiping away her tears. Doctor, I knew you wouldn't really give up on the baby. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not a doctor, just a bit of a saint. Bai Ze self-deprecated. Ham. Little Ching nodded seriously. Then should I call you saint from now on? No. That's not a good idea. Bai Ze refused. Then how should I address you? Little Ching asked. Call me Abu, or Little Bai. Bai Ze said. Little Bai. Little Ching's eyes lit up with joy. I'll call myself Little Ching, you call yourself Little Bai. And the baby is grey. How about we call it Little Grey? Little Bai, Little Ching, Little Grey, from now on we are a happy family. No. Who said we are a family? Little Ching, tell me honestly, whose child is it? Bai Ze asked. Chapter 25, Explorers can also drop gold coins. And directly drop mysterious pearls. Of course, mutual killing and regular death don't count. They must be devoured by special mysterious monsters, and then refined. The more of a newcomer you are, the higher the purity of the mysterious pearls refined. Isn't that interesting? The words of Mashi flashed through Bai Ze's mind. And he suddenly realized. So that's how it is. There is no such thing as two Bai Zes. The Bai Ze inside the magic mirror, and the Bai Ze outside the magic mirror, are both me. The moment I was reflected in the magic mirror, my potential and half of my consciousness were absorbed, which is now me. The Bai Ze outside the magic mirror is also me. My shell and the other half of my consciousness. From the feeling, I was first the Bai Ze outside the magic mirror, dragged in by the Bai Ze inside the magic mirror. Then, I became the Bai Ze inside the magic mirror, pulling the Bai Ze outside into it. But objectively, both events actually happen simultaneously. I am both the Bai Ze outside the magic mirror, and the Bai Ze inside the magic mirror. My consciousness was split in two. The limitations of a three-dimensional being led me to the illusion of experiencing these two events sequentially, but in reality, I was experiencing both events simultaneously. Chapter 26. Bai Ze lay in the absolute silence of the small black room, digesting the pain of cramping and bone stripping while struggling to think. His brain was turning so slowly. Could it be a side effect of losing the potential of wisdom? It's okay. I got through being so dumb when I was a child. How much worse could it get? I never thought that I would actually have dual potentials of the mysterious and the wise. Unfortunately, now the wise potential has turned into mysterious pearls. Forget it. Let us consider it as the coffin money of Mashi's main personality. The urgent thing is to find a way to escape the magic mirror. Should I cry a few more times? Useless. Crying is simply mental noise that can weaken the target and confuse it, but that's it. Moreover, crying is quite exhausting. And my internal energy is almost depleted. No, I need to think of a way quickly. Ah? Little Grey. How could I forget it? Now it's certain that the world over there is not a dream, and Little Grey is definitely not simple. It not only activated my mysterious potential, but also taught me crying. Bai Ze took a deep breath, mobilizing the potential mechanism, trying to suppress the pain in his body and relax himself. What I need to do now is to fall asleep immediately and meet Little Grey. Chapter 27, No Way. Don't talk nonsense, Little Ching said. Look. Bai Ze pointed at the wilted threads, they are all withered. This is the lanugo of Xiaohui, which naturally falls off. Xiao Qing is both angry and amused, saying, how can you not understand even this? Why should I understand these things? Besides, human babies don't have lanugo like this. No matter what, Xiaohui is fine, and Bai Ze feels relieved. Suddenly, something stretches out from the gap in the grey cocoon. Ah! Bai Ze is startled. Xiao Bai. Don't be so jumpy. Xiao Qing pouts, a bit disdainful, you'll scare Xiaohui like that. What? How does he have a hand? Bai Ze can't hide his shock. Yes, a tiny baby hand is stretching out from the grey cocoon. Otherwise, Xiao Qing's eyes widen, Xiaohui is a baby after all. But what baby comes out of a cocoon? Bai Ze refrains from saying anything. In his impression, a baby's hand is always soft, chubby, and tender. But the hand before him is pale, thin, and wrinkled. A warm feeling arises in Bai Ze's chest, giving birth to an indescribable emotion. He slowly reaches out and touches the baby's hand. Chapter 28, The Maze, Level 2, Dusk. The last trace of the desolate sunset in the sky, like a scar, reflects on the tranquil water surface and countless mirrors. A massive magic mirror hovers on the horizon, resembling a colossal spaceship, or a crack in the sky. Suddenly, the dusk reflected in the magic mirror disappears entirely, turning into pure grey, as if someone had pulled the plug. Crack! Then, a black dot appears at the center of the mirror's surface. Crack, crack, crack. Countless cracks spread out from the black dot, like lightning threads in dark clouds, instantly covering the entire mirror. Bang! The magic mirror shatters, collapsing into pieces throughout the sky. Amid this flickering rain of shards, a black-haired boy is bare. His right hand tightly grasping a deep red glow, which carries a buoyant force, gently lowering him to the ground. Soon, the boy lies on the shallow water, and the glow in his hand dims. Bai Ze, gasping, struggles to open his eyes. He has just destroyed the magic mirror and escaped from within it. But he has no strength to stand up, not even to check the countdown. At this moment, the lights go out. In the darkness, Bai Ze quietly waits for more than 10 seconds, but the light does not appear. Chapter 29, Bai Ze is completely stiff, not daring to breathe. He understands that this cloak is not an ordinary piece of clothing, it must be a powerful treasure. Not only keeping him warm, but also protecting the explorer from the monsters in the dark maze. However, it is undeniably awkward. Spending the night in the maze is dangerous. He has to make do. It seems to ease the awkwardness, the woman explains. Okay. Bai Ze's ears turn red, not daring to look up. My name is Sang Yu. The woman says. I'm called Delivery Rider, Bai Ze replies. Sang Yu is my real name. Bai Ze is taken aback. I'm Bai Ze. Bai Ze, Sang Yu softly repeats. Smiling faintly, that's a nice name, I like it. The other straightforwardness highlights Bai Ze's awkwardness. He feels like a refined lady suddenly falling into a bandit's lair. Bai Ze. What are you afraid of? She's your savior, how could she take advantage of you? If such good fortune exists, it wouldn't be your turn. Bai Ze tries hard to appear natural, saying, thank you for saving me. You're welcome, Sang Yu replies. Why did you save me? Bai Ze asks. I never thought about it, Sang Yu says. Chapter 30, the two share a cloak, one of them is naked, and the atmosphere is a bit stiff. Suddenly, Bai Ze jolts. What are you doing? She saved you, just for that, you should bow down to her, and you're getting angry over a joke. To put it bluntly, if she wanted to kill you now, it would be just for fun. What right do you have to be angry? You might as well take this opportunity to hold onto this big leg. Bai Ze comes to his senses, feeling a wave of fear. How could I be so petty? So foolish. I shouldn't be like this. Could it be the maze's darkness messing with my mind? Forget about that for now. I need to make amends quickly. Bai Ze decides to apologize first and then be friendly. Just as he's about to speak, he feels a slight weight on his shoulder. Sang Yu has fallen asleep on him. She closes her eyes, her long lashes lacking energy, looking lonely and weary, like a sheer curtain swaying in the evening breeze, her faint fragrance tugging at his heartstrings. Bai Ze hesitates for a long time and decides to maintain the status quo. Regardless of whether she is genuinely asleep or just pretending, if he doesn't wake her, he can continue to stay here and earn the countdown at 8 times the speed, guaranteed profit. Bai Ze can't fall asleep. There is no danger at the moment. So he begins to habitually review. He fought desperately, destroyed the magic mirror, and soon the darkness of the maze will fall. Chapter 31. Ha ha ha, you're blushing again. So funny. Sang Yu laughs heartily. My God. Why is there such a woman? From now on, if I trust her even half a word, I'll stand on my head and eat your tea. Bai Ze maintains a stern face, wrapping himself in the cloak, standing up. Thank you, goodbye. Just as Bai Ze takes a step, he awkwardly stops again. This is the mirror layer. He can't find his way back. Bai Ze takes a deep breath, switches his mood, and puts on a flattering smile. Sang Yu, since you're such a good person, could you point me in the right direction? Turn to the side. Sang Yu points in a direction. Bai Ze turns sideways. Forward, backward, left, right, in circles. Huh? Bai Ze, goodbye, Sang Yu waves. The next second, the lights go out. Sang Yu. Sister Sang. Are you still there? In the darkness, no one responds. 10 seconds later, the lights come back on. Sang Yu is gone. Bai Ze doesn't dare to move, pondering the hint Sang Yu left, and thinks of only one answer. He takes a deep breath and walks forward. After walking for a while, the lights go out. Bai Ze waits in place, since he is wrapped in the cloak left by Sang Yu. He is not worried about being attacked by the mirror monsters. Soon, the lights come back on, and he continues walking. A few minutes later, the lights go out again. And Bai Ze waits in place. Chapter 32. DAWAN strictly prohibits all team members from using foul language, but Duck Neck is known for her foul mouth. However, her swearing is not directed at people, it's just a simple tone particle, like a catchphrase. Sai Chi has no choice but to use long-term mental suggestion to change Duck Neck's perception of foul language, replacing all dirty words with ga. And the effect is quite good. Because every time she quacks, she habitually stretches her neck forward. Over time, she earns the nickname Duck Neck. 4 eyes. Duck Neck grabs Sai Chi's arm and shakes it hard. Did you bring paper and pen? I want to ask for an autograph. I didn't bring it, Sai Chi replies. Slightly disdainful. Forget the pen, why didn't you bring paper? Don't you need to take a dump when you go out? Duck Neck says. I don't. Sai Chi deepens his disdain. Ga? You constipation guy. Duck Neck. Stop messing around. Uncle Wan reprimanded softly. Remember, you represent not just yourself, but also our Team 6, no. The entire Sinn Feng Guild's reputation. Wan Shu. Grey Phoenix. This is the Grey Phoenix. The Duck Neck stretched its neck and exclaimed, Gaga. I might not encounter her again in my next life. Gaga. I must get her autograph today. Chapter 33. Bai Ze's expression was calm, but his heart was racing. Huh? Sang Yu is one of the 3 legendary explorers, the Grey Phoenix. So this cloak is her signature divine outfit, the Phoenix feather robe. No wonder she said she wasn't a big shot, she's a deity. All right, all right. The twin-tailed girl was getting more and more excited. Among the 3 phantoms of the maze. I love you the most. I really, really admire you. When I won the prize, I felt like the sky was falling. But your legend gave me strength, and inspired me to move forward. You are my guiding light in the dark, my idol. Forever my idol. Wow. Turns out she's a fan of the Grey Phoenix. I'm not asking for your autograph, I know you're busy. I just have one thing I really want to know. It's very important to me, please. The twin-tailed girl clasped her hands together, her attitude sincere. Bai Ze remained silent. The twin-tailed girl took Bai Ze's silence as consent and mustered the courage to ask, "It's said that you are a stunning grey-haired beauty. So your current appearance is a disguise, right?" It made sense. It was indeed hard to maintain composure when your long-admired idol had undergone such a transformation. Chapter 34. Bai Ze had thought he would attract attention, but he didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Soon, he realized what the problem was: he was too high-profile. Or rather, the phoenix feather robe he was wearing was too eye-catching. Other explorers put away their weapons and treasures after exiting the maze, acting no different from ordinary people. Only Bai Ze was engulfed in golden flames, continuously radiating energy ripples around him, looking incredibly cool. Bai Ze wanted to tone it down, but he couldn't. You see, the news of the Grey Phoenix appearing on the second layer of the maze had spread among the explorers present tonight. Everyone was secretly hoping to catch a glimpse of her on the return trip. After all, there was only one return train. And although the Grey Phoenix had been staying in the maze for a long time, she had to leave at some point. Since she had appeared in the shallow area, it was highly likely she was about to exit the maze. And indeed, the Grey Phoenix had been awaited. In an instant, Bai Ze was under the gaze of thousands of eyes, feeling immense pressure. Fortunately, the twin-tailed girl's fan behavior had reminded Bai Ze to prepare a strategy to avoid being disturbed by more fans while waiting for the train. The strategy was called, using the tiger's might to scare off the fox. Bai Ze maintained a cool demeanor, and quickly walked towards the crowd. Chapter 35. Bai Ze was a bit overwhelmed with joy, but not too much. He circled around to a scenic mountain, where at the foot of the mountain was a comprehensive store that hadn't opened yet, mainly selling souvenirs and snacks. Bai Ze avoided the cameras, went around to the store's backyard, turned on the tap, and drank some water to regain some strength. He rummaged through a pile of junk in the backyard, and found a tattered mascot costume. He took off his red cloak, folded it neatly, put on the costume, and walked out of the park. With the mascot disguise, Bai Ze walked down the street, attracting quite a few glances. But this wasn't the maze. Passers-by mostly thought he was a bit crazy. Bai Ze hurried back to his brother's rental apartment, found the spare key in the shoe cabinet, and after entering the room, took off the mascot costume, drenched in sweat. He was nearly at his physical limit, opened the fridge, and drank half a bottle of milk in one go. Once he regained some energy, he took a shower to wash off the dirt, changed into his brother's clothes, and took out 2 slices of toast and some jam from the fridge, spreading a large amount on it and devouring it. After eating, he rinsed his mouth and collapsed onto the bed. The familiar sense of reality gradually returned, and he confirmed once again that he was still alive, his heart still beating. He was too tired and quickly fell asleep again. Chapter 36. What's up? Sister Xia's eyes lit up. This was the first time Bai Ju sought her help. You say? Bai Ze found it a bit hard to speak. Can I borrow some money? Huh? Sister Xia couldn't hide her disappointment. Is that all? If it's inconvenient, then never mind. It's convenient. How much do you need? Sister Xia stepped forward. Not that much. Bai Ze was a bit startled. Just 2,000. Sister Xia was extremely disappointed. What kind of help is this? I feel no sense of achievement. If you don't borrow more, I won't charge interest, Sister Xia said. Just 2,000, Bai Ze insisted. Okay. Sister Xia looked at the man in front of her, feeling a bit sorry for him. Da Bai. I really didn't expect you to be in such a financial bind. You earn a decent amount every month and are so frugal. Where does all the money go? You don't have some strange hobby, do you? No. Ha ha, just kidding. Sister Shia laughed. What's going on? Pretty women love to tease, right? I know. It must be spent on Bai. Bai Ze was taken aback. But I can feel that Bai loves you a lot, you haven't loved him in vain. Sister Shia patted Bai Ze on the shoulder. Chapter 37, Pure Love War God, Host Jua has appeared, is it true? Not lonely because of invincibility, a fake at first glance. Little Duck Gaga, it's true. I'm at the scene. For I do my friend is also there, I heard a guy was there. Little Duck Gaga, that's a disguise. I'm at the scene. Pure Love War God, Host are you from XF? Little Duck Gaga, yes. I'm at the scene. Not lonely because of invincibility, if it's true. It will definitely be the event of the year. Assist to steal the tower, not as big as that incident. For I do that incident is true or false. Little Duck Gaga, that incident is also true, my boss's boss is at the scene. Pure Love War God, Host haha, it's the scene bro. Little Duck Gaga, call me sister. Assist to steal the tower, this is a bit concerning. The three phantoms gathering in person, something unusual must be going on. Master, I have enlightened, I observed the celestial phenomena at night. The purple microstar has entered the temple, the destined person has appeared, and within 3 years, there will be a major event. Pure Love War God, Host Master. What is HG? Can you tell fortunes? Help me predict my romantic fate. Chapter 38, I'm changing clothes. This is my locker. Wen Yang was aggressive. I know. I saw it wasn't closed. Step aside. Bai Ze immediately stepped back. Wen Yang stepped forward, took out half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the locker. Turned around to stare at Bai Ze. What did you see? It's too fake to say you saw nothing. Bai Ze quickly thought of something and smiled. That mask is quite unique. Do you also do cosplay? Wen Yang stared at Bai Ze, seemingly evaluating him. After a few seconds, he closed the locker door. I play occasionally. That's a coincidence, I do too. Bai Ze pretended to meet a fellow enthusiast, need a partner. Next time at the comic convention we can. No need. Wen Yang walked away. The door closed, and Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief, considering himself to have narrowly escaped trouble. Fortunately, the face that Sang Yu had disguised him with had returned to normal this morning. Although that face was just a disguise of the Grey Phoenix. It had definitely spread among the explorers. If he was seen here by Black Wu Chang, it would be a huge problem. Exposing an explorer's real identity is quite dangerous. Bai Ze suddenly thought of something. Sang Yu had disguised him as the face of his older brother, which would inevitably cause trouble for the real older brother. Could it be that she was also looking for him, and did this on purpose to force him to reveal himself? Chapter 39 Wen Yang walked to the locker. Took out a cigarette and lighter, and closed the locker door. He turned around and stared at Bai Ze with a cold, scrutinizing gaze that made Bai Ze feel uncomfortable. Have you eaten? Mosey broke the silence. No, Wen Yang replied. Want to eat together? Mosey asked. Sure. Wen Yang casually dragged a chair over with his long legs and sat down. Wen Yang's eating habits were irregular, he often just grabbed a burger. Mosey was only making polite conversation, but to her surprise, he was not playing along. Mosey felt awkward. The beef brisket in Bai Ze's mouth suddenly lost its flavor. Mosey, forcing herself, used the lunchbox lid to portion out some food, saying, no chopsticks, you can go get some outside. No need, Wen Yang extended his left hand, grabbed the food, and stuffed it into his mouth while mechanically chewing and staring at Bai Ze's face. That scene was indescribably strange. He is definitely targeting me. Could it be that he has been secretly in love with Mosey and mistakenly sees me as a rival? Or has my identity been exposed? Bai Ze feigned ignorance and continued eating, shifting the pressure over to Mosey. Mosey also lowered her head to eat, and the pressure returned to Bai Ze. As Wen Yang continued eating with his hands, he fixed his gaze on Bai Ze. Before long, he finished the food Mosey had given him and reached for Bai Ze's food, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing mechanically. Chapter 40. Today, during his part-time job, Bai Ze was pondering one thing: what abilities did the phoenix feather garment possess? So far, it seemed that the phoenix feather garment was a symbol of Sang Yu's identity. Wearing it was equivalent to donning Sang Yu's disguise, allowing one to wield authority. As for its more practical uses, Bai Ze was still unclear. Initially, he thought Sang Yu was relying on the phoenix feather garment to spend the night in the maze, and rumor supported this, but it seemed he was mistaken. The proof was that Sang Yu generously gave the garment to Bai Ze while she remained in the maze, indicating that she could spend the night there on her own merits. The phoenix feather garment was powerful, but perhaps not as formidable as everyone thought, of course. This was in relation to legendary levels. For Bai Ze, it was still a divine artifact. How to make good use of this artifact was Bai Ze's immediate priority. With his current abilities, relying solely on the exploration from the night of the scattered person was clearly insufficient for him to extend his life. The solution was to don the phoenix feather garment, allowing him to enter the maze at any time, or at least sit in first class. But the risks were significant. No matter how powerful the three illusions gods were, they were still in the same world and would inevitably know some big shot friends. What if he encountered a familiar big shot who came over to chat? Bai Ze would be caught off guard and exposed, right? Chapter 41. Bai Ze hurriedly retreated, suddenly feeling a chill on his backside. It was only then that he realized he was not wearing anything. Bai Ze's hands were at a loss for where to cover. But fortunately, the grey flames wrapped around him again, obscuring their figures. Sang Yu, what are you doing here? Bai Ze tried to ease the awkwardness. The other party did not respond, standing silently in the flames. Sang Yu. The other still did not reply. Bai Ze suddenly had some speculation. The Sang Yu in front of him was not the real person, but merely her energy imprint on the phoenix feather garment, a kind of manifested firewall. Even if others obtained the phoenix feather garment, they would lack the method to truly use it and could only show off a little. To use it properly, one would need to find and disable the firewall. Now, Bai Ze had to disable the firewall to touch the core. Makes sense. Bai Ze gathered his courage and raised his hand towards the woman in the flames, saying, Sang Yu, I'm sorry. He activated grasp. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupted, dispersing all the grey flames, and the two faced each other openly once again. This time, Sang Yu's thick grey hair fell, covering her upper body, and beautiful grey patterns danced across her fair skin, resembling a kind of magical painting, exuding a sense of sacred order. Chapter 42. Bai Ze was filled with questions, and dared not act rashly. The young man stepped forward excitedly and clasped his fists, saying, Master, you must have been observing me for a long time. I have passed the test, right? Tonight you are demonstrating your skills to me, which means you want to formally accept me as your disciple. Classmate, have you read too many martial arts novels? Overthinking is a disease, it needs to be treated. Cough cough. Bai Ze decided to play along, acting like a reclusive master. Young man, I do indeed have some fate with you. But I never said I would take you as my disciple. The young man knelt down with a thud. Master, I have aspired since childhood to be a righteous hero who upholds justice and punishes evil. This is my lifelong ambition. I have never changed. I solemnly vow before heaven. If there is the slightest falsehood in this statement, let heaven strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Wait, do we really live in the same era? Master, to be honest, I have always believed that the world has no surface calmness, but rather hides great conspiracies and crises behind it, and I, very likely, carry the mission of saving the world. Sure enough, last month I was chosen by heaven to become an explorer, and when I was lost and confused, you appeared here. There are plenty of explorers, Your self-awareness is too excessive, young man. Chapter 43. Yes. Li Jinghao's eyes shone brightly. Let the master see how much strength I have. Bai Ze hesitated. Logically, as a realm 2 of the mysterious path, he should have no problem against someone in realm 1 of strength. But what if he couldn't win? It should be noted that Bai Ze had very little energy left in his body from the earlier test. And he also did not want to casually expose his trump card. No. Bai Ze raised his hand to stop him. The space here is too small for me to unleash my full power. You can just demonstrate a bit. Understood. Li Jinghao, without suspicion, thought for a moment and walked towards a stone sculpture the size of a motorcycle. He took a deep breath and quickly threw a punch. Bai Ze confirmed that he couldn't dodge at such close range. Bang! Li Jinghao's punch hit the stone sculpture. Boom! 2 seconds later, the stone sculpture shattered into countless pieces. A fragment of stone splashed towards Li Jinghao. He raised his hand to grasp it, and when he opened it, the stone turned to powder. Li Jinghao turned around and bowed to Bai Ze. Master. I embarrassed myself. This is what you call realm 1 of strength. This is at least a starting point of realm 3. Bai Ze nodded. Talent is acceptable. Really? Li Jinghao was very happy. Chapter 44. Bai Ze directly lay down on the road and started rolling. I hit someone. He hit someone. He read online that if a single woman encounters a human trafficker trying to grab her in public, shouting for help is useless. Traffickers often pretend to be the woman's husband, and bystanders can't tell what's true or false, making it difficult to intervene. Therefore, if she wants to save herself, she must make a scene, such as overturning a roadside stall or attacking passers-by, to involve as many people as possible, forcing bystanders to intervene. Bai Ze is now putting on an exaggerated show of being hit, which will attract more onlookers, and this man will definitely not get away. With the right and wrong blurred, they can only call the police. Once the police arrive and take everyone to the station, when Sister Xia wakes up from her drunkenness, the truth will come out. Sure enough, the man got scared and hurriedly got out of the car. Stop shouting, stop shouting. Bai Ze was too lazy to roll around since the road was hard. He just lay there like a concubine and opened the door. The man cursed, opened the door, and helped Sister Xia out of the car. Bai Ze quickly got up, took over Sister Xia, and forcefully pushed the man away. Get lost. The man gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Ze. Don't let me see you next time, or I'll make sure you don't live. The man drove away. Little Bai Xia recognized Bai Ze and hugged him tightly. Save me. I don't know him. Chapter 45. Bai Ze panicked. To be honest, I have a crush on your brother. I've liked your brother for a long time. What do you think? How about I become your sister-in-law? Isn't it that people in the city are this straightforward? Bai Ze didn't know what to say. He. Sister Xia released Bai Ze's hand. I admit. I'm much older than your brother. It is a bit like an old cow eating young grass, but I take good care of myself, right? Standing next to your brother, we look quite matched, don't we? I come from a good family, and if your brother is with me, he won't have to worry about life anymore. He can also help support his family. Don't look at me like this. I am a person who prefers quality over quantity. Although my parents push me to date every day, I have never been in a relationship, just like your brother, keeping myself clean. If he wants to be with me, I guarantee. Sister Xia. Sister Xia. Bai Ze hurriedly interrupted. I understand your feelings, but I can't make this decision. It depends on my brother. Oh? I know that. Sister Xia was a bit tipsy, thinking about how to get past this hurdle with her little brother-in-law first. If you are willing to acknowledge me as your sister-in-law, help me more. We can work together to catch him off guard, and once successful, I will guarantee your wealth and honor. Don't use idioms randomly. If someone doesn't know, they might think we are plotting a rebellion. Chapter 46. Bai Ze was both surprised and delighted. It was indeed a stroke of luck, gaining without effort. At this moment, The round-faced little brother was eating a late-night snack alone. Besides the signature egg fried rice, he also ordered a portion of fried chicken strips and a bottle of iced cola, and he had eaten quite a bit. What a luxury! He put down his chopsticks, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, scanned the code to pay, and joked with the boss a few times before riding off on his electric bike. As soon as the round-faced little brother left, Bai Ze hopped onto a motorcycle parked by the roadside. Driver, follow that delivery guy, and don't let him notice. No problem. The motorcycle driver was a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a flashy shirt, and a pair of somewhat pretentious sunglasses, with a toothpick in his mouth. Although he dressed flamboyantly, he drove steadily, always keeping a suitable distance from the target. Little brother, although this isn't uncle's business, I'm really curious. The motorcycle driver was surprisingly straightforward. Bai Ze had already thought of a reason. I suspect he is having an affair with my girlfriend. What? The motorcycle driver got excited. Uncle hates bull-headed men the most. I'll help you catch him in the act. He is not going to meet my girlfriend right now. He should be going home. I want to know where he lives. Bai Ze clarified. Chapter 47. Otherwise. Little Ching said. Bai Ze couldn't accept it, no. Little Grey just looks like a human, but he is definitely not human. Is it important whether Little Bai and Little Grey are human? Little Ching blinked seriously. He is just a lovely little life, and it is our responsibility to care for him and raise him well. If it was about raising a mythical beast, a pet, or something else, Bai Ze could accept it. But if it was really about raising a child, Bai Ze was completely unprepared for that. He found it hard to explain to Little Ching, and he was too lazy to explain. He walked towards the vending machine, looking for nutritional liquid, diapers, but oil, wet wipes, soft towels, and whatever else he needed. Little Ching thought for a moment. Buy me an encyclopedia on parenting. Aren't you the professional? He. Little Ching felt a little embarrassed. I have received professional training, but I haven't worked for a long time. So I need to brush up on a lot of knowledge. Got it. Bai Ze opened the vending machine and operated it. He found that his experience points had accumulated to 66. He had 33 points left from last time, meaning he had gained another 33 points in the past few days. A lot had indeed happened this week, including his first job, first time picking up and dropping off female colleagues, first time unlocking a divine outfit, first time taking on a disciple, first time saving a drunken woman, and first time following someone. Chapter 48. Bai Ze found a deserted place, put on a phoenix feather outfit, draped a grey cloak over it, and wore a Zubaija mask bought from a toy store, deliberately dressing in an incongruous manner. Of course, he also prepared a phoenix mask for easy switching of identities. Then Bai Ze entered a small forest and arrived at the gathering place. Many people had already gathered here, and surprisingly, there were no members of the major guilds wearing uniforms in the crowd. Bai Ze had browsed many posts on the app, and guessed that this was due to the influence of the Grey Phoenix. Originally, Monday was prepared for the solo players. But certain guilds often borrowed a compartment for various reasons, leaving the solo players feeling angry but unable to speak out. Until last Tuesday, the Grey Phoenix made a grand appearance and borrowed a compartment from the Guild Alliance. Everyone believed this was the Grey Phoenix sending a message to the Guild Alliance to properly restrain certain guilds and stop encroaching on the survival space of solo players. This argument was somewhat wishful thinking, but as the saying goes, the truth is not important, what people are willing to believe is what matters. In short, this matter had a significant impact, and solo players were posting to denounce and protest. Now it seemed that the Guild Alliance took this very seriously, completely restoring peace for solo players. Chapter 49. 10 minutes later, on the first floor of the maze. This was Bai Ze's second time here, and he looked up at the inverted city of negation, still feeling quite shocked. He didn't know if this negation was the same as the one in reality. If it was, he might find the hamburger restaurant where he worked with a telescope. The people in the 10 compartments had little exploration time, and everyone dared not delay. Rushing to the next level. Only 4 people were not in a hurry, intentionally lagging behind: Bai Ze, the round-faced little brother, Duck Neck, and Sai Chi. Soon, the 4 of them discovered each other's intentions, and there was a moment of awkwardness, as if they were wearing the same outfit. Aha! Duck Neck, wearing a little yellow duck mask, was the first to lose her composure. The weather is really nice today. Sai Chi, wearing a fox mask, really wanted to pretend not to know her, so he hurriedly added, "It's suitable for gathering herbs. We are just wandering on the first floor." What a coincidence. I'm also staying on the first floor. The round-faced little brother picked up the conversation. I'm going to fish at the koi lake. Good luck. Hope you catch the maize koi. Duck Neck looked at Bai Ze. Brother, what about you? Bai Ze spoke ambiguously. I'm just wandering on the first floor as well. I wish everyone a fruitful return. Sai Chi said some polite words, left the main road, and walked towards the nearby forest. Chapter 50. Liu quickly spotted the enormous square mirror ahead, and strode forward. It seemed the route was real. Even if the route was fake. Liu wasn't afraid of getting lost. He had prepared a return scroll, and had a way to leave. The only thing to consider was whether he could handle the magic mirror after finding it. It should be fine. Even if it was a hidden boss. It was just a hidden boss on the second layer of the maze, so it wouldn't be too strong. Although it wasn't strong. The treasures and equipment it dropped were unique, and could potentially change the fate of an explorer. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the magic mirror had already been dealt with by a big shot. The timing of its disappearance coincided with the appearance of the Grey Phoenix, so it was likely taken out by the Grey Phoenix. If that were the case, Liu might miss out on the treasures, but he could still pick up some valuable items. Liu had seen many big shots in the Shanghai Guild. After they killed powerful maze monsters, they wouldn't take anything except the core loot. Legendary explorers would certainly be even more picky, apart from core treasures. They probably wouldn't even bother to glance at anything else. What the Grey Phoenix looked down upon could still be a windfall for him. So this trip wouldn't be a loss. The lights went out. Liu stopped in place and began to consider the worst-case scenario. Chapter 51. The 3 core abilities of the Swift Shaper: agility, evasion, and intuition. With agility and evasion, he could stretch the limits against his opponent. With intuition, he could avoid his opponent's tricks and dirty moves in advance. The greatest advantage of the Arcane Master was that their abilities were bizarre and varied. Before they made their move, you couldn't guarantee that your fighting style would be effective against them, or just what they wanted. But if you didn't take the initiative to attack, you would be very worried about being preempted by the Arcane Master, losing your ability to counterattack. Only the Swift Shaper wasn't afraid. Relying solely on intuition, he could dodge danger in advance. Once the Arcane Master's abilities were fully revealed, their flaws would emerge. And the Swift Shaper would find the opportunity for a decisive strike. An excellent Swift Shaper was adept at counterattacks. Liu held his dagger against his left arm, crossing his hands and raising them in front of him, creating a visual aiming device that locked onto the mochi 20 meters away. Energy within him gathered towards his feet, legs, and waist. Come on, no matter what move you make, you can't escape my eyes and intuition. 10 seconds passed, and the mochi didn't make a move. Still standing in place. The death of the magic mirror had brought immense pain to the mochi, driving him mad, yet he remained cold-blooded, like an unfathomable poisonous snake. Chapter 52. You deliberately let me injure you. Congratulations, you've reached the 3rd layer. The mochi clenched his right hand, but I'm on the 5th layer. It's blood. Liu suddenly realized, but it was too late. His whole body stiffened, unable to move, as if someone had pressed a pressure point on him. The mochi looked at him with disdain. One of the greatest illusions of man is that I can predict. Little do you know. Your predictions are merely scripts written by others. Liu gritted his teeth. You're a curse-type Arcane Master. Your curse is hidden in your blood. When I injure you and your blood splatters on me, reaching a certain amount, the curse's power will activate. You're truly despicable. As Li Yu spoke, he tried to buy time, secretly exerting strength to break free, but it was futile. The curse's power had already spread throughout his body. With different potentials, each relying on their own abilities, there was no distinction between you and me, only life and death. The mochi spoke slowly. But with the authoritative power of controlling the curse, Li Yu, you lost. Go die. No. I can't. Li Yu's face turned pale, but his hands were uncontrollable, trembling as he raised the plum blossom dagger. I can't die like this. Absolutely not. Li Yu reversed the grip of the plum blossom dagger, aiming it at his own heart. Chapter 53. Half an hour earlier, Sai Chi and Duck Neck were mainly Sai Chi. He immediately sensed that the other two explorers, Bai Ze and Li Yu, were lying, that these two had ulterior motives for entering the maze. However, Sai Chi didn't intend to meddle. Coincidentally, the place one of the explorers, Li Yu, was headed to overlapped with his, leading to this scenario of the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow sparrow was behind. Li Yu found the corpse of the magic mirror and encountered Yi Rong, who had arrived earlier. Yi Rong, without any disagreement, turned murderous against Li Yu, which Sai Chi hadn't anticipated. This decision had extremely low returns and was unnecessary. The correct course of action was to leave immediately. For an arcane master, the second layer of the maze couldn't trap him, especially since he was a habitual offender. Of course, Yi Rong had a reason to be angry since his tool, the magic mirror, had been destroyed, but it was clear that Li Yu hadn't done it. Yi Rong simply wanted to vent his anger by fighting a relatively strong explorer, which completely contradicted the behavior pattern of a meticulous, scheming serial killer, who had committed multiple crimes yet remained free. At that moment, the situation was urgent. Although Sai Chi realized this, he didn't take it seriously. Now, this unreasonable point had an answer. From the very beginning, Yi Rong had no intention of leaving. Chapter 54. Great Grey Phoenix. Duck Neck cried tears of joy. I knew you would appear. I knew it. You know nothing. Bai Ze was silent. Duck Neck proudly looked at Yi Rong. See. This is what happens when you do evil deeds, self-destruction. A villain like you will never be tolerated by our great Grey Phoenix. Yi Rong's face showed more confusion than fear. Grey Phoenix, why do you care about such trivial matters? Good question. Why would the Grey Phoenix care about such trivial matters? Because I'm not Grey Phoenix. Bai Ze spoke in a low voice. The magic mirror is not dead, it's with me. Yi Rong trembled all over, hope reigniting in his eyes. He had no doubts. He didn't think the Grey Phoenix had any need to lie to a few ants. But he didn't understand. Why are you doing this? Good question. Why am I doing this? Isn't it because of you, you little bastard? Bai Ze was terse. Get lost, I'm not killing you this time. Yi Rong fell silent again. He was both puzzled and unwilling, but he immediately accepted everything. The tasks of legendary explorers were beyond his comprehension. But as long as the magic mirror was still alive, he had no reason to die. Chapter 55. Bai Ze spent a few minutes slowly consolidating his potential mechanism, allowing his body to recover. He stood up wearily and walked towards the medical box, where Li Yu lay unconscious. The medical box was slightly smaller than a computer case, with two latches and a wind element-shaped button in the middle. Bai Ze released the latches and pressed the button. With a beep, the medical box opened automatically, revealing a three-layer structure. The first layer was a honeycomb box with a dozen injection vials that looked very high-tech. The second layer contained 6 or 7 bottles of oral medication. The third layer had some first aid tools, including bandages, disinfectants, surgical knives, and more. Bai Ze later learned that this was the entire month's supply of medical supplies for the new Wind Guild's team, given to him all at once. Chapter 56. Bai Ze was indeed a bit flustered for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. After all, he had experienced even more dangerous situations, and had weathered many storms. He thought seriously for a while, clenched his fist, and made up his mind. Since he couldn't leave, he would stay overnight instead. With Bai Ze's current life balance, leaving the maze would undoubtedly lead to death. However, staying overnight in the maze was not necessarily a death sentence. According to Sang Yu, if a person fell asleep or fainted while staying overnight in the maze, they would definitely disappear. But if they stayed awake, there was only a probability of disappearing. Since that was the case, Bai Ze could take a gamble. As long as he stayed awake all night, he wouldn't necessarily disappear. In return, he could gain a countdown of 96, 22,212 hours. Of course, Bai Ze was not entirely gambling, he had the Phoenix Feather Cloak. It was currently confirmed that Sang Yu had the ability to stay safe overnight in the maze. But that didn't mean the Phoenix Feather Cloak lacked that ability. Upon further thought, the two were not contradictory, they might even be related. Bai Ze remembered clearly that last time, with the protection of the Phoenix Feather Cloak, the maze monsters in the darkness dared not approach him at all. Sang Yu had even proactively requested to share the cloak with Bai Ze, saying that her life was also important. Not long after, she fell asleep, completely unconcerned about being devoured by the maze. Then Bai Ze also fell asleep, and both of them survived until dawn, which indirectly proved the uniqueness of the Phoenix Feather Cloak. Chapter 57 Grey Phoenix, My Lord. Li Yu's attitude grew increasingly respectful. Unable to contain his excitement, the magic mirror was eliminated by you, right? Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. The clues on the forum were also left by you, right? Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. I didn't expect it, all of this was your plan. Bai Ze was quite satisfied. Bro, feel free to speculate. If I can't help but laugh, then I lose. Don't leave the energy circle, Bai Ze reminded. Yes? Li Yu glanced at the densely packed mirror monsters outside the energy circle, and his back chilled, quickly moving closer to Bai Ze. He looked down at Bai Ze, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly feeling it was very impolite. He immediately crouched down, but still felt a bit strange. Just as he hesitated about whether to kneel on one knee, Bai Ze spoke up. Sit beside me. Yes? Li Yu sat beside Bai Ze, his whole body tense, not daring to breathe. Bai Ze also remained silent, deliberately prolonging the moment. It truly felt different now. Having the initiative in his hands was great. Indeed. Li Yu soon couldn't hold back. Grey Phoenix, my lord, was this injury also handled by you? Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. I owe you my life. Li Yu will never forget. Li Yu said. Chapter 58 How did you turn the tables? This left Bai Ze at a loss. Li Yu. Emotional. All I know is that you eliminated the magic mirror, caught the new hunter, saved my life, and promised to heal my leg injury. Which of these is not a good thing? There are so many legends about you, which one is not a good thing? If you are a bad person, then there are no good people left in this world. Moreover, you have investigated me, so you must understand my worth to choose me. If you trust me, I naturally trust you. Bro, well done, this is a good thigh to hold on to. Learned a lot, next time I see Sang Yu, I'll put it to use. Very good, Bai Ze said in a deep voice, you passed. Li Yu was stunned, surprised and delighted, feeling a bit embarrassed. So this was an interview, haha. Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. This Friday at midnight, there will be a boy waiting for you at midnight. Fried rice, exactly the appearance I am using now. Is he your subordinate? Assistant, Bai Ze corrected, he just won the lottery, but he has great talent and a bright future. You should properly guide him into the industry. And then I will give you tasks. Understood. Li Yu then thought of something. Is there a code for contact? Chapter 59 Bai Ze stopped. Feeling a bit guilty, is the store manager still busy? The store manager turned his chair around, trying to squeeze a smile onto his somewhat fierce face. Xiao Bai. Everyone goes through low points, it's nothing. If there comes a day when you really can't hold on, and there's no one to talk to, you can come to me. I've experienced more than you, and I can give you some references on certain matters. In short, what I want to say is that there are no real dead ends in this world. If one way doesn't work, we can jump out. Life is very broad. Thank you, manager. Bai Ze felt a bit teary-eyed, his heart heavy, and quickly closed the door. At 8 p.m., Bai Ze, Mosey, and Wen Yang were having dinner in the workspace. Mosey was angrier than the store manager, questioning Bai Ze why he was absent without reason, causing her to have to work like two people yesterday, nearly exhausting her. Bai Ze had no choice but to tell another lie. After hearing it, Mosey's reaction was even more exaggerated than the store manager's. Her anger dissipated, and she kept adding meat to Bai Ze's plate, even asking what dish he wanted to eat tomorrow, telling him to order whatever he liked. This made Bai Ze feel even more guilty, and he could only eat in silence. However, Wen Yang was half skeptical of Bai Ze's words. After a while, he opened his mouth to ask, "Your brother? Did he go out at night and not come back?" Chapter 60. 20 minutes later, Bai Ze parked his electric scooter by the roadside and looked up. Misty Alley. Bai Ze was immediately stunned. It was here again, what a coincidence. Could this be a hideout for the wanderers? This Wen Yang was indeed testing him. The shop is inside. Wen Yang tucked his skateboard away. Mosey couldn't hide her disappointment. I thought it would be a big bar on the commercial street, decorated like a palace, and then ring a bell, and a row of handsome guys would come out, each over 1.9 meters tall with 8-pack abs. Stop watching those short dramas. It's a small bar. The owner relies on connections from earlier years to do some business with regulars, Wen Yang explained. Wow. Mosey perked up again. On the surface, the owner is a charming and alluring woman, but behind the scenes, she runs an intelligence business, navigating between several major organizations. Heavily involved. Stop reading so many web novels. Bai Ze had tracked Li Yu too hastily last time, so this time he decided to carefully observe this place. Misty Alley was composed of 2 rows of 3-story low buildings. The storefronts on the first floor were mostly shops, equipped with a vegetable market, a second-hand furniture market, a flea market, and so on. On either side of the alley entrance were a 24-hour convenience store and a pharmacy. Moving inward, there were breakfast shops, fruit shops, snack stores, and inns. Chapter 61. 10 minutes later, on the second floor of the tavern, in the dimly lit booth, Mosey was chatting happily with a young and handsome guy, while Wen Yang, feeling a bit uneasy, transformed into a guardian and stood nearby. Bai Ze was sitting with Wen Yang's mother at another booth. He was sipping orange juice and examining a white business card in his hand, which had an ancient grey pattern and emitted a faint sandalwood scent, looking very high-end. Piamiao Alley Late Night Tavern, Xia Wanlai, contact number, XXXXXXXXX. Bai Ze put away the business card, and when he looked up, he found Xia Wanlai staring at him. The woman rested her chin on her hand, gently swaying her wine glass, her gaze eager. So, what do you think? Would you consider taking a part-time job here? The pay is pretty good. Me? Bai Ze pointed to his own face. Yes. Bai Ze quickly waved his hands. No. I definitely can't do it. Don't listen to Wen Yang's nonsense. All the guys in my shop are bartenders, kitchen staff, and waiters. They only chat with customers when they are not busy. Bai Ze realized. Oh, I see. Xia Wanlai took a small sip of red wine. Most of the customers here are my friends. A group of older women who love to drink a bit and chat with young people. Chapter 62. Are you looking for your friends? A smiling waiter asked. Yes. Bai Ze replied. They seem to have gone to the rooftop, he said. Oh, thank you. Bai Ze went to the tavern's rooftop, where several sun umbrellas were set up along with a few tables and chairs. The view here was great. but it seemed there were no customers drinking tonight. Leaning against the railing was a tall, slim young man, his silhouette cut by the opposite advertisement sign into a lonely dark shape. He held a cigarette. The ember flickering in the night wind. Bai Ze recognized it was Wen Yang and walked over. Behind Piamiao Alley was a quiet river. Its surface covered in beautiful neon lights, and the riverbank was very close to the late-night tavern. Standing on the rooftop, the exquisite night view was fully visible. Wen Yang asked lightly, "How is it going?" Bai Ze shook his head. He resigned early. "It seems your brother was prepared," Wen Yang said. "Yes. He might be tired and wants to be alone." Auntie said the same thing. "No wonder they are mother and son," Bai Ze said. Wen Yang turned his face away, extinguished the cigarette, and threw it into the trash can. After a moment of silence, Wen Yang spoke. 3 years ago, my mom developed depression. The doctor prescribed medication and suggested she exercise more, so I took her for night runs by the river every evening." Chapter 63. A few minutes later. The three parted ways at the entrance of Piamiao Alley. Wen Yang lived nearby and left on his skateboard, while Bai Ze rode an electric bike to take Mosey home first. Along the way, Mosey happily shared everything that happened tonight, and even gave scores to all the guys in the shop. Bai Ze absent-mindedly agreed, his mind filled with the blunder of confronting Wen Yang. Is Wen Yang really not the Black Wu Chang? Or did he sense Mosey eavesdropping and had to act? Bai Ze was uncertain. After experiencing the incident with the mochi, he thought he had been careful enough, yet another serious misjudgment occurred. How could my judgment be so poor? At some point, Mosey tightened her grip on Bai Ze. "Xiao Bai, go faster. I want to feel the wind." "Oh, okay." He sped up, and the night wind rushed towards him, whistling in his ears. "So comfortable," Mosey said. "Yes. How long have you been lucky?" "More than half a month." "Gee." The electric bike came to a sudden stop. Mosey hugged Bai Ze tightly in advance, not getting thrown off the bike. Bai Ze's whole body tensed, his heart raced, and his mind went blank. Mosey leaned slightly forward, resting her chin on Bai Ze's shoulder. "Didn't I tell you before to be careful, and not trust anyone? First, join a guild, and when you have strength, then be a lone ranger." Chapter 64. On Thursday, Bai Ze worked as usual. At 8 in the evening, the bento trio had dinner in the workroom. Mosey was the same as usual, chatting while eating, recommending various online literature and movies, and unconsciously, the topic turned to Bai Ze. "Xiao Bai, aren't you starting school soon?" In a week," Bai Ze said. "Can you manage working here with that?" Mosey asked with concern. "I don't know, it depends on the situation," Bai Ze said, troubled. "I haven't even settled the tuition yet." "You can switch to a double weekend part-time job," Mosey suggested. "The manager likes you, so she wouldn't want you to leave." "Really? Really?" Mosey was excited. "She just told me to definitely bring her along next time, when talking about explosive topics like gigolos." "Pu." Bai Ze spat out a mouthful of rice. On Friday, Bai Ze worked as usual. After sending Mosey home in the evening, he immediately rushed to the late-night snack street near his home, arriving at the fried rice stall at midnight. At 11:30, with half an hour left until the scheduled time, Bai Ze could finally eat the bowl of fried rice he had been longing for. "Boss," he just started to speak when a hand landed on his shoulder. Bai Ze was highly tense, thinking he was ambushed, but then realized, this isn't in the maze. Chapter 65. Uncle Chien closed the shop and took Bai Ze upstairs. The 80-square-meter-old apartment was messy, with take-out boxes and beer bottles everywhere. Uncle Chien took out a few cans of beer and a plate of leftover lemon chicken feet from the fridge. Quickly tidying up the coffee table and sofa, "Make yourself comfortable." Bai Ze sat down. "Want a drink?" Uncle Chien opened a beer, taking a sip of the overflowing foam. "No thanks. There's cola in the fridge, help yourself," Uncle Qian said. Bai Ze didn't he get up? Uncle Qian wasn't he in a hurry to get to the point. He drank while talking. That Liu guy is good at everything. But he's too proud and suffers for it. He didn't he even blink when sending you the big gift. It's not much money. Just a few orders that he ran out. Tonight, he'll probably run all night again. Bai Ze didn't he know what to say for a moment. After finishing a chicken foot, Uncle Qian drank half a bottle of beer, leisurely crossing his legs. Let's get started. Bai Ze nodded, although he was a newcomer. He still had to maintain a stance, as he was backed by the Grey Phoenix. Uncle Qian raised 2 fingers. Newcomers who win the lottery have only 2 paths. Either join a guild or be a lone ranger. You must be a lone ranger. But the world is perilous, and it's dangerous to be alone. Reliable partners are hard to find. Chapter 66. Uncle Qian snacked on a few chicken feet, but was still unsatisfied, so he went to the kitchen to find a plate of peanuts. He grabbed 2 peanuts and tossed them into his mouth. You have a preliminary understanding of the strength levels of explorers, but it's not comprehensive. Let me give you a quick lesson. The official level classification is D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and each level is further divided into ordinary, good, and excellent. The differences between ordinary, good, and excellent at a level and above will be quite noticeable. At S level and above, the differences become even more apparent. Typically represented with plus and minus signs, for example, a level means A, Bai Ze nodded. D level refers to those who have just won the lottery, also known as newcomers. C level refers to those who have activated their potential and have been to the maze. Their potential generally does not exceed level 3. Also known as beginners. Uncle Qian glanced at Bai Ze after finishing his words. Bai Ze felt a bit offended. Level B already possesses certain strength, and has some understanding of the maze, mainly mixing in the mid-level areas and above, so they are also called drifters. Level B explorers usually have 1 main potential and 1 secondary potential, with realms not exceeding level 4. Both potentials are activated innately. Bai Ze wanted to confirm this. Yes. Uncle Qian nodded. Explorers initially activate 1 potential, and as they continue to grow, most will activate a second potential. The distinction between the main and secondary potentials is very clear, and we can feel it ourselves. Chapter 67. How strong is an SSS level explorer? It's all guesswork. I can only say that there is such a possibility. Uncle Qian chuckled, not digressing any further, and after discussing levels, he moved on to the 6 potentials. All right. Bai Ze retracted his thoughts. Uncle Qian crossed his legs and looked at him as if testing him. What are the 6 potentials? Strength, vitality, speed, wisdom, spirit, and mystery. Bai Ze answered. Uncle Qian nodded and elaborated. The strength potential, simply put, is physical damage, hitting hard, and most career paths are warriors, fighters, and the like. Explorers with a primary strength potential are also called strength users. Strength users have strong physiques, top-notch explosive power, destructive power, and endurance. And their application of strength is unlike ordinary people. There are many terms like inch force, clever force, thick force, transforming force, soft force, and many more. With derived weapons and careers being diverse, so I won't elaborate on that here. Bai Ze immediately thought of Li Zhenghao, that guy's fists have strong destructive power. I wonder what type he is. Now, let's talk about the vitality potential. Uncle Qian was peeling peanuts. This potential mainly relates to the human body and life energy. But the developed pathways vary greatly. Chapter 68, Getting Off Topic. Uncle Qian brought the conversation back. The wisdom user has top-notch IQ, EQ, logic, reasoning, memory, comprehension, knowledge, etc. With 3 mainstream cultivation paths: spiritualists, sages, and inventors. Spiritualists mainly enhance mental strength, also known as telekinesis, simply put. It's the brain emitting certain special waves that affect targets within a certain range. This concept is a bit mystical, and the practical effects vary greatly. Bai Ze thought of Sai Chi, when he saved the carp, it seemed that he used mental interference to cause a deviation in its action, preventing it from stabbing the heart. Sages focus on being well-read, with brains comparable to a library, a walking encyclopedia, excelling in logical reasoning and data analysis. Generally serving as think tanks or strategists in a team. In short, anything that requires thinking can be entrusted to a sage. Inventors focus on invention, creation, and experimental research. The development and enhancement of equipment, drugs, and items are their specialties. Bai Ze recalled seeing a mech warrior on the platform during his first descent into the maze. It should be the work of an inventor. Uncle Chien gave Bai Ze a moment to digest this information before continuing the lesson. Chapter 69, Question. How do explorers make transactions? Bai Ze had been pondering this matter for a long time. Another good question. Uncle Chien said, a few people will trade in the maze, but most won't do this. Why? Going down into the maze is mainly for exploration and cultivation. Trading is a waste of time and also unsafe. For example, if I agree to trade with you on the first level of the maze and see that you are so weak, I might have ill intentions. And you can only accept it. Reasonable. Bai Ze nodded. Then how do transactions happen in reality? Aren't you afraid of getting counterfeit goods? There are naturally ways. Uncle Chien teased. You'll know in a bit. Bai Ze stopped asking further. Lastly, let me add some knowledge about the maze. Uncle Chien said. Currently, our understanding of the maze is very limited, and the information between guilds is not fully shared. What I can tell you is that you can browse the forums more to understand it better. Uncle Chien was quite proud, however. I still have some insider knowledge that only a few people know. Consider it a gift for you. All right. Bai Ze nodded. Do you know how many layers the maze is divided into? Uncle Chien asked. I only know the shallow layer, middle layer, and deep layer. Bai Ze said, it should be more than that. Chapter 70, Bai Ze quickly retracted his potential, standing there like a child who broke a vase. Except for those who activate the light, it's best not to use potential, as it can easily disrupt energy stability and forcibly extinguish the light. Uncle Chien explained. Which means I have to turn the light on again, and it's tiring. I thought it was a big deal. Give me the backpack. Uncle Chien said. Bai Ze handed the backpack to Uncle Chien. Uncle Chien walked to the shelf and skillfully selected items. He put a bottle of blue drink into the backpack, energy drink. Drink it, and it will help you recover 30 of your energy within 10 minutes, no side effects, limited to once within 24 hours. And you cannot take other energy potions during this time, with a shelf life of 6 months. He then took out a syringe from the shelf, first aid medicine. Use it in emergencies, similar to adrenaline, limited to once every 72 hours, and cannot be used with other first aid medicines, with a shelf life of 6 months. He took out a bottle of mineral water, thirst quencher, water from the maze, treated, safe to drink in the maze, with a shelf life of 1 year. He took out several bags of vacuum-packed processed food. Some food, ingredients from the maze, can fill your stomach and restore stamina and energy. With a shelf life of 1 year. Chapter 71, Late at night, Bai Ze hurried to the late-night fried rice store. The fried rice store was missing tonight. Replaced by a spicy hot pot stall, and the owner was a small, thin middle-aged woman. The carp was sitting at a small table by the roadside. Having ordered a bowl of spicy hot pot, and had eaten it almost completely. Bai Ze approached and sat down opposite him. What do you want to eat? It's on me. The carp smiled. I've run around all day and am really hungry, so I didn't wait for you. No need, I'm not hungry. Bai Ze could drink a box of milk every night after sending Mosey home, and besides, it wasn't easy for the carp, so Bai Ze felt embarrassed to take advantage. All right. The carp hurriedly finished the last few bites of food, pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and settled the bill. After settling the bill, the carp walked towards the electric bike by the roadside. Let us change places to talk. When Bai saw the familiar electric bike, he said nothing more. The moment he got on, he felt a bit dazed, thinking how nice it would be if the story could return to normal and start again from that moment. The car took Bai to the viewing platform by the river, where the neon-lit skyscrapers were reflected on the shimmering surface of the river, making the world look like an unstable mirror. Can we talk now? Bai went straight to the point. Chapter 72. Bai felt it was absurd. Did my brother actively let it bite him? There is such a possibility. The carp nodded. Your brother is very capable. He must know about game monsters. Bai's heart was in turmoil, filled with various bad thoughts. The carp noticed Bai's anxiety and quickly said, "Chi-Ge, don't rush. I feel your brother's situation is quite different." How is it different? Bai's gaze was piercing. It is said that those bitten by game monsters have obvious differences from normal people. Their minds are filled only with the maze. And they can't stop talking about the maze, almost possessed, neglecting everything and even spending the night in the maze, which inevitably leads to death. If they are forcibly detained in reality, and not allowed to enter the maze, they will soon go crazy. The carp looked up at Bai. But your brother feels very normal to me, he doesn't seem cursed at all. Bai Ze calmed down a bit and asked, "What do you think my brother's situation is?" "I really don't know," replied Li Yu. He tried to guess, maybe your brother has a way to break the curse. At least to maintain normalcy, and not be affected mentally. Bai Ze seemed to ponder this. Li Yu hesitated for a moment and further asked, "Chi-Ge, did Boss Hui approach you after your brother went missing?" Chapter 73. But I'm not that shameless. No need, each person takes one share, that's also the master's intention. Bai Ze said earnestly, "Junior brother, we also need money to accelerate our strength enhancement, so that the master can entrust us with important tasks in the future." "Right?" Li Jinghao gasped, "You can't let down the master's good intentions." "Yes." Li Jinghao stood at attention obediently. Bai Ze nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let's brainstorm on how to make money quickly." Li Jinghao thought for a few seconds and honestly replied, "I don't know how to make money. I'll listen to the two senior brothers. Just tell me what to do." "Oh right, my mom gives me living expenses every month. And I can also ask my dad for pocket money. My grandparents also give red envelopes during festivals." "No need," Bai Ze interrupted, "reality is reality. And the maze is the maze. Don't confuse the two, this is also a rule of our sect. Jinghao, you're not allowed to have such thoughts in the future." "Yes?" Li Jinghao said. "Li Yu," Bai Ze looked at him, "you have the most experience, you go first." Li Yu held a beer can and analyzed seriously. "If it's just to go into the maze to earn some pocket money, that's simple, but to make big money is difficult." Chapter 74. Let's stay overnight in the maze. Bai Ze suggested. "Hiss?" Li Yu gasped. "Burp?" Li Jinghao let out a guilty burp. Being forced to stay overnight was one thing, but voluntarily staying in the maze overnight, openly violating the three major agreements of the maze, was indeed bold and crazy. However, they were backed by the Grey Phoenix, so everything seemed reasonable. As the saying goes, when one person achieves success, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Since the master had settled in the maze, it was only a matter of time before he brought his family along. Bai Ze remained calm. "We will rely on the Phoenix cloak to stay overnight in the maze and search for hidden bosses." "Can we handle the hidden bosses?" Li Jinghao asked. "It depends on which layer," Li Yu said excitedly, believing the plan was feasible. "No, it was simply genius. When I was in the Shanghai Guild, I saw the official data. The gatekeeping bosses in the first 3 layers of the maze are generally of average strength. The gatekeeping boss on layer 1 is only sea level. And the hidden boss on layer 1 is slightly stronger than the gatekeeping boss, maxing out at B level. As long as we prepare adequately. Plus with the senior brother's Phoenix cloak, we will have more than enough to deal with it." The more Li Yu spoke, the more excited he became. The hidden boss must drop precious materials, high-purity beads, and magical artifacts. We can give them to the master, and whatever the master doesn't need, we can use ourselves or have Uncle Chen help auction them off. It'll definitely be a big price. Chapter 75 Xiao Bai. Bai Ze had just opened his eyes when the enthusiastic snake girl flew over and hugged him tightly, wrapping her tail around him. That's enough, that's enough. Bai Ze felt like he was going to pass out. Xiao Qing reluctantly released Xiao Bai. Bai Ze took a deep breath, looking disgusted. Can't you just greet me without hugging me? Why not? Xiao Qing blinked. Don't you understand the concept of appropriate distance between men and women? Bai Ze said. But I'm a snake. Even so, you're still a female snake. Bai Ze rolled his eyes. Xiao Qing pouted and said in a spoiled tone, but I really missed you. Come on, it's only been a few days. It's been a whole week. Xiao Qing exaggeratedly gestured, when you weren't here, each day felt like a year. That's called time dragging on. Bai Ze chuckled, is it really that tough taking care of a child? It's better now, Xiao Qing said. Little Grey sleeps most of the time, and it's so empty here. Being a single snake is super boring. That's true. Bai Ze could somewhat understand Xiao Qing's feelings. He walked towards the stone platform. Is Little Grey okay? Recovering very well. All organs are basically fully developed. Yesterday, we removed the invasive ventilator and switched to a non-invasive one. It won't be long before we can start feeding, but its sucking ability is still weak. So we have to use a feeding tube for now. Chapter 76:000 What should I do? Bai Ze was in a fluster. He grabbed the baby's hands and pressed his face against him for comfort. Xiao Qing checked the medical equipment without looking up. Soon. Bai Ze held the baby's small hand, pressed his forehead against the baby's, and started to comfort him. It's okay, don't be afraid, it's okay. Wow! Little Grey cried. Sing a song, Xiao Qing suggested. Oh. Bai Ze couldn't think of any nursery rhymes, so he casually started singing, happy sheep, beautiful sheep. Lazy sheep, boiling sheep, slow sheep, soft and fluffy. Bai Ze sang for a few minutes, and Little Grey finally quieted down and fell asleep again. Bai Ze was sweating and was just about to let go when Xiao Qing softly stopped him. He's not fully asleep yet, wait a bit longer. Bai Ze tightened his grip on Little Grey and quietly asked, what happened just now? Startle reflex, Xiao Qing explained. What? Bai Ze had never heard this term before. It's a response that babies have. There are many reasons for it. The baby's nervous system is not fully developed, and even slight stimuli can cause a reflexive excitement. It could also be due to a lack of trace elements, leading to sleep disturbances and crying. As long as it's okay, Bai Ze said. Chapter 77 Phew. Bai Ze forced himself not to spit out the milk, that would be too wasteful. Cough, cough, cough. He choked and pounded his chest, taking a long time to catch his breath. You mean you're pregnant? Sister Xia's face turned pale as she nodded. Whose child? Bai Ze asked. I don't know. Huh? I really don't know. Huh? Because it was my first time. Huh? Bai Ze's head was buzzing. Wait, let me sort this out. Bai Ze pressed his temples. Sister Xia, are you saying you've never been with anyone, but you're pregnant? Yes, Sister Xia's lips quivered, her voice trembling. I really don't know why this happened. Don't cry, Bai Ze said. Sister Xia, first tell me what happened. Sister Xia took out a tissue, wiped her tears, and blew her nose. Last month I didn't get my period, but I didn't think much of it. It sometimes gets delayed. This month it still hasn't come, and I felt something was off. I was afraid I had some illness, so I checked online. And it seemed more and more like I was pregnant. I thought it was ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the thought. Last night, I went to the pharmacy to buy a test, and the result was 2 lines. Chapter 78. He put on the phoenix feather robe, covered it with a raincoat similar to Li Yu's, and wore a mask as he entered the small forest. In the Qianzan Square, many explorers had already gathered, and Bai Ze stayed low-key in a corner. Soon, Li Yu appeared, wearing a raincoat and mask, approached Bai Ze, and whispered the secret code: fried rice with egg. Egg fried rice. As soon as the two finished the code, 3 loud calls came from the side of the crowd. Senior brother. Second senior brother. I'm here. Li Jinghao put on the same raincoat, but didn't wear a mask. He ran through the crowd, rushing towards the two with excitement, like a child on their first spring outing. Bai Ze felt so embarrassed that he wished he could just sink into the ground. Big brother. Second brother. I'm not late, am I? Li Jinghao beamed. I rushed over as soon as school ended. Keep your voice down, Li Yu reminded. Aren't you supposed to wear a mask? No way. Li Jinghao replied firmly, I am Li Jinghao, and I will always be honest and straightforward. Keep your voice down. Li Yu was a bit exasperated. Bai Ze also felt it was inappropriate. Not wearing a mask wasn't a big deal since many explorers would disguise themselves, and those who dared to show their faces were often not believed to look like that in reality. However, revealing one's name was indeed very dangerous. Chapter 79. Li Jinghao explained that a legitimate blind massage parlor had his neighbor's uncle working there. So you know about illegal massage parlors too? Li Yu teased him. Li Jinghao's face turned red, but he didn't shy away. Of course I know. Sometimes when I go home from school, my classmates sneak a peek inside the parlor as we pass by. Li Yu said earnestly, Jinghao, I was your age once, I understand, but you must never. I won't. Li Jinghao declared loudly, sex is not dirty, it's a normal physiological phenomenon, but it needs to be treated correctly and healthily. Adolescents' bodies and minds are not mature enough. Pursuing thrills too early will only hurt others and themselves. Li Yu was taken aback and nodded with a smile. Not bad, you're not going astray. Back to the topic. Li Yu drew out a plum blossom dagger and pointed at the map. This map was quite rough, only providing a general area description. I found that most areas were rarely visited. At night, it might really be a different world. Bai Ze nodded, continuing. I believe there are at least 3 places worth exploring. Li Yu's dagger pointed at an oval-shaped lake in the middle of the map. First is the fisherman's favorite, the largest lake on the first floor, Koi Lake. The flora and fauna in the lake contain hundreds of strange creatures. The deepest part of the lake is several hundred meters deep. Someone once specifically dove to investigate, but found nothing. Chapter 80. Night Chasers. Li Jinghao's eyes were filled with curiosity. Bai Ze felt the same, but didn't show it. In simple terms, it's a group of reckless lunatics, Li Yu sighed. In the early days, the maze was filled with treasures. If you were lucky enough to find one, you could ascend right away. That temptation was immense. Now, that's definitely not the case. First, the treasures have decreased, and every time the night chasers spend the night in the maze, even if they do nothing, they will lose numbers. Over time, those who aren't afraid of death have mostly perished. Later, when the Guild Alliance was formed, they established the 3 great agreements of the maze, and even fewer people voluntarily spent the night. However, if someone knows where there are hidden bosses, especially on the first floor, which are easier to handle, there are still many willing to take the risk. Bai Ze suddenly realized he could understand these people's feelings, cursed by the maze. There was no turning back. When it was time to fight, you had to fight, otherwise, you would die sooner or later. To find his brother, he had to delve deep into the maze. To go deeper, he had to become stronger. To become stronger, he had to cultivate, buy equipment, and acquire magical artifacts. All while balancing real life, tuition, accommodation, living expenses, all of which cost money. Chapter 81. Tree Spirits, Life Type, D-Grade Monsters. mainly found in the farewell forest on the first floor of the maze. The roots of the tree spirits can slowly move to seek water and sunlight. They do not actively attack any creatures while alive and are gentle and harmless. However, tree spirits have a short lifespan of only 5 to 6 years. After death, their trunks quickly decompose, while their roots remain in place, turning into a deep pit of over 10 meters, which is also a natural trap, with a long lifespan. Referred to as the tree spirit grave, rated C. If any creature accidentally falls in, it will be entangled by the roots and find it hard to escape. After the prey dies, it will turn into energy and nutrients for the tree spirit. Once enough is accumulated, the tree spirit can revive and grow even more lush than before. If you look closely, you can vaguely see the faces of the prey on the trunk. It is said that someone found over 100 faces on one tree spirit, indicating that this tree spirit had already been reborn many times, potentially living for hundreds of years. This also indirectly shows that the maze has existed for a long time, not just born out of nowhere in 2000. Of course, some scholars believe that tree spirits may devour each other, and monsters themselves can mutate, which does not prove anything. With our strength, even if we fall into the trap, we won't die, but we'll definitely get hurt, Liu said. Next, I'll go ahead to scout, you all be careful. Chapter 82, I know. There's a list of ingredients above, mainly water, purple strawberries, and jelly monster gel essence, Li Jinghao said. Then do you know how it's made? Li Yu asked. Li Jinghao shook his head. The water comes from Koi Lake, it's just boiled, Li Yu said. Li Jinghao was surprised, just like that. Li Yu chuckled, did you think we would first have a spirit practitioner purify it, then filter it with an invention by a wise root practitioner, and finally have a life practitioner conduct food safety checks? Isn't that so? Li Jinghao's eyes widened. How could that be? Li Yu sighed helplessly and smiled. Just throw the raw materials into a blender, add a bit of technology and tough work, and you get what you're eating now. Li Jinghao's face turned pale. Second brother. How do you know this so well? This is our guild's product. Every guild is the same, Uncle Qian does it this way too. I often help him collect raw materials, Li Yu said. This is too unsanitary. Li Jinghao was furious. Does the Guild Alliance have no food supervision? I want to file a complaint. Can you guess why there's no food supervision? Li Yu asked. Why? Li Jinghao replied. Chapter 83, It's possible, Bai Ze nodded. Suddenly smelling a strange odor, do you smell that? Li Yu also detected it, a burnt smell. Li Jinghao took a deep sniff. Yes, it smells like burnt wet wood. 3 o'clock direction, Li Yu pointed out the target. Bai Ze and Li Jinghao looked over, and sure enough, a green light appeared in the darkness ahead. Is that light? Li Jinghao rubbed his eyes. Come closer, Bai Ze said. Li Yu and Li Jinghao quickly moved closer, and Bai Ze lifted his phoenix feather cloak, covering his companions from both sides like a hen protecting her chicks. Then, Bai Ze pulled back his energy further, dimming the phoenix feather cloak to emit the faintest glow, like a light layer of moonlight. With the strong light gone, the trio's vision became clearer. They could see a flickering green light about 200 meters away in the forest, but they didn't know what it was. Big brother. Should we go? Li Jinghao was already eager. Li Yu remained silent, looking at Bai Ze. Bai Ze didn't expect things to go this smoothly, but the ease made him uneasy. However, after experiencing several life-and-death situations, he had also developed a strong heart. Chapter 84, Li Jinghao clenched his fists, and Li Yu hugged him from behind, tightening his thigh muscles, ready to spring into action. Bai Ze activated his potential mechanism, deeply connecting with the phoenix feather cloak, preparing for an instant full-power explosion. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of bright moonlight pierced through the dense forest, landing on the Jelly King, illuminating it completely, as if it were a spotlight on a stage. The three were taken aback, half of their gathered strength dissipating. Gulu. Suddenly, two slits appeared on the Jelly King's body, oozing thick liquid, resembling two bleeding eyes. These eyes gazed at the three hiding behind the bushes. The Jelly King waved its staff towards them. Bai Ze. Dawn. Another beam of spotlight descended, leaving the three nowhere to hide. They were discovered. Li Junhao stood up straight. Go? Liu understood the importance of timing better than anyone. Quickly hugged Li Junhao and leaped towards the center of the square. Liu couldn't instantly close the distance to the target. He jumped about 7 or 8 meters. And a second later, his feet landed on the head of a jelly monster. Using its elasticity to push off again, the jelly monster instantly exploded, allowing Liu to successfully bounce again, flying towards the Jelly King with Li Junhao. Chapter 85. Bai Ze's face turned ashen, frozen in place, watching his companions die, unable to do anything. Gulu gulu gulu. The Jelly King quickly shook its plump body, countless white bones inside swaying, slowly flowing into its arms, forming a 2-meter-long white bone staff, topped with 2 skulls. Gulu. The staff was pulled from the Jelly King's palm, and it happily waved the staff, continuing to emit that strange cry. Bai Ze, Bai Ze. Each sound felt like a blade scraping against Bai Ze's crown, flooding his brain with immense despair and absurdity. Liu and Li Junhao had died, so easily. They trusted him so much. Yet he led them to their deaths. He wanted to find the hidden boss on the first level, believing the three could easily handle the B-level maze monsters. And with the phoenix feather, he felt invincible. But who said the hidden boss on the first level at night could only be B-level? Who said something more terrifying couldn't appear at night on the first level of the maze? The horrors of the maze's night, he knew nothing about. It wasn't the Jelly King that killed Liu and Li Junhao, but Bai Ze's naivety, ignorance, stupidity, and arrogance. Chapter 86. No. I have to say. Why do you get to land on your feet while I have to land on my head? I don't care about my face. Just as Bai Ze's complaint flashed through his mind, Liu had already shouted the second half, "Sugar, where's your clothes?" Bai Ze looked down in shock. The phoenix feather he was wearing was gone. In an instant, all the blood in his body rushed backward, his heart tightly constricting. That was Bai Ze's prized vest. It was the most valuable thing on him. Finding his brother, spending the night in the maze, counting down to earn money for training, and showing off all depended on it. It wasn't just clothing. It was Bai Ze's life. Big brother. It's on him. Li Junhao pointed to the center of the square. The Jelly King, basking in the attention, was still dancing, rolling this way and that, occasionally sticking to some small maze monsters and dead branches. But these things quickly fell off. The Jelly King showed no interest in them. Only on its back was a golden-red cloak stuck, which was Bai Ze's lifeline, the phoenix feather. Bai Ze, Bai Ze. The Jelly King seemed to really like the phoenix feather. Now wearing a stone crown and holding a deadwood staff, it also donned a magnificent cloak, looking like the king of this forest. Chapter 87. Boom boom boom. A huge shadow spread along the ground, quickly rising up the three's feet, soon about to cover their faces. Bai stared at the monstrous figure before him, calculating how many seconds he had left. 7 seconds. No, maybe only 5 seconds. The jelly monster's body continued to grow larger, its rolling speed accelerating. On the other hand, no one knew when the teleportation track would be connected, or when it would take the three away. It could be completed in the next second, or it might take 10 seconds. Was he going to gamble his life again? But how could he always be that lucky? In fact, Bai Ze was never one to gamble with his life. The previous times were all without choice, but this time he wasn't at his wits' end yet. Bai Ze's body was already bound by energy light, but his hands were still movable. He stretched out his hands to both sides. Hold on tight. Liu and Li Junhao were startled. Although they didn't know what he was planning, they didn't hesitate. Activate surprise leap. Bai Ze's skill cooldown had passed, and luckily, Liu had given him a rescue shot, forcing him to catch his breath, enough for him to activate it once more. Whoosh! Completely unreasonable, the energy light surrounding Baize instantly dissipated, freeing Li Junhao and Liu as well. The three again soared towards the sky, like pilots making an emergency ejection before a crash. Chapter 88. The three left the farewell forest, finding a small hill, where they sat on a bare rock at the top, the view wide open, allowing them to detect danger at the first moment. Liu took out the Mae's drinking water from his backpack, drank half a bottle without sharing, and handed it to Baize, who took a big gulp, finishing the rest himself. Jinghao, you didn't throw away the jam you made earlier, right? Liu asked. I didn't throw it away. Jinghao dug it out from his backpack. Liu took it and started eating. Li Junhao stared in disbelief. Second senior brother, didn't you find this stuff disgusting? I do find it disgusting. Mae's food is really off-putting and expensive, Liu explained helplessly, but I need to replenish some energy. The night is long, and we might have to fight again. That makes sense. Jinghao took out a box of compressed biscuits from his backpack, tore open the package, and shared half with Baize. Big brother, you should eat too. You need strength to have energy. Thank you. Baize started eating. The texture was acceptable, but the taste was bland. Liu also divided 2 pieces of biscuits. Smiling as he said, Jinghao, don't tell me how it's made. I don't want to know. Jinghao quickly stopped him. No. I meant to say you can dip it in jam, it tastes better. Chapter 89. It's possible. Baize had a deep impression of that green light. The burnt smell might have come from it. Liu frowned slightly. After Chiga snatched back the phoenix cloak, the green light disappeared, so it should have escaped. Baize nodded. Next time they encountered it, they must be careful. Understood. Jinghao recalled the scene of snatching the clothes. Big brother. It's the first time I've seen you this angry, it's so scary. Cough cough. Baize's ears turned a little hot. Of course. Liu helped Baize down the stairs. Would you be able to tolerate it if your master's treasured artifact was snatched away? Then I would fight to the death. Jinghao thought of something. Don't be so startled. Liu was startled. I suddenly thought of something. Jinghao looked at Baize. Big brother, second senior brother. Were we all unconscious back then? Yes. Baize nodded. How long were we unconscious? Jinghao asked urgently. Not sure. Bai Ze shook his head. After we passed out. Our clothes were taken by the Jelly King, and we were covered by Yi Dai. It must have taken at least 2 or 3 minutes. Bai Ze's face darkened as he realized the problem. Damn. The carp also reacted, shivering. Chapter 90. Bai Ze is the chosen one. Without any artifacts, he can naturally spend the night safely in the maze. Once the answer was revealed, many things immediately made sense. Looking back, when Bai Ze escaped from the magic mirror, it was already night in the maze. He had just passed out, and Sang Yu appeared just in time to save him, which was too coincidental. Perhaps Sang Yu didn't appear in time. The truth should be, when Sang Yu passed by the second layer of the maze, she noticed the magic mirror had disappeared. So she curiously went to take a look and found the unconscious Bai Ze. Bai Ze, unconscious in the dark, had not disappeared, which piqued Sang Yu's immense interest, leading her to save him. For Sang Yu to spend the night in the maze, she must have something special about her. Encountering Bai Ze, who could also spend the night safely, would definitely warrant special treatment. Moreover, based on previous speculations, Sang Yu likely knew Bai Ze's brother, and their power levels should be similar. It's very likely that Bai Ze's brother could also safely spend the night in the maze, which would explain why he could maintain his normal mentality even after being cursed by the game monster. Thus, Bai Ze's brother, should be the last legendary explorer. The strength of legendary explorers is beyond doubt. But they have 2 particularly unique aspects. Chapter 91. Bai Ze had only been in Nao City for less than half a month, yet so much had happened. The physical and mental exhaustion kept piling up until he finally reached his limit. He suddenly felt incredibly tired. After returning home, he didn't even take a shower and fell straight asleep. He dreamt of nothing all night. The next day at noon, Bai Ze woke up feeling refreshed. With a sense of revival, he made himself a bowl of high-quality fried rice, using 2 eggs, a generous sprinkle of scallions, and added a bit of shredded meat, carrot shreds, and cabbage leaves. After finishing lunch, he washed the dishes, did all the accumulated laundry, changed to a set of clean bed sheets and pillowcases, and cleaned the room. At 3 in the afternoon, just after Bai Ze finished his chores, Sister Xia called. "Xiao Bai, I'm almost downstairs. Coming right up." Bai Ze quickly went downstairs, walked out of the old building's alley, and saw a beautifully designed electric car parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, and Sister Xia, dressed in sun protection gear and wearing a sun hat, had no exposed skin, looking like a fully armed black-clad assassin. "Xiao Bai, get in the car quickly." Sister Xia was nervously urging him. "Oh, okay." Bai Ze climbed into the passenger seat. "Put this on." Sister Xia threw a pair of sunglasses and a mask at Bai Ze. "Do I have to wear this too?" "Yes." Chapter 92, I don't care. "The child is definitely Da Bai's," Sister Xia said. "I saw something online that says if you keep fantasizing or dreaming about being with someone, even if nothing actually happens, you might still get pregnant. That's what they call a spiritual connection. Don't believe everything you see online." Bai Ze exclaimed anxiously. "Sister Xia, I sincerely hope you can be my sister-in-law, but for some things, I think my brother should handle it himself. Don't worry, I won't cling to your brother. And I won't seek him out again." Sister Xia's smile was somewhat bleak. "I can only accept that the child is his, otherwise, I would go crazy." Bai Ze was taken aback and felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that. It's fine, your brother thinks of you in everything, so of course, you should protect him." Sister Xia turned her face away. "Actually, I really envy the bond you brothers have. I'm an only child, and my parents are busy with work every day. When they come home, they just argue. I was very lonely as a child and wished I had an older sister." "Hey, let's not talk about this." Sister Xia started the car. Bai Ze suddenly thought of something. "Sister Xia, what about your family? You're not married yet. But now you have a child." "HMPH, Sister Xia sneered. "My parents would be happy to hear that." Chapter 93, September 20th, 9 a.m. Bai Ze stood at the grand entrance of a prestigious university, with a backpack full of all his belongings, surrounded by a steady stream of new students. Most students were accompanied by their parents, carrying large and small bags and dragging suitcases, their faces filled with excitement and novelty. No city university, Bai Ze looked at the 4 large characters above him, feeling as if he were in a different world. On September 1st, when he first came to the big city, he never imagined that the short 20 days before school would feel so long. Now, he was finally about to start school, and hoped he could graduate smoothly. Bai Ze casually recorded a video on his phone and sent it to the old man to reassure him, then stepped confidently into the campus. Along the way, there were guides for the new students, and enthusiastic senior students helping with the reception. Bai Ze followed the crowd, asking questions whenever he didn't understand. He first went to the new student registration point, submitted his admission notice and documents, filled out a personal information form, confirmed his admission information, paid the tuition fee, received his student ID, campus card, and meal card, and finally completed the dormitory check-in procedures. It was almost noon by the time Bai Ze found the boys' dormitory. His assigned room was the last one on the second floor, room number 2020. Chapter 94, Bai Ze finally realized that the roll call was based on academic rankings. He looked at Chen Xiaoye with new respect, so she was the top student in the class. Bai Ze, who was sitting in a corner, stood up, bowed his head, and spoke softly, "My name is Bai Ze, nice to meet everyone." Bai Ze sat down. The classmates were once again shocked. Who is this person? He's too cool. Chen's time was all saved by him. Haha, Bai Ze is quite shy. Shuxiasi tried to ease the awkwardness, and continued the roll call. The classmates took turns introducing themselves, and thankfully, the people who spoke afterward were much more normal. In less than half an hour, all the classmates had introduced themselves. Shuxiasi put down the list. "All right, everyone is here, and we've gotten to know each other. Take the next couple of days to rest and familiarize yourselves with the campus environment. If you want to join any clubs, feel free to sign up. We'll officially start classes next Monday. A special reminder, to protect your safety, freshmen will have dorm checks every night. And you cannot go out overnight without a valid reason. If you need to be absent, you must ask me for leave, otherwise, you will face penalties." Shuxiasi looked around at the students. "Chen Xiaye, you will serve as the temporary class monitor. Bai Ze, you will serve as the temporary vice monitor. Is that okay?" Chapter 95. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. Mainly because the kid in front of him was not easy to fool. "Can you help me check how the food is?" Bai Ze was taken aback. Recalling the figure of the girl behind the window on the third floor, she's also a freshman. "Yeah." Uncle Qian smiled helplessly. "Her grades are excellent. But her health isn't very good. She's been hospitalized recently. I came to ask the teacher for leave, and by the way, to check on the cafeteria's food quality. If it's not good, I'll bring her meals every day." Bai Ze was momentarily at a loss for words. After hesitating, he softly asked, "Is her illness serious?" Uncle Qian picked up a toothpick, his eyes somewhat desolate. "She has a heart condition." Bai Ze fell silent. "She will get better." Uncle Qian added a sentence, seemingly speaking to himself. "Yes, specifically collecting the bodies of explorers who died in the maze, profiting from the dead. It's probably because he did this too often that he later faced retribution." The words spoken by the carp suddenly surfaced in Bai Ze's mind. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "I heard you used to do that. Collecting bodies?" Uncle Qian was unreserved. Chapter 96. Bai Ze endured the pain and spent over $20 on a taxi, pushing to the limit to enter the heaven and earth maze before dark. Blending in with the rag-picking scattered players, and took seat 12. Although Bai Ze was low-key, perhaps because he appeared calm and experienced, a fellow scattered player in the same carriage actually invited him to join in monster hunting. Bai Ze politely declined, stating he just wanted to fish for a while. Upon entering the first layer of the maze, Bai Ze found a place to hide and waited quietly. An hour later, the last trace of twilight disappeared, and the maze fell into night. Bai Ze sat on the ground wearing the phoenix feather garment. Soon, countless eyes appeared at the bright edges of his clothing, staring at Bai Ze. Bai Ze believed he had inherited his brother's traits. Even without the phoenix feather garment, he could safely spend the night in the maze. But this was only a guess, and tonight, he had to thoroughly confirm this point. Bai Ze took several deep breaths, finally gathering the courage to withdraw all the energy from the phoenix feather garment, shutting it down completely, turning it into an ordinary piece of clothing. Darkness completely enveloped him, and the countless eyes vanished, like sand and stones hidden in a dark current. A minute later, Bai Ze took another deep breath, and slowly removed the phoenix feather garment, tossing it aside. Chapter 97. Little Ching felt somewhat guilty. "I'm sorry. I know it's not easy for you, little Bai." Bai Ze still had a sour expression. "I'm just anxious. It's not easy for Xiaohui to get through this." Little Ching pouted, her grievances rising, her eyes welling with tears, about to unleash her big move. "Don't cry. Don't cry." Bai Ze panicked and hurried to comfort her. "You're not easy either, it's hard for everyone." Let us understand and empathize with each other. Little Ching still couldn't help but cry, just a couple of sobs when she suddenly froze. Breaking into a smile, little Bai. Look quickly. Bai Ze turned around in shock, wow. At some point, the Six Paths vending machine had been completely revamped. Much larger than the previous model, looking more advanced and stylish. Its old buttons had transformed into an electronic screen, upgraded to full touchscreen operation. Hello, esteemed master. I am the artificial intelligence vendor spirit of the Six Paths vending machine system version 20. Whenever you need any service, you can say, "Hi, vendor." And I will be at your service. Additionally, I have good news for you. All products purchased from the vendor will now be at a 10% discount. Chapter 98. Let us redo this. Bai Ze quickly interrupted the spell. Little Ching was taken aback, retracting her smile, puffing her cheeks. You didn't even look. No need to look. The budget is definitely insufficient, Bai Ze said. But these are all necessities, and the products are now at a 10% discount. So I thought I could stock up a bit more. Little Ching argued. Only by what is needed in the short term, Bai Ze said seriously. No negotiations. The day you tire me out will be your satisfaction. All right, got it. Little Ching took out a pen from her chest pocket and began to trim the shopping list. Preterm formula, diapers, diaper oil, cotton soft towels, cloud soft towels. Wet wipes were almost not enough, need to replenish some. Xiao Hui started drinking milk, vitamins, calcium tablets, probiotics also need to be arranged, he is a bit anemic. Iron supplements must last at least 6 months, along with a grinder and a medicine feeder, all must be matched. Xiao Hui can't always stay in the temperature-controlled box. He needs to slowly adjust his body temperature, so clothes must be prepared. An ear thermometer is essential to monitor body temperature at any time. A height and weight scale is also needed to monitor Xiao Hui's development. A large bathtub is necessary for Xiao Hui to swim while bathing, which has many benefits and can effectively prevent gas buildup in the intestines. Chapter 99. Cohort overnight. If many people spend the night together in the maze, it can effectively reduce the chances of being swallowed by the night. If the team carries maze lamps, it can also lower the chance of being swallowed by the night. The more maze lamps, the stronger the effect. However, this method is too cumbersome, and the maze lamps may attract some uncertain dangers, making it very risky. Recommended index. This is completely gambling with lives. ISNT. This just the original Night Traveler. Method 3. Become part of the maze. Yes, the author is not joking. This method sounds a bit alarmist at first, but it is actually the safest and most controllable. The maze night randomly swallows explorers. Like quality inspectors randomly checking substandard products. Once selected, they are immediately destroyed. Products that are not selected can pass through. So, are there any products that will absolutely not be checked by quality inspectors? Of course, there are maze monsters and NPCs. In fact, Method 3 is quite similar to Method 1, since staying close to NPCs will prevent being checked by quality inspectors. We can also use maze monsters to achieve this purpose. Note that simply controlling a few maze monsters or staying near them will not avoid being checked. We must become part of the maze monsters to deceive the eyes of the quality inspectors. Chapter 100. 2 hours later, the guest-sending forest. Bai Ze entered the forest, searching according to his previous memory, and soon found the tree spirit grave he had almost fallen into before. Just a few days had passed, and the surface of the trap had grown weeds again, covered with fallen leaves, looking no different from flat ground. Bai Ze found a branch, cleared the weeds and leaves, and dispersed the camouflaged leaf butterflies. A 3-meter wide deep pit appeared underfoot. Bai Ze leaned forward to look down, seeing only darkness and hearing a hissing, cold sound. An instinctual fear was like a cold water dousing the flames in Bai Ze's heart. He quickly calmed down, stepped back a few paces, sat cross-legged, and reconsidered the feasibility of his plan. The money-making plan version 20 is as follows. the underlying logic remains unchanged. Bai Ze still relies on helping people spend the night in the maze to make money, but he cannot expose his identity as an explorer. He must don an absolutely safe disguise, NPC. Imagine this: an NPC appears at night on the first layer of the maze. Eager to help explorers spend the night in the maze, but each time charges 20 maze crystals averaging 2,000 yuan. Doesn't that sound much more reasonable? NPCs are the indigenous people of the maze, providing assurance for people spending the night in the maze. Chapter 101 Activate Crying. Wow! The energy in Bai Ze's chest burst forth from his throat, the cry carrying mental damage, like electricity, instantly transmitting into every root of the tree. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The roots that bound Bai Ze loosened, and the small bumps on the roots quickly disappeared, ceasing to inject paralyzing toxins into the prey. Bai Ze focused his mind, mobilizing his potential mechanism, stabilizing his body state. You seem quite humane, first paralyzing the prey to reduce its suffering. No need to be so troublesome, I love hardship. Just directly absorb the energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Soon, the roots tightened their grip again, and countless small bumps reappeared. No sense of memory. Wow! Bai Ze activated, crying. And the tree roots retreated again, stopping the injection of the paralyzing toxin. Less than half a minute later, it returned with a vengeance. Wow! Hiss, 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 wow! Hiss, hiss, hiss. This repeated more than a dozen times, and Bai Ze's patience was nearly exhausted, with more than half of his energy depleted. Efforts do not betray the diligent. Finally, the tree spirit stopped trying to inject Bai Ze with the paralyzing toxin. Bai Ze succeeded. Hiss, hiss, hiss this time. The tree roots tightened again, skipping the anesthesia step, and directly absorbing the prey's energy. Chapter 102 Bai Ze's brain crashed for 2 seconds. Bai Ze hurriedly covered his body. He was incoherent, looking around. His backpack and clothes were just behind a tree. Turn around first. Bai Ze shouted. Sang Yu blinked innocently. It's fine, it's not like I haven't seen. Turn around. Bai Ze insisted. Sang Yu held back her laughter. No way. In the maze, you can't turn your back on anyone, it's very dangerous. Don't bring that up, last time you even fell asleep in front of me. Then cover your eyes. Bai Ze had to concede. All right. Sang Yu reluctantly raised her hand to cover her eyes. Is this okay? Bai Ze quickly turned around to put on his clothes. Sang Yu's fingers, which were covering her eyes, secretly opened, and she gently opened her mouth, making a silent wow. Bai Ze hurriedly finished dressing, feeling much calmer, and his blush had mostly faded. He glanced at the phoenix feather garment in his hand, hesitated, and didn't put it on. Bai Ze walked towards Sang Yu and handed her the phoenix feather garment. Your clothes. Sang Yu gently shook her head. It's already yours. It's too precious. I can't accept it. Bai Ze said. Sister, I'm just being polite, please don't take it seriously. Chapter 103 They are bugs, just shaped like mushrooms. Ahem. Bai Ze couldn't swallow or spit it out, choking and coughing. Sang Yu quickly reached out and pinched one of Bai Ze's ears. No coughing, no coughing. Bai Ze stopped coughing, and the back of his ears felt a bit hot again. Sang Yu explained with a smile, actually, they are similar to food in reality. And they are beneficial to potential mechanisms, helping to improve realms. You should have said so earlier. Bai Ze swallowed the food. And upon hearing that it could make him stronger, all psychological burdens vanished. Sang Yu was very pleased and handed the bowl and chopsticks to Bai Ze. This bowl is for you. I'll use the soup spoon if you don't mind. Legendary kindness must be accepted. If not, refer back to the first sentence. I don't mind. In the afternoon, an unknown breeze teased the phosphorescence on the lake's surface. Playing with the grass by the shore, gently caressing the faces of the two. Unknowingly, Bai Ze finished a whole bowl of mushroom soup stewed with jelly powder. And his body warmed up considerably, with his internal energy indeed restored a lot. Sang Yu soon stopped, as someone who hadn't eaten for a month. It was really too little. She rested her chin in one hand, lazily blowing in the wind. Just one more bottle of beer would be perfect. Chapter 104. Before night fell, Bai Ze left the maze, and the real world was already Sunday morning. Bai Ze hurried back to the university, and bought a cup of soy milk and 2 steamed buns at the cafeteria. Early in the morning, the university group chat exploded. Chen Xiaoye had already mingled with many classmates, calling on friends in the group, proposing that Sister Xiaosai act as a tour guide to organize a one-day tour of the city, and many students signed up. Bai Ze had just finished a 2-day and 1-night trip in the maze and really couldn't muster any enthusiasm, so he didn't participate. The deputy class leader stood up the class, being criticized by everyone. Bai Ze sent 7 or 8 apology stickers in one breath, and reluctantly sent a 10-yuan red envelope to calm everyone's anger. When he returned to the dormitory, he was stunned as soon as he pushed the door open. The first roommate appeared. A slender boy chose the bed opposite Bai Ze. He wore a black fisherman's hat, a pair of brown round sunglasses, a loose t-shirt, and capri pants, barefoot, squatting on the chair by the computer desk, engrossed in playing on his phone. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he slowly raised his head, glanced at Bai Ze through the brown sunglasses, then slowly lowered his head again, and continued playing on his phone. His face was palm-sized, with the hat and sunglasses covering 2/3 of it. But what left an impression were his eyes, big and black, with long eyelashes. Bai Ze felt like he was looking at an ET. Chapter 105. Is there a substitute? Bai Ze guessed. Yes, it's called a universal charger. Uncle Qian said that any potential user can use it to replenish 40 energy in a few seconds. Limited to once a month, otherwise, it's certain death, and the user has a 3 chance of damaging their cultivation. Bai Ze thought for a moment. Using it only once carries low risk. How much is it? 70,000. Uncle Qian paused. That's already a friendly price. Bai Ze fell silent. It was indeed quite cheap as a substitute, but still an exorbitant price for him. Xiao Qi. Uncle Qian twirled his beard, narrowing his eyes slightly. This isn't the task of Boss Hui, is it? If she wants this thing, it wouldn't be hard for her. Why bother making things difficult for you, a newbie? Bai Ze didn't answer directly. I can only assure you that this matter won't harm anyone, nor will it implicate you. I'm not worried about being implicated. Uncle Qian laughed. You have Boss Hui backing you, who would dare to touch you. However, I'm really curious about what you want to do. If it's a profitable business, maybe we can cooperate. Cooperation is definitely impossible. Bai Ze thought for a moment and said, I do have a profitable project on hand. But I'm a bit tight on funds right now, can you first? Chapter 106. Her. Bai Ze didn't say anything, but his surprise was written all over his face. Uncle Qian grinned. There are 2 types of mysterious pearls. One is made from continuously refining mysterious stones and mysterious crystals, called artificial mysterious pearls. The other is called natural mysterious pearls, mainly obtained from high-level mysterious monsters, special mysterious monsters, and boss-level mysterious monsters after their demise. Natural mysterious pearls are further divided into 2 types, one called dead mysterious pearls and the other called live mysterious pearls. Bai Ze remained silent. Dead mysterious pearls are similar to artificial ones, but are of much higher purity, costing several to dozens of times more. Simply put, dead mysterious pearls are the crystallization of the essence energy within mysterious monsters, which can be used for cultivation, alchemy, enhancing equipment, forging magical treasures, converting energy, and so on. Live mysterious pearls are extremely rare. They are a dual crystallization of the essence energy and spiritual awareness of mysterious monsters. This spiritual awareness refers to consciousness and soul. Of course, the spiritual awareness of mysterious monsters is different from that of humans, don't confuse the two. Live mysterious pearls can also be used like dead mysterious pearls. But that would be wasteful. Are there other uses? Bai Ze asked. Of course. Uncle Chien became excited. As long as live mysterious pearls meet specific conditions, they can hatch. Just imagine, what if it turns out to be a unique special mysterious monster, or even a boss-level mysterious monster? If you successfully hatch it and let it become your pet, it will wait for you whenever you go into the maze, obeying your commands. Do you know what that concept is? Chapter 107. Bai Ze explained the situation to Li Yu, of course, only disclosing part of it. Li Yu readily agreed, Chi Ge. No need to be polite with me, your matter is my matter. Thank you, I'll pay you back the 30,000 later. Bai Ze said. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. Li Yu doesn't care much. By the way, should we call Zheng Hao? He has been asking me if there are any tasks, and it would be a good opportunity to let him practice. The lower 4 levels have risks. So we won't take him this time. Last time, the 3 of us spent the night on the first level of the maze. Although it was uneventful, Bai Ze still felt a bit scared afterward. Zheng Hao is young, and as the senior brother, Bai Ze has the responsibility to take care of him. All right. I'll go prepare, see you tomorrow. Li Yu hung up the phone. With that settled, Bai Ze called Uncle Chien back. On the other end, he was very happy. Great, you guys will meet directly at Qian Station tomorrow. They will be standing at the edge of the square, facing the entrance station. Okay. Bai Ze hung up the phone and sighed lightly. He still had one last problem to solve, the dormitory checks every night. And since tomorrow is the first day of school, he would be staying out all night, which is really risky. He can't keep making excuses to ask for leave. The counselor isn't stupid. Chapter 108, not a boiled egg, but a head. This head has a full bald top. In the morning, the dormitory lights were off. The head was backlit, and at first glance, it looked like a boiled egg. In short, a head was hanging by Bai Ze's bed. Ah! Bai Ze woke up directly. Completely startled. Oh! The bald boy was also shocked and jumped down from the bed's ladder. The sleepy guy also woke up. Still wearing a fisherman hat and brown round sunglasses, stretching lazily. In the dormitory, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Bai Ze calmed down and looked at the new roommate. He was bald, of average height, had a mature face, could easily be mistaken for 30, dressed in a casual modified tang suit. Twirling a string of beads in his hand, with a travel bag at his feet, looking like he had just arrived at the dormitory. Hello, brother. The other party greeted with a smile, showing a set of white teeth. My name is Liu Fan's Huang. I love feng shui. And I have a bit of knowledge about physiognomy. My friends privately call me Liu Ban's Ian. Liu Ban's Ian. Bai Ze forced out a smile. Hello, my name is Bai Ze. You can just call me Xiao Bai. Bai Ze. Liu Fan's Huang shook his head and said, a good name, it signifies understanding of the emotions of all things. Knowledge of ghosts and gods, dispelling evil spirits from the world. Chapter 109, Wow, your initiative. Bai Ze was both shocked and impressed. Liu Fan's Huang immediately backed down. Chuckling as he nudged Bai Ze, brother, I can't do it, you go. Huh? What her? Liu Fan's Huang said confidently, although my physiognomy is semi-divine. It doesn't conform to modern aesthetics. Ordinary people can't understand physiognomy, and are obsessed with appearances, superficial. Speak human language. Bai Ze rolled his eyes. My looks are average. Liu Fan's Huang got anxious, your looks are decent, help me get her number first. Once we all become friends, my personal charm will shine through. Overtaking on a curve will be a piece of cake. Is it really possible like that? Bai Ze thought for a moment, it seemed he had nothing to lose, all right. But let's make it clear, if you succeed, lunch is on you. That's a must. Liu Fan's Huang was very generous. Let us go up to the 3rd floor for some dishes. For the sake of improving our meals, I'll do it. Bai Ze gathered his courage. Rehearsed in his mind, and walked toward the podium where Chen Xiaoye had just finished talking with the instructor. Chen, class leader. A male classmate quickly stepped forward. He was tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a sunny smile, and a wheat-colored complexion, a standard sports department handsome guy. Being called class leader made Chen Xiaoye feel good. What is up? Chapter 110. Next to the big guy stood a pair of young men and women with blonde hair. The man was tall and thin, with messy spiky hair like a bamboo pole, wearing a loose floral shirt, floral shorts, and flip-flops. Looking like a tourist on vacation by the sea. The woman was not tall, slender and thin, with neat ear-length short hair, fragmented air bangs, and a snow-white neck adorned with a black choker, wearing a leather jacket, leather shorts, marten boots, and fishnet stockings, exuding a punk vibe. Upon seeing the four, Bai Ze immediately became nervous, feeling that each of them was not easy to deal with. Li Yu spoke first. You are the hunting team from the 4th floor. The team name looked like it was hastily chosen. After all, it was their first collaboration, so there was no need to reveal too much information. A middle-aged woman spoke up. These two are delivery riders. Bai Ze said. Errand boys, Li Yu added. Let's exchange the code. The middle-aged woman said, Integrity hardware. Integrity is fundamental. Grow big and strong, and create brilliance again. Bai Ze took over and thought to himself, what kind of ridiculous code did Uncle Qian set? Ha ha. Didn't he expect it to be two young guys? You can call me Aunt Ching. The middle-aged woman's attitude became warm as she turned to introduce. This tall guy is nicknamed Bored Tooth. Chapter 111. Li Yu was a bit displeased and coldly explained, 3 years ago. I went with someone to the desert to hunt special maze monsters, and I got injured in my leg, which hasn't healed till now. Level 6 of the maze. Aunt Ching gasped, how could you dare, that's too reckless. I was in a big guild back then, and the team lacked a very crucial support position. Only I could do it. It went smoothly at first, but there were some unexpected issues with the teammates' cooperation. I ended up getting my thigh cut off while trying to save someone. Li Yu smiled bitterly. In the end, we still succeeded. Some got promoted. Some broke through their realms, some made money, everyone was a winner. Li Yu instinctively touched the old injury on his thigh, except for me. Ah? Fate plays tricks on people. Aunt Ching expressed her regret and comforted, it's okay, young man, you are still so young. 10 years east of the river. 10 years west of the river, don't underestimate the young and poor. Ah, right. An impatient voice chimed in, don't underestimate the middle-aged and poor. Don't underestimate the elderly and poor, the dead are the most important. Li Yu got angry, since you look down on me, I don't need to. Hey, young man, don't misunderstand. Aunt Ching hurriedly explained, this kid speaks carelessly for practicing his spoken language, he means no harm, just get used to it. Chapter 112. The 6 of them gradually walked out of the transmission portal and found themselves in a giant canyon. Looking up, the sky above was still the inverted city of No, but it was farther from the ground, becoming hazy, like the background of the sky. The canyon walls were reflected in golden sunlight, and the scattered grey clouds quickly flowed over them, creating a strange dazzling effect. The canyon walls were very high, estimated at 200 meters, and the canyon road was wide, estimated at 100 meters. Overall, it was a straight avenue. The canyon was very desolate. And as far as the eye could see, it was all gravel and stones, with occasional hard, small bushes visible. The 6 of them walked straight along the canyon road. Bai Ze observed along the way, quietly noting some special landscapes. He noticed that small canyons occasionally appeared on both sides of the canyon, resembling various alleys in big cities. Many small canyons had signposts outside, with some hints like dead ends, traps, danger XX monsters lurking, etc. Some small groups of lone players actively entered the small canyons, probably to hunt a certain type of maze monster. The 6 of them walked for about 20 minutes when they encountered the wind. In fact, there had been wind in the canyon all along, but this wind was strange. It was very chaotic, not blowing from one direction. And it seemed to have a life of its own, very mischievous, occasionally flicking your hair, lifting your clothes, or circling around you. Chapter 113, Level 4 of the Maze. Mid-level area. The moment Bai Ze stepped out of the portal, he immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. It was as if he were in a stuffy room, feeling drowsy, suffocated, and weighed down, struggling to breathe. The physical sensations quickly faded and adapted, but the discomfort in his mind was impossible to ignore. Like a hard candy slowly dissolving in water, unable to stop. Bai Ze took a deep breath, consolidating his potential mechanisms, adapting to this feeling again and again, minimizing its impact. This was after taking Aunt Ching's medicine. It would have been even harder without it. Bai Ze realized once again how important it was to improve his realm. He was too weak. We are here, the 4th level of the maze. Everyone be careful, Aunt Ching reminded. He looked up, and Jian spoke to Bai Ze. Bai Ze looked up and was startled. The inverted city had disappeared. The sky was oppressive with rolling, heavy brown clouds, and beneath his feet lay an endless dark red swamp. Sparse clusters of grey weeds grew on the swamp. And from time to time, he could see scarecrows made of these weeds, swaying and bobbing. In the distance, a continuous white mountain range was faintly visible on the horizon. Chapter 114. Within spell enhancement, the 6 of them walked on the swamp, as if walking on soft sand, without worrying about sinking. Li Yu was the most sensitive to danger, walking at the front of the group. Ban Ye was responsible for bringing up the rear. Aunt Ching, Bai Ze, and Jian walked in the middle. After walking for a while, Jian would take out a small glass ball from his satchel, infuse it with energy, and throw it at his feet, causing the glass ball to shoot a blue light into the sky. This was Jian's homemade landmark to prevent getting lost. Aunt Ching explained. The Thunder Swamp is vast and easy to get lost in. Also, be cautious if you encounter dense grey weeds, or evenly distributed grey weeds. They might be the mud fawn camouflage of the limestone giant. Aunt Ching, being the eldest, naturally became the elder of the group. She would explain this and that. And although she was long-winded, it was reassuring. Everyone, look. And suddenly noticed something. Everyone was startled. A circle of grey weeds about 5 to 6 meters in diameter appeared on the swamp, looking like trimmed round bushes, very unnatural. Shaoan, don't be hasty. Aunt Ching called out to An, let me take a look. Aunt Ching took out a folded white origami crane from her waist pouch, cradled it in her hands, and murmured a spell. Soon, the origami crane was infused with a layer of red energy. Chapter 115. No problem. Just watch me. And raised his right hand. Energy swirling in his palm, and a circular magic circle appeared, shimmering with golden light and ornate patterns. It spun rapidly, gathering light elements from around. As expected of a spirit mage, his techniques were stunning. Bai Ze held his breath, waiting quietly. Whoosh! And clasped his hands, and the magic circle disappeared. Everyone was taken aback. Why did it fizzle out? Cough, cough. And revealed an awkward yet sincere smile. I was a bit off. Let me get a little closer to the target. Just a bit, Jian corrected weakly. Ha 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 ha. Ban Ye laughed heartily. The 6 of them moved a bit closer, stopping about 30 meters away from the target, and repeated his previous technique, summoning a magnificent light magic circle that spun rapidly, quickly gathering light elements and forging a 2-meter-long golden spear. With a powerful throw, and hurled the spear into the charred swamp, causing the surface to ripple violently. But that was all that happened. They waited quietly, but nothing occurred. Ding! The shining spear disintegrated into energy fragments. Li Yu looked at Bai Ze. Why didn't he react? How would I know? Bai Ze replied. Jian remained calm. It might be in its mud form, and not afraid of such attacks. Chapter 116. And quickly approached the limestone giant, spreading his arms and rapidly summoning 2 light magic circles. The light in the center of the circles rapidly condensed, forging two golden sword hilts in no time. And grasped the hilts, and with a swish, he drew two dazzling light swords from the magic circles, trailing two flowing golden tails. Bai Ze was mesmerized, strength aside. He was truly impressive. An's main potential was the spiritual path of the four realms, excelling in light elements, followed by wind elements. His secondary potential was the three realms. Focusing on sword techniques, he named himself the elegant swordsman of light and spirit wind, but Jian, unable to stand it, renamed him the light spirit sword immortal. Which excited An so much that he couldn't sleep that night. Monster! Watch the sword! And thrust one sword at the limestone giant's calf, and sparks flew. The limestone giant's rocky skin was exceptionally hard, and not easily damaged, which An had anticipated. However, his sword was no ordinary sword. It was the sword of the light spirit sword immortal. Ha! He shouted, gathering abundant energy at the sword's tip. And a beam of laser pierced through the limestone giant's rigid skin, penetrating out. Roar! The limestone giant howled in pain. The punctured skin quickly began to heal. And it suddenly swung a fist at An. Chapter 117. The patch of grey swamp mud was about to dive back into the swamp, but suddenly stopped. Gurgle, gurgle. The mud began to boil, resembling a pot of cooked grey rice paste. Then, a dozen grey energy forms emerged, like loaches, crashing around wildly, desperately trying to return to their original form. This was the core of the limestone giant, still in a latent state, and only Bai Ze could see it. The others didn't know what Bai Ze had done, but could clearly feel that the mud form of the limestone giant was trapped by a force, unable to move forward or backward. Jian looked at Bai Ze's back. This mysterious person was indeed special. She made a quick decision. Ban Ya, go take care of it. Ha 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 ha. Ban Ya laughed and stepped forward confidently. There's no need, Bai Ze stopped Ban Ya, I can handle it. Bai Ze had completely controlled the core of the limestone giant. It was very weak, and could not escape anymore. Next, all he had to do was crush it. Bai Ze wasn't trying to take credit or show off. He just wanted to experiment again to see if the quality of the loot from the monster eliminated by a grasping would be better. If he got lucky, he might even get another living maze pearl. Chapter 118. The Wild Wolf replied, I'm called Sister Lan, Wild Wolf. Ice Blue scolded softly, don't talk about irrelevant things. Ice Blue, are you with Jay? Li Yu, didn't he think this was an irrelevant matter? Ice Blue was silent, and after a few seconds, she took a deep breath. Yes. A complex pain flashed in Li Yu's eyes. He forced a bitter smile. I should have guessed. Ice Blue felt a twinge of guilt. Li Yu, it's all in the past. People need to look forward. Look forward. Li Yu interrupted Ice Blue, as if deeply hurt by those three words. Ice Blue, is it me who doesn't want to look forward? Ice Blue was taken aback. Is it me who the hell doesn't want to look forward? Li Yu's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control as he shouted, back then, I became disabled trying to save my best brother, and where is my best brother now? He's with the woman I loved. Who knows how I've survived these years? You look ahead and everything is forgiven. Carp, things are very complicated. How complicated can it be? Carp has already lost his words. I see that things are not complicated at all. You're just using me, and when I'm no longer useful, you turn to someone else. If one day Jay also becomes useless, will you just find another man? Chapter 119. It should have been like this. Why bother talking to these useless people? A good beating will make them behave. The wolf spread its stance. Are we really going to fight? Qianxian felt a bit troubled, regretting deeply. Had she known it would turn out this way, she wouldn't have gone into the maze with Sister Lan today, no matter what. Hey! Aunt Qing sighed again. It's come to this, we can't avoid fighting, then let's rely on our own abilities, sorry for any offense. In terms of individual strength, Ice Blue should be slightly stronger. But Aunt Qing has 6 people on her side, and they are not really fighting, mainly, it's about grabbing things, so it's hard to say who will win or lose. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck nearby, pale lighting up the sky and earth. Both groups were staring at the corpse of the grey rock giant. The scramble for spoils was like an arrow on the string, ready to burst. Wait! Bai Ze shouted. Everyone was startled and looked towards this not-so-prominent boy. Bai Ze, wearing a mask, took 2 steps forward. Everyone, I have an immature little suggestion. Hurry up! The wolf said impatiently. Ahem. Bai Ze lowered his voice. I don't oppose talking with fists, but a group of people grabbing one thing will be very chaotic, and it's easy to damage the spoils. If it gets urgent and a fight breaks out, violating the 3 major conventions of the maze is a serious crime. Chapter 120. A few seconds later. Jian fell to the ground, rolling several times. Jian! And landed shortly after and rushed to help his sister up. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Jian, still shaken, had mud all over her face, her mind replaying the terrifying scene from earlier. What was that thing? Anne asked loudly. Jian had heard rumors about it but had never seen it. In fact, 99% of explorers had never seen it in person. In an instant, Jian understood many things. Why have grey rock giants become rarer in the past 2 years? Why do grey rock giants endure the pain of being burned by fire and not resist? Because of fear. They are not afraid of explorers, but of the absolute ruler of the lightning swamp, the strongest hidden level boss known in the middle region. The king of the swamp. After 10 years, it has reappeared. Where are the others? And looked around. Ha 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 ha. 30 meters away, the tooth was covered in mud, laughing. But his eyes were sorrowful, they were eaten. Jian was stunned, and after 2 seconds of silence, she moved her mouth. Boom! Lightning struck down, turning everyone's faces pale. What did you say? And didn't hear clearly. Chapter 121. Time is running out. Bai Ze was more aware of this than anyone. His body was being eroded and assimilated by black liquid. If it weren't for the phoenix feather garment protecting him, he couldn't imagine what he would have turned into by now. He continued to move forward, each step bringing sharp pain, as if countless blades were cutting into him. Crying has completely failed. No effect. Ah! Bai Ze shouted, draining the remaining energy in his body all at once, activating the phoenix feather garment. Suddenly, a fire phoenix unfolded in the darkness, like a brilliant egg hatching amid the dark chaos, spreading its wings. It didn't succeed. The chick barely opened a small space before it perished. It wasn't that it couldn't do it, but Bai Ze's energy was insufficient to support it, yet this was enough. The phoenix feather garment briefly dispersed the surrounding black masses, and Bai Ze took the opportunity to quickly move forward, finally arriving next to Aunt Qing. Bai Ze was stunned, his scalp tingling. Behind Aunt Qing was a black flesh wall covered in flesh and blood tissue. These flesh walls looked like countless octopuses and giant insects pressed together into a mass, filthy, twisted, and evil. The flesh wall was covered in veins and blood vessels, tightly binding Aunt Qing. Chapter 122. It's gone. Qianxin was left with only a head. Her body below the neck was pierced and restructured by countless black blood vessels. She had become part of the digestion system of the king of the swamp. She grabbed Bai Ze's hand, but it wasn't really her hand. It was a blend of her remaining flesh and bones fused with countless writhing black blood vessels and black parasitic worms. Do I still exist? Qianxin's words washed over Bai Ze like waves, instantly pulling him into a sea of memories. Second year of junior high, a summer evening. The old man's neighbor was holding a funeral. The deceased was Uncle Shi. Uncle Shi had a hard life. His parents left when he was young. And after struggling to start a family, his daughter was not even 3 years old when his wife was diagnosed with stomach cancer. Uncle Shi borrowed money everywhere to treat his wife, but in the end, she still passed away. Uncle Shi worked hard day and night, paying off debts while raising his daughter. He finally paid off the debts, and his daughter was about to enter junior high. The neighbors said, "Old she. You've finally made it. From now on, it will be good days ahead." Uncle she smiled happily, saying it was all thanks to everyone's help. The next morning, Uncle she rode his motorcycle to the county town to buy goods, but there was heavy fog on the road, and he crashed into a tricycle. By the time the ambulance arrived, he had already passed away. Chapter 123, On the Other Side. Ice Blue, the wolf, and Carp were running wildly in the swamp. Carp was the fastest, running in the front, but after a while, he stopped. Ice Blue and the wolf, who caught up, looked puzzled. "Why are you not running anymore?" the wolf shouted. Carp and Ice Blue hesitated, and she guessed it. Carp's face turned ashen, his eyes reflecting the desolate swamp and scattered thunder. He subconsciously clutched his thigh and shook his head. "I'm not leaving anymore, you guys go." "What the hell are you trying to be a hero for?" The wolf rushed up. "You just injured your leg, not broken, keep running." "It's useless, I can't escape." Carp was speaking the truth. But his easy surrender had a rather ridiculous reason. He didn't want Ice Blue to see him limping and looking pathetic. If he was to die, at least he wanted to do so with dignity. After all, this was the last image he would leave in Ice Blue's memory. "I'll carry you." Ice Blue walked towards Carp. "Don't touch me," Carp shouted, his voice lacking anger, filled more with pleading. "Ice Blue, don't worry about me, I forgive you. I don't blame anyone, you have to live well." Ice Blue was stunned. Time was so precious, yet she fell silent. Chapter 124, The Elf Girl was still falling. Entering the hunting range of the king of the swamp, she put her left thumb in her mouth, lightly biting it with her tiger teeth, causing a little blood to flow out, which quickly transformed into a luminescent curved bow. Then, she brushed her hand through her light pink long hair, and a strand of hair turned into a sparkling bowstring between her fingers, connecting the ends of the curved bow. The girl slightly parted her lips, silently chanting in Elvish, as if the morning breeze was whispering through the forest. In an instant, a luminous barrier made of elven runes appeared before her, and a purple elven arrow emerged from the barrier. She drew the elven arrow and narked it on the curved bow. Roar! The Swamp King seized the most opportune moment, leaping out of the swamp and flying towards the elven girl. Despite its massive size, its speed in the air was astonishing. As if a fly swatter had struck a mosquito, the mosquito's fate was already sealed the moment the swatter swung. This is why many prey don't realize what has happened before being swallowed whole. To dodge it, one must anticipate. Swoosh! The girl whispered softly, signaling another person. Whoosh! In the next moment, the elven girl shot a purple elven arrow. Chapter 125. Bai Ze had been dead for a while. His internal organs were shattered, and his heart had stopped beating. All the energy within him had been drained, and his potential mechanism was completely exhausted. The countdown on his wrist had run out, halting at 000000. The elven girl's gaze held a hint of regret. She had thought this explorer was formidable enough not to have to fight to this point. She looked down and was slightly startled. Bai Ze's hands were tightly clenched, as if protecting something. Swoosh! The elven girl was filled with joy as she bent down to pry open his hands, revealing a white four-leaf clover connected to its root and a bit of soil, shimmering with a faint glow. The elven girl looked at the four-leaf clover and smiled happily. At that moment, a breeze blew in, tousling the girl's soft pink hair. She seemed to sense some kind of revelation, and closed her eyes devoutly. A few seconds later, the wind ceased. The girl opened her eyes and took a deep, determined breath. Swoosh! She closed her legs and knelt before Bai Ze's head. She tucked her hair behind her ears, crossed her hands over her chest, and silently recited elven words. After a few seconds, her grey eyes sparkled with a pure white light. The girl leaned down, cupping the boy's face with her hands, and kissed his lips. Chapter 126. Afterward. Bai Ze felt as if he were dreaming. After being awakened by the elven girl, his injuries healed, and he felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. But this sense of rebirth needed adjustment, leaving him in a daze. Not long after the girl left, others began to wake up one after another. From Bai Ze, everyone confirmed that Aunt Qing and Qianshan had already sacrificed themselves. Perhaps because everyone had ventured through the gates of death, they were unexpectedly calm and fatigued. After a brief discussion, they reached a decision: the pancreas of the grey rock giant would go to the ice blue faction, while the remaining spoils would go to Jian's faction. Although Jian despised ice blue, she understood that Aunt Qing's death was not caused by anyone. They had long been targeted by the Swamp King. If it weren't for the NPCs coming to their aid, they would all have perished here, making their previous arguments seem absurd. Now that Aunt Qing was dead, the monster's pancreas was meaningless, but Ice Blue could use it to save someone, even if it cost the life of one of her companions. On Tuesday morning, Bai Ze walked out of Qiandi Park with Li Yu. Ever since being rescued, Li Yu had remained silent and didn't dare look at Bai Ze. The two parted ways at an intersection. Bai Ze boarded the bus back to the university, still feeling dazed. Chapter 127. 10 minutes later, Bai Ze arrived at the office. Several teachers were seated inside, and the new counselor waved from an inconspicuous desk. "Bai. Over here." Bai Ze approached and sat down beside him. He hadn't noticed yesterday, but now realized that this counselor named Jia looked quite young. He was about 1.75 meters tall, wore glasses, had a small head and face, and was clean and refined. If it weren't for the mature shirt and slacks he wore, one might believe he was a college student. "The world is unpredictable. My condolences for Xiaosai's matter," he said regretfully, though his demeanor was relaxed, or perhaps overly calm and distant. He pulled out a document. "She submitted your application for a poverty subsidy before her passing. I need to speak with you in person. Don't worry, it's just a formality." The man spoke slowly, and Bai Ze stared at him, feeling he looked somewhat familiar. It was only when the counselor habitually pushed up the bridge of his glasses with his middle finger that Bai Ze recognized him. It was him, the number 1 strategist of Team 6 from the New Wind Guild, Sai Chi. Jia, fake cheese, Sai Chi's fake name. Once he connected the identity, the face started to look more and more alike. Although the hair color was different and the face had changed somewhat, the movements and aura were identical. Chapter 128. Half an hour later, at the cinema. The movie had begun, it was morning, and another indie film was playing. Mosey had booked the entire theater, and was sitting in the very middle. Bai Ze entered and sat down beside her. Mosey held a bucket of popcorn, and focused intently on the film. Bai Ze didn't speak first and watched the movie alongside her, but he was completely distracted. Bai Ze didn't know much about the Mountain Sea Guild, mostly from Li Yu and Uncle Qian. The Mountain Sea Guild was founded by the legendary explorer Shan Hai, and was divided into 3 departments: the Mountain Department, the Sea Department, and the Wilderness Department. The Mountain Department had fewer than 100 members, starting at S level, and with no upper limit, primarily responsible for exploring mazes, uncovering truths, and eliminating various dangerous monsters. Functioning as the frontline combat and territory expansion department. The Sea Department had several hundred members, most of whom were at B to S level, mainly responsible for logistics, medical assistance, research and development, management, and resource extraction. The healthy operation of the Sea Department supported the Mountain Department's unyielding exploration, while the gains from the Mountain Department's explorations could enhance the Sea Department's overall capacity. The Mountain and Sea Departments complemented each other and worked closely together. Only the Wilderness Department was particularly unique. The members' information was never disclosed, not even to the upper echelons of the Mountain and Sea Departments. Chapter 129. He looked up, facing everyone, and grabbed the microphone. "I'm sorry, I've followed the rules my entire life. Today, I don't want to say any meaningless platitudes or praise the deceased with empty words." The hall was silent. The fact is, Xiaoqing is dead, and soon. Apart from a few people, no one will mention her or remember her. I don't even know what the point of this funeral is. If Xiaoqing were still here, she would probably frown at all of this. All along, at least in my eyes, Xiaoqing was a good wife, a good mother, a good daughter, a good daughter-in-law, a good colleague, and a good friend. But in truth, I didn't know much about her. And I rarely asked if she was truly happy. My children and I loved her very much, and she loved us too. We were undoubtedly happy. But most of the time, I felt she wasn't that happy. Sometimes I ask myself, how important is happiness to a person? I have no answer. There's one thing I remember vividly. It was 2 years ago in autumn when the three of us went to the park to play. Xiaoqing and I got tired from playing and sat on a bench to rest. At that time, there was a puddle at our feet with a few fallen leaves floating on it, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, as well as our shadows. Chapter 130 At the Integrity Hardware Store. The shop's roll-up door was half closed, and there was no one at the counter, so Bai Ze went directly upstairs. Uncle Qian was sitting on the sofa, slurping instant noodles, not lifting his head. His voice was muffled. "You're here?" "Yeah." Bai Ze got straight to the point. "I'm here to pick up the universal charger." Uncle Qian waved, signaling Bai Ze to sit down as well. "Is there anything else?" Bai Ze asked. Uncle Qian put down his instant noodles, took out a piece of paper, and wiped his mouth haphazardly. "I heard from Jian that the spirit that saved you that day seems to have given you a treasure." Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. "Don't worry. Jian is the only one who knows about this. She doesn't want to meddle, and is afraid there might be hidden dangers. Let me advise you to be careful." "What do you think?" Bai Ze asked. "I think," Uncle Qian chuckled, "who knows if NPCs are good or bad, but treasures are definitely innocent. Didn't I tell you before? If you want to exchange it for money, you can come to me. That still stands." "Got it," Bai Ze said, "but I don't plan to act for now." "That's fine. If you change your mind, just find me." Uncle Qian twirled his mustache. "How much do you know about the elven race?" Bai Ze asked Uncle Qian. "Not much," Uncle Qian shook his head. "There are more than 10 types of subhuman NPCs, and the elven race is quite mysterious. They often appear in the mid-level and deep-level zones, regardless of age or gender, looking young and beautiful. They excel at elven magic and are friendly. But they don't speak our language and are very cautious, never getting too close to explorers." Chapter 131 Uncle Qian swatted the glass bead out of Bai Ze's hand. Bai Ze felt as if he had fainted from heat stroke, and suddenly found himself falling into Uncle Qian's arms. "This is ridiculous." Uncle Qian's voice was irritated. But he was moving further away from Bai Ze. "You no longer have the ability to cut off by yourself. If it weren't for me, you would have been drained by it." Bai Ze was so tired that he closed his eyes. "I tapped it, and then what? Actually, I have another button here." "Bai Ju, are you kidding me? You should tap this one too." "I'm not tapping it. Just tap it. I promise it will be the last time." "What exactly are you up to? So mysterious." "If you tap it, I'll tell you." "You promise?" "I promise." Ding. Bai Ze opened his eyes, lying on the old sofa. Uncle Qian was sitting in the chair opposite him, holding a bowl of almost finished oatmeal, tapping it with a metal spoon, waking Bai Ze up. "You've slept for over 2 hours, that's enough. If you don't go back to the university dormitory, they'll close the doors." Bai Ze glanced at the time. It was 9:30. He felt dizzy and nauseous, and was extremely thirsty. He really wanted to go back to the dormitory to rest. But he still had to wait at the Qian station in the small woods for one more night. Chapter 132 After having a late-night snack with Li Yu, Bai Ze headed to the Qian station, deciding to stay there until dawn. He found a place to sit, glanced at the countdown. and couldn't help but replay the events again. Bai Ze remembered that he had exhausted all his energy inside the Swamp King, burning all the countdowns. And he should have died. But in the end, he miraculously survived, apparently saved by the elven girl through special means. After the elven girl left, his countdown increased by 24 hours and started to grow again. On the way back, Bai Ze and his group stayed on the 4th floor for more than 2 hours. Over an hour on the 3rd floor, and combined 1 hour on the 2nd and 1st floors. By the time Bai Ze returned to the ground station, the countdown had accumulated to 48 hours. This was only enough for Bai Ze to last 2 days. He had to go back down into the maze within 2 days. But after returning to reality, something strange happened. Bai Ze repeatedly confirmed that the speed of the countdown reduction had slowed down by 3 times. Bai Ze was unclear about the reason, and he thought of various possibilities, believing it was most likely due to the elven girl. Nevertheless, this was a good thing. The current countdown was enough for him to spend 6 days in reality, but to last until next Monday to go into the maze, he needed 65 days. Perhaps because of the Swamp King's matter, Bai Ze didn't want to go back down into the maze for a while. So he decided to stay at the Qian station for 2 nights. Chapter 133, The 4 roommates finally gathered. Liu Fan's Huang was very happy and suggested having a nice dinner that night. Bai Ze decided to treat them, as a way to thank his roommates for taking care of him these past 2 days. The 4 went to a hot pot restaurant in the Fallen Street, ordered a yin-yang pot, and asked for a few bottles of beer. When Bai Ze saw the bill totaling over 200 yuan, he immediately regretted it. The 200 yuan he had painstakingly deducted from Uncle Qian was gone just like that. And he had originally hoped to last for 10 days or half a month. Why am I so poor? Bai Ze lamented, realizing that his plan to make money was urgent. The 4 of them enjoyed the hot pot and chatted happily. Liu Fan's Huang talked the most, mainly focusing on their new roommate, Yang Xing. Will you be kicked out of the men's restroom? Have you ever been confessed to by a boy? Do you like boys or girls? Cross-dressing big shot, think about it. Yang Xing's face turned red, and he really couldn't handle it. Liu Banshan. Bai Ze couldn't stand it and quickly changed the subject. Eat some food, it's getting cold. Liu Fan's Huang had 2 bites of the beef and then shifted the topic back to Bai Ze. Dude, there's a question I don't know if I should ask. Go ahead. We are in the computer science department. How come you don't even have a laptop? I don't even have a water bottle, Bai Ze replied. Chapter 134, the second chapter of the book has not yet been published. Once it is available, the vendor will notify you immediately. Be supportive, don't go on hiatus. A nudge for updates is also love, Bai Ze murmured. Sorry, master, the vendor is not very quiet. Bai Ze sat down against the vending machine. While Xiao Qing was still unpacking, he decided to plan his life here carefully. First, about this dream, Xiao Hui, Xiao Qing, and the vending machine, everything is a mystery. But this does not prevent Bai Ze from becoming stronger through this dream to achieve his goals in reality. He borrowed the game's logic and set 2 tasks for himself. Task 1, continue upgrading the vending machine. To complete this task, he needs to buy 8 special items, calculated at 15 points each for a book, with a 10 discount, and save 300 points for system upgrade fees, totaling over 400 points. If things go quickly, he could gather everything in 2 weeks, but Bai Ze hoped it wouldn't be too fast, fearing he might earn, but not have the life to spend it. Task 2, continue to break through boundaries. The specific method is unclear, but the general direction is to raise Xiao Hui together with Xiao Qing and serve the elder well. Money should be saved where it can be, and spent where it should be, the children shouldn't suffer. Chapter 135, time was still plentiful. Bai Ze did not act immediately, he took out the conch, which was the treasure left to him by the elven girl. To be cautious, he licked it with his tongue first and activated foraging, detecting no danger. He sat cross-legged, holding the conch in both hands, activating his potential mechanism. Trying to connect with it. Sure enough, energy entanglement occurred between them, and Bai Ze clearly felt his visitor identity, unable to touch its core. Of course, he could forcibly grip it to claim it as his own. But this might damage the treasure or even backfire, and most importantly, wouldn't he be able to contact the elven girl this way? Soon, the conch emitted a soft wind sound and released a circle of pale blue energy ripples. It was beautiful and ancient, likely elven magic. Hey, Bai Ze spoke to the conch, and the blue energy ripples began to slowly retract into the conch. Bai Ze guessed that this was the voice capacity of the sea snail, which seemed very limited. Fortunately, he had prepared his lines in advance, so he didn't waste any time. "So Wu. My name is Bai Ze. Thank you for saving my life, and I'm very glad to meet you. Actually, I came down the maze to find someone." Chapter 136. In front of the brothers' desk, there were two small white bells used for ordering at a hamburger restaurant. Just before Bai Ze returned, his brother tapped the bell. At this moment, Bai Ze felt extremely awake, sensing reality more vividly than ever. He looked down at himself in disbelief and then at his brother. "Is this a dream?" His brother shook his head. Then were those things that happened before just dreams? Bai Ze was confused. His brother shook his head again. "Brother, I have something to tell you, please listen carefully," Bai Ze said. "Okay." Bai Ze fell silent. Despite feeling so excited that he wanted to scream, flip the table, or rush over to tightly embrace his brother while also wanting to beat him up, he chose to remain quiet. In recent days, he had thought countless times how nice it would be if his brother were here. And now his brother had really come back, he asked for nothing more. His brother pointed at the two bells on the table. "This is the causality bell. Don't be fooled by its current appearance in the maze, it is a divine artifact. One represents the past, and the other represents the future. One of its abilities is called causal entanglement." Bai Ze was stunned. Causal entanglement. His brother continued to explain, "Simply put, if you tap the two bells separately, and then I tap the third one, you can bring the causal consciousness of a specific moment from your past or future back to the present. In the real world, the ability of the causality bell is severely limited. I can only bring back a small part of your future self for a short while, but that's enough." Chapter 137. In the first layer of the maze, at the farewell forest. Bai Ze's consciousness returned, and he opened his eyes, his heart racing, drenched in sweat. With a cold, sticky sensation in his nose and mouth, he reached out and felt blood everywhere. The sharp pain in his brain began to intensify. And Bai Ze grabbed his hair, collapsing in pain as lost memories returned. The conversations he once had with Mochi became complete. The first of the three illusions was called Shanghai, a person with a significant background. The second was called the Grey Phoenix, who possessed the divine artifact Phoenix Feather Cloak, and could safely spend the night in the maze. The third was Fei Qian, super handsome, with white hair, said to be able to perceive causality and glimpse the secrets of heaven. By the way, Shanghai has black hair. So the full names of the three illusions are Black Shanghai, Grey Phoenix, and White Fei Qian. Recently, there was some explosive gossip. It was said that White Fei Qian betrayed everyone in that incident. He fell into a path of confusion to gain the power of the maze. I don't even know what a path of confusion is, but anyway, he was eliminated by everyone. Some say he didn't die and escaped using a divine artifact. This is just an unofficial rumor, so it might not be true. Get lost. Get lost. Bai Ze shook his head, but couldn't stop the memories about White Fei Qian from forcefully entering his brain. Chapter 138. In the morning, in the tree house. Bai Ze woke up naked in the room. He was sleeping on a wooden bunk bed, with many shallow knife wounds on his chest. Hiss! Bai Ze felt pain all over his body, as if he had been beaten up. He never expected that just opening a shop in the maze would involve going through so many trials and tribulations. Climbing a mountain of knives and crossing a sea of fire was nothing compared to this. However, everything was worth it. The money-making plan finally took the most critical step. Next, it was about how to do business. Money, money. There was no time to waste. Bai Ze slapped his face, moved his body, and jumped off the bed. Suddenly, he frowned. Why is it a bunk bed? Shouldn't there be a big bed instead? Sigh, what was I thinking when building the house yesterday? I must have been out of my mind. Forget it, it was my first time building a house, I'll do better next time. Bai Ze got dressed and walked out of the wooden house. The brain fog brought by fatigue gradually faded, and he quickly began to think again. The tree house was still a rough structure. To turn it into an inn, many issues needed to be resolved. Indoor lighting, toilet drainage, bathroom water supply, door lock security. Furniture and soft furnishings, kitchen setup. Once these problems were solved, the matter of having an NPC open an inn in the maze would have credibility, and could deceive all explorers. Chapter 139, in the first layer of the maze. In the morning, Bai Ze walked out of the farewell forest, glanced at the sky, and saw it was still early. The first batch of explorers should have entered the maze. Bai Ze took a bottle of maze water from his backpack, took a big gulp, and then tore open a vacuum-sealed fruit snack and took a bite. This was the last stock from Bai Ze's beginner's gift pack, leaving him with only a worn-out dagger. Time is money, so he needed to hurry. Last night, he finally completed the treehouse inn, although there were still many issues to resolve. The urgent task was to quickly learn disguise techniques. As far as Bai Ze knew, disguise techniques were divided into 3 stages: changing voice and appearance, changing body, and changing life form. The third stage was out of the question. That was a realm only accessible to the big shots of the life path. As a late learner, Bai Ze would be grateful to master the first stage. However, Bai Ze was now a dedicated mysterious person, and whether he could learn the disguise technique as a late learner was still uncertain, but it was worth a try. For this, he needed to prepare several materials. One of the materials was relatively easy to obtain, which was the mimic, a C-grade maze creature from the life system, capable of imitating the sounds of various people and creatures, mainly found in the 3rd layer of the maze. Chapter 140, Everyone, don't move, stay quiet, Zhongji commanded. Everyone immediately stood still, not daring to act rashly. Qian was extremely nervous, gripping the pole tightly and glancing around. The fluff ball still had a dazed expression, seemingly unable to open its eyes. Xiao was sweating profusely and wanted to use a towel to wipe it off, but couldn't move, feeling quite uncomfortable. Ji Zhenghao continued to daydream, reminiscing about the happy times spent all night with his senior brothers. Soon, a gust of wind blew in, swirling around the 5 people, lifting their clothes and ruffling their hair, before quickly losing interest and leaving. All right, continue walking. Zhongji broke the silence, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Do you know what this is? Zhongji asked while walking and adjusting his cuffs. The pillow wind. Xiao wrung a wet towel and continued to wipe his sweat. C-grade maze creature, it feeds on sound and can carry our voices away, attracting other maze creatures. That's right. Zhongji continued, in the maze. As long as we fully understand the characteristics of maze creatures, we can greatly reduce risks. That's why our guild advocates learning theoretical knowledge first. Teacher, Qian weakly spoke. Don't interrupt me while I'm talking, Zhongji said. Chapter 141, Bai Ze ran frantically for a few minutes, his stamina gradually waning. But he couldn't create any distance, and couldn't find a place to take cover or hide. Even using the phoenix feather cloak to suppress them was useless. Facing so many stubborn rolling stone monsters, they would roll over regardless of life or death, relying on their inertia. Bai Ze really didn't expect that after surviving so many difficulties, like the Magic Mirror, the Night King, the Jelly King, and the Swamp King, he would now be crushed into meat patties by a mere rolling stone monster. No way, this would be too embarrassing to say out loud. Suddenly, Bai Ze's eyes lit up as he saw hope. Not far ahead, there were 5 explorers. But soon, his heart sank again, because those people started running to the sides. Hey, 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 why are you just watching me die? Could it be that you guys are even worse than me? Just as Bai Ze was losing hope and about to look for another way out, he noticed that one person hadn't left. This person stood still, calm and composed. And the others who were about to run hesitated for a moment before returning to stand behind him. Great, there is indeed true friendship in the world. Bai Ze was happy for a second, but then felt something was off. The way that person was standing, it seemed like he was going to deal with Bai Ze. Bai Ze felt nervous for a second, but then thought there might be a chance. Chapter 142. Zhong Ji slightly squinted. Are you sure? Bai Ze nodded. My ability can sense its aura, but I can't accurately distinguish it. Zhong Ji's expression darkened as he looked at the 4 people behind him. Does anyone feel unwell? Mainly in the throat, like wanting to cough. Or a burning sensation in the throat. The 4 exchanged glances and shook their heads. Master, Da Shi, brother. Li Jinghao looked at Bai Ze. What's going on? Bai Ze hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. I discovered a learning spirit. It first controlled a maze monster, then another maze monster. And suddenly let out a strange cry. What kind of cry? Zhong Ji immediately asked. Bai Ze recalled for a moment and tried to imitate. It was a hissing, buzzing kind of sound. And then the rolling stone monsters panicked, triggering a rolling stone migration. Zhong Ji asked. Bai Ze nodded. Zhong Ji's face grew increasingly grim. Last question. Have you seen that learning spirit? I have. What color? Light blue, semi-transparent. Bai Ze said. No way. Xiao shouted. Isn't the learning spirit supposed to be white? Quiet. Zhong Ji reprimanded in a low voice. No one speak anymore. Chapter 143. Zhong Ji was stunned. What kind of ridiculous question is this? But since the topic was brought up, it could not be let go. I ate. What about you? Zhong Ji tried to act natural. I ate too. Bai Ze also realized he had asked a silly question and couldn't awkwardly change the topic. So he asked, what did you eat? Zhong Ji was about to die from anxiety, making faces at Bai Ze while cooperating. Sandwich, what about you? Tomato egg noodles. Bai Ze saw that everyone else was as quiet as chickens and quickly dragged them into the conversation. What about you guys? Beef noodles. Pizza. Chive boxes. Diet meal. The 4 immediately replied, very unnaturally. This is not chatting, it's just answering questions in a rush. The learning spirit would definitely be suspicious. Bai Ze quickly remedied the situation. Qian, you're not fat, why are you eating diet meals? Exactly. Xiao chimed in, look at me. So fat and not on a diet, what are you dieting for? Actually, I'm in an online relationship. Qian's face turned a bit red. Unsure if it was nervousness or embarrassment. I'm meeting them next month. I'm afraid of meeting them in the light. Don't worry, you look good just like this. Xiao said. Good looking. Mao Qiao echoed, as he really didn't know how to chat. Chapter 144. Zhong Ji didn't he expect Li Jinghao to be so rebellious. Stumbling back 2 steps. Okay, you all, are you trying to rebel together today? When we get back, I'll report immediately, you all wait to be punished. No need to worry. Bai Ze, who had been listening, laughed. I think you guys shouldn't stay in this broken guild anymore. Come mix with me. I still have some say in the casual player circle. Really? Li Jinghao was overjoyed. Master. I was waiting for you to say that. Cough, cough. Bai Ze quickly corrected. What Da Shi said is also true. Zhong Ji looked over. Da Shi, this is our guild's internal matter. I advise you not to meddle in it. I am going to meddle. Bai Ze sneered. To be honest, you really are annoying, giving people an indescribable feeling. Now I've realized, you're the so-called NPD personality. NPD. Qian didn't he understand? Self-aggrandizing, extremely vain, extremely eager for praise and attention, lacking empathy, etc. Xiao explained. Exactly. Bai Ze nodded. This kind of personality can be very intimidating if they have real skills. But you don't have any skills. So you can only find a sense of superiority from newcomers who have just entered the industry, and when you see newcomers growing fast, you feel jealous. Engaging in all kinds of PUA. Don't say, the explorer's home really does need someone like you. Chapter 145 What's Wrong? Li Zhenghao asked. It's obvious. Qian smiled. Zhenghao, think about how teacher Zhongji usually educates us. He always says curses are terrible and could take our lives at any moment. But as long as we follow him well, he guarantees we can be safe and sound. Ah, right. Li Zhenghao finally reacted. Xiao continued, the teacher's reaction is off. There's only one possibility. These words were not said by the teacher, but were guided by the learning spirit. The learning spirit comes from the maze and must maintain the maze, just like if someone speaks ill of my hometown, I would definitely defend it at the first moment. Night King, I will not share the same sky with you. Are you from the Huizhen Dao? Bai Ze asked. Yes. Xiao said. Is the main ability acting? Bai Ze continued to ask. Xiao felt a bit shy. Yes, how did you know? Bai Ze smiled. When you changed your voice, I thought. Maybe it's the potential that gives you this enhancement. Qian liking you in an online relationship is also because she likes the image you portray. I admit I'm acting, but I'm sincere. Xiao looked at Qian, his gaze firm. Qian, I will work hard to change and improve myself. Zhenghao is right. I will no longer make excuses. Chapter 146 Bai Ze parted ways with Zhongji and the others, wandered around the third floor for a while. But didn't he gain anything new? Leaving the maze, it was already the morning of the second. This week the school was on holiday. And Bai Ze didn't he have to attend classes. He planned to first go to Uncle Qian's hardware store to store his spoils before returning to his rental place. At that moment, his phone rang. Bai Ze glanced at it and saw it was a call from the old man. Hello. Bai Ze answered the phone, quickly surprised. Now. 20 minutes later, Bai Ze hurried back to the rental. The door was half open, and in the hallway sat a man in his 60s, small and thin. With grey hair, dark skin, wearing a durable and dirty jacket on top and casual slacks below, along with a pair of worn-out sneakers. Stuffing the last of his belongings into a woven bag. He was Bai Ze's old man. Everyone called him Old Lin. Old Lin looked up and said, Aze. Why are you back? I told you to hurry back to school, don't delay your studies. I was supposed to come back during the holiday. Bai Ze closed the door. What's going on? Why is he going back to his hometown again? Ha ha. Old Lin was very happy. Didn't he I tell you before? The house in my hometown is unoccupied, and I've been wanting to sell it. Now, someone really wants it, and the price is right. So I'm going back to handle the paperwork with them. Chapter 147, 5 minutes later, living room. Bai Ze sat upright on a small stool. While his sister lay sideways on the sofa, propping her head up with one hand, her legs crossed, looking completely unbothered. Bai Ze took more than 10 deep breaths and finally accepted this farce, starting to interrogate her. Shi Wei, when did you come over? Last night. Aren't you supposed to be studying? I don't want to study anymore. Shi Wei got angry at this topic. I've told you so many times. I'm not cut out for studying. How can you get into fetching if you don't study properly? Bai Ze asked. Why do I need to take the exam? I'm here now, aren't I? Shi Wei pouted. Do you know that the old man plans to sell the house in our hometown to support us going to school? We have no way back, we must settle down in fetching. Of course I know. Shi Wei sat up suddenly, quite proud. This deal was initiated by me. My classmate's dad runs a chain supermarket. I told them our location is great. Bai Ze was about to faint from anger. Shi Wei suddenly became serious. Bro. Do you know? There are many paths in this world, and everyone has their own. Stop it. You don't study well and only read novels. Chapter 148. Bai Ze slept until noon, feeling much clearer and more relaxed. He opened his phone, and VX was buzzing non-stop, all photos sent by Shi Wei. It seemed she was having a great time shopping in the mall, and she didn't spend a dime, as her good friends were footing the bill. However, correspondingly, she had to be the supporting character for her friends, showering them with compliments and providing a continuous stream of emotional value. Bai Ze believed such a relationship was unhealthy. But Shi Wei was quite open-minded about it. Unequal friendship is still friendship. If you can get free food, drinks, and fun, what more do you need? This practicality was indeed a trait shared by the siblings. Looking at the happy Shi Wei in the photos, Bai Ze felt a bit shaken. Perhaps this was the life his sister wanted the most. A year apart wasn't too long. But is a year really not long? Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event? Planning for the future and cherishing the present, which is more important? Bai Ze had no answers. At 1 p.m., in Miaoxiao Alley, at Chengshan Hardware Store. The store wasn't open yet, and Bai Ze stood downstairs shaking his phone. After a while, a window on the second floor opened, and a set of keys was thrown out. Bai Ze went to Uncle Qian's house. He had just woken up, toothbrush in mouth. Chapter 149. Good. There was a billiard table in the small supermarket across from the old man's house. When there were no people, he and Shi Wei could play for free. In their first year of high school, the siblings were obsessed for an entire summer. And he thought his skills were not bad. Jian picked up the cue and gestured with her chin. You go first. Okay. Bai Ze leaned down and took a shot. The billiard balls scattered, and one went in. Bai Ze was delighted, feeling lucky. This would be a solid game. Bang! Bai Ze pocketed another ball. His feeling getting better and better. Bang! The third shot just barely missed, a pity. Jian smiled slightly, putting down the cue, leaning over the table. Her movements relaxed yet professional, exuding the elegance only a seasoned player has. 3 minutes later, all the billiard balls were in the pockets. And Bai Ze stood there the whole time, never having a chance for a second shot. Still playing? Jian asked. Next time, definitely next time. Bai Ze couldn't hide his embarrassment. One game is 10 yuan, you owe me 20. Jian put down the cue and walked towards the bar. What do you want to drink? No thanks, I can't afford it, Bai Ze replied. Jian was already behind the bar, starting to make a simple drink. This time it's on me. Then I'll have a glass of orange juice, Bai Ze said. Soon, Jian brought out a glass of orange juice and a plate of cookies. Placing them on the billiard table and leaning against it. All right, speak up, what's the matter? Chapter 150. The boss was an explorer, and had a good relationship with An. Later, he died, and the store was given to An, Jian said. Bai Ze waited for her to continue, but she stopped as if the matter was already concluded. She really was carefree, seeming to go wherever she wanted and say whatever she wanted, with no purpose at all. Bai Ze felt a bit impatient, but just a little. The woman in front of him was like a cat, proud and aloof, never yielding to you, and occasionally scratching you, but just right. With a perfect balance of tension and relaxation. Bai Ze sighed inwardly. Women, oh women. After a moment of silence, Jian suddenly spoke, out of the blue. I can lend you the magic weapon. Bai Ze was taken aback, almost thinking he had missed something important. Why did she suddenly change her mind? What do you think? Jian countered. Do you have conditions? Jian nodded. I don't care what you want to do, but if you die in the maze, I can't get the magic weapon back. So you have to prove your strength to me. Come on, I even faced the Swamp King head-on for a second. You don't trust that strength. How do I prove it? Bai Ze asked. The human skin mask actually requires energy fuel. A piece of egg white stone can be used a dozen times. And if it's a salamander or horseshoe crab's magic pearl, it can be used dozens of times, very cost-effective. Chapter 151, Secretary Se showed a difficult expression. Director Shin had performed surgery on the Explorer again, without permission, and this was the third time this month. This month? Director Feng sneered. It's only been a few days this month. The secretary glanced at her phone. It had just passed midnight, the fourth day. I will write a report on the details and send it to your email. Secretary Se paused. Tonight, the director secretly supplemented some high-level materials during the surgery. The inventory is insufficient and must be replenished immediately, otherwise, some people won't receive materials for next week's application. This situation had occurred before, and many people had expressed dissatisfaction with it. What's the plan? Director Feng asked. I am already looking to buy from other guilds. But one S-grade material and one A-grade material may not be available in a short time. Understood. Director Feng interrupted. I will handle it. Yes. The secretary left. Director Feng used the office landline to dial a number. After a dozen seconds, the other side answered. Sounding a bit grumpy as he had just woken up. Who is it? It's me. President Feng. The tone on the other end immediately became respectful. And soon the sounds of getting out of bed, footsteps, and closing the door could be heard. What can I do for you, President? Just say the word. Chapter 152, the next afternoon, in Miaoxiao Alley, at Chengshan Hardware Store. As soon as Bai Ze entered the room, he saw Li Yu and Uncle Qian standing in the living room, the atmosphere a bit awkward. Why didn't you say it earlier? Li Yu said, somewhat displeased. The information was just given this morning. I was sleeping. Uncle Qian glanced at Bai Ze. Xiao Qi, you're just in time. Li Yu isn't going. Not going? Bai Ze frowned. Uncle Qian sighed, pointing at the list on the coffee table. See for yourself. Bai Ze picked it up. It was the basic information of the other 4 explorers. Sai Qi, Captain, Hui Dao 5th Realm, a grade Yabo, team member, Sheng Dao 4th Realm. Ling Dao 2nd Realm, a grade Bing Lan, team member, Ling Dao 4th Realm, Hui Dao 2nd Realm, a grade Yi Lang, team member, Li Dao 4th Realm. A- grade, Bai Ze frowned. Ni City is really small, they are all familiar faces. Bai Ze looked at Li Yu. Are you not going because of Bing Lan? Uncle Qian chuckled. Li Yu, I've wanted to say something for a long time. You're good at everything. But you just can't let go of your pride and end up suffering. You think your imagined dignity is more important than anything else, but in reality, it's nothing. Life is just about you smiling at others, and others smiling back at you. Chapter 153. A man and a woman on the left were wearing the uniforms of the Mountain and Sea Guild, while a man and a woman on the right wore the uniforms of the New Wind Guild, all wearing masks. The girl with blonde twin tails carried an oversized climbing backpack, while the other 3 were lightly equipped with only personal gear and potions. The blue-haired guy stepped forward. Are you the ones Uncle Qian mentioned? Delivery rider, Bai Ze introduced himself. Cleaning guy, Li Zhenghao followed. New Wind Guild, Sai Qi, said the blue-haired guy. New Wind Guild, Yabo, greeted the twin-tailed girl. Mountain and Sea Guild, Bing Lan, said the deep blue-haired woman. Mountain and Sea Guild, Yi Lang, said the crew-cut man. Good, then we are acquainted. Sai Qi glanced at Yabo. Yabo stepped forward to grab Bai Ze and Li Zhenghao's backpacks. Seeing their confusion, she impatiently explained, let me take your stuff first, we need to hurry later. You weaklings need to conserve your energy. No need, Li Zhenghao insisted. Believing he had good stamina, and would never miss a chance to train, he almost wanted to help Yabo carry the luggage. Yi Lang scoffed, cleaning guy. Save your energy for later. Li Zhenghao looked at Bai Ze, who nodded, follow the arrangement. Chapter 154, Bing Lan was slightly taken aback and nodded, "You're right. I understand." Then, Bing Lan helped Li Jinghao disguise himself using a paper bag. After finishing, Li Jinghao eagerly took off the paper bag. And Bai Ze had to pinch his thigh to hold back his laughter. Then Bo shouted, "Gah! Why does this face look like a TV?" Everyone burst into laughter. After some time, Sai Chi, who had been quietly playing chess, opened his eyes and stood up. "Let us get in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of car 4 opened. Bai Ze was stunned. He suspected there was a computer inside Chi's head helping him work and keep time. The 6 of them boarded the vehicle heading to the station, entering the maze and speeding up. More than an hour later, they arrived at the 4th level of the maze. This time, without Aunt Ching's special medicine, Bai Ze felt the pervasive oppression and distortion even more intensely. Bai Ze secretly noticed that others seemed to be fine, even Li Jinghao appeared relatively relaxed. Bai Ze understood that this was an issue of personal realms. Everyone else was above the 4th realm, and Li Jinghao was even close to the 4th realm, while only Bai Ze was at 2 realms. He was currently in a state of extreme specialization. If it came to strength, he could tear apart magic mirrors and endure the Swamp King for a second. But if it came to weakness, he couldn't even withstand the maze pressure at the 4th level. Chapter 155, Huh? Li Jinghao was dumbfounded. "That's not fair." "Right?" Bo said, "Ga ga ga, that's not fair. Aren't we a group beating up on them?" "Don't be so double-standard," Bai Ze thought to himself. "It can repair itself while flying, so our hunting speed must exceed its repair speed," Sai Chi explained by analogy. "Otherwise, it's like continuously digging a mine that keeps growing back." "Can we handle it?" Yi Lang asked. Based on available data, the success rate of encirclement hunting is 64.3, Sai Chi said calmly. "This already considers the average use of 1 energy recovery potion per person." "Not high," Yi Lang commented. Sai Chi nodded. "I'm not sure what your trump cards are, and many factors can't be considered." Yi Lang sneered. "We're not familiar yet. Who reveals their trump cards upon first meeting?" "So I don't plan to ask," Sai Chi continued. "Everyone just needs to act within the framework of the flying saucer strategy according to their abilities. There's no need to go all out." "Interesting," Yi Lang laughed. "I've never met such a laid-back captain before." "It's not laid back, it's the optimal solution," Sai Chi replied calmly. "We're a temporary team with no prior coordination or trust. Forcing unity will only backfire." Chapter 156, Bai Ze turned to look in the direction Bo pointed. And he noticed that the rain mist had thinned significantly. In the distance, a super-enormous circular mountain range appeared, resembling a volcanic crater. "Wow," Li Jinghao was awestruck. "How big is that?" Bai Ze was still pondering when suddenly the ground shook. It was a slight earthquake. Boom! After more than 10 seconds, a massive grey water column erupted from the center of the circular mountain range, shooting straight up into the sky like a pillar supporting heaven and earth. As it surged into the sky, it expanded into mushroom clouds at intervals, turning into waves of cloud and rain. Countless flying maze creatures circled around the water column. Not daring to get too close, they both craved and feared it, as if it were a pillar of creation and a chasm of death. Bai Ze and Li Jinghao, seeing this scene for the first time, were greatly shocked. In that moment, Uncle Qian's words echoed in Bai Ze's ears. "In the maze, we are nothing." This largest natural fountain, also known as the living water mountain, spewed water rich in maze energy, which almost sustained all the maze creatures on the 5th level. Sai Chi explained while moving forward, "Let us go find the graphite flying saucer." Chapter 157, As soon as the 6 of them moved, the graphite flying saucer sensed danger. Swish! Its tail quickly softened, pulling up from the ground and transforming into a 20-meter-long segmented whip. "It's going to attack." As soon as Sai Chi finished speaking, the segmented whip slashed down towards the 6 of them. The 6 were already prepared and dodged to the sides. Crack! The segmented whip struck the ground, creating a chasm. Its power terrifying, anyone struck would die instantly. Don't worry. Get on its back. Sai-Chi continued to command. The six stabilized their positions and charged forward again. Sure enough, the graphite flying saucer's tail stopped its attack. It was just buying time for itself to soften and take off. Soon, its rock-like exterior turned into soft flesh. And its fan-shaped body on both sides slowly flapped, generating strong winds. Then, the graphite flying saucer floated up, and the strong winds it created slowed the six approach speed. Li Jinghao and Yu Lang were the fastest, leading the charge, yet they were still over 10 meters away from their target. The graphite flying saucer had already risen 3 or 4 meters into the air. At this rate, nobody could catch up. Help me jump up! Li Jinghao shouted. Leave it to me. Yu Lang understood and suddenly accelerated 2 meters forward, kneeling on one knee, placing his hands together under his feet to form a platform. Chapter 158. Li Jinghao was pulled by the ribbon, flying towards the tail of the graphite flying saucer. Soon, the ribbon released Li Jinghao's eyes. You can open your eyes now. Ya Bo's voice came. Everyone opened their eyes, and Duck Neck put on the auspicious satin ribbon again. While the ribbons on his hands and calves disappeared, transforming into ropes that tied around the waists of the other 5. Quack! Duck Neck was still very angry. Quack quack quack, constipated four-eyed guy, you almost ruined my reputation. Believe me, no one is interested in your reputation, Sai-Chi said calmly, pushing up the bridge of his glasses. First, let's find a way to get on its back. Hanging like this is not safe. Hurry up, I'm scared of heights. Li Jinghao's face turned pale, as he clung tightly to Bai Ze's thigh. Bai Ze looked down and saw that the 6 of them were being pulled up by the tail of the graphite flying saucer, rising to a height of 100 meters. He felt dizzy. If they fell, they would surely die. Leave it to me. Ice Blue raised his right hand, aimed at the back of the graphite flying saucer, and channeled energy. Ice Spike. A small ice spike appeared at the base of the graphite flying saucer's tail. Duck Neck. Hook it. Ice Blue instructed. Okay. With a thought, Duck Neck sent the auspicious satin ribbon that was wrapped around his waist flying towards the ice spike, wrapping around it tightly. Got it? Chapter 159. At least it has to wait until you guys use up half. Bai Ze hesitated for a moment. 2/3. Then you can kill it in one hit. Sai-Chi asked. No, only then can I help you weaken it together, Bai Ze replied. Interesting. Sai-Chi pushed the bridge of his glasses with his middle finger, realizing that not every mysterious practitioner was very strong. You look down on me, don't you? Congratulations. You guessed right. Bai Ze said, trying to maintain his dignity. My ability belongs to the mechanism type, and I can't do anything against something tough and thick-skinned like this. Sai-Chi also sat cross-legged. I'm about the same. Bai Ze remembered that when dealing with Yi Rong, Sai-Chi had interfered with the carp's cognition, changing its hand coordination ability, thus saving his life. No matter what this ability was, it definitely wouldn't work on the graphite flying saucer, unless Sai-Chi could directly make it commit suicide. Speaking of which, did it really know what suicide was? Bai Ze's thoughts were pulled back, as he felt a vibration beneath him. Thump! 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 The vibration occurred every 3 seconds and became more pronounced. Bai Ze bounced along with the rhythm, as if sitting on a trampoline. Sai-Chi was in a similar situation. The two exchanged glances and turned around at the same time, discovering the culprit. Chapter 160. Do you have such a big influence? Sai-Chi asked coldly. No. Use your brain, Sai-Chi replied. I left my brain at home, Duck Neck retorted confidently. The king of the swamp. Bai Ze speculated. It should be. Ice Blue also thought of it. The graphite flying saucer evolved this way to ensure the shortest time on the ground and the fastest reaction time, thus minimizing the probability of being eaten by the king of the swamp. But doesn't he, the king of the swamp, not like to eat graphite flying saucers? Duckneck asked. Not liking to eat doesn't mean it can't eat. Bai Ze made an analogy. If a shark swims past you, even if its target isn't you, would you be afraid? Would you want to run? Quack. Only a fool wouldn't run, Duckneck said. Clearly, the graphite flying saucer isn't stupid either, Sai Chi said. What should we do now? Wild Wolf felt a bit dejected. A success rate of only half, should they continue? There's a 50 success rate, it's worth a shot. Li Jinghao remained optimistic. Sai Chi shook his head. This is a maze, we also have to consider other dangers. A 50 success rate is too low. Are we really going to give up? Li Jinghao was unwilling. The others felt the same. Sai Chi remained silent, continuing to think. Bai Ze stretched out his hand, watching the rainwater gathering in his palm. The energy of the graphite flying saucer came from the rainwater, preventing it from touching the rainwater, could stop it self-healing. Chapter 161 RRR. Wild Wolf's dual blades plunged deep into the graphite flying saucer's abdomen, and he bit down hard. Li Jinghao tightly embraced Wild Wolf, and the two stuck firmly to its abdomen, successfully avoiding being sucked in by the suction cups. Bai Ze and the others promptly moved to the tail, also successfully dodging a disaster. The suction lasted for just over 10 seconds before closing, and then the graphite flying saucer quickly ascended, appearing vigorous and in good condition. Quack! This is too shameless, it's back to full health. Duckneck shouted. Stop quacking. Take care of us first. Wild Wolf, still clinging to the abdomen of the strange creature, shouted. Don't strangle my neck this time. Li Jinghao followed up. Quack! In that moment of urgency, who could care about so much? 5 minutes later, the 6 of them, relying on the auspicious satin ribbon, returned to the back of the graphite flying saucer, but it was already on the other side. The 6 sat together, morale at rock bottom. The situation was not optimistic. They were hundreds of meters in the air, without parachutes, having used up most of their energy. And all equipment supplies were gone. Sai Chi had a blank expression, deep in thought. Bai Ze sat cross-legged, also contemplating. Is this really still the grey plate? Wild Wolf was excited. Did you all see that suction cup? How could there be such a thing? Chapter 162 10 minutes later. Sai Chi finished explaining the plan in detail. Any questions? The others were dumbfounded, greatly shocked. This plan was simply too crazy. And any mistake in any part would lead to failure. There's only one chance, Sai Chi said calmly. If it doesn't succeed, we'll just spend the night. I support it. Duckneck was the first to get fired up. If it were the Grey Phoenix, he would definitely do this. She definitely would, Bai Ze agreed. You understand me. Duckneck was very happy. Bai Ze felt helpless. What a joke, if you all fail, you can still spend the night, if I fail. I'm done. Wild Wolf gritted his teeth, let us do it then. I have no objections, Ice Blue also agreed. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Li Jinghao exuded a mysterious confidence. Seeing that everyone agreed, Sai Chi stood up. No time to waste, we must execute it immediately, the longer we delay, the more unfavorable it is for us. The 6 stood up and formed a circle. Sai Chi extended his hand. Bai Ze was slightly surprised. Sai Chi actually did such a Chunibu thing. Duckneck, Li Jinghao, and Wild Wolf immediately reached out, followed by Ice Blue and Bai Ze. 6 hands stacked together. Sai Chi pushed up the bridge of his glasses. Everyone, I take back what I said at the beginning, it's a matter of life and death. We must work together with no reservations. Can you do that? Chapter 163 59. 58. The graphite flying saucer was continuously approaching the living water mountain. Bai Ze looked down from high above. It was a chasm so immense that it made one doubt their own existence. A sight Bai Ze felt he had only seen in a surreal, lonely dream. Thin rain mist floated above the chasm, and below the mist was pure darkness. Soon, the darkness turned to deep brown, then to light grey, revealing countless sparkling glimmers, growing brighter. Bai Ze knew that the water source at the bottom of the fountain was about to surge out, and Sai Chi's precise timer, in his mind, was doing great work. 53, 52. Senior Brother San. The situation was critical, and Bai Ze was also boiling with blood, nearly shouting out loud. Yes? Li Jinghao was just waiting for Bai Ze's command. He rushed towards Wild Wolf, who was already kneeling on one knee, hands hanging down, forming a support platform. 48, 47. Li Jinghao stepped on it with one foot. Ah! The Wild Wolf pushed up hard. Li Jinghao jumped high, flipping in the air, head down. His body straight like a line, all his energy rapidly converging from his toes to the top of his head. 40, 39. Breaking Fist 3 styles. Boom! Li Jinghao delivered an iron head technique, smashing down on the center of the graphite flying saucer's back. Chapter 164. In an instant, Bai Ze's internal organs sank rapidly, as if bearing 1,000 pounds of force, with the screams of everyone ringing in his ears. The flying saucer carrying the 6 people was pushed up into the sky by a huge fountain of energy. Fortunately, with the ice blue ice cage and the duck neck's auspicious satin ribbon, everyone clung tightly to the back of the flying saucer, while the duck neck's plump spherical body acted like an airbag, providing some cushioning. Despite this, everyone was still in immense pain, almost unable to breathe. After a dozen seconds, the pain disappeared. The graphite flying saucer was sent to an altitude of 1,000 meters, breaking through the clouds, arriving in a clean world dyed pink by rosy light. Free from grey rain and mist, the flying saucer rose to its highest point, experiencing a brief pause. It had long been dead, merely a corpse. The 6 of them stood inside, gazing at the magnificent sea of clouds, as if time had stopped, as if they had fallen into a dream. 2 seconds later, the corpse of the graphite flying saucer fell back down, the immense pressure tearing apart everyone's internal organs once more. Bai Ze's energy was severely depleted, unable to hold on any longer, and he fainted amidst the cries of his companions. September 1st, Negation City. Chapter 165. Bai Ze shouted, waking up. All the memories since winning rushed through his mind like a revolving lantern. His consciousness slowly returned, and his vision became clear. He was lying in a small tent. Next to him sat the duck neck, whose auspicious satin ribbon was stained with quite a bit of blood. The graphite flying saucer had fallen rapidly, and when it was less than 100 meters from the ground, the duck neck erupted with all its strength. Forcibly exiting the cabin, using her spherical body to hold her companions securely, turning into a cushion that cushioned their fall, saving everyone's lives. The duck neck was injured badly. Everyone immediately set up camp, carrying her and the unconscious Bai Ze inside to rest. However, being a living creature of the 4th realm, the duck neck's healing ability was quick, but she complained about feeling unwell, taking the opportunity to slack off. "Ga? You finally woke up," the duck neck said excitedly. "How long did I sleep?" Bai Ze felt a pain at the back of his head, and a metallic taste in his mouth. "Not long, maybe 10 minutes. The duck neck suddenly leaned in mysteriously. "Delivery rider, if I hadn't checked your injuries, I wouldn't have known you were hiding so deeply." Bai Ze was startled and looked down. The cloak outside had been removed, exposing the phoenix feather garment. However, since all the energy had been retracted, it was now just a beautiful yet ordinary feather cloak. Chapter 166. 1 minute earlier. In front of the corpse of the graphite flying saucer, Sai Chi activated the mind glasses, enabling a brief photo-taking function, then stepped back over 10 meters to start recording the concluding phase of the entire operation. Ice Blue and the Wild Wolf were half squatting near the corpse, sorting through the spoils. "Damn! This time we really hit the jackpot," the Wild Wolf said, using his sharp claws to cut away the remaining tissue from the monster's organ. "Sister-in-law, I think we should take a share too." "Get to work." Ice Blue said without looking up. Why should it all go to them? The wild wolf looked up at Li Jinghao. How about I go look for more? If I can find another maize pearl, I'll take it. After all, sweet and spicy can be used. The wild wolf shut up. Ice Blue's face darkened. I'm sorry. The wild wolf apologized. The one who should apologize is me, Ice Blue said. Sister-in-law, this was an accident, no one is to blame. As the saying goes, in the maze. At the ghost gate, one day it will not return, as explorers, who doesn't have this awareness? I know, but I still can't forgive myself, Ice Blue said. The wild wolf sighed. Sister-in-law, you're great in every way, but you always take everything onto yourself. I really opposed the thing with the carp back then, but you insisted. Chapter 167 Activate Grip. Bai Ze's hands shot out over 100 invisible core threads, flying towards the mutated Ice Blue. Whoosh! The mutated Ice Blue slashed out 2 black arcs in mid-air, cutting these core threads apart, and the pain connected to his 10 fingers immediately feed back into Bai Ze's body. The opponent could actually see Bai Ze's core threads. This was not a bad thing, at least it proved Bai Ze's guess was correct, this was a battle of cores. Don't look down on people. Ah! Bai Ze shouted loudly, clenching his hands tightly. In an instant, more core threads surged out, they were tougher, faster, and more agile. Avoiding the mutated Ice Blue's attacks, wrapping around her body, and then sealing her layer by layer. The next second, a bizarre scene occurred. The mutated Ice Blue stopped 3 meters in the air, as if frozen in place. Beneath her feet, Bai Ze was raising his hands, shouting, his face pale. Gritting his teeth, like a movie actor without special effects after a fight. Soon, visible changes began to occur. Bai Ze's hands became transparent, then his body. And finally began to spread towards his head, and everyone could almost see his veins, bones, and internal organs. Chapter 168 The world was quiet, the rain and mist ethereal. The sun moving never turned around, he put his hands down and stepped forward. The magical girl Xia waved her wand, and the energy barrier in front of her disappeared. She spun her wand, opening a golden energy umbrella, and quickly chased after the captain. The red-haired woman with no visible face, Wang Yu, also followed. She walked slowly, but was not worried about falling behind. Beside Bai Ze, only the sunlight boy Bai Zu and the artistic uncle Huang Dun remained. With the purple-haired woman Chao Chen treating the wild wolf. On Huang Dun's side, he had already heard Sai Chi briefly explain the situation. Understood. Huang Dun took a puff of smoke. What you encountered is called the host body. A black parasitic entity. Sai Chi frowned. He. It seems you've heard of it too, Huang Dun nodded. Since that incident, new species have appeared in the deep layers of the maze, neither monsters nor NPCs. Of unknown origin, evil and dangerous, we call them host bodies. Host bodies are invading the maze in reverse, faster than we imagined. And it seems they have already entered the 5th layer. What you encountered was a replica, part of an exploratory advance team, of no great value, just eliminate it. There's no need to panic. Host bodies are rare, replicas have few hostings, and their lifespan is extremely short, posing limited threats to the maze ecosystem and explorers. Chapter 169 The Nameless One really exists. Li Jinghao was very surprised. Bai Ze was also secretly shocked. Among the 3 illusion gods, the Nameless One was the most mysterious. With no name, no information, and it was unknown whether it was male or female, human or ghost, most people believed this person didn't exist at all. However, a saying circulated from somewhere, claiming that there were 3 legendary explorers, and there would only ever be 3, they were the most special winners. The key to unraveling the truth of the maze. This saying met the expectations of many people, and thus it spread. It's just a rumor. And I don't know the truth. Siki continued, but what can be confirmed is that this time we gathered the top combat power of the explorers. And it was our biggest challenge to the 9th level of the maze. Did we still fail? Bai Ze asked. Siki nodded. We failed. Is the gatekeeper boss on the 9th level that strong? Li Jinghao found it hard to believe. Isn't there 18 levels in the maze? We've only explored halfway. Siki continued. So this has been a big blow to the explorers. Many people believe that we will never be able to break free from the curse of the maze. Are there any specific details? Bai Ze asked. No, those who participated in the operation have kept strict confidentiality. Not a single detail has leaked out. Siki paused. But I do have my own insights. Chapter 170. Bai Ze suddenly remembered that he hadn't activated the secondary potential of the 5 realms, and could basically confirm that he was a dedicated potential user. Siki, are you a dedicated wisdom root user? Bai Ze asked. Yes. Siki said. I heard that dedicated potential users are stronger, is that true? Li Jinghao asked. Bai Ze was quite satisfied. Good mouth replacement. The senior brother didn't hurt you in vain. Siki explained that to be precise, the average realm improvement speed of single potential users is higher than that of multiple potential users, but multiple potential users also have secondary potentials. And strength varies from person to person, with no conclusion. The realms of the Truth Squad are quite high, right? Bai Ze followed up. Not sure. Siki said. I guess they should be in the range of 68 realms, otherwise, they wouldn't be active in the deep areas of the maze. As they spoke, the teleportation portal at the first level of the maze appeared, and entering it would return them to the ground station, and the countdown would no longer decrease. Bai Ze glanced at his left wrist. 3:06, 22, another escape from death. On Friday morning, the 4 walked out of Chiendi Park. Bai Ze hurried back to the university to have breakfast in the cafeteria, reply to messages from Lao Lin and Shi Wei. Then returned to the dormitory to take a shower, wanting to sleep for a while. He was clearly very tired, but he just couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 171. Bai Ze returned to the university dormitory. His twisted spirit finally let go of his tired body, and he fell asleep immediately. Bai Ze slept until the evening, missing dinner at the cafeteria. He left the university, and went to the night snack street to find something to eat. As he approached the intersection, his eyes lit up. Finally, the late-night fried rice cart he had been thinking about for a long time finally appeared again. Bai Ze quickened his pace and arrived at the stall. Boss. 1 serving please. Bai Ze was startled. Sitting slumped at the folding table behind the cart was a familiar figure. Li Yu had run from morning until night, feeling dizzy with hunger, and decided to come here to eat something. He was lucky. The late-night fried rice he hadn't seen for half a month had appeared again. When a bowl of fragrant fried rice was served, Li Yu found that he still had no appetite. He thought it might be because he was too thirsty. So he ordered a bottle of beer. He took a sip, and his throat felt a bit better, but he still had no appetite. Thus, the bowl of fried rice remained untouched, and several empty beer bottles had already accumulated on the table. He thought that as long as he was busy enough and rational enough, he wouldn't be crushed. He thought sadness was like thunder and lightning. As long as he hid in the wardrobe, he wouldn't hear or see it. But it turned out that sadness was a continuous drizzle, seeping through the windows and becoming an omnipresent dampness. Chapter 172. Li Jinghao ran towards Bai Ze. Have you waited long? Bai Ze asked. Yes, I came right after lunch. Li Jinghao was very excited. He had called Bai Ze that morning, saying he wanted to visit his senior brother, and also wanted to meet Uncle Qian in the Misty Alley. Bai Ze also felt it was time, so he agreed. No need to come early next time. Bai Ze said. It's fine, anyway, I was just idle. Li Jinghao said. That won't do. Bai Ze said. Why? If you're too eager about something, it can easily be manipulated by others. The more you care about something, the less you should show it. Bai Ze said. Li Jinghao seemed to understand a bit. Anyway, what the senior brother said made sense. I understand. Bai Ze took out his phone and dialed Uncle Qian's number. But there was no answer. Click. After a while, a key flew out of the window. Ha! Li Zhenghao raised his hand and caught it steadily. Senior brother, be careful. There are hidden weapons. Bai Ze couldn't help but laugh. Hidden weapons, my foot, open the door. He, okay. Li Zhenghao opened the door. And the two went to the second floor. Uncle Qian was still the same, just waking up, wearing a shirt that looked like a rag, a pair of shorts. With sparse hair and thick body hair. He held a toothbrush in his mouth, scratched his back with one hand, and picked up a thick envelope from the coffee table with the other. 30,000 in rewards, just sign here. Chapter 173. Bai Ze brought Li Zhenghao back to the rental apartment, stopping by the supermarket downstairs to buy drinks. As they entered the store, they bumped into Shi Wei, who was holding a roll of toilet paper. It turned out the supermarket was running a promotion where you could scan a code to follow their public account and get free toilet paper. Shi Wei had to take advantage of this deal. One of her famous sayings was, "This world doesn't lack cheap things, just a pair of eyes to spot them." Brother. Seeing Bai Ze, Shi Wei was overjoyed. She hugged his arm and said it was just right, quickly going to scan the code to get another roll of toilet paper. Bai Ze saw that Shi Wei was dressed beautifully and frowned. Are you going out? Yes, my sisters are going back tonight. And I'm going to join them for a meal and see them off. Shi Wei said happily. They envy me, I can stay in the city freely. Dream on. I didn't agree to that. Bai Ze said. It doesn't matter. Shi Wei let go of Bai Ze, pouting. As long as the old man agrees, that's enough. What do you count for? You, her. Shi Wei suddenly noticed a boy standing behind Bai Ze, looking a bit nervous. Are you my brother's friend? Yes. Li Zhenghao replied loudly, his face slightly flushed. He didn't know why, but he felt a bit nervous the moment he saw Shi Wei. I'm the great knight Bai Ze. Bai Ze's friend, my name is Li Zhenghao. Chapter 174. Feng Shui Mother. Uncle Qian frowned slightly as he held the note. Ji asked you to catch Feng Shui Mother. The question Bai Ze was most concerned about slipped out. Is it dangerous? Not dangerous, Uncle Qian said, compared to the graphite flying saucer. It can be said to be completely safe. Uncle Qian stroked his beard and changed the subject, but it might be more difficult. Very hard to find. Bai Ze guessed. Uncle Qian opened a bottle of beer, quickly slurping away the foam that overflowed. Feng Shui Mother, a special maze monster on the 3rd level, a speed type, sea level. Poses no threat to explorers, unless you want to eat it, which might cause mild poisoning. Its corpse essence can be used as a medicinal guide. This thing is not only hard to find, but also hard to catch. Why? This thing lives in the wind, relying on the maze's energy to survive. There are often strong winds in the canyons on the 3rd level, and it moves with the wind, reaching speeds of up to 200 meters per second. And it is nearly transparent, hiding in the wind and sand. Explorers below the expert level would need luck to catch it. Can't we set traps? Bai Ze asked. Useless. Uncle Qian laughed. It always lives in the wind, never touching the ground. The entire 3rd level of the maze is its home. There must be some way, right? Bai Ze asked. Chapter 175. Not good in any aspect. You need to understand his true nature before the illusion shatters. Shi Wei looked serious. Am I really your brother? Bai Ze rolled his eyes, put down the packaged dessert, and turned to the water dispenser to pour himself a drink. I can't be your enemy, right? What do you know? This is called righteousness over kinship. Shi Wei began to babble nonsensically. Sister Xia has such good conditions. Do you really deserve her, brother? Oh, I'm not that great either. Sister Xia glanced gratefully at Bai Ze. That night, if it weren't for your brother saving me, I wouldn't dare to think about what happened next. That night was probably your brother's only shining moment in his life. Shi Wei was very excited. Sister Xia, you must not generalize. All right. Sister Xia smiled wickedly. Don't worry. Your brother is great, but he's not my type. I won't compete with you. Phut. Bai spat out a mouthful of water. Phut. Shui spat out a mouthful of sunflower seeds. We are siblings. The brother and sister said in unison. Sister Xia was stunned, awkwardly laughing. Aren't you not blood related? That doesn't count. Bai said seriously. Exactly. Shui was also very excited, and with him like this, who would like him anyway? Chapter 176. No. But I found a similar work for you. 10-Year Maze Life Guide. Farewell to City Noise. Return to Pastoral Life. Chapter 1. Take a look. The electronic screen popped up with the book cover, priced at 20 points, discounted to 18 points, exactly the same as the last one, just with a different title. No. At least change the cover, even an AI-generated image would work. And why is there a new pit? Why did the price go up? There are too many grievances. Bai was very angry, then clicked to purchase. Purchase successful, balance 313 experience points. Soon, a booklet dropped from the vending machine. Bai picked it up. Seemingly with a few more pages than the last one, no wonder it got more expensive. It turned out to be calculated by word count. Xiaoqing had already finished unpacking and was organizing. Bai was too lazy to disturb her, sitting cross-legged, and started reading. The beginning was still a preface by the author. This time Bai patiently did not skip. Dear readers, we meet again. Thank you for your love and support. Without you, there would be no Maze Guide series. From the beginning, the author made a plan, and Maze Guide will be divided into 3 main chapters: survival, life, and exploration. Chapter 177. Bai closed the book and let out a long breath. Previously, he complained that the author's books were expensive, but now it seemed all valuable information. The method of making maze clothing seemed complicated, but all steps could be accomplished in the shallow area. It was actually not difficult. Since Bai planned to open an inn in the maze, he needed fabric in many places. If Bai could wear a set of clothing made from the maze, pretending to be an NPC would be even more seamless. Speaking of which, NPC clothing should all be made through similar methods. Bai thought of the elf race. Their clothing was very simple, like linen fabric. Bai got up, found the detailed page of the book on the vending machine, and indeed there was another prominent brownish-yellow button. Bai pressed it. Number of people requesting an update. 1. Bai returned to the stone platform, and Xiaohui had just finished drinking the muddled milk. Xiaoqing leaned down, gently holding his hands in one hand while stroking his head with the other, humming a gentle lullaby. Xiaohui was making soft noises, twisting his body, seemingly wanting to sleep, but unable to. What's wrong with him? Bai asked. The baby can't fall asleep by himself, he needs an adult to coax him to sleep. Xiaohui is being spoiled. Bai looked over. Xiaohui no longer had the painful tubes and needles on him, but he was still sleeping on the cold hard stone platform. Chapter 178. Bai's eyes darkened. What you fear will come. Liu, you handle it. If we talk, we will be recognized. Bai whispered. The 3 turned around. And Zhongji had already walked over. You took the wrong way, that way is a dead end. Got it. Liu, who was originally not nervous, became tense after being scolded by his 2 companions. We are going to the end of the canyon. The end? Zhongji's eyes flickered. Are you going to catch a feng shui jellyfish? Yes, Liu said. Zhongji raised his hand to adjust his cuffs, quickly glancing over the 3 of them. To be blunt, you will return empty-handed. Let's try our luck. Liu said, feng shui jellyfish are hard to catch anyway, no pressure. Zhongji smiled confidently. Hard to catch is only for you. Liu was speechless. No offense, but if you join the Explorers Guild, you will learn more systematic knowledge, receive more professional training, and your success rate in catching feng shui jellyfish will significantly increase. Additionally, you can earn points to directly exchange for supplies. The guild has quite a rich resource reserve. No. We are used to being free. Liu said. Free? No, no, no. Zhongji waved his hand, looking superior. You seem free, but you are actually more constrained. You see, a feng shui jellyfish can waste you many days. But joining our guild may seem like sacrificing some freedom, but in reality, you gain greater development space, and in turn, more free time. Freedom has always been relative. Chapter 179, No rush, think it over slowly, the draft comes once an hour. The other party pulled down the safety helmet, put on the diving goggles, and began to feign sleep. Bai Ze, Liz Henghao, and Liu arrived at the rock wall across and sat down in the shade. Master brother, what should we do next? Liz Henghao asked. Cooperation, Bai Ze said decisively. Huh? Liz Henghao was a bit surprised. This is so hasty. Qi Ji is not hasty, there is no choice. Liu smiled helplessly. You also saw it. With this sandstorm, we can't catch the feng shui jellyfish at all. That's true. Liz Henghao scratched his head, but I don't like that kid. He seems sly. He's already 26. Liu said, he is a grown-up. Ha ha. Liz Henghao was amused. He looked at Bai Ze. Master brother, we are really cooperating. Bai Ze nodded. If we don't cooperate, we will definitely return empty-handed. If we do, at least there's a chance. If we only catch one, we don't want it. We can make some money and split it, that counts as not coming in vain, and we learned his method to catch next time. I think it's feasible. Liu agreed. Master brother speaks wisely. Liz Henghao also agreed, then let us go find him. Chapter 180, Is this watch also an invention of the Quark Guild? Bai Ze was very interested. Watches from reality would malfunction when brought in, but being able to keep accurate time in the maze was very important. Exactly. Xuanti was very proud. This thing is expensive. With an error of no more than 10 seconds, can also monitor physical condition, and can quantify the maze pressure all around. I really want to buy one. The road to making money is long. Xuanti suddenly remembered, I almost forgot. He took out a pair of palm-sized copper symbols from his waist pouch. A level 3 magical item, precision symbols, specifically to enhance accuracy and reactionability, which will help us catch the feng shui jellyfish. He held one symbol in one hand. It might make you dizzy at first. Are you ready? Wait. Bai Ze glanced at Liz Henghao. You don't need to hunt, stand back. Liz Henghao was stunned, then understood. Okay. Liz Henghao ran far away, watching Xuanti. Zunti lightly tapped the cymbals. The sound was crisp and resonant. Bai Ze and Liu furrowed their brows, feeling a slight dizziness, which disappeared after a few seconds. Oh? Zunti retracted the cymbals. Bai Ze quietly activated his potential mechanism, not noticing any abnormalities in his body. He glanced at Liu, who nodded as well, sensing no danger. Chapter 181, The three looked over, and Bai Ze drew out a dagger to sketch on the ground. He first drew a horizontal line. This is the ground. He then drew another horizontal line parallel to the previous one, representing the action route of the Feng Shui Mother. Bai Ze marked a point on the ground's horizontal line, and wrote beside it A. Point A is our ambush position. Bai Ze drew a 45-degree angle ray from the point to intersect with the horizontal line representing the Feng Shui Mother's action route, and next to the intersection, he wrote B. Point B is the exact location to hunt the Feng Shui Mother. Everyone nodded. It was easy to understand. This is a math problem, Bai Ze said. We have the running speed of the Feng Shui Mother, and we also have the firing speed of the hunting cannon. As long as we measure the distance from point A to the starting point of the Feng Shui Mother, we can calculate the location of point B. Li Jinghao raised his hand. I can do this problem. TCH, I thought you had some great insight. Zunti crossed his arms. If it were that simple, would I need you? The reality is much more complicated. First, we can't get an accurate distance. When our naked eyes spot the feng shui mother. How far it is from point A is uncertain. Additionally, we have to consider the resistance of the crosswind on the hunting cannonball. In reality, the hunting cannon cannot be 80 meters per second, it might only be 40 meters per second, or even 30 meters per second. Because the crosswind varies in strength and size, and the same wind can be strong or weak at different times. We also have to consider the interference from sand and stones. It's impossible to calculate accurately. Chapter 182, Li Yu and Zun Ti immediately returned to their ambush spot and got into position. Bai Ze put on the hunting sunglasses and hid with Li Jinghao behind the safety of the rock wall. This time the view was open. Bai Ze surveyed the entire scene, as if watching a horizontal scrolling game. Then, the crosswind appeared. This time, Bai Ze saw clearly that the first to appear was the feng shui mother, at over 100 meters in height, moving indeed the slowest. With the most numbers, 5 of them. About 3 seconds later, 3 feng shui mothers at over 50 meters in height followed closely, moving much faster. Another 2 seconds later, there were 2 feng shui mothers below 50 meters. The entire appearance and disappearance of the feng shui mothers lasted roughly 10 seconds. Li Yu fired the hunting cannon in the 8th second. 3 cannonballs were shot at a streak of blue light, quickly enlarging and then shrinking, before turning into 3 grey streaks of light that were blown away. Bai Ze knew it was another failure. A minute later, the crosswind ended. Bai Ze and Li Jinghao walked over, while Li Yu and Zun Ti crawled out from the yellow sand, looking dejected. Li Yu smiled bitterly at Bai Ze. I really thought we would succeed this time. The wind speed was lower, and I could see their movement trajectories with my naked eye, but the hunting cannon is not as responsive as my hands and feet. The results after firing were completely off. Chapter 183, Without hesitation, Bai Ze took 2 hunting cannons and walked with Li Yu towards the canyon's tailwind. Li Jinghao snatched Zun Ti's hunting cannon. This one is mine. You? Zun Ti was a bit unwilling. Yes. Li Jinghao was very excited. It's the 3rd time. It should be my turn now. Do you think this is a game? Zun Ti was both angry and amused. If you want to play, go to the amusement park to pop balloons. I think I should do it for a higher success rate. No way. Li Jinghao held onto the hunting cannon tightly. The senior brother said I would fire this time. Zun Ti was a bit speechless and stopped insisting. Fine, fine, fine. He took out a small bronze symbol. I'll help you increase your accuracy. Be serious. I rented this equipment for quite a bit of money. Don't worry. Li Jinghao suddenly thought of something. Aren't you alone? How come you borrowed 3 sets of equipment? Were you planning to find someone to cooperate? How is that possible? Zun Ti smiled bitterly. I originally had 2 teammates, but they couldn't make it. Did they bail on you? Li Jinghao asked. Yes. It's better not to have such friends. Li Jinghao disliked untrustworthy people. Oh, but you can't blame them entirely. Zun Ti shrugged. It's normal for dead people to bail. Chapter 184, The crosswind howled past. Li Yu carried Bai Ze, hiding in a groove. Bai Ze expanded the grip field, instantly enlarging it to a 30-meter radius around him. Suddenly, a life form intruded into his grip field, and he didn't have time to warn Li Yu. A streak of blue light flashed past their line of sight. That was the first feng shui mother. Boom! Li Yu jumped the moment he captured the blue light, plunging into the nearby crosswind while carrying Bai Ze. Although Bai Ze was tightly bound to Li Yu's back, his internal organs were violently pulled by some force, feeling like he was about to fly out. 1 second later, Bai Ze and Li Yu found themselves caught in a sandstorm at a height of 100 meters. Flying forward at high speed, the first feng shui mother had long shaken them off, disappearing from sight. The second feng shui mother followed closely, flying past them. Then the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, but time seemed to slow down, at least from Bai Ze's perspective. The four Feng Shui mothers appeared to be moving slower. He could clearly see them through the hunting sunglasses, their umbrella-shaped heads adorned with many transparent tentacles, weaving through countless magnetic storm noise points, as they gradually caught up with Bai Ze and Li Yu and started to pull away. Chapter 185, Bang. Zun Ti forcefully slapped the cymbals. Bai Ze, Li Yu, and Li Jinghao jumped in fright, expecting some danger, but nothing happened, and they felt no discomfort in their bodies. Zun Ti explained with a smile that it was not a nimble symbol, but a hypnotic symbol, a second-level magical item. It increases your accuracy, essentially. It's a form of self-hypnosis. As long as you believe you have become stronger, your state will indeed improve. However, the most powerful aspect of this magical item is that once you unconditionally accept my first hypnotic suggestion, in a short time, if I clap the cymbals again, you will inevitably be hypnotized again, and will unconditionally follow my orders. You're so sinister. You've been plotting against us from the start. Li Jinghao was very angry. Little brother, your second senior brother is right. Zun Ti sneered, there's no need to discuss principles with some people. Being so naive will not help you survive in the maze. Li Jinghao clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Stay still for 10 minutes. This is an order. Zun Ti shouted. In an instant, Li Yu really stopped, unable to move at all. How is this possible? Li Jinghao struggled desperately. But it was useless, as if someone had struck his acupoint. Chapter 186. Zun Ti crawled over on his knees, wanting to hug Bai Ze's thigh, but was stopped by a glance from Bai Ze. He immediately bowed to Bai's, brother Rider, please give me a way to live. I know I don't appreciate good fortune and have taken advantage, but I must take the equipment back, or I will really die. Bai's pretended to be injured at first, just to see through Zun Ti's true nature. This kid is indeed shameless, a bit bad, but not exactly a villain, otherwise, he could have killed them just now. Instead of just taking advantage of them once. Bai's made a decision. I'll take the Wind Water Mother, you can take the equipment. Your second-level magic weapon is actually a fourth-level magic weapon, Zun Ti said. Damn it. Li Yu couldn't hold back and kicked Zun Ti, not a single word of truth. If I didn't say it was a second-level magic weapon, how could I scare you? Zun Ti explained confidently. Don't interrupt me, Bai said, not angry but imposing. Zun Ti immediately shut up. I'll take your fourth-level magic weapon as collateral. Next time you bring equipment to find us, we'll help you catch a Wind Water Mother. Any extra Wind Water Mothers you catch will be ours, then, this matter will be settled. Zun Ti didn't think twice, no way, you can take the Wind Water Mother. But I can't lose anything on me. Chapter 187, 3 minutes later, Zhongji and Bai's returned. Li Jinghao had also comforted Li Jinghao quite a bit. Zhongji cleared his throat. Jinghao, since your brother Da she pleaded for you, I won't report today's incident. You need to come back with me now to reflect and write a 3,000-word self-criticism, no repetitions, excluding punctuation. I didn't do anything wrong. Li Jinghao was still a bit unconvinced, only to see Bai's hiding behind Zhongji, making faces and mouthing, this is Master S task. That's right, it's impossible. Li Jinghao rounded back. I will definitely reflect well when I go back. That's more like it. Zhongji was very satisfied. After a pause, he added, by the way, your strength has improved recently, you can start practical courses now. Zhongji looked at Bai's. I'm busy with work and don't have time to take you. So I specially invite Brother Da Shi to be your outdoor class teacher, to take you into the maze once a week. Really? Li Jinghao's heart blossomed with joy. Zhongji nodded, but every time before you go into the maze, you must get my approval, and you can only operate in the shallow areas. Ah? Li Jinghao was greatly disappointed. He had already hunted the graphite flying saucer on the 5th floor, seen the replica of the and encountered the truth team's transition from frugality to extravagance, and from extravagance to frugality was difficult. Chapter 188, What this means is that you need to interact more with people who have good luck, like us. So that your good fortune will give us a little bit, and your life will always maintain a score of 9 out of 10, that is true perfection. Chen Xiaoya seemed to ponder, her eyes flickering. Oh my, you really got it right. What do you mean got it right? I am a professional fortune teller. Certified and on the job. People in the Jianghu call me Liu Banzian. Liu Fanshuang's confidence soared. Chen Xiaoya sighed, actually, I've been feeling something's off lately. But I can't pinpoint it. All right, tonight I'll treat you to dinner, and you can help me clear my doubts. Ah, just me. Liu Fanshuang immediately wilted. How about we go together? No thanks, Chen Xiaoya politely declined. I'm a bit shy with too many people. But we have a great relationship, we're inseparable. We always eat together. I have an appointment tonight. Bai Ze was the first to clarify his stance. I am going fishing, Fang Shui said. Yang Xing was taken aback. I'm playing games tonight. Liu Fanshuang was shocked, unable to believe that his 3 roommates so readily abandoned him. Bai Ze shot him a look. Don't be shy, brother. It's time to show your charisma. Chapter 189. That night, Bai Ze went to the hot blood billiards room in Piamiao Alley, bringing the complete corpse of the Wind-Water Mother. In reality, it looked like a piece of dried squid, and Bai Ze wrapped it tightly in several layers of cling film and placed it in his backpack. At this moment, it was the busiest time for the billiards room, bustling with people and filled with the smell of smoke. Bai Ze quietly navigated through the crowd and approached the bar. Only to see and busy. The tall, slender blonde boy was wearing an apron and disposable gloves, skillfully cutting fruit platters. His focused work demeanor was quite handsome. Noticing someone approaching, he quickly looked up, and his charm was instantly gone. Oh, my dear friend. What wind blew you here? Have you been well lately? God knows how much I miss you. Come, let's drink 3,000 cups tonight, and we won't return home until we are drunk. Bai Ze's head started to hurt. Where's your sister? And was startled, his smile stiffening. My dear friend, why are you cursing? May I ask where I have offended you? You misunderstood, Bai Ze patiently explained. I meant where's your sister, not you. And thought seriously for a moment. I'm very sorry, your language is vast and profound. I still need to practice. Chapter 190. Bai Ze took out his phone, pretending to answer a call. Oh, okay, I'll come over. He feigned calmness, turned, and walked away. After taking more than 10 steps, he looked back. Sure enough, a man in a duckbill hat was following him, keeping a distance of 20 meters. Bai Ze's heart raced. He suddenly realized that reality was no safer than the maze, even more dangerous. In the maze, he had potential and powerful artifacts at his side, if he encountered danger. He could still fight back. But in reality, if he faced danger, he was just an ordinary person, with no other recourse but to call the police. But distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Bai Ze's first thought was Uncle Chien. No one in this area would dare to provoke him. Bai Ze quickened his pace and looked closely, his heart sinking halfway. The Integrity Hardware store ahead was actually closed. Bai Ze thought about dialing Uncle Chien's number. Suddenly realizing the shadow behind him had caught up. He didn't even need to turn around to guess that the person behind him was less than 5 meters away. It would take 100 meters to leave Piamiao Alley, and he probably couldn't outrun the other party. 10 meters ahead was the hardware store. Beside the storefront was a narrow alley. Turning through it would lead to a small piece of wasteland, and then to the riverside, where there were quite a few tourists. If it came down to it, Bai Ze could still jump into the river. He was a decent swimmer, and the other party might not follow him into the water. Chapter 191. The man in black did not answer and continued to speak to himself. In the maze, you might just be a small pawn, but in reality, you could easily kill a big boss. Strength or weakness, cat or mouse, it all depends on where you are. Don't you find it interesting? Bai Ze took a deep breath. That may not be the case. There are 3 people who are strong no matter where. The man in black remained silent. I don't care who you are. You'd better not mess with me. The people behind me are not someone you can provoke. Bai Ze glared at him fiercely. Is that so? The man in black was half convinced. You can go ask Boss Chen for confirmation, Bai Ze said. It's still not too late to let me go now. Don't dig your own grave. The man in black thought for a moment. Kid, you have guts. Here's the deal. I'll give you 1 minute. You have 3 chances to guess my identity. If you guess right, I'll let you go. You've already guessed wrong once. Okay, Bai Ze seized the opportunity. He stared at the man in black. Trying to find clues from his attire, his black mask was slightly bulging, and under the duckbill hat were a pair of cold red eyes. Time ticked by. Time's up. The man in black said. Bai Ze considered all possibilities and suddenly relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Jian, stop playing around. This time it's too much. Chapter 192, Let's talk first. No matter how you develop in the future, you cannot join the Guild Alliance, otherwise, my brother and I will leave immediately. And there may be retaliation. Bai Ze laughed, thinking it was for something else. Don't worry. You promise? Jian stared at Bai Ze with piercing eyes. I promise. I will never join the Guild Alliance, Bai Ze said. It's a deal, Jian replied. Once said, it's hard to chase back. Bai Ze said. All right, then later, wait. Bai Ze interrupted Jian. Jian frowned slightly, realizing that after all this time, she hadn't passed his assessment. Yes, Bai Ze nodded. I wasn't just trying to scare you. I do have powerful backing. How powerful? Jian asked. One of the 3, Bai Ze said. Jian was surprised, vaguely guessing who it was. After a moment of silence, she smiled. You really won't join the Guild Alliance because you don't need to. You and have good abilities. I have high hopes for you. Bai Ze put on a serious air. But if you want to join us, you both have to pass the final test. Once you pass this, then we are considered one of our own. Jian became interested. All right, what's the task? Bai Ze pretended to be mysterious and waved his hand at Jian. Jian leaned in closer. Chapter 193. His son just started high school and is very reluctant to study, with some depressive tendencies. You should give him some advice. Don't let the child get stuck in a rut. I'm not a psychologist, Wen Yang said. When I was depressed, didn't you read a lot of professional books? Go talk to him, you might gain something. It's best to advise her to take the child to a regular hospital. She's still struggling to accept that her son is sick, thinking that mental illnesses are monsters. Wen Yang sighed and walked out of the bar. I'll give it a try. Brother Hei Wu Chang, you really are a worrywart. As soon as Wen Yang left, Xia Wanlai came over, took Bai Ze's cocktail, and took a sip. Wow. As expected of a drink made for a good friend, it's so exciting. Bai Ze was speechless. Drink less, you still have to go back alone later. Xia Wanlai smiled slyly. I'm fine. I have my precious son to escort me. Bai Ze nodded and smiled. Thank you, auntie. It's getting late, I should, Xiao Bai. Have you thought about it? Xia Wanlai leaned closer. Huh? Come work part-time with me. Oh, that, I've been busy with school lately. I see you're not too busy. You still have time to date your girlfriend by the river, Xia Wanlai said with a mischievous smile. Chapter 194. The next day, Bai Ze attended class as usual. At 4 p.m., Uncle Qian called him to the shop. When Bai Ze arrived, Uncle Qian was lying in a recliner watching short videos with the volume turned up. Some brothers have some, there are 9 more novels as exciting as this one. When Uncle Qian saw Bai Ze, he pointed to something on the counter, wrapped in an old towel. What is this? Bai Ze asked. See for yourself. Bai Ze opened the towel to reveal a pair of handmade scissors, made from 2 sharp bird beaks, with 2 iron rings attached at the bottom. Looking more like an abstract piece of art. Bai Ze was startled. are these scissors made from eagle beaks? Yes, also known as Tony scissors. Uncle Chien stroked his chin. You mentioned it to Liu before. He came back and told me he wanted to buy one for you, so I made it. Try it out, does it feel good? Bai Ze picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was nice. Glad you like it. How much did Liu give you? Bai Ze decided to pay him back later. No money involved, Uncle Chien grinned. So this pair of Tony scissors is my gift to you. Bai Ze frowned and put the scissors back. Uncle Chien was taken aback, both angry and amused. Do you think so little of me? You've done so much business with me, it's reasonable to give a little back to the customer, right? Chapter 195, Maze Level 6. The sky was blood red. And the desert was vast, resembling a sorrowful and desolate Red Sea. In an hour and a half, it would be dark. In the desert, there was a small oasis. Just a small lake, a patch of green grass, and dozens of trees. By the lake, dyed red by the sunset, sat an old woman with grey hair. She had taken off her outer clothes, wearing only her underwear, her skin snow white, her figure slender with beautiful curves. She held a towel, dipped it in the cool lake water, wrung it out, and began to wipe her body. The towel slid from her neck to her shoulders, then to her collarbone. She suddenly stopped because another figure was reflected on the lake's surface. Sang Yu turned sideways. 10 meters away by the lake stood a young girl, with a baby face. About 20 years old, carrying a heavy backpack, her hair in a bun, looking somewhat timid, as if unsure how to speak. Is there something? Sang Yu asked. The girl hesitated but said, Sister, there is a poisonous snake in this lake. Don't use this water to wipe your body, it's very dangerous. I know, Sang Yu blinked. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Why? The girl was very curious. This towel looks very ordinary, it doesn't seem like a treasure. Chapter 196, No. Yidu stopped in a low voice. She is at least an S-class spiritual magician. So what? Yi Chi sneered, isn't she still fragile? One hit and she's done. For spiritual magicians, the integrity of the body is very important. Just as the integrity of the brain is crucial for those with high intelligence. I have a feeling she can refine high-purity maize pearls, don't ruin it. TCH, Yi Chi was reluctant and retracted the dagger. Yidu also put away the short knife. Looking up at the blood-red sky, hurry, time is running out. I know. Yi Chi went to grab Sang Yu's grey hair, intending to drag the corpse away. But his hand grasped nothing, he looked down to find the corpse was gone. Both were startled and quickly turned their heads. Sang Yu was kneeling by the lake 10 meters away, with her back to them, tying her grey hair into a high ponytail. Then leaning down to scoop up lake water to wash her face. Oh no, this is my last set of clothes. Sang Yu's voice had a hint of faint complaint. Yi Chi and Yidu's faces turned pale, everything before them had exceeded their understanding. This woman is not S-class. She's SS-class. Yi Chi slowly drew his weapon, activating his potential mechanism, aiming at Sang Yu's back. Smack! Yidu immediately pressed down on Yi Chi's hand, his expression serious, shaking his head slightly. Chapter 197, Bai Ze's brain crashed, and he let go of the jumping sheep. BAA. The jumping sheep kicked off its hind legs, using Bai Ze's face as a springboard to jump away, disappearing into the night. Ah! Bai Ze covered his face, wanting to scream, but could only hold it in. At that moment, Bai Ze just wanted to ask the heavens, why? He originally just came to the first level of the maze to try out the Tony scissors, but unexpectedly encountered a mutated jumping sheep. The moment he caught it, he inexplicably fainted, and when he woke up, he found himself trapped in a strange pit. The key point was that this trap was so strong that it violated the rules. No matter how hard Bai Ze tried, he couldn't escape. He called out to the heavens in vain, unable to get a response, only able to stare wide-eyed at the jumping sheep. Not long after, it got dark. The jumping sheep went berserk. Even the mutated berserk jumping sheep dared not easily provoke Bai Ze. But being forced to confront each other in such a cramped space made the jumping sheep enter a state of stress and start to go wild. Bai Ze had no choice but to grit his teeth and subdue it. The two fought for 300 rounds, and Bai Ze also got caught up in the moment, doing all sorts of chaotic things. Just as they were about to determine the winner, the trap was unexpectedly lifted, and Sang Yu was standing right behind him, witnessing the whole thing. Bai Ze felt like he wanted to die. But he couldn't die, he felt he should explain himself. Chapter 198, Bai Ze was taken aback, unable to tell if she was joking or serious. Suddenly, Sang Yu stepped forward and cupped Bai Ze's face with her hands. Their eyes met. Sang Yu's orderly green eyes were captivating, and in that moment, it felt as if his entire being had been dismantled and reassembled by someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. 3 seconds later, Sang Yu let go of Bai Ze and said, "Although I can only see a rough outline, you haven't been infected." "That's good." Bai Ze let out a breath of relief and hesitantly asked, "What would you do if I were infected?" "Guess?" Sang Yu replied with a smile, throwing the question back at him. Bai Ze decided not to ask more. After a moment, he gathered his courage to ask another question. "Why can you and I spend the night in the maze, but other explorers can't?" Sang Yu replied casually, "If I said I don't know, would you believe me?" "I wouldn't believe you, you sly beautiful woman." "I would," Bai Ze said. "Could you send me a piece of clothing from the maze?" Sang Yu naturally changed the subject. "Sure, but it might fail, I'm still figuring it out." "It will definitely succeed," Sang Yu said. "I'm not a tailor, even if I make it, it will probably look ugly," Bai Ze replied. Chapter 199, the intense pain in Bai Ze's severed arm lagged by 2 seconds before surging explosively to the top of his head. "Ah ah ah." Bai Ze screamed in agony while instinctively reacting, which was also the most correct response. He activated Startle. No matter what Sang Yu planned to do to Bai Ze, resistance was meaningless. The only hope was to quickly create distance with a startle, while avoiding any potential harm or control that might befall him. And then escape with all his might. Thud! A dull sound echoed inside him, as if the engine had stalled. Activate Startle. Thud! Once again, it stalled. Sang Yu smiled as she approached Bai Ze. Bai Ze's face turned pale, as he covered the bleeding stump of his arm, staggering backward until he collided with the treehouse. With nowhere to retreat. Activate Crying. Thud. Activate Grasp. Thud. Overwhelming terror and confusion nearly drowned out the intense pain in his body. He couldn't understand why all his potential had stalled. Suddenly, he looked down sharply. Sure enough, it was the phoenix feather robe. At that moment, it shimmered with a faint grey light, with countless grey glyphs flowing throughout his body, sealing off its potential mechanism. Sang Yu did not continue to approach. She walked to where Bai Ze had been and picked up his severed arm. "Didn't you want to be my dog?" "I accept." Chapter 200, Sang Yu was dead. And Bai Ze was stunned. It was too absurd. Sang Yu must be joking. This woman loved to deceive. She must be playing a prank. Even going to great lengths to do so. She enjoyed seeing him anxious, embarrassed, and at a loss, then relishing in his misfortune and laughing joyfully. It had to be like that. Absolutely. Sang Yu, stop joking, this isn't funny. I know you're not dead, stop pretending. I'm angry, I can get angry too. If you don't wake up, I really will take action. Don't think I wouldn't. I really would kill you. Bai Ze's mind was in chaos. His whole body trembling. He was still gripping the scissors that had pierced Sang Yu's heart, afraid to cut it or pull it out. As if it were a very important decision. Unbeknownst to him, the facts had already been determined, and fate was indifferent. There was only a cold corpse and the blood that continued to flow. Suddenly, a wave of immense farewell pain struck, nearly cleaving Bai Ze's chest open. Bai Ze had lost something. Not just Sang Yu in this moment and place, but something more distant and profound. That was an unwillingness that even madness couldn't conceal. A regret that even death couldn't offset. What exactly was it? Bai Ze couldn't remember. Chapter 201, Qingkao Town, dusk. During the dinner rush. The burger joint was bustling with business, filled with voices, and children were chasing each other with food and toys. At a small table in the corner sat an adult and a child. The adult, though only in his 50s, wore a faded security uniform, was thin and short, with dark skin and deep wrinkles, looking somewhat worn. The little boy was clever and smart, just turned 7, wearing ill-fitting sweatshirts and jeans, with a pair of eye-catching red sneakers, all donated by kind-hearted people. Bai Ze held a beef burger in both hands, taking big bites. Slow down, slow down. Old Lin chuckled, handing over a cola. Drink some water, don't choke. Bai Ze put down the burger, picked up the cola, took a big sip, and immediately closed his eyes, tilting his head back. What's wrong? Not good. Old Lin became anxious. This meal had cost him quite a bit. Bai Ze opened his eyes, nearly moved to tears with joy. It's so good, just a bit strong. Hee, that's called carbonated drink. You'll get used to it after a few times. Old Lin said happily. Bai Ze handed the cola to Old Lin. You drink too. I won't. The doctor said I should drink less of this, Old Lin replied. Chapter 202, Sang Yu was taking a bath. The half-finished wooden tub was surprisingly filled with hot water like a hot spring. Sang Yu sat sideways in it with her knees bent, one hand resting on the edge of the tub, propping her chin. Her wet grey hair, free from bloodstains, cascaded down, with a few strands falling onto the wooden floor. Perhaps she was too tired, or maybe the bath was too enjoyable, she actually dozed off. Bai Ze dared to take another look. Several vines spread above the bathroom, and drops of water occasionally fell from the green leaves into the tub. It was likely that the tree spirit was near the lake, with tree roots absorbing the lake water, creating this water-filled bathroom. But putting aside whether the lake water was sanitary, how did it turn into a hot spring? Bai Ze was full of questions. Guessing that Sang Yu must have used some method, he decided to let it be and quietly retreat back to his room, feeling guilty as he tiptoed away. Thud! Bai Ze's little toe bumped against a protruding piece of the wooden floor. Ouch! Bai Ze bit his lip to stifle the pain. Covering his mouth with one hand and his little toe with the other, hopping on one foot, then stepping onto Sang Yu's wet skirt, causing his heel to slip. Crash! Bai Ze fell awkwardly to the ground, feeling both pain and panic. He quickly got up and met Sang Yu's gaze. Chapter 203, Bai Ze fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up, the sky was bright. Bai Ze walked out of the room, and Sang Yu had already left. On the wall of the living room hung a phoenix feather coat, and on the wooden table lay neatly stacked t-shirts, pressed under a hot spring stone, which had a simple smiley face carved into it with a small knife. Bai Ze was stunned for 2 seconds before breaking into a knowing smile. He packed his things, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the treehouse. After taking a few steps, he remembered something, turned back to look at the treehouse, and thought, "You little rascal, you wouldn't run away again, would you?" The treehouse could not answer. The leaves rustled in the wind, looking a bit guilty. Bai Ze pretended to be earnest. "Tree, let me give you some advice. The outside world is too deep and complicated for you to handle. That illusionary fox from yesterday caught you off guard in just 2 or 3 moves, didn't it? Times have changed. The labyrinth is now filled with chaos and turmoil. If you don't find a backing, you could lose your life in an instant, got it?" The leaves rustled again. Bai Ze stepped forward and patted the treehouse. "You saw it too, the grey phoenix, how strong she is. My relationship with her means that I have your back, understand?" The leaves rustled once more. "That's more like it. A wise person knows how to adapt to the times. Don't be ungrateful. If you dare to run around again, I'll set you on fire. Understand?" Chapter 204. A few minutes later, Bai Ze pushed open the hospital room door. There were 2 hospital beds, one was empty, and Chen Xiaoye was lying on the other. She had a bandage wrapped around her head, and there were some scratches on her chin and neck. But they weren't serious enough to disfigure her. Otherwise, Liu Fan's Huang would feel guilty to death. He was a fortune teller, and firmly believed that disfigurement would change a person's fortune. Bai Ze, what are you doing here? Chen Xiaoye was a bit surprised to see him. I came to visit you, Bai Ze said. Thank you. Chen Xiaoye forced a smile. Class monitor, Liu Fan's Huang gathered his courage to come in. I've brought your clothes. Just put them down. Chen Xiaoye's tone became a bit cold. Liu Fan's Huang placed the clothes down, feeling awkward. I have something else to do, so I'll leave now. Chen Xiaoye turned her face away. Liu Fan's Huang gave Bai Ze a glance and fled in embarrassment. Bai Ze felt a bit angry and bluntly said, Class monitor, your injury was an accident. You can't blame Liu Fan's Huang. He saved you, stayed in the hospital with you for a night, and helped you get your things. You shouldn't give him the cold shoulder. Chen Xiaoye was taken aback. Is it that obvious? Why don't you look in the mirror? Bai Ze said. Chen Xiaoye sighed, her mood becoming even lower. Chapter 205 I'm curious too. Bai Ze had acted for a long time, but this sentence was the truth. Sai Chi smiled faintly. We were neighbors when we were kids. Her parents were busy and often left her at my house for my mom to take care of. Don't be fooled by how she is now, she was very well behaved as a child. Do you think I believe that? Bai Ze said. What do you mean by don't be fooled by how she is now? Chen Xiaoye asked. I like her the way she is now. Now is not bad, Sai Chi smiled. Bai Ze was actually very grateful for the sudden interruption from Duck Neck, which broke the rhythm and allowed Bai Ze to avoid the topic more naturally. Ge. Class monitor, it's getting late, so I'm leaving. All right, you go back to class, Bai Ze sighed as he left the hospital room. Since he had already made a choice, he couldn't keep thinking about Chen Xiaoye. Only by letting Sai Chi successfully take Chen Xiaoye away could he solidify the fact that Bai Ze had no identity card and completely eliminate Sai Chi's suspicions. Xiao Qi. Bai Ze pulled back his thoughts and turned to see Uncle Qian. Isn't Ping An Hospital the headquarters of the explorers? With such a high exploration density. What are you doing here? Uncle Qian asked. A classmate from my class is hospitalized, so I came to visit, Bai Ze said. And you? Chapter 206 Yirong quickly put his mask back on and slowly turned around. You're 6 minutes late. The newcomer was a short, thin boy wearing a fisherman's hat, small sunglasses, and a mask. Even so, he couldn't hide the bruising at the corners of his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice. There was traffic on the way. Yirong's voice was cold. I don't do business with people who are not punctual. Sorry, I'll make sure to be on time next time. The other party seemed a bit flustered, as if he was afraid the deal wouldn't go through. I'm Zunti from the Xingqian Guild. Here to pick up this month's goods. Zunti tossed a badge over, and Yirong took a glance, confirming he was from Xingqian, and tossed back a key with a number on it. Sea of the Ashes storage cabinet. Zunti looked at the key, no charge this time. Yirong pulled out a folded note and handed it to Zunti. Zunti was taken aback and stepped forward to take it. What's this? The physical data of 2 individuals, Yirong explained. I heard that there are people from your guild in the Quark Guild. Help me get 2 sets of cyber prosthetics for use in the labyrinth. Zunti tucked the note away. I'll pass it on to the boss. If it's done, next month's goods will be free, Yirong said. Zunti didn't say anything and turned to leave. Chapter 207 Xiaobai. Xiao Qing's voice came from behind, sounding a bit unenergetic, and there was no enthusiastic snake hug. Bai Ze turned around in surprise. Xiao Qing was soaking wet. Her thick green hair now looked like strands of water plants. Her small face was pale, and she hugged her shoulders, shivering. Bai Ze immediately noticed something was wrong. The cold drizzle fell from the sky, and mist from the rain surrounded them, making Bai Ze feel an ominous chill. What's going on? Bai Ze frowned. I don't know. Xiaoqing shivered slightly. Suddenly, it just started raining. Bai Ze looked up, and countless giant needles finally pierced through the membrane-like sky, creating white ripples that shimmered like plasma. They resembled countless restless whirlpools, forming a massive vortex. Achoo! Xiaoqing sneezed, pulling Bai Ze's thoughts back. Are you all right? Bai Ze asked. I'm fine, just a bit cold, Xiaoqing said. What about Xiao Hui? Bai Ze was very worried about him. Xiaoqing smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Xiao Hui is fine for now. Bai Ze took a closer look. 2 light orbs, one black and one white, floated above the stone platform, forming a black and white illuminated dome that protected the stone platform and the nearby operating room from the wind and rain. Chapter 208. If the system upgrade fails. The 6 paths vending machine may result in the following outcomes. 1. Complete failure. 2. System rolls back 1 version. 3. Malfunction, but can still be used after repair. Bai Ze frowned. What are the probabilities? The 6 paths vending machine was silent for a moment. Sorry, master, insufficient reference data. The vendor cannot provide an answer. It was Bai Ze's turn to be silent. It felt like a gamble, but Bai Ze could only move forward. System upgrade. Deducting 300 points, remaining balance 87 points. The system is about to upgrade to version 30. This operation is irreversible, do you confirm? Bai Ze took a deep breath. Confirm. Suddenly, a clear, childlike, dreamy music rang out from the vending machine, like a music box. The little vendor continued speaking. Master, the system has begun upgrading and will take some time. Please be patient. After the system upgrade is complete, the vendor spirit will no longer serve you. During this time accompanying the master, the vendor is very happy. And the master need not worry. Every moment of being lost is for a better reunion. The vendor was unable to finish speaking, and the music abruptly stopped. Chapter 209. Illumination refers to using naturally luminous and stable safe items for lighting. The most common is luminous stones, found in rivers and lakes. They absorb light during the day and glow at night, although the light is weak and requires many to gather together to provide a certain level of illumination. The advantage is that they are easy to obtain, but the drawbacks are that they are heavy and take up space, have average lighting effects, and retain moisture, which can make the home humid. Taking 1 or 2 pieces and placing them at the foot of the bed can serve as a nice night light after turning off the lights. Recommendation index. Similar options include fluorescent butterflies, commonly found in the woods of shallow areas. Catching a dozen and placing them in a glass jar can illuminate a room. But fluorescent butterflies have a very short lifespan, lasting less than a week. The advantage is that they are relatively easy to obtain and provide sufficient light. The drawback is instability, and compared to green light, the author prefers yellow and white light, which feels more homely. Recommendation index. Next, I will share a lighting method that I am still using, called the dim withered vine lamp. In fact, it is a combination of color-changing withered vines and dim flowers. Chapter 210. The 3 people disguised themselves and entered the sky station, waiting quietly in an inconspicuous corner. Li Zhenghao tightly clenched his fists and said, Master brother. As soon as I arrived here, I felt that my potential mechanism was very full, and there was a surge of hot blood boiling inside me. If I'm not mistaken, I'm about to break through to the 4th realm of strength. Bai Ze and Li Yu were both surprised. One was still stuck in the 2nd realm, the master brother, and the other had been at the 4th realm for 3 years, facing a rapidly advancing genius 3rd junior brother. Not bad. Bai Ze was envious to death, but his mouth was hard. Congratulations, 3rd junior brother, for catching up to my pace. Li Yu forcibly saved face. It's all thanks to the help of my brothers. Li Jinghao was very happy. I will definitely practice diligently, and not hold back my master and brothers. Bai Ze and Li Yu were already at a loss for words. The subway is about to arrive at the station. Please prepare to board in advance. The subway broadcast sounded timely, and Li Yu hurriedly changed the topic, sugar. With our current strength, it's no problem to mix into the middle carriage. Should we go to car 5? Bai Ze remained silent. Li Yu immediately changed his words. But we're not in a hurry. How about car 8? Bai Ze did not express his opinion. Chapter 2:11, Jian opened her eyes wide, looking as if she was joking. She stared at Bai Ze's face, and after a few seconds, confirmed he was not joking. And had no doubt and directly believed, oh. This is so cool. To be a close friend of the inheritor of the grey immortal birds is an honor of my 3 lifetimes. Cough cough. Li Jinghao mimicked and lowered his hands, low profile, this esteemed friend, let me finish speaking. Please go ahead. Our master brother is a true disciple of the Grey Phoenix. And he has the ability to stay up all night. Not only that, but he can also take us along to stay up all night. This is so cool. Jian was so happy she almost jumped up, but was pulled back by Jian, who covered her mouth. She stared at Li Jinghao for 3 seconds. Then looked at Bai Ze and Li Yu for a few seconds, confirming that all 3 were not lying. If this isn't real, then the 3 of them are just self-deceiving madmen. The latter was obviously impossible. So the matter was true. Jian's voice trembled slightly, filled with uncontrollable shock and surprise. Among the 3 illusion gods, the Grey Phoenix is a particularly special existence for scattered people, especially those dissatisfied with the Guild Alliance, who have long regarded the Grey Phoenix as a spiritual leader. Chapter 2:12, sorry, you continue. Bai Ze humbly accepted the criticism. Jian continued, from this, it seems that the Jelly King has 4 abilities, which are named casually. The first is energy dispersion, when Jinghao punches. Its body immediately shows many exhaust holes to disperse the force and energy. The second is high temperature melting. Once it devours a target, its internal temperature rises rapidly, quickly melting the target and absorbing the opponent's energy, though this last point is just a guess. The third is glue form, when facing danger. It can transform into a highly adhesive water flow to avoid fatal risks. The fourth is universal skin. It can change the toughness, hardness, viscosity, and elasticity of its skin at any time, and the speed of change is very fast, which is the most tricky part. All its moves are combinations of these core moves. Jian's thoughts were clear, her expression accurate, and everyone else listened in astonishment, not knowing that she had also been present during the last hunt for the Jelly King. Now, let me share my speculation, Jian said while walking. The Jelly King was forcibly brought back to the teleport point by the return city ticket, but it does not know that it can safely land. Facing a high-speed fall from a height, it will instinctively take protective measures. Chapter 2:13, everyone quickly stepped forward. In front of Li Yu was a round large pond. Several hundred square meters, 2 meters deep, completely dried up, like a cracked flat-bottomed pan. Li Yu frowned. This pond is marked on layer 1 of the map. The water in the pond is rich in maze energy, and monsters often gather here. When I won the lottery, I even came here to hunt, and at that time, it was not yet dried up. The maze ecology has always been changing. It's not surprising for a pond to dry up, Jian said. I actually think it's strange that a pond would form here. You guys wait, I'll go down and walk a few laps. Li Yu took out a plum blossom dagger, and went down into the pond. He stepped lightly on the cracked dry mud, leaving no footprints. Soon, Li Yu retracted his dagger. I didn't sense any danger or abnormalities. Everyone also came to the pond. Jian said, look carefully to see if there are any clues. Senior Jian, I found something. Before Jian could finish speaking, Li Jinghao excitedly shouted. He was squatting in the center of the pond, waving to everyone. The others gathered around. This pond had obviously been dry for a long time, but the mud under Li Zhenghao's feet had sunk quite a bit. As if it had been hit by a large ball, with 2 dry leaves nearby. Chapter 2:14, Soon. Bai Ze climbed out of the deep pit. Good news and bad news, which do you want to hear first? Good news. Li Zhenghao said. There's the energy aura of the Jelly King below. Our speculation was correct. Bai Ze said, the bad news is we don't know how deep it is. We have to keep digging. And let out a wail. After a 10-minute break, the two continued to dig. Half an hour later, the blood-red sunset began to dim. The world became desolate, and night was quickly approaching. Jian's body tensed. Afraid? Bai Ze asked. Jian did not speak. Splash. Bai Ze activated the phoenix feather cloak, creating a warm and bright energy circle. Don't leave the energy circle after dark. Jian couldn't hide her surprise. Is this the phoenix cloak that Grey Boss gave you? Yes. So beautiful. Jian said. Not for lending. Bai Ze joked. Not interested. Jian said. At this moment, Li Zhenghao and An climbed out of the deep pit and lay directly on the ground, too exhausted to say a word. If this continues, we'll have to take out 2 people before we even find the Jelly King, Li Yu said worriedly. Jian stood up and said, You two, come over and rest. As she spoke, she took out a grenade-shaped object from her backpack. Old Sister An was surprised. What is that? Chapter 2:15 With a snap. Bai Ze was quickly pulled by the withered vine, suspended in mid-air, and swaying left and right, relying on the light from the withered vine. Bai Ze and Li Yu could see their surroundings clearly. It was indeed an underground space, but it was not a natural cave, it was a huge secret chamber, resembling the architectural style of the ruins on the first floor of the maze. Unfortunately, the light from the withered vine was limited, and the two couldn't see the full view of the chamber. Bai Ze took out the tony scissors he always carried, cut off a section of the withered vine, and threw it down while it could still shine for a while. Soon, the light stopped shrinking and slowly extinguished. It's not very high. Feels like it's less than 20 meters, Bai Ze said. Li Yu shouted, her voice echoing in the spacious underground space. It felt like a hemispherical underground plaza. Not very large, at most 500 square meters. Li Yu made a judgment. Shall we go down? Bai Ze thought for a moment and shouted to Li Zhenghao above. Cover your ears. Yes. Bai Ze focused his mind and activated wailing. Wow. Wow wow wow. Li Yu was highly alert and didn't sense the danger. It should be safe. Bai Ze nodded. Just to be safe, I'll cry a few more times, you all hold on. Before he finished speaking, Bai Ze felt his waist loosen, and he began to fall. Chapter 2:16 Bai Ze had previously sensed that Jian seemed to strongly reject physical contact with the opposite sex, except for An, and now he could confirm it. So he changed to holding Jian's small arm, through a layer of clothing. Jian was slightly taken aback, but said nothing. The two groups investigated separately. Bai Ze held Jian's hand and investigated along the wall, occasionally tapping or knocking. They soon arrived at the first archway, which was about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Bai Ze carefully observed the square black bricks that sealed the archway. He didn't sense any danger. After hesitating for a moment, he reached out to touch it. It was cold, hard, and smooth, giving a solemn feeling of time's accumulation. He knocked on the black wall 2 more times, and the dull sound indicated that there was no space behind the wall. Jian said, These black bricks are called silent stones, also known as silent rocks. They are more common in the deep-level ruins, generally used to build altars, towers, and stone tablets. Is there anything special about them? Bai Ze asked. They are immune to all potential abilities, Jian replied. Immune to potential. Bai Ze was surprised. Jian nodded, to be precise. The abilities of explorers, NPCs, or maze monsters have no effect on them, they sound indestructible. But if you hit them normally or drop them, they can still be destroyed. Just like ordinary stones. Chapter 217 The Jelly King transformed into a large rolling ball, charging towards Li Yu and the others. Tactic 1. Jian shouted. Received. Li Yu ran sideways, while Li Jinghao and An closely followed, not daring to leave the energy circle of Li Yu's clothes. As An ran, he spread his arms. An illuminous magic circle appeared in midair behind him. Tiny, brilliant light elements gathered together, forming a golden glowing long spear from the magic circle. Stop! An shouted. And the three immediately halted. With his back to the magic circle, An grasped the long spear behind him with his right hand. And tiny wind elements swirled around his feet, slowly gathering along his entire right arm. I grant you death. And quickly charged up, like a javelin athlete. Pulling out the glowing spear, and instantly throwing it at the oncoming Jelly King. Jian had already analyzed, although the Jelly King was a boss. It shared the same origin as the Jelly Monster, and its weakness should be the same, which was its strongest yet weakest point, the universal skin. The Jelly King's skin was a complex and exquisite whole. When it softened and liquefied, it was in a state of dispersion, making it hard to damage. But it also lacked defensive power. When it became tough and complete, it gathered its form and possessed offensive and defensive power, but the skin could also be damaged. And once damaged, it would be severely injured. Chapter 218 The Jelly Monster continued to cling to the dome, brewing something. Get down here. And raised his right hand. And the light sword flew towards the Jelly King. The Jelly King did not dodge, quickly changing the state of its skin. The light sword softly pierced into its body. Then quickly slid out again. What does it want to do? And shouted. Jian stared at the Jelly King, frowning as she speculated its next move. High temperature melting and energy dispersion. Bai Ze, who was supporting Li Jinghao, was startled and shouted to Li Yu and An, come over quickly. Li Yu and An were confused but followed suit immediately. At the same time, the Jelly King, clinging to the dome, began to heat up, its body turning crimson. And countless tiny air holes appeared on its surface. Fut, fut, fut. Countless bright red, highly acidic liquid shot out from its body, and for a moment, the entire underground space was drenched in boiling sulfuric acid rain. Splash! The five had gathered together. Bai Ze took back Li Yu's phoenix feather cloak. Lifted it vigorously to cover the five as much as possible. At the same time, he activated the initial combat form of the phoenix feather cloak. And golden red energy burst out from his back, transforming into two phoenix wings that quickly folded to block the sulfuric acid rain thoroughly. Chapter 219 Bang! The shadow struck the injured skin of the Jelly King like a cannonball, quickly spreading out. At that moment, everyone saw clearly. It was a black little person less than a meter tall. Its body had no details, thin as paper. And it merely stuck to the Jelly King's body like a human-shaped curse talisman. Bai Ze and Li Jinghao's expressions darkened, feeling their scalps tingle. Although it was somewhat different. This was the host body. However, one must be wary of the little person. Liu Fan's Huang, you truly deserve to be Liu Ban's Ian. Zizi. The black little person seemed to carry a terrifyingly high temperature, like a branding iron, continuously melting the Jelly King's skin, attempting to invade. Eek! The Jelly King's body shook violently, trying to revert to a complete liquid state. However, it was useless. The black little person's corrosion was very strange. Accompanied by countless energy tendrils, resembling numerous black capillaries, drilling into the Jelly King's injured skin, and rapidly spreading throughout its body. At that moment, everyone was shocked. But only Bai Ze understood, this was cortical lodging. Run! Li Jinghao was the bravest in the group, but having witnessed the terrifying power that the host body could unleash. This time he made the most correct judgment. Chapter 220 The black little person could no longer withstand it and quickly fled. Bai Ze also reached his limit. The brilliant golden light instantly retracted, leaving only a battered Jelly King in the air above the plaza. Bang! 3 seconds later, the Jelly King fell heavily, further sinking into the ground that had already been smashed into a large pit. Big brother. Li Zhenghao rushed forward first. Stay calm. The carp rushed over and stopped Zhenghao. Anha and Jian also caught up, and the 4 of them maintained a safe distance from the Jelly King, unsure of what to do for a moment. Oh no! The Jelly King was also quite weak, unable to fight any longer. It shook its soft, giant body and puffed out the nearly unconscious Bai Ze and Phoenix Feather from within. Jian was taken aback and immediately stepped forward to rescue them, urging everyone not to harm the Jelly King. Everyone rushed forward. The carp had already taken out an energy emergency needle to inject Bai Ze. Zhenghao and An stood in front, keeping an eye on the Jelly King. The Jelly King showed no intention of attacking them, but didn't leave either. Bai Ze groaned softly and woke up. Senior brother. Are you okay? Zhenghao asked excitedly. It's strange if I were fine. I've burned both energy and life, Bai Ze replied. Chapter 221, Bai Ze, survive, and find me. The lost person, take him home. Home brings him back, but the way for people is lost. I will find, go down to live, Bai Ze. Bai Ze, wake up. Ah? Bai Ze opened his eyes, feeling dizzy. The light's blinding. Are you okay? Jian helped Bai Ze sit up. Bai Ze frowned. Above him was a colorful dome, below was an empty stage with burning rings of fire. Dancing ribbons, rolling colorful balls, flying white doves, and magic props and smoke everywhere, with an empty audience area that faintly echoed applause. Bai Ze felt as if he had entered an absurd dream. Is this a circus? To be precise, it's a giant circus. Jian nodded. The scale is about 1/6. Bai Ze suddenly realized, no wonder the circus felt so enormous, everything here was much larger. And he and Jian were like 2 little cats and dogs that had wandered into the circus. How long was I unconscious? Bai Ze asked. I don't know, Jian replied. I was also unconscious. It shouldn't have been long, and I found you when I woke up. Bai Ze was surprised. You didn't disappear. Jian said. This might be a special area. The rules of the maze night don't apply here. There's also a possibility that we fell to the bottom of the abyss and were eaten by the night. Chapter 222, the good news is. This lion hasn't grown larger with the circus's scale. The bad news is, it's an adult male lion, over 1 meter high and more than 2 meters long. Wanting to kill Bai Ze and Jian, who were in their comical forms, couldn't be simpler. Roar! The lion roared and charged over. Run! Bai Ze and Jian took off. They dashed out from backstage, arriving at the audience area below the stage. Bai Ze was tall and thin, his legs like 2 poles, running very fast. While Jian ran slowly and soon fell down, rolling into a big rubber ball. Jian was disoriented, unable to control her direction. Sorry. Bai Ze kicked the big rubber ball, helping it roll through the middle aisle of the audience, heading towards the main entrance of the circus. Roar! The lion quickly caught up. Bai Ze didn't dare to stop, using his super long legs to chase the big rubber ball. Bam! Soon, Jian crashed through the slightly open door, however. There was no path outside, only a bottomless abyss. Jian rolled out the door and fell straight down. Jian! In a critical moment, Bai Ze's long arm grabbed Jian's short arm. His whole body bent at a 90-degree angle, stuck at the doorway while still being pulled longer. Chapter 223, a voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw that above the audience area, on the circus's ceiling, there were many steel wires, and at some intersections, there were platforms, some for spotlights, some for trapeze artists, and others for displaying props. The carp stood on one of the display platforms. Behind him was a Magic Performances teleportation portal. Where is this? The carp shouted down, I'm so dizzy, why have you all become like this? Where did this lion come from? It's Zhenghao. Bai Ze shouted back. Huh? The carp was confused. Am I still not awake? Carp! Don't move. Jian shouted back, there's curse magic everywhere, we've all been cursed. So that's how it is, the carp realized. I'll come down now. As he said this, he was about to jump down. Don't jump. Bai Ze yelled, you have no potential left, you'll fall to your death. The carp was startled, realizing he really had no potential left. He trembled all over and quickly took 2 steps back. What should I do? I can't get down. I have a friend who can turn into a trapeze artist. Chapter 224. The carp swung his knife towards the host's hand. The host quickly turned his hand sideways against the blade, turning it into a straight line. The carp missed, and when he came to his senses, he found that the plum blossom dagger had broken into 2 pieces. For the first time, the carp felt what it meant to cut through iron like mud. His fear of the host overcame his fear of heights, and he decisively let go and fell. The host followed suit and jumped down, but unfortunately, it was just a thin paper figure, floating around in the air, falling slowly, drifting towards the audience area halfway down. Bang! The carp landed on a trampoline, bouncing back up 7 or 8 meters, flying towards the right side of the stage. A bamboo pole person, a rubber ball person, a clown, and a lion all raised their heads, following the parabolic trajectory of the carp, watching him dive headfirst into a magician's top hat. With his feet still hanging over the brim, Bai Ze's heart sank. It's over. A height of 7 or 8 meters is still perilous for an ordinary person landing headfirst. Judging by this, his spine might be broken. Carp! The 4 rushed over in a panic. Bai Ze grabbed the carp's feet, trying to pull him out of the hat, but couldn't manage to do so. Help! The other companions also came to help. Chapter 225. Everyone, listen to me, Bai Ze shouted, ensuring his voice drowned out the audience's cheers so that everyone could hear. The way to break the curse is to complete the performance. Everyone suddenly realized, the carp's first time breaking the curse, turning back from a woman to a man, was because he completed a magic performance. As long as everyone completes their own performances, they can break the curse. Bai Ze was increasingly certain. Roar! Jiz Henghao jumped through the fire ring and back again. Bai Ze was too tired, having to dance while also strategizing. Ha ha ha, what about me? The clown made the audience laugh. Where's the audience? Bai Ze asked. Down there. Bai Ze said. I understand, make it funny. And started thinking about how to be more humorous. We are all performing, Bai Ze continued, the audience can't concentrate. Clown, we need to leave. Should I keep dancing with you? Jian asked. Probably not, Bai Ze said. Break the mirror, Jian suggested. Maybe, Bai Ze panted, anyway, stop for now, I'm about to die. Carp, find something to block the spotlight. Chapter 226, Bam. The moment Bai Ze finished his speech, the doves turned into a cloud of smoke. And a person fell from the smoke onto the ground. It was the carp back to his original state. The carp fell heavily but was very happy. I'm back. The curse is lifted. Bai Ze had a clear answer in his heart after reciting the poem. He pulled the carp up and headed back to the stage. It was time for the curtain call. Good. On the circus stage, Jian and the ball were still circling around the original entity. Annan, worried about her sister, came over to help. The two stood on either side of the stage, pinching the original entity in the middle, getting closer and farther away. The original entity kept running back and forth, unable to be caught, like a dog on a leash. Waha, silly dog. And was very happy and even started to play. Jian, however, felt a slight sense of unreality. The curse in this realm was too powerful, treating even the original entity the same. However, although the original entity was powerless, it should still have its intelligence. Why was it willing to be played like a dog, and not leave the stage? In an instant, Jian understood. The original entity's goal had never changed. It was always Jelly King. It initially appeared on the circus roof, probably aiming for Jelly King. Jian shouted, "Stand firm, Hao. Don't let Jelly King down." Chapter 227. Everyone immediately ran off the stage from the other side, heading toward the circus's main entrance. Jelly King wanted to run too, but was stopped by Bai Ze. "You can't leave. Come here." Eek. Jelly King was very reluctant, but still rolled over. "Right. Just stand here." "Huh?" Jelly King didn't understand. The original entity was about to catch up, yet Bai Ze wouldn't let him go. "Don't panic. Stay calm." Bai Ze pressed Jelly King down with both hands, not letting him leave, partly to attract the original entity and cover for everyone to gather safely at the entrance. He was also waiting for Stand Firm Hao. "Stand firm, Hao, don't worry about it. Just jump." Bai Ze shouted. Stand Firm Hao was still going down the stairs. He was a bit afraid of heights, moving very slowly. Gritting his teeth, he directly let go of both hands. Ah! Stand Firm Hao screamed. Thudding down onto Jelly King, bouncing off the stage and flying into the audience seats. "Ah, my waist." Stand Firm Hao cried out as he got up. "Hurry and run." Bai Ze kicked Jelly King hard. Jelly King couldn't wait to roll away. Bai Ze was the last to move, at that moment. The original entity was less than 2 meters away from him. He quickened his pace, rushed to the audience seats, helped Stand Firm Hao up, and ran toward the circus's main door together. Chapter 228. The 5 held hands and squeezed into Jelly King's belly. Jelly King bounced along, taking everyone back. Actually, it preferred rolling, which was faster, but for the 5, it felt like being thrown into a washing machine, their brains spinning evenly. When Jelly King successfully passed through the portal back to the 4th floor, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and 3 hours later, the 5 returned to the entrance of Maze Level 1. There was still some time before dawn, so everyone stayed in the small grove near the portal to rest. It was time to say goodbye to Jelly King. Bai Ze patted it and pointed in a direction. "Just keep going, and you can return to the guest forest." Eek. Jelly King rubbed its belly against Bai Ze's face. For some reason, Bai Ze felt it was like a maze orphan making friends for the first time. All right. Bai Ze took something from his pocket, and quietly stuffed it into Jelly King's belly, then patted it again. "Go on." Eek. Jelly King rolled away. Everyone stood in the energy circle of the phoenix feather garment, watching Jelly King roll off into the distance, feeling mixed emotions. "Who remembers our task tonight?" Jian self-deprecatingly asked. No one answered. After a while, Bai Ze let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps this is the charm of the maze. Chapter 229. Bai Ze returned to his university dorm to get the living maze pearl, and then went to Mysterious Alley. Before heading to the hardware store, he first stopped by the blood and sweat billiards room. Business in the store was pretty good, and was in great spirits, busy between the bar and the kitchen. But Jian was nowhere to be seen. "Oh ho! My dear friend!" And excitedly rushed out from behind the bar and gave Bai Ze a big hug. "Long time no see, today's wind is quite boisterous. And it blew you right to me. What are you pretending for? We just came back from the maze together this morning. Where's your sister? Not cursing. Ha ha. I get it. My dear little sister is currently serving." Ah? Bai Ze was shocked. Did I say something wrong? And thought seriously for a moment. Oh. Just sleeping. Just sleeping. Next time, just say sleeping. Bai Ze was speechless. And pulled out a set of keys. 3rd floor. Go wake her up. Bai Ze took the keys and walked up the stairs at the end of the billiards hall. The 3rd floor was a converted rental unit. Bai Ze unlocked the door with the keys. Inside was a very small living room connected to a narrow hallway. At the end of the hallway was a window. and on either side were 2 rental rooms. The door to the room on Bai Ze's right had a small wooden sign hanging, Jane. Bai Ze knocked on the door. Chapter 230, Uncle Qian's house, 2nd floor living room. 2 hours later, Zhong Kuei woke up from the sofa. It was already dinner time. Jian, Bai Ze, and Uncle Qian were gathered around the tea table eating takeout from a burger place. Zhong Kuei rubbed his groggy head and took a long time to pull out a cigarette from his pocket and light it. He took a couple of puffs. Leaning back on the sofa, looking up at the ceiling, seemingly still immersed in his previous thoughts. After a long while, he finally sighed with nostalgia. I haven't seen such a cute living pearl in a long time. Cute. Bai Ze felt a bit worried. This person wouldn't have some strange bad taste, would he? It means impressive, Uncle Qian explained. It used to be his catchphrase. But he changed it to cute so his son wouldn't learn bad words. Bai Ze suddenly understood. So just how impressive and cute is this living pearl? Zhong Kuei took another puff of his cigarette, finally coming back to his senses. He extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and smiled at Bai Ze. Little Chi. I want to take this business. Bai Ze was surprised but kept his expression calm. Why not? Why not? Zhong Kuei glanced at Uncle Qian, who slightly nodded. Zhong Kuei pulled out a cigarette and said in a solemn tone, Little Chi, you know, both Uncle Qian and I have children. We would never joke with our lives and the lives of our families, so you can rest assured that this matter will definitely be kept confidential. To be honest, I want to take this job. I'm very interested. This could be the peak of my career, and I will definitely give it my all. But I can't guarantee success. There is bound to be a probability of failure, and it's not small. No one can guarantee this. If someone tells you that success is certain, that person is definitely a liar. In short, if the grey boss cannot accept failure or will take it out on us after a failure, then you should look for someone more capable. Bai Ze glanced at Jian, who nodded. I can guarantee that if you really do your best, no matter the outcome, the grey boss will not make things difficult for you. But on the contrary, absolutely never entertain any improper thoughts in front of her. Please. How desperate could I be to offend a legendary figure like old Qian? Zhong Kuei laughed. So, has the collaboration been established? Uncle Qian asked. Chapter 232. Last time Bai Ze said goodbye to the Jelly King, he secretly placed the treehouse's doorknob inside him. Unexpectedly. This big guy was quite clever. He followed the scent and found his way here, so Bai Ze didn't need to search for him specifically. Not bad, very sensible. Bai Ze patted the Jelly King's soft belly. From now on, you'll stick with me, my home is your home. Ye Ji. The Jelly King's skin stuck to Bai Ze's phoenix feather robe. Bai Ze snatched back the phoenix feather robe and gave it a pat. My clothes are not yours. Ye Ji, the Jelly King looked aggrieved. Don't worry, with me around, the original body won't dare to cause trouble here. Bai Ze opened the door. Come inside with me. Ye Ji, the Jelly King rolled softly to the doorstep, like a stream of water slipping into the door. Bai Ze took off the phoenix feather robe and hung it on the wall, illuminating the living room. The Jelly King rolled around under the glow of the robe. Extremely happy. Bai Ze set down his heavy backpack, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He turned around and said, Jelly King, come here. The Jelly King rolled over with a gurgle. Do you have a name? Ye Ji. You only know this one phrase. Then I'll call you Little Yi from now on, Bai Ze said. Chapter 233. The shop was noisy, and while Bai Ze was chatting with Jian at the bar, the regulars who usually pursued Jian, but were ruthlessly rejected, cast envious and jealous glances. Jian noticed that Bai Ze was quite embarrassed. So she took him out of the shop. The two walked to the riverside behind the misty alley, chatting as they went. Jian had her hands in her pockets and a lollipop in her mouth. I mentioned wanting to hold a celebration banquet before. I want to wait a few more days. And we can hold a team meeting then. There are quite a few things that need systematic planning, and I'm still thinking about it. All right. Bai Ze fully entrusted team management to Jen. The monthly salary wasn't tea for nothing. The most urgent matter right now is still to improve our strength. First, we need to heal the calf's leg injury. That is the highest priority. Secondly, you need to break through to the next realm quickly. You're still at the second realm, and going to the fifth level is already your limit. The methods to improve your realm, you know best. If there is anything we can help with, just speak up. Not at the moment. I will improve as soon as possible. Bai Ze felt a headache just mentioning this. Jian didn't he ask further, if it couldn't he be resolved immediately, we could also configure corresponding magical tools. Magical tools below the third level can be bought with money, we can think of ways to earn more. Bai Ze nodded. He came this time precisely to push forward the money-making plan 20. Chapter 234 I'm heading out. Shi Wei said. So early? Bai Ze asked. He was taking a day off today, and not setting up shop. Really? Bai Ze had already mentioned this to old Lin, now that he could make money. He shouldn't he work so hard anymore and should enjoy life more, but old Lin never took it seriously. Of course, isn't this the older brother making progress? He's become a big name in online literature. Do you have a misunderstanding about big names? Bai Ze complained. I've been brainwashing the old man every day. Doing ideological work, and he finally came around. From now on, he won't push himself so hard. Taking 1 or 2 days off each week to go fishing with some old men. Bai Ze gave Shi Wei a thumbs up. It's all thanks to you. Not at all. After rinsing her mouth, Shi Wei jumped onto the sofa with a bowl of beef noodles, squatting down to eat. Sit properly, eat properly, Bai Ze complained. But it's comfortable, Shi Wei retorted. Bai Ze watched his sister eat noodles and felt good. Shi Wei noticed her brother was smiling and suddenly furrowed her brows. Bai Ze, you're giving off a heavy feeling of scheming. Nonsense, Bai Ze said. You're not planning something improper, are you? Shi Wei widened her eyes. Looking at the noodles in her hand, did you secretly drug me to knock me out and stuff me in a suitcase to send back home to repeat a year? Oh no, I feel a bit dizzy. Chapter 235 After Shi Wei followed Mo Zi for an internship until evening, she returned home with Bai Ze. Along the way, she complained endlessly, never expecting that this seemingly mundane job would be so tiring. It's not too late to back out now. No way. Shi Wei waved her hand dramatically, reciting, the harsher the wind blows, the more my heart sways. As long as you're happy. Bai Ze sighed. The two returned to their rental house, and old Lin was back too. He was in the kitchen making boiled fish, looking quite successful today. The three quickly had dinner. And Shi Wei shared her work experience with old Lin. Old Lin served Shi Wei some fish. Maybe my little Wei is just suited for this line of work. Of course. Shi Wei's eyes sparkled. I feel like I was born for the service industry. The customers all seem to like me, saying my words are super sweet. At least you've been flattering your good sister for 3 years, it wasn't tea for nothing, Bai Ze mocked. Of course. Hard work pays off. I'm already winning at the starting line. Shi Wei was even more energized. Ha, good. The old man got up and went back to his room, taking out a bottle of white wine. Aren't you on a drinking ban? Bai Ze snatched the wine. Oh, this is to celebrate little Wei finding a job. So I'll make an exception for a drink. Old Lin grabbed the wine back. Chapter 236 Please tell me your name. Bai Ze. Age? 18, gender. Male. Race? Human. Not approved, the answer is too vague. Bai Ze was taken aback. Explorer. Basic information logging completed. Would you like to connect to the internet? Connect? Where to? Heaven and Earth Network. What is the use? Some services must be connected to the internet to be realized. If you haven't thought it through, you can skip this for now and set it up later. once connected, it cannot be undone. Skip for now. Next are the test questions. There are no standard answers. Are you done yet? Bai Ze was about to die from anxiety. I understand your feelings, please answer patiently, this is very important. Hurry up and ask. Do you think the chicken or the egg came first? I don't know. What do you think the world is made of? I don't know. In front of you is a cup of water. What do you pay attention to first? 1. How this water tastes. 2. Whether the cup is full. 3. Why this cup is here. 3. Last question. How would you like me to address you in the future? Whatever. Then I'll continue using the name the vendor spirit called you. It left a meaningless instruction. Do you want to delete it? Chapter 237 Don't cry. Don't cry, little grey, be good. Xiaoqing hurriedly comforted, little Bai, don't be fierce with it. I'm not fierce, I'm just anxious, Bai Ze said. Xiaoqing returned to the stone platform, holding little grey in her arms. I feel that little grey not wanting to leave the hospital is definitely not because he dislikes the caravan, his world only has us. How could he not love us? Then why? Bai Ze asked. Xiaoqing glanced at the discharge paperwork. Little Bai, how could you write a single character? Bai Ze was taken aback. Indeed, before little grey refused to leave the hospital, Bai Ze couldn't write a single stroke. Bai Ze suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the name to be written was not mine, but Xiao Hui's? Ah? Xiaoqing suddenly realized, you are Xiao Hui's dad, he shares your surname. So the discharge paperwork should have Xiao Hui's name. But Xiao Hui doesn't have a name yet. Bai Ze also understood. Yes, we haven't officially named Xiao Hui yet. Xiaoqing was very happy and excited. How could we become a family in the future without even a name? HMPH, Xiao Hui's cries softened, as if responding to their speculation. Bai Ze immediately felt guilty. All right, yes, it's the dad who misunderstood you. Chapter 238, half an hour later, in Miaoshao Alley. Jian sat on the concrete steps outside the billiard room, basking in the sun, dressed in black, her golden short hair shining brightly at neck length. The highlight on her nose lively and flawless. She was chewing on a lollipop, tilting her head, squinting her eyes like a cat. You're here, she said lazily. Bai Ze approached, looked down at her, thought this angle was a bit disrespectful, and sat down beside her. Have you thought it through? Bai Ze asked. I've thought it through. I want to board the pirate ship, Jian replied. Have you really thought it through? Bai Ze nodded, all right. Tonight you'll come down with me, and I'll tell you my plan. So mysterious. Sounds like it will be interesting, Jian said. Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. What about those 3 idiots? Jian asked again. To be fair, Li Yu and Li Zhenghao are not idiots, Bai Ze said, only your brother doesn't like to think. His brain is used in strange places, like oral practice, Jian shrugged, but in my standards, they are all idiots. What about me? Bai Ze asked. Jian was taken aback, staring at Bai Ze for a few seconds. Men really are childish. Huh? Bai Ze didn't understand. No matter how old they are, they still want to hear compliments from women. Chapter 239, huh? Zhong Kuei thought he misheard. What's going on? Jian asked. Uncle Qian hesitated for a moment and said the truth, my daughter is having surgery next week. The doctor just called and said that as the person involved, she disagrees. And I have to go over. No. Zhong Kuei was anxious, it's not urgent to have the surgery next week, can't you go tomorrow? Lao Kuei. You are also a parent. Uncle Qian's eyes turned red. She originally agreed well, but suddenly changed her mind. Do you think I still have the mind to play maze with you now? Zhong Kuei fell silent. Uncle Qian completely lost his usual composure. This surgical technique is very mature and safe. She suddenly changed her mind for a reason. I have to find her. Uncle Chien. Bai Ze had a sudden idea. Why don't I and Jian go? Uncle Chien was taken aback. You and Lao Kuei take the living maize pearl to the second floor to revive the magic mirror. And I will go to the hospital with Jian to have a good chat with your daughter. I think that works. Zhong Kuei slapped his thigh. Old Chien. Your daughter either stays at home or lives in the hospital. You've seen her so much that she is tired of you. Whatever you say now, she won't listen. They are about the same age as your daughter, let the young people talk it out themselves. If there are any knots in her heart, they might be resolved. And they can also become friends, which will be good for her. Chapter 240, Uncle Chien and Zhong Kuei looked around, the area was very empty. And there were no mirrors in sight. The phosphorescence flickered in the shallow water beneath their feet, which was countless pieces of shattered mirrors, the remains of the magic mirror. This is the place Shao Qi mentioned, it really is different. Zhong Kuei put down his backpack, took out a treasure, which was a jade disc connected to a short handle, looking like a frying pan at first glance. Zhong Kuei took a living maize pearl from his chest pocket, placed it on the frying pan, and let it roll, as if cooking. The rolling maize pearl occasionally bumped against the edge of the frying pan, and with each impact, a faint blue energy would ripple out, which was a spiritual wave. It quickly spread, scanning the mirror fragments on the water surface. Among this vast amount of fragments, a very small portion flickered with a faint blue light. Effective. Zhong Kuei was very pleasantly surprised. Zhong Kuei used the spirit sense disc, a second-tier treasure. Although it had no combat power, its functions in the realm of spiritual sense were very comprehensive, making it a rare auxiliary treasure. Cooking the maize pearl was one of its abilities. It could slightly release the spiritual energy of the living maize pearl, causing a spiritual resonance with the core components of the remains, thus locating them. Chapter 241, I feel that the people in the book are very intense. Yu Menglong gently gazed into the eyes of the person she was speaking to, her gaze, though distant, was sincere. Are you saying, Jian tried to understand, that they all live very passionately? Maybe, Yu Menglong said, pursing her lips subtly. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in the world, one is very intense, and the other is someone like me. How about me? Jian asked. Yu Menglong was taken aback, staring at Bai Ze for a few seconds. Men are indeed childish. Huh? Bai Ze didn't he understand? No matter how old, they still want to hear compliments from women. Chapter 242, the scorching energy surged out from the mirror surface, and Uncle Chien and Zhong Kuei retreated several steps in succession. A sense of dislocation flashed by, as if their souls were shaken. Uncle Chien steadied himself and looked over, what's going on? The maize pearl had not fully entered the magic mirror, half was inside and half was outside, stuck like that. Zhong Kuei stroked his chin. It should be that the physical body and spiritual sense have been separated for too long, and the mirror frame is not the same as before. It's a common rejection phenomenon. Common. Uncle Chien was about to faint with anger. Not making the deal and losing hundreds of thousands is not common. This kind of thing is more common, right? Zhong Kuei chuckled bitterly. I can only use that move. Uncle Chien was startled. Don't act impulsively. That move is too dangerous. Let me set up a formation to stabilize you. No time. Zhong Kuei's expression was both excited and calm. In 5 minutes, we'll see the result. If it doesn't work, then the child will be up to you. You damn it. Soul separation. Zhong Kuei clasped his hands together and slammed them on his chest. Bang! The spiritual form of Zhong Kuei shot out from his physical body, glancing at the magic mirror before flying into it. Zhong Kuei's physical body slumped down, losing consciousness. With this, Uncle Chien could only wait. Chapter 243, HMPH, a show of false bravado. He's an old hand, but unfortunately, he ran into us. The male with the horse face displayed a typical villain sneer. I've squatted for quite some time, finally, I caught you. I can finally achieve another accomplishment. The horse-faced man played with a concealed weapon in his hand, saying, Night Flow, I'll handle this hairy guy, you go take out the man sitting still. Huh? Night Flow seemed a bit out of the loop, his voice neutral, not revealing whether he was male or female. Huh, what? Say it. The horse-faced man was quite displeased. Yes. Night Flow finally remembered and hurriedly added, yes. Senior Nightblade. Nightblade always felt that introducing oneself was a bit silly, but not doing so felt lacking. So having a junior call it out was the most suitable. Do well. I am very satisfied with your contribution this time. Oh, okay. Night Flow licked his lips. Feeling a bit nervous or awkward, Nightblade continued to stare at him. Night Flow froze, then quickly shouted, yes. Senior Nightblade. Nightblade finally turned around and said, watch closely, today I'll teach you how to be a bad person. A fist the size of a bowl came crashing toward Nightblade's face. So fast. Chapter 244, You must be out of your mind. Just kill the person and take the magic mirror back, and that's it. Nightblade was practically furious. He no longer had full confidence in dealing with Uncle Chien. Hurry up and kill him, come help. Oh, oh, oh. Night Flow looked at the motionless Zhong Kuei, thinking. How do I kill him? I've never killed anyone before. You? Nightblade was about to curse, just cut his throat. Okay. Night Flow looked around. Walked a few meters away, and picked up a dart, which was a concealed weapon that Uncle Chien had deflected. Nightblade, who was also practicing spiritual laws, had just broken through the third realm, and his ability to control metal was limited. After throwing a large number of hidden weapons, it was hard to retrieve them all at once, there were always some that got left behind. After every fight, Night Flow had picked up a lot of hidden weapons for him. Night Flow held the dart and walked towards Zhong Kuei. Don't touch him. Uncle Chien rushed over, and 7 or 8 hidden weapons flew over, blocking Uncle Chien's movement. Better worry about yourself. Nightblade sneered. Killing an unarmed person, what kind of hero is that? Uncle Chien shouted. You better understand, we are the bad guys. Nightblade became even more pleased, principles were only mentioned when the odds were in his favor. When the odds were low, he didn't bother. Uncle Chien was left speechless. Night Flow. Make your move. Nightblade ordered. Chapter 245, Bai Ze and Jian got out of the car at the Misty Alley and played billiards for an entire night. He didn't win a single game, and had a terrible gaming experience. At 5 in the morning, after Jian won against Bai Ze even after giving him a handicap, she didn't want to play anymore. She went into the back kitchen, and came out 10 minutes later with 2 pieces of toast and 2 cups of milk, breakfast. No charge? Bai Ze asked. Bai Ze took it, and Jian immediately added, it'll be deducted from the public funds. Suddenly, he wasn't very hungry anymore. Bai Ze said. Just eat a bit, you might not have an appetite later. Bai Ze was taken aback, understanding Jian's implication. Bai Ze took a bite of the bread, which was fragrant and crispy, and tasted good. After they finished breakfast, they headed to the Chian Di Park, and arrived at an amusement park that wasn't open yet. They sat silently on a bench next to the carousel. Slowly, the sky brightened. 20 minutes later, a group of people walked over. It was Uncle Chien, Zhong Kuei, Li Zhenghao, Li Yu, Anan. All 5 were present. Bai Ze breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother. Li Zhenghao jogged over, carrying a long oval object that was taller than him, wrapped tightly in black cloth. Chi Ge. Li Yu also quickly approached. Chapter 246, The mirror dimmed for a second. It was playing dead. Don't be afraid. Bai Ze smiled faintly, I'm not a devil, as long as you obey my master, and I won't harm you again. The mirror immediately brightened, reflecting only Bai Ze. Bai Ze was very satisfied. Next, let us have a friendly exchange. You have 3 options: yes, no, I don't know. If you don't want to die, don't lie. If yes, look at me. If no, look at the blonde girl. If you don't know, look at this hairy man. The magic mirror dimmed again, reflecting Bai Ze. Very good. Bai Ze began to ask questions. Do you come from the depths of the maze? The magic mirror reflected Uncle Chien. Do you hate the explorers? The magic mirror reflected Uncle Chien. Do you eat explorers to survive? The magic mirror reflected Jian. Do you eat explorers to become stronger? The magic mirror reflected Jian. Do you have other reasons for eating explorers? The magic mirror reflected Uncle Chien. Do you like eating explorers? The magic mirror reflected Uncle Chien. This is too abstract, brother. Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to return to your former form? The magic mirror reflected Bai Ze. Do you know how to restore it? The magic mirror reflected Uncle Chien. Are you willing to submit to me? Chapter 247. What? Sure, don't get excited, it was my master who defeated it. I just delivered the final blow. Bai Ze wrapped the lie back around. No wonder the magic mirror was so afraid of you tonight, Jian said. You know, my ability is a bit special. I killed the magic mirror using grip. Could it be the reason I am able to see the white thread? Are you saying that the magic mirror can predict the future, and when you killed it, you gripped a bit of its ability? Jian asked. Bai Ze nodded. There is a possibility. Jian continued. Perhaps Grey Boss asked you to deliver the final blow for this purpose. Bai Ze went along with the flow. It's possible. After all, my master values me highly. If that is the case, why don't you just ask Grey Boss? She clearly knows more about the magic mirror than we do. Maybe she also knows how to fully restore it. Damn, genius. Why didn't I ask Grey Boss? Is it that I don't want to ask? My master's understanding of the magic mirror should also be limited, otherwise she wouldn't have us help hatch the magic mirror. She might also be trying various things, Bai Ze said. Jian nodded. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll think about it more when I get back. Okay. Just as Jian was about to turn around, she thought of something. If I'm not mistaken, the place you're taking me tomorrow is also related to your pirate ship, right? Chapter 248. Clinical Trial Drug Volunteers. Yes, Shinran explained with a smile. Our hospital is recruiting volunteers. It only takes half a month, and the pay is quite considerable. Old Lin. Bai Ze was shocked. What are you doing? I don't think it's a big deal, Old Lin said. It's just taking some medicine. You can earn a lot of money. You can't take medicine recklessly. Don't worry, this medicine is very mild, and the side effects are minimal. Shinran continued to smile. And if everyone refuses to be volunteers, how can medicine develop and save more people? Bai Ze was left speechless. He gritted his teeth. I'll be this volunteer. Ah? That is great, thank you so much. Shinran was very happy. Please fill out this form. I have something to do, I'll fill it out later. Bai Ze shot Old Lin a glare. You go home right now. Got it, Old Lin replied. Bai Ze took the registration form and left. Once Bai Ze had left, Old Lin turned to Shinran. Doctor, thank you. You're welcome. With a cheerful smile and a gentle sigh, it's better to be honest with the child about such matters. Old Lin nodded with a bitter smile, saying he would talk about it. He could. Bai Ze stood in front of the machine waiting for the test results to print. Looking at the form in his hand, growing more and more angry, not at Old Lin, nor at the hospital, but at himself. Chapter 249. When Yang saw Bai Ze recognize him, a brief flash of regret in his eyes, followed by a sharp coldness. He grabbed a nearby fruit knife and pressed it against Bai Ze's neck. Bai Ze stopped resisting, feeling fear, but more shock. Why? Bai Ze's voice trembled. When Yang's voice was cold and hard, Bai Ze, you shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Why? Bai Ze shouted. Wen Yang quickly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Bai Ze certainly didn't want to die, but he was very angry. Bai Ze, I don't want to kill you. Wen Yang loosened his grip on the fruit knife. You swear you didn't see anything today, you don't know anything. Whose man are you? What do you want to do? Bai Ze asked. No comment. After a brief silence, Wen Yang spoke again. Bai Ze, do you have someone you must protect no matter what? Bai Ze was taken aback. Yes. I have one too, Wen Yang said. Let me ask you again, is Ayushia someone you would protect no matter what, even if it means dying? Bai Ze was stunned. That's right, she doesn't deserve everything you give up, there are more important people in your life, Wen Yang said. Bai Ze. This is a secret between you and me. I won't expose it, and you won't either. If I am safe, you will be safe. And our important people can be safe, understand? Chapter 250. It's about Yi Rong wanting to revive the magic mirror, Bai Ze said. Jian nodded. You told me before that the scene was chaotic, and 2 people from the Carp and New Wind Guild got involved. Yi Rong planned to revive the magic mirror, but was stopped by Boss Hui, who then let Yi Rong go. Yes, when Yi Rong used the resurrection technique. He chanted a few phrases, I remember a bit, Bai Ze recalled. It seemed to be about the 6 realms of life, the 3 positive and negative. The extremes of cause and effect, turning the heavens and the earth upside down, and then something else. After a brief thought, he said. The resurrection technique is a forbidden technique. I've read a lot of literature on this, but I've never heard of this spell. Can you interpret it? Bai Ze asked. Jian attempted to analyze. The 6 realms of life correspond to the potential 6 realms. Whether explorers or labyrinth monsters. Their abilities are under the framework of the potential 6 realms, so the 6 realms of life refer to all life in the maze. The 3 positive and negative made Jian frown slightly, searching her knowledge base. Ban Ye's teacher is now the 3rd in command of the Quark Guild, an SS-level big shot. He once discussed something with Ban Ye, which Ban Ye later told me. It is said that the Quark Guild analyzed a certain site in the 9th layer of the maze and came to a conjecture. This maze has an owner. Deep within the maze. Chapter 251, Bai Ze brought Jian to a small lake deep in the forest, where a fairy tale-like treehouse stood by the lakeside. Bai Ze didn't rush to approach, staring at the lake's surface for a while, and only felt relieved when he saw no green light. We are here. Bai Ze pushed aside the branches and walked out. Jian was stunned when she saw the treehouse for the first time, walking around it. Her gaze falling on the sign at the front door, hometown. Bai Ze didn't speak. How is this possible? Jian asked. Bai Ze remained silent. Is it Boss Hui's ability? Jian inquired. Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. Is this your pirate ship? Jian asked. Bai Ze smiled. Yes, actually, don't say anything, I can guess, Jian quickly thought. Her eyes lighting up. The treehouse built by Boss Hui is definitely not just a simple house. It inherits her abilities and allows people to safely spend the night in the maze. Combined with this sign, she wants to run an inn in the maze. A safe house. Only explorers need a safe house in the maze at night, so Boss Hui wants to help explorers. No, wait, you want to disguise yourself. Which means you don't want to reveal your identity. You hope to disguise yourself as an NPC. NPCs are very safe in the maze. And inns run by NPCs are naturally safe. Chapter 252, You say, Bai Ze asked. Language and clothing, Jian replied. We don't know the Elvish language. Nor do we have Elvish clothing. Bai Ze had already thought about these 2 points. No one understands the Elvish language. And it's impossible for an elf to come to the first layer of the maze and expose us. We just need to pretend to be elves who know a little human language, with a bit of an Elvish accent. I happen to know some and can teach you. With your language talent, you can pick it up right away. That works for the short term, Jian said, but in the long run, we'll eventually be exposed. By then, we might really know the Elvish language, Bai Ze said. Jian was taken aback, guessing, are you still in contact with the elven girl who saved you? I guess so, Bai Ze admitted. She gave me a conch, and through that, I can communicate with her simply. But I haven't contacted her recently. Bai Ze didn't say that part. Jian was quite surprised. Did Boss Hui even consider these things? Bai Ze neither confirmed nor denied it. How do we solve the clothing issue? Jian asked. If it's just a knockoff brought in from reality, it would be easy to expose. Wait a moment. Bai Ze entered a small warehouse, and came out holding several large pieces of grey-blue cloth, throwing them onto the jelly sofa. Chapter 253, in short. Bai Ze briefly explained the situation. Sang Yu's expression changed from a smile at the beginning to calmness, and finally to confusion. She took a little time to digest it. So, under your persuasion, the Grey Phoenix became the spiritual leader representing the loose people against the Guild Alliance. Plus, she even founded a sect and took in quite a few disciples. Oh, and she plans to open an inn in the maze. Also, she's playing a big game that even she herself doesn't know about. And she has a penchant for masquerading as a man. I'm sorry. Bai Ze felt it was too absurd after hearing it. They are all innocent. If you want to kill someone, just kill me. Huh? Sang Yu was surprised. Why would I want to kill you? Aren't you angry? Bai Ze asked. What is there to be angry about? Sang Yu blinked. The Grey Phoenix is just a symbol to be dressed up. There are so many true and false rumors, your little bit doesn't matter. Huh? Bai Ze was dumbfounded. The Grey Phoenix is playing a big game. Sang Yu took off her backpack and hung it on Bai Ze's shoulder, her hands clasped behind her waist. And she walked lightly toward the treehouse, but Sang Yu just wants to go to Bai Ze's house for a bath. Wait. Bai Ze caught up. But, Chapter 254, 2 days ago, in the second layer of the maze. The lights are on. Swish, swish, swish. The endless surface of the water was filled with all sorts of bizarre mirrors. A dolphin formed by flowing water was carrying a man cloaked in dark weapons at high speed. Stop! Stop! Yi Ren shouted. Splash! The dolphin scattered into countless splashes of water, and Yi Ren performed a front flip to land. After a while, the scattered splashes of water regathered, diving into empty clothes, forming a human shape, and turning back into Yi Liu. What are you doing? Yi Ren exclaimed angrily. Running away. Yi Liu was quite pleased. Senior, we are surrounded. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Fortunately, there's water everywhere here. Once the lights are off, I can run like the wind. They definitely won't catch up. You must be kidding me, Yi Liu. If we are going to run, we need to follow the right path. Running around aimlessly will get us lost. Oh right. I almost forgot about that, Yi Liu said as he looked around. We are done for. I have no idea which way to run. Could you ask me before you act? Yi Ren shouted. Oh? Yi Liu felt a bit wronged and mumbled. But you said last time I should have my own opinions, and not ask you about everything. Small matters I can decide for myself. Big matters should be discussed with me. Is that hard to understand? Chapter 255, The Night in the Maze, Layer 2, is completely dark. Silence and darkness blended into a thick silence, blocking every pore of a person. Fear arose spontaneously, and was hard to suppress. Yi Liu instinctively moved closer to Yi Ren. Don't panic, stay close to me. I have Lord Night God's protection. Yi Ren's voice was calm like an elder's. Senior, it's so dark. I thought I was blind. Sure. Keep your voice down, it will attract the mirror monster. Oh, okay. Senior, is every layer of the maze this dark? No. Only layer 2 is like this because the mirror monster consumes the light. Do we have to stay like this for a whole night? Yes, don't talk. Oh, okay. Senior. What's wrong? I need to pee. Just hold it. I can't hold it. I get the urge when I'm nervous. Hold it in, don't attract the mirror monster. Ah? Can the mirror monster smell? Or does it have taste? I don't know. Just hold it. Oh, okay. Yi-Ren, what now? The mirror monster is surrounding us. There are so many. Are you sure? Yes, the water around me is rippling. Chapter 256. The air suddenly became quiet. Yi Liu figured out what was happening. He sat down next to Yi-Ren, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. See, when the pocket doesn't have a zipper, it's easy to lose things. Shut up. If you hadn't suddenly grabbed me and run, I wouldn't have lost anything. I never lose, cough cough cough. Yi-Ren was furious. Senior, calm down. Calm down. How can I calm down? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. I, Yi-Ren, am cunning and wicked. I've always harmed others. Never been harmed myself. I didn't expect to be betrayed by my own. I'm sorry. What good is an apology? What use is it to a bad person? Yi Liu hung his head low, not speaking. What? You can't take a few insults. With your mental fortitude, how can you be a bad person? Senior is right. I'm not cut out to be a bad person. I might not even be cut out to be a person. Yi-Ren was taken aback, his tone softened a bit. You don't need to belittle yourself. Yi Liu cradled his face in his hands. I've never done anything right since I was a child. Now that I've finally gained some skills, I meet a senior who guides me into this world of badness, yet I still mess it up. Chapter 257. Yi-Ren woke up, realizing he was lying on Yi Liu's back. Senior, you're awake. Yi Liu was carrying him forward. How long have I been asleep? Yi-Ren asked. I don't know, a few hours maybe. What are you doing? Yi-Ren asked. Looking for a way out, Yi Liu said. After waking up, I ate a bit, regained some strength, and since I was idle, I thought I might as well wander around, maybe I can find the main path. Did you find it? Yi-Ren asked. Yi Liu smiled awkwardly, not really. Stop wasting your energy, put me down, Yi-Ren said. Yi Liu complied. Yi-Ren glanced at the sky, it was about to get dark again. Yeah, Yi Liu replied, we have to spend another night. Yi-Ren handed his supplies to Yi Liu. Here, I'll help you carry it. Yi Liu accepted it. Yi-Ren drew out a short knife from his side. Glanced at his right hand, and quickly slashed down. Swish! A line of water struck the dagger, and Yi Liu was taken aback. Senior, what are you doing? Xiao Liu, I have no hope left, Yi-Ren said coldly. Don't give up. This is what you said. Recognize reality. Yi-Ren yelled, listen. My right hand has Lord Night God's protection, you carry it with you, and with the supplies, you can last 2 or 3 more nights without a problem. The upper levels can't contact us, but they will send someone to look for us. Hold on, there's still hope to get out. Chapter 258, Knock, Knock, Knock. Bai Ze and Jian exchanged glances, preparing for battle. Finally, there was a sound from outside the door. It was a neutral voice of a youth. Is anyone inside? My friend is injured, can you shelter us for a night? Are you NPCs? Can you understand what I'm saying? The development of the situation completely surprised Bai Ze. Jian had already thought of 3 plans in an instant and chose the last one, signaling to Bai Ze with lip movements, let's play along. Bai Ze was taken aback, so bold. But then he thought, nothing waits until you're ready to happen. Let us act first, if we can't fool them. We'll fight. Swish! Bai Ze immediately responded to the door, then mimicked the not-so-standard accent of the elf tribe, wait a moment. Senior, that's great. They are NPCs. We are saved. The youth outside was very happy. Bai Ze kicked a jelly sofa and gestured, "Hide well." The jelly monster immediately hid in the master bedroom on the first floor. Bai Ze grabbed a piece of fabric to wrap around himself, transforming it into a cloak to cover his original clothes. "You change first, I'll stall for a bit," Bai Ze whispered. Jian nodded, picking up other fabrics and heading to the room. Chapter 259, Bai Ze and Jian had already left the treehouse and arrived by the lake. Bai Ze couldn't activate the phoenix feather cloak, it would expose his identity, so he held Jian's hand, pretending to take a stroll by the lake. This was Jian's idea. Leaving the treehouse could prevent them from being overheard during conversations, even though the chances were slim, on the other hand. It also proved that they were not afraid of the dark, further solidifying their elf identity. Jian whispered, "It's not safe for the Jelly King to hide in the room, so I let it sneak out the back door. It will come back at dawn." Bai Ze replied quietly, "Do you think we fooled them? Those two are in a mess, they don't have time to doubt us," Jian said. "The injured man is holding on, he might even be unconscious now." Bai Ze looked up at the treehouse. These two didn't seem like night travelers. How could they spend the night in the maze? Moreover, they managed to find their way here, which didn't make sense. Jian frowned slightly. In the mid-layer and deep-layer areas, it's common to encounter danger and be forced to spend the night, but in layer 1 of the maze, such things almost never happen. But did you notice? They are all wet, as if they fell into the water. Could it be that Bai Ze reasonably speculated that these two were fishermen who caught a big fish in the koi lake and, reluctant to leave, ended up injured and forced to spend the night? Chapter 260, I've never seen it. Knight Liu narrowed his eyes. "Senior, this isn't your first time meeting an NPC, right?" "That's not important." Knight Ren posed dramatically. "Although this mission failed, it's clear we were plotted against. Don't worry. Lord Night God sees everything and won't blame us." "Oh?" Knight Liu wasn't worried at all. He currently didn't even have the qualifications to meet Lord Night God. Knight Ren sighed heavily, feeling unlucky. During his zodiac year, nothing was going smoothly. Wow. Knight Liu was quite surprised. He didn't expect his senior to be 48. Looking so well preserved that it was completely unnoticeable. Knight Ren felt a pain in his wound and didn't bother to scold him. "Hey." Knight Liu rested his chin on his hands. "I'm also quite unlucky." "You think you're unlucky?" Knight Ren was fuming. "You won the lottery less than a month ago, then got dual potentials, your main potential even broke through 4 realms. And you met someone like me, a benefactor. It's basically a dream start. But my inspiration ring is gone. A broken ring. It's my first magical item. And it was given to me by you, it has significant meaning." Knight Liu felt a bit sentimental. "I think I will always cherish it." "What a waste." Knight Ren scoffed. "Cherish what? Just get it back." Chapter 261. Back in reality, it was already the next morning. Jian went home to catch up on sleep, while Bai Ze went back to university for classes. At noon, Bai Ze returned to his dorm and slept until 5 in the afternoon, then headed to Mysterious Alley. Last time they caught the Jelly King, they agreed to celebrate when everyone returned safely, but it got postponed until today. Besides celebrating, it was also the team's first gathering. There should be at least one formal dining meeting every month, which was a part of Jian's established corporate culture. The meeting place was the blood-boiling billiards room. Bai Ze first went to the hamburger shop where Shi Wei worked to check in on her, then stopped by his rental apartment. Recently, Old Lin had also come to terms with things, no longer selling spicy hot pot every day, but rather working one day and resting the next. Bai Ze wished he could retire completely and enjoy life, but Old Lin said it was too idle, and fishing all day wasn't a good idea. Bai Ze returned home carrying 2 bags of fruit, and as soon as he opened the door, he became alert. There were 2 pairs of unfamiliar shoes in the entrance, a pair of soft, slouchy brown leather shoes and a pair of exquisite red high heels. Peeking in, Bai Ze saw old Lin sitting on the sofa in the living room, next to a middle-aged man in a leather jacket and jeans. On the stool opposite the sofa sat a young woman in a casual suit. Chapter 262. On Bai Ze's side, once the police left, he hurried to comfort old Lin and assured him that he was still single and that his current focus in life was still on his studies and writing web novels. As you're of age now, and with free love being promoted, I won't oppose who you date, but you must think it through, especially don't act impulsively. Okay, I got it. Bai Ze felt awkward and fled in a hurry. Half an hour later, Bai Ze arrived at the blood-boiling billiards room. A crooked handwritten sign hung on the door, "Not open today, smiley face." Bai Ze walked inside and found there wasn't a single customer. From the back kitchen of the bar, the sound of an singing echoed, a laugh across the vast sea. The tide surged on both shores, floating and sinking with the waves. Remember today. Beside the billiards table in the middle, Jian was teaching Li Zhenghao how to play billiards. Lower your chest. Raise your arms, keep your sights straight with the cue and the ball. Got it, Senior Jian. I found my rhythm. Li Zhenghao's eyes sparkled as if the cue was a sword and the billiards were his enemies. Crack! Li Zhenghao made a shot. Missed. Jian was about to gloat when he spotted Bai Ze entering and immediately quieted down. Chapter 263. After celebrating the birthday of the carp, everyone quickly tidied up and brought out the prepared food and drinks, and everyone sat around the dining table to eat while holding a meeting. Jian presided over the meeting. This is our team's first meeting. The agenda is as follows. First, establish a team name and purpose. Second, assign team roles. Third, set short-term plans and long-term goals. Fourth, supplement and summarize. Next, let us hear from Boss Bai. Huh? Bai Ze, who was eating pasta, was taken aback. Clap, clap, clap. Li Zhenghao put down his coke and was the first to applaud, followed by the others. Ahem. Bai Ze set down his utensils and stood up. Well, everyone gathered here as partners in battle. First, I must thank Boss Hui for her keen eye, strategic planning, and grand vision. She is our true boss, and I am just her agent. Boss Hui has a busy schedule and no time to manage the team, so she entrusted this heavy responsibility to me. I will definitely be serious and responsible, not letting down Boss Hui's cultivation and everyone's trust. In the future, I also welcome everyone's guidance, support, and supervision, so we can progress together and realize our dreams. That's all, I'm done. Chapter 264. Bai Ze was momentarily stunned. Putting down the chicken leg he had taken a bite of, welcome everyone to share their thoughts. Jian shot him a look. What, so fierce? Who's the boss here? Bai Ze had no choice but to steel himself and continued, thinking briefly before his expression became serious. First, let us talk about long-term goals. Li Zhenghao straightened his back, listening attentively. Our gathering here is thanks to Boss Hui's cohesion. Therefore, Boss Hui's matters are our matters, and her long-term goals are naturally our long-term goals. Well said, my friend. It feels like nothing was said. And gave a thumbs up. Li Zhenghao, being straightforward, asked, Master, what is the long-term goal? Good question, but don't ask again next time. What do you think it is? Bai Ze threw the question back. Li Zhenghao smiled awkwardly. I've only met the master once, she didn't tell me. The carp recalled, that night when Boss Hui saved me. She told me she was planning something big, and needed like-minded helpers. She observed me for a long time before choosing me. To be honest, she is very inscrutable. I don't understand her at all, but my instinct tells me she is very righteous, and has a grand vision. Chapter 265. Everyone was taken aback. Are you sure? Uncle Qian asked. Bai Ze nodded. For sure, Boss Hui told me a few days ago. He. Uncle Chien stroked his beard. It's indeed this group of people. Uncle Chien paused. I'll share some intel too. This organization called Night Me Society has existed for a long time. But it only became active in the last 6 months, and has attracted the attention of the Guild Alliance. They are officially wanted. Great! Li Zhenghao exclaimed. Our rider squad has a blood feud with them. Bai Ze gave him an approving look. Well said. Of course. Uncle Chien added, but I advise against a head-on confrontation. This organization is no small fry and is quite dangerous. A mere shrimp, not worth mentioning. I, the Sword Immortal, can handle it with a single hair. And was a bit puffed up. Last time we encountered shrimp, but that doesn't mean they are all shrimp. Uncle Chien smiled wryly, and to be fair, even those 2 little shrimps might not be weaker than us. So you came to discuss cooperation? Jian said. He, nothing escapes Jian my eyes. Uncle Chien admitted generously. With the project of the hatching magic mirror, we're all in the same boat now. I propose that we can exchange information about the Night Mysterious Society later. And once confirmed, we can sell it to the Guild Alliance, and I will negotiate for a high price. Chapter 266. Uncle Chien was taken aback and said decisively, Of course not, why do you ask that? Bai Ze fell silent. Uncle Chien looked at Bai Ze and said, Shao Qi, we can talk directly if there is something. Bai Ze confessed, last time I went to chat with Meng Long with Jian, it was quite pleasant overall. But for a moment, I felt like she was testing me. Testing you? I can't say for sure. Bai Ze said. It just felt like she knew I was an explorer. Uncle Chien frowned. My work has always been kept secret from her. She is very curious and sometimes tests me. But she is not an explorer, and doesn't know about explorers. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Bai Ze said. Still, thank you for your reminder. I will pay more attention. Uncle Chien said. That is good. The 2 walked into the shop. Uncle Chien took out an umbrella and handed it to Bai Ze, saying, Actually, I have an unreasonable request. On the day of Meng Long's surgery, can you and Jian accompany her? Bai Ze guessed. Uncle Chien nodded, yes. That's fine. But I want to know the reason. Bai Ze said. The reason, Uncle Chien looked at the rain outside and thought for a moment, is that over the years, Meng Long has gritted her teeth and persisted, more out of a sense of responsibility, because she's afraid I will be sad. Chapter 267, Bai Ze was very nervous. Be quiet, she can hear us. Mo Ziji is not stupid, she is just nice and playing along with you, Shi Wei said. Bai Ze leaned closer to Shi Wei, speaking gently, little sister. Get lost. Don't come near me. Little sister, I've thought it through. What? If you don't want to repeat a year, then don't, just stay in Nao City, I agree. Really? Shi Wei was delighted but then frowned, something's off. It's definitely not right, you must be plotting something. Bai Ze smiled, there is indeed a condition. You say it first. Bai Ze glanced back at the kitchen, where the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard. Bai Ze lowered his voice, you must promise me, don't go to the tavern late. And don't get to know Wen Yang. Why? Shi Wei asked. I'm afraid you'll go bad. What a lame excuse. Shi Wei dismissed it, saying that if I wanted to go bad all these years, I would have done it long ago. Why would I need anyone to teach me? Bai Ze was speechless. Besides, aren't you friends with Wen Yang? Would you make friends with bad people? Bai Ze couldn't refute. Are you telling the truth or not? Shi Wei was losing patience. Bai Ze sighed, Shi Wei, Wen Yang is a good person, but you are not from the same world. Getting close to him will bring danger. Chapter 268. The next morning, in the living room of the rental apartment, Bai Ze, who was sleeping on the sofa, was awakened by the vibration of his phone. He glanced at his phone, still half asleep, and answered the call softly, hello. You haven't forgotten what day it is today, right? Jian asked. No, isn't Meng Long's surgery in the afternoon? Bai Ze said. You really forgot. Bai Ze was taken aback, feeling embarrassed. Sorry. There's been too much going on lately. You continue to sleep. No, the plan remains as usual. Half an hour later, at the Nao River Scenic area. When Bai Ze arrived, Jian had been waiting at a viewing platform for a while. The girl was dressed in a black tracksuit, the collar pulled up to her chin. Wearing a brown hairband, with wired earphones in, her hands in her pockets. The cool morning breeze blew, her golden hair brushed against her nose, her light blue eyes sparkled, giving a sense of both pride and stubbornness. Jian turned her head, took off one of her earphones, and saw Bai Ze in a brand new tracksuit, just bought it. I didn't used to exercise, Bai Ze admitted. Let's start. Jian put the earphone back in and began to jog. She had a slender figure and light steps, making it hard to imagine that such a small body could unleash such powerful combat strength. Bai Ze had asked Jian to teach him self-defense, and she arranged basic physical training for him. Chapter 269, Bai Ze returned to the dormitory to shower and change clothes, catching up on some sleep. At 2 p.m., he arrived at Ping'an Hospital on time. Jian had arrived a little earlier, standing at the entrance of the inpatient building. Why are you standing here? Bai Ze asked. Jian, with a lollipop in her mouth, tossed a stick to Bai Ze. I went to the ward, Uncle Chen is there too. But Meng Long wouldn't he let me accompany her? Why? Bai Ze frowned. Don't worry, she is in good condition, it's not pre-surgery nerves. I specifically checked. This surgery really has no risks. Then why? Jian thought for a moment and said, Meng Long didn't he say? But I guess she doesn't he want us to see her preparing for the surgery. I don't understand. Why don't you know anything? I'm not a genius. Let's put it this way, patients preparing for surgery are actually very disheveled. To put it bluntly, the process of being lifted onto the operating table feels like being treated as livestock, I mean psychologically. A sense of having their life and death at the mercy of others. Meng Long doesn't he want us to see such moments because we are friends. Some things are okay for family, but not for friends. I think I understand, Bai Ze said. Let's wait, Jian said. All right. Bai Ze and Jian sat on a long bench in the lobby, watching people come and go. Chapter 270, An Old Grave, It has been several years. The black and white photo on the tombstone shows a young child with short hair, a gentle and bright smile. Li Yu didn't he know her, but just one glance. His body froze. It's strange, he actually cares so much about a stranger. He looked closely at the memorial photo, and suddenly realized that the girl's eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Bing Lan's. Who is she? Li Yu asked. Jay was silent. Who is this girl? Li Yu's heart raced, and he felt a sharp pain. Jay remained silent. I'm asking you a question. Who is she? Don't mess around here. Li Yu shouted. Jay was silent. Li Yu's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his gaze could no longer move away from the black and white photo on the tombstone. It was absurd, he didn't he know this girl? But her face was like a spark, splashing into his eyes, burning through his vision. Then, it ignited a certain emotional instinct in Li Yu, the flames spread. And couldn't he be stopped? Soon, everything was burned away, leaving only a pile of memories turned to ashes. Li Yu collapsed to his knees with a thud. Ah! He trembled violently, gasping for breath. He covered his nearly cracked chest with one hand and reached toward the tombstone with the other, weakly collapsing. Chapter 271, On the way to the hospital, Bai Ze forcibly closed off his emotions, temporarily not thinking about the old man's affairs. Jian was waiting for Bai Ze in the lobby, her expression heavy. How could this happen? Bai Ze asked. Wasn't this surgery supposed to have no risks? Jian frowned. I'm not too clear, it seems it's not about the surgery. What do you mean? Bai Ze didn't have time to ask, as a nurse's shout suddenly came from behind. You need to stop. Calm down. Jian and Bai Ze turned to look. It's Uncle Qian. He didn't know when he rushed downstairs, grabbing the attending physician by the collar, his fists clenched in anger. The attending physician explained in a panic, I'm sorry. But this really isn't my fault. Why stop? Continue the surgery. Hurry and save her. Uncle Qian had lost his sanity. You are a doctor. Saving lives is your job. If you don't save her today, I'll kill you, I'll kill everyone here. I really can't save your daughter, the doctor dared not continue. My daughter is fine. She has no health problems. The surgery can be successful. You said so. Uncle Qian shouted. Uncle Qian. Please calm down. Bai Ze and Jian rushed over as well. Get away. Everyone shut up. Uncle Qian seemed to have gone mad, grabbing the doctor's neck. It's you who killed my daughter. I want your life. Chapter 272. On a rainy night, a disheartened teenager wanders the streets. Bai Ze didn't know what was happening. There were clearly many things to handle. Yet he couldn't face anything. But he couldn't really do nothing, so he plunged into the cold rain, wandering around. When he came to his senses, it was dark. And he was lost. Bai Ze grew up in an orphanage, where his space for activities was very limited. His world was confined to the orphanage and a small street outside. Later, he was adopted by old Lin. And the places he could go increased: the amusement park in town, the newly opened knockoff burger shop, the botanical garden in the neighboring town, the county zoo. During that time, Bai Ze felt the world was vast and beautiful, filled with endless delicacies, scenic views, and fresh experiences. Now, Bai Ze discovered again that the world was indeed vast, but not beautiful at all. He felt confused, not knowing where to go or where he could go. Reality was so vast, even larger than a maze. Bai Ze looked down as he walked, and suddenly a long shadow appeared beneath his feet. He looked up to see Jian holding an umbrella, one hand in his pocket, looking as if he had finally found him. I knew something was up with you. You don't need to explain anything. Jian stepped forward and handed the umbrella to Bai Ze. Chapter 273, December, in the city of negation. Winter arrived. And the entire city became lazy due to the cold. Fewer pedestrians filled the streets, everyone bundled up in thick clothing, their breaths visible in the air. Southern cities don't have heating, most households use stoves, while better-off families install underfloor heating. Bai Ze helped old Lin and Shi Wei move to a new place. An elegantly decorated apartment near Negation City University, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. Early in the morning, Bai Ze woke from a dream about Little Grey, and heard Shi Wei's exaggerated scream. Her online purchased heated table had finally arrived. To celebrate the addition of the heated table to their family, Shi Wei took a day off. And Bai Ze skipped class for a day to stay home with old Lin. Old Lin just smiled and said nothing about such a ridiculous reason. In the afternoon, as the cold wind howled outside, it was warm and cozy inside. The 3 gathered around the heated table, eating the marinated dishes made by old Lin while watching a sitcom. Ah! Shi Wei stretched and leaned back. I've realized. The end of the universe must be the heated table. Report. I want some milk tea. I have no objections, Bai Ze said. Ha ha, I have no objections either. Old Lin chuckled. That night, the 3 opened their hearts and talked. Old Lin was persuaded by Bai Ze, and decided to actively accept treatment, to create some beautiful memories. Perhaps that was the most precious legacy for loved ones, rather than a little money gained through suffering and children's regrets. Chapter 274. A pair of elven siblings opened a guest house on the 1st floor of the maze, where one could safely spend the night, but only on Mondays. This news spread within the player community on a small scale. However, those who heard it were skeptical, as similar rumors had circulated before. Nevertheless, the following week, on a Monday evening, about 30 people appeared at the entrance of the guest house, all curious to investigate. When they saw the elven siblings, everyone believed. The elven siblings informed everyone that the guest house was limited to 10 guests, not one more. Among the 30 or so people, more than 10 left. And the rest all wanted to stay, and under Jen's clever guidance, they decided to use the most straightforward yet effective method, bidding. Some people, with deep pockets, increased their bids from 1 maze bead to 10, and one explorer even directly offered Jen a maze watch from the Quark Guild, worth 200,000 on the market. Jen happily accepted, pretending to really like this stereotype of an NPC by explorers. In the end, the 10 highest bidders returned to the guest house with the elven siblings, their eyes wide open. After the 10 returned, the news spread. It wasn't just the casual players, the guild alliances also learned about it. Posts about the hometown guest house appeared in the Love in the Maze forum, and although most people remained skeptical, interest was high. Chapter 275, The explorers present remained silent. Unconsciously looking at Kun Kun. Kun Kun had just finished eating the wild fruits on her plate. She wiped her mouth and said, "What are you staring at? Register your identity and pay for your stay. That's the procedure for checking into a hotel." After a brief silence, a young man to Bai Ze's left spoke up. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Chen." Everyone looked at him. The young man named Lu Chen was around 23 or 24, with short silver hair and amber eyes. Beautiful yet compassionate. He was tall and slender, exuding both the maturity of a man and the youthful vigor of a boy. His voice was gentle yet steady, giving a down-to-earth feeling that was approachable. In short, he had a strong leadership charisma. He wore a light grey combat suit, with black bandages wrapped around his arms, imprinted with energy patterns. He took out a small scarecrow doll from his pocket. This is a substitute doll, made from the energy essence of 100 straw monsters. A disposable magical item. With just 1 drop of the user's blood, it can create a lifelike substitute that lasts for 24 hours. It's worth 700,000 on the market, but hard to come by. It can be negotiated up to over 120,000. Everyone here understands the value. Lu Chen placed the substitute doll on the table, gently pushed it toward Bai Ze. "This is the accommodation fee for me and my 4 friends." Chapter 276. The others had no issues. After dividing the rooms, they checked in. Bai Ze quietly noted the accommodation details. Lu Chen stayed in room 1. Kun Kun stayed in room 2. Hongxing and Xiu stayed in room 3. Coffee and Shai Shai stayed in room 4. Zhongsan and Zumo stayed in room 5. Victor and Zun stayed in room 6. Soon, Kun Kun changed into a bathrobe, wearing slippers and holding a small basin, and rushed downstairs. "Woohoo! Lolo! I want to take a bath." Jian went to get the hot spring stones to prepare bath water for Kun Kun. The hot spring stone from Sang Yu had already been used up. The new hot spring stones were bought by Jian from the black market for over 200,000. And a new bathtub had also been prepared. It was essential to separate those used by family and guests, although the hot spring stones had cleaning effects. Bai Ze still needed to guard against other things, like curses and toxins. Soon, a small wooden sign saying "in use" was hung on the bathroom door, and cheerful singing could be heard from inside as Kun Kun enjoyed her bath. With the work done, Bai Ze and Jian stepped out of the guest house and walked in the dark forest. "How is it?" Bai Ze asked softly. Jian glanced at the treehouse in not far away, where a few people looked suspicious. In room 1, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Chapter 277. In room 5, Zhongsan stood by the window, lifting a curtain slightly with his fingers. Outside in the forest, the elf siblings walked hand in hand, leisurely chatting. Zhongsan lowered the curtain and looked at Zumo. "Nightblade didn't lie, there really is an elf in. I searched for a long time before and couldn't find it, but it appeared on its own." "Be careful, the walls have ears," Zumo whispered. "Don't worry. My hearing is sharp. Zhongsan's gaze turned cold. That reverse infiltration team went to a room, and we can't hear anything. They must have used some special technique. That Victor and Zun also blocked the sound. Zumo sat on the edge of the bed, deep in thought. Zhongsan also sat down, night warrior. These two adult elves are hard to come by. Zumo removed his disguise and sneered, "Knight armor, if you want to die, go ahead. But don't drag me down with you. Damn it, what are you afraid of?" Knight armor was a bit displeased. Everything has weaknesses, and elves are no exception. I'm an expert at dealing with elves. Assist me, and we'll pull off a big score. Tonight? Night warrior asked. It's too crowded and chaotic tonight. It's not convenient to act. Knight armor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wait until dawn, when the other explorers leave, then we strike, catching them off guard. Chapter 278. You can't think of that. Calm down and answer in 3 seconds. You go first. 003 was quite pleased. The deal is simple. From now on, you will be my informant, helping me gather data and intelligence, including but not limited to the Xingqian Guild and organizations that interact with the Xingqian Guild. If my information is correct, this organization should be called the Night Me Association. You might as well kill me directly. Zun Ti shouted. Calm down and answer in 3 seconds. Can you guarantee my safety? 003 replied, No, but I won't let you take risks beyond your abilities. If you work hard for half a year, come to Quark after 6 months, and I'll give you a new identity. From then on, you'll work in the research department, staying away from the frontline battles and underworld conflicts except for going into the maze to extend your life. Meals and accommodation provided, 9 to 5. With plenty of benefits until retirement. Zun Ti suddenly looked up. Are you serious? Kid, I told you before, you save me once, I'll save you once. Enough of that. Zun Ti sneered, you old rascal. Calm down and answer in 3 seconds. Zun Ti sat down again. Deal. Good. 003 took out a measuring device the size of a mobile phone from his backpack. This treehouse is interesting. It's actually a mutated treant and still alive. I need to study it well. If this technology can be mastered and replicated, everyone will be able to spend the night safely in the maze. And maze exploration will enter the 20th century. Chapter 279. Bai Ze nodded. Any new developments? Some clues, but no breakthroughs, Jian said. Tell me. The hazy death belongs to chaotic potential phenomena, which has attracted the attention of the Guild Alliance, and they are also investigating the cause. How did the Guild Alliance get involved? Bai Ze was a bit surprised. It is said that the Ping An Hospital is the headquarters of the New Wind Guild. The surface of the hazy corpse has been processed, but it is actually temporarily kept by the New Wind Guild, and this matter is public within the Guild Alliance. Bai Ze frowned slightly. Continue investigating, but don't act too recklessly. Don't worry, I know my limits. Jian paused and continued, about Li Yu and Uncle Qian. I started from their past experiences, and found out some things. Go on. Let's start with Uncle Qian. Jian organized his words. He was a playboy in his early years. Had many women, mostly fleeting relationships. According to Zhong Kuei, the second year after the maze appeared, he hit the jackpot with Uncle Qian, and soon joined the Night Chasers. 2 years later, an old man came to Uncle Qian with a 3-year-old girl. The old woman was the girl's grandmother. And the child's mother revealed the father's name just before she died, which was Uncle Qian. The process is unclear, but in the end, Uncle Qian brought his daughter home. Who is Yu Menglong? Chapter 280. Together, Jian said. Bai Ze thought for a moment and nodded. The two slowly walked toward the woods ahead, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Stop. Bai Ze stopped Jian. Jian immediately halted. Bai Ze picked up a branch at his feet and gently threw it forward. Instantly, the branch broke into several pieces mid-air. Jian was taken aback and focused his gaze. 3 threads appeared ahead, difficult to notice without a keen eye. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ze would not have noticed them either. But in that look-up state, his senses were heightened. Bai Ze took out a pair of scissors and gently waved. All the threads blocking their path snapped. Jian felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, the tray ant was clever. Otherwise, if they had just walked past, they would have been cut into several pieces. "It's a trap," Bai Ze said. Jian further speculated that since the trap was set in advance, it indicated that the enemy had predicted the tren's movement trajectory, meaning they were being tracked. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind them. The two quickly turned around, and the enemy that appeared was Zhong San. Hee hee. Zhong San's laughter was damp and sinister. His gaze unabashedly sizing them up. As expected of an elf, his senses were quite sharp. Bai Ze neither admitted nor denied it. He stepped forward, shielding Jian behind him. Zhong San grabbed his clothes and tore them forcefully, revealing a muscular body, with a deep purple spiral horn hanging on his waist, full of hollows, resembling a trumpet. Chapter 281, Use both hands and feet. Bai Ze instantly unleashed a double jump, catching up to Zhong San, while simultaneously unleashing a wail and applying a fear effect. In mid-air, Zhong San trembled all over, like a bird hit by a bullet in the wing. He glided and barely stabilized himself, continuing to fly low. Grab! Bai Ze seized the opportunity and locked onto Zhong San's core. Just as he was about to exert force, he suddenly sensed the familiar power of a cursed seal. Night Warrior. It was his technique, and Bai Ze would never mistake it. With a swoosh, Bai Ze was momentarily distracted, and Zhong San suddenly accelerated, escaping from the grasping range. Want to run? Not so easy. Bai Ze steeled his heart and decided to activate the Phoenix Feather Garment. After the three realms, Bai Ze's mastery of the Phoenix Feather Garment had become more advanced. He could transform it into a pair of burning wings, allowing him to fly quickly. Bai Ze named this move Flapping Wings. Flapping wings, while not as energy-consuming as the full state of the Phoenix Feather Garment, required proficiency. With Bai Ze's current proficiency, he could fly for a maximum of 30 seconds at a time. However, he was confident that he could catch up to Zhong San in just a few seconds. As he concentrated, he was about to activate Flapping Wings. Whoosh. Chapter 282. 10 minutes later, in the treehouse attic, Bai Ze and Jian searched the treehouse inside and out, finally finding a clue in the already sealed attic. The two lifted the bed sheet, their expressions darkened. On the frame of the magic mirror, an eye outlined by a black curse seal appeared, emitting a faint energy. From the traces, it seemed almost ready to dissipate. Bai Ze hesitated for a moment, then reached out to touch it. It was Night Warrior's ability. The hatred of Duo Hui cannot coexist under the same sky. Even if he turns to ash, Bai Ze will recognize him. Just as he was distracted, the mark of the cursed eye dissipated. Bai Ze was taken aback and reached out again to touch. But there was no energy aura left. He was uneasy, licked his finger again, activated foraging, and confirmed that the tracking mark had completely vanished. The magic mirror. Bai Ze's voice was filled with anger. The magic mirror quickly lit up, reflecting Bai Ze. I ask, you answer, it's reflecting me, not Jian. Bai Ze began to ask questions. Did someone find you last night? The magic mirror reflected Bai Ze. Did you see his face? The magic mirror reflected Jian. Bai Ze continued to ask, do you know who that person is? The magic mirror reflected Bai Ze. Is that person Yeong? The magic mirror dimmed, seemingly unsure how to respond. Is that person someone who often feeds you? Chapter 283. Negotiation. Jian answered. Bai Ze thought for a moment and immediately understood. The magic mirror is in our hands. But Yeong knows our secrets. If he tells Yemi or the Guild Alliance, the hometown inn might not be able to operate, but he could also keep this secret, provided we meet his conditions, which must be related to the magic mirror. Yes? What a beautiful thought. Bai Ze sneered. Use his own plan against him, lure him in. and then deal with him. Jian said. Yeong is an old fox, he won't take the bait easily. Bai said. Then let's see who has more patience. Jian said. The magic mirror is in our hands, and only we have the means to revive it. He is more anxious than us. I'm listening to you. Bai said. Shouldn't we also send him a message, indicating that we know his intentions? Sure. Bai thought for a moment, stood up, and opened the small window of the attic. The next time Yeong comes, if he finds the attic window open, he should understand what it means. We need to be prepared. Perhaps next time Yeong will come to negotiate with us. Jian said. Bai nodded. Let's first listen to what he wants to do. Swish. A voice of impatience came from downstairs. Chapter 284. Jian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you can understand, this is nobody's fault. But how should I tell Yo-Yo? Bai asked. She won't give up easily. A hint of guilt flashed in Jian's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Just say we need to call our companions and prepare to set off tomorrow, once she leaves. You can throw away the conch and change the treehouse location. She won't be able to find us again. Bai nodded. Let's do it that way. I'll go talk to her. Bai walked out of the room and said a few words to Yo-Yo, who nodded, looking very happy, and then flew away. Jian walked out of the room. Did she believe it? Bai nodded. I told her I was looking for a few helpers and would come back tomorrow. She believed it. Such a simple child. Jian was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai sat down, hurriedly disguised himself again, and then found a place to throw away the conch. All right. Jian sat down, cupping Bai's face with both hands. Bai closed his eyes and said nothing. Jian guessed that Bai still hadn't let go. Bai. If you really want to go, then bring the team along. Tomorrow we'll prepare to go together. We'll find a way to rent a teleportation treasure. If the situation is not right, we'll escape. That way you can say you've done your best. Chapter 285. He realized that the maze pressure had changed. Bai's body felt lighter, and a bit disoriented, like he had just gotten off a roller coaster, feeling a bit floaty and nauseous. He had long known that even on the same level, the maze pressure was not constant, the official standards were just averages. Clearly, the closer he got to this place of white feathers, the more pronounced the changes in maze pressure became. Bai had a premonition that if he stayed here for too long, he would not be able to handle it. Yo-Yo also noticed this. She stopped and reached out her hand to Bai. Swish. Bai was momentarily stunned, but grasped Yo-Yo's hand. Yo-Yo closed her eyes and silently recited a sentence in Elvish. In an instant, a gentle and refreshing wind surrounded his entire body, dissipating a few seconds later. Bai's body still retained the lightness, but no longer felt nauseous. Which was very miraculous. Yo-Yo pointed in the direction of the wind, her short hair flying. Wind, magic, be friends, no problem. Bai barely understood. This wind has magical power. We must follow it. The two walked against the wind for 10 minutes and arrived at a clearing, where there was a site composed of 6 slanted white towers. As Bai approached, he realized it was not a site, but the gigantic skeletal remains of a maze creature. Chapter 286. Bai stopped wasting words and drew the Tony scissors from his waist, which had unconsciously become his most handy weapon for self-defense. Swish! Xiao was very satisfied. The wind picked up, and the two faced off for a moment. Xiao charged at Bai with a long sword, and Bai activated Look Up, focusing his mind intensely. Whoosh! Xiao instantly accelerated. Even in the Look Up state, Bai could only see a blur. Push away. Bai directly struck out a punch towards the front. Boom! Just as Xiao was about to get close to Bai, he felt a powerful, invisible physical damage appear. Xiao immediately leaped away to dodge the attack. Wow! Bai activated, crying, while applying emotional appeal, interfering with Xiao's mind and amplifying his anger. Although he didn't know the reason, it seemed that Xiao really hated Bai. Certainly. Xiao became impatient. He spread all 4 wings, took to the air to maintain distance from Bai, and swung his long sword, sending it flying towards Bai Ze. Bai Ze easily dodged this sword. However, the long sword made a turn and stabbed towards Bai Ze again. Clang! Bai Ze blocked the long sword with the Tony scissors. But it didn't give up. After spinning a few times, it turned back and flew towards Bai Ze again. Chapter 287. Yo-Yo turned to look at the nearby skeletal altar. It's called the Throne of Lamentation, the remains of a star-scaled cloud whale after its death. Since the birth of our elves, the star-scaled cloud whale has existed, but later they were infected with a strange disease and began to go extinct. This is the last star-scaled cloud whale. It tried to escape, but ultimately died here, becoming a boundary marker. Bai Ze found it a bit unbelievable. Why are you speaking so fluently? Can you understand? Yo-Yo turned back. It seems to be effective. Bai Ze realized. Are you speaking Elvish? Yo-Yo nodded. What you just ate was the heart-translating orchid watered with starlight for 3 days. The starlight power it contains will change your tongue and affect your brain. You can not only understand our language, but also communicate with us. Bai Ze was shocked. I'm speaking Elvish. What about my own language? It was covered. Yo-Yo smiled. Don't worry, anyway, you can't go back. Bai Ze's mind was a bit confused. What exactly do you want to do? Yo-Yo did not answer. She smiled faintly, revealing 4 tiger teeth, like a little demon. Bai Ze, do you think all elf girls are innocent, gentle, and kind? Chapter 288. Bai Ze was startled. Xiao suddenly appeared beside him. He spread his 4 wings, and his entire being appeared semi-transparent. It turned out he was only pretending to scout ahead, actually moving alongside Bai Ze in an invisible form, making not a sound throughout. Bai Ze felt a mix of emotions for a moment. This Xiao is truly an upright person. If he had used the invisibility trick during their previous duel, Bai Ze would have had no chance of winning, but he chose a more fair fight. Xiao! You don't trust me. Xiao shook his head. I don't trust him. Humans are very cunning, good at manipulating hearts and sowing discord. He can't deceive me. You sisters are too kind, Xiao said. Shut up. Yo-Yo exploded. Don't confuse me with that fool. Xiao sighed softly, not debating, and became invisible again. Yo-Yo's originally soft attitude towards Bai Ze became even softer. He spoke gently. Actually, I can see it now. You shouldn't usually be like this. It's tiring to keep your voice tight and your face stern. You can talk to me normally. Yo-Yo didn't turn around. Shut up. Do you think you have to act a little bad so you won't feel so guilty when you kill me? Chapter 289. Bai Ze didn't give up and tried to talk his way out again. Yo-Yo, as the saying goes, difficulties are always fewer than solutions. Why don't you calm down? Shut up. Yo-Yo had made up her mind. She spread her arms, controlling the swift wind, quickly weaving and circling between the 6 bones of the ode to the song, as if playing a massive instrument. An ancient, desolate lament echoed through the valley of divine wrath. For a moment, Bai Ze's soul was immersed in a giant wave, resonating for a long time, feeling a sense of tranquility, a small life or towards the great universe pressing him in place. 10 seconds later, Yo-Yo's performance ended, and her 4 wings returned to her back. She was breathing heavily, her face pale, clearly having used a lot of magical power. In Yo-Yo's resolute gaze, there was a hint of indebtedness. You said before, you don't want to die with your eyes closed. Now I tell you. I am calling the dark star python sleeping at the bottom of the valley. It is the guardian of the elf clan, and one of the divine messengers. I want to sacrifice you to it. After it devours you, it will leave behind your sister's star spirit, which I can take back to restore her to her original state. Bai Ze understood completely. You want me to replace Susu as a sacrifice? Chapter 290. Roar. A few seconds later, the dark star python let out a huge roar, energy waves rippling from the spiral horn on its head, directly covering several kilometers. Yo-Yo and Xiao were in immense pain, both kneeling down, the 4 wings on their backs quickly dimmed, growing deep purple rust, turning into scrap metal. Bai suddenly found that the binding magic on him had disappeared, and he immediately covered his mouth. Staring at the chilling breath of the dark star python, turning to look at the two elves behind him. He saw Xiao grit his teeth and stand up, drawing his sword from his waist to block in front of Yo-Yo. "You go, no," Xiao shouted. On Bai's side, aside from almost going deaf, he didn't suffer any real damage, further validating his speculation, and his confident sword, his mindset becoming reckless. "What are you roaring about? After playing on easy mode for so long, do you really think you're invincible? Today, let me show you what it means to be subdued." Bai shouted a few times at the dark star python, adding the power of a wailing, then raised his right hand, aiming at the top of the giant python's head. "Look up." Chapter 291. Xiao picked up the long sword from the ground, looking at the winding dark star python. "Yo-Yo, let's go. It's useless, we can't escape." Yo-Yo's star wings were still in a silent state, she couldn't fly, and running wouldn't help against the giant star python. She sat down beside Bai's, hugging her knees. Smiling sadly, "Xiao, I'm sorry, I got you into this." Xiao sighed softly, also deciding to accept death with dignity. He slowly sat down, no need to apologize. "This was my own choice." The dark star python approached slowly like a mountain, its breath exhaling cold air that seemed capable of freezing the souls of the two elves. Yo-Yo looked up at the guardian god, suddenly laughing. "I've wanted to ask for a long time, is it really a messenger of the gods? It's so ugly." Xiao nodded slightly, lacking any elegance. "Being eaten by something like that is so frustrating," Yo-Yo said. "Yes. The maze is vast. But I've heard that there's an even larger world outside the maze. I've always wanted to see it," Yo-Yo said. Xiao, what do you like about your sister?" "Everything. Including me." "Of course. Then can I?" "No, what I feel for you is not love, and I'm very clear that what you feel for me is also not love." Chapter 292. In an instant, the falling base was lifted by a strong wind, the invisibility magic immediately broken. It felt like he was on the most complicated roller coaster, losing all sense of up and down, left and right in the dizzying spin. He could no longer see the real scenery, only the surging and chaotic colorful winds, pressing and interfering with each other, yet forming a whole, flowing endlessly towards a certain direction. The potential mechanism within him began to become chaotic, and countless strange murmurs echoed in his ears, or rather in his mind, mixed with incomprehensible profound information, while also containing powerful and unfamiliar energy. Bai felt like his head was about to explode, his spirit almost collapsing. "I must not go with the flow." Bai recalled Yo-Yo's warning. "Flap your wings." Bai regained control of his potential mechanism, injecting energy into the phoenix feather garment. Also, a pair of wings, brilliant with golden flames, unfolded in the star-eclipsing wind, becoming the only clear and dazzling star in the chaotic starry sky. 1 second later, this star was swallowed. Bai entered the heart of the strong wind, beginning to fly with it. He tightly held the hands of the two elves, eyes closed. At this moment, vision was utterly useless, and would only interfere with judgment. Bai slowly felt that there were constantly strange winds trying to lead him astray or pull him into unknown whirlpools, but he skillfully dodged them. Chapter 293. The Star Square is a 1,000 square meter equilateral hexagon, paved with white stone slabs and inlaid with smooth crystal stones, forming a vast star pattern. In the center of the square is a 100 square meter equilateral hexagonal pool, resembling a spring. The water level in the pool is parallel to the ground. The water surface calm without a ripple, the water deep blue, floating with many energy lights solidified into star shapes. At first glance, it looks like a reflection of the starry sky, but this starry sky is not complete. Upon closer inspection, one can discover countless dim stars, forming the background of the starry sky. The clan leader and Gu have arrived next to the star pool. The clan leader sighed deeply. "I wonder if I will see the star pattern completed in my lifetime." "Leader, you think too much," Gu said. I didn't ask you. The clan leader glared at Gu. Leader. Although you can't see it, when the star pattern is completed, our souls will return to the side of the gods. These common sense things that even 30-year-olds know, do you still need to teach them? The patriarch was even angrier. Patriarch. You're too old. It's possible to forget things. I'm just kindly reminding you. I may be old, but I'm not confused. If it weren't for the lack of suitable high priest candidates, I would have gone to the bottom of the pool to reunite with old friends long ago, and wouldn't he bother with this, said the patriarch. Chapter 294, The day of starfall is the elves' funeral. At dusk, everyone gathers in the square to send the deceased back to the star pool, completing the star map. The day of star awakening is the elves' wedding. After reaching adulthood, elf men and women choose a date, usually calculated by the patriarch, as the most auspicious day, when the life force of the stars is strongest. On that morning, the couple goes to the star pool for the star awakening ceremony, which is both a wedding and a sacred procreation ritual. Young elves are not allowed to attend, and can only watch from a distance, because being too close might affect them with the life force of the stars, leading to premature maturity. This is not a good thing, as accelerated maturity can cause accelerated aging, which is detrimental to longevity. The elf tribe has a small population, and longevity is an obligation for every elf. Besides this, other elves must be present to offer their most beautiful and sincere blessings to the newlyweds. Today is the star awakening day for a pair of newlyweds. All the elves in the square wear white robes. The men's robes are embroidered with a protective star map, resembling an arrow. The women's robes are adorned with a blooming star map, resembling a bow. Yu and Xiao are among them, waiting for the newcomers to appear. Chapter 295. After sensing what would happen, Bai Ze quickly stood back to avoid exposing his invisibility. The blessed elf couple swam to the center of the pool, their lower bodies submerged in water, facing each other with their hands tightly clasped. The 4-star wings behind them slowly unfolded, the patterns shimmering, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The 4 pairs of wings embraced and circled each other, resembling a pair of intertwined hands, cradling the two in their palms. It was evident that the couple was deeply in love. Their eyes reflected not only devotion to their mission, but also profound affection for each other. Time seemed to stand still. The two leaned in for a kiss simultaneously. In an instant, the energy in the star pool exploded, and the star energy within the water shot out, spreading around and transforming into a 3-dimensional starry sky like a holographic projection. The entire square was enveloped in this starry sky. Even Bai Ze, who had distanced himself from the crowd, felt a strange tremor within him, resonating with the energy. And for a moment, he felt as if he was immersed in a sea of sacred, eternal collective spiritual energy. This feeling was somewhat similar to being in the star-eclipsing wind, but the former was chaotic and lonely, while the latter was joyful and peaceful. Bai Ze guessed that this was due to the star weaver within him. If it weren't to save him, perhaps today, the ones kissing in the star pool would have been Susu and Xiao. Chapter 296. Bai Ze left the square amidst the singing of the elves. He first used to jump, to reach some nearby floating islands, like a character in an action game continuously stepping on platforms to ascend. Upon reaching 1/3 of the height, the distance between the islands grew larger, and a jump was no longer effective. However, he was far from the star square, where everyone was singing devoutly, and no one noticed him. He clasped his hands together and concentrated. With a swish, a tiny pair of wind element wings sprouted from the back of Bai Ze's hands, gently lifting him up. It felt like a small dove desperately trying to fly upward while carrying a large sack of fries, which was quite comical, and as the fries, Bai Ze was also quite anxious. This was way too slow. But Bai Ze understood Yu's intention. The wind element wings were not invisible, but small enough not to attract attention. However, during the flight, he was spotted by a few jelly monsters sunbathing on the rooftops, 2 of which were entangled in broad daylight, which could only be said to have a good sense of timing. 10 minutes later, Bai Ze finally reached the highest floating island at a leisurely pace. The island had only one white building with an irregularly soft-shaped roof that resembled waves and strong winds, adorned with colorful stones forming a star pattern. Chapter 297. If the patriarch dies, will there be no need to sacrifice Susu? But is it really that simple? Perhaps the star sacrifice day will still have to be held. It's not solely up to the patriarch. Moreover, if the patriarch were to be killed, wouldn't it create chaos here? Once the elves detect an invader, they will conduct a targeted search, and Bai Ze's invisibility would no longer be safe. After thinking it over, Bai Ze decided to disregard it and quickly go save Susu. Suddenly, a little boy lying on the ground shouted, waking from his coma. Ah ah ah. He began to roll on the ground, appearing to be in great pain. His body started to swell, but as it swelled, it quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, the patriarch transformed into an old man, his loose, aged skin turning into layers of wrinkles, resembling a worn-out rag. A pair of star wings also appeared on his back, dull and lifeless, looking like decayed cheap plastic wings. Ah! The patriarch continued to groan in pain. Bai Ze stared at this decaying corpse in shock. Is this the patriarch's true form? Moreover, he only has a pair of wings left. Chapter 298. The entrance to the prison was an unremarkable iron door, and the guards here could hardly be said to be strict. They were virtually non-existent. Bai Ze approached the rusty prison door, and was about to take out the key, when a cold wind blew from the bottom of the abyss. Creak! The prison door opened. It wasn't even locked. No, this can't be right. Bai Ze was prepared to face any danger to save Susu, but the current situation seemed bizarre and abstract. Yet surprisingly smooth. Experience told Bai Ze that if everything seemed fine, it was likely that something unexpected would occur. Bai Ze dared not let his guard down and became even more cautious. He maintained his invisibility and entered the cell, descending along the spiral passage on the cliff. Every 10 or so meters, there was a cell. The prison doors felt like mere facades. Even without a key, Bai Ze could easily kick them open with his physical prowess. As Bai Ze descended slowly, he gradually felt the pressure becoming chaotic, but having experienced the star-eclipsing wind, he could endure it. Upon reaching the third circle, Bai Ze suddenly stopped. He turned his head, and saw a prisoner locked up in a cell beside him. It wasn't Susu. In that moment, Bai Ze let out a heavy sigh of relief. Chapter 299. Bai Ze quickly turned invisible and looked up. 2 elf guards were walking down the spiral staircase, one male and one female. The male was handsome, and the female beautiful, both with silver hair and green eyes, and 3 pairs of wings on their backs. A male elf is draped in a black robe, while a female elf wears a white robe, each holding a slender 3-meter-long bone staff, with abstract snake heads and tails at either end. The female elf is crying as she walks. Oh, don't cry, it's a good thing, the male elf says. What's good about it? I really feel for my daughter. The female elf replies. Look at what you're saying, this marriage was sanctioned by the clan leader. Their star patterns match perfectly, and they've had a good relationship since childhood. Are you still her father? The female elf becomes more and more angry. We only have one precious daughter. Doesn't she deserve a better guardian star? There isn't a better one. Of course there is. Xiao is far superior to him. If Xiao could be our daughter's guardian star, I would have told you long ago. But she's paired with Susu, and even if Susu becomes a sacrifice, her sister will take her place. HMPH, that weirdo, unconventional, arrogant, lacking mission and faith. If you ask me, she should be sacrificed to the guardian spirit. Chapter 300. I can't help it, you elves are too pure and kind. I have to be cautious. What if you're not Susu? How can I prove it? Susu asks. Do you remember our first conversation? Bai Ze asks. Where was I? You were in the stomach of the Swamp King. At that time, when you first said Suwu to me, I didn't understand what it meant, so you explained it to me. Okay. Dear, Susu says. Actually, Okay dear, I assent used like this. Bai Ze becomes visible, pass. Great, you're safe. Susu says. If we don't count it as a mental trauma. Bai Ze jokes. Bai Ze, Susu says seriously, please do as I say next. You say. Turn around, go to the mirror behind you. Then turn around. Go to the mirror in front of you. Turn right, turn left, spin around, step back, and step forward. Bai Ze feels like a pinball. Using the 6 mirrors as bumpers, chaotically darting back and forth in the square for over a dozen times before returning to the center of the square. Suwoo. The voice doesn't come from the conch, but from behind. Bai Ze quickly turns around, and Susu appears. Chapter 301. What Suwoo are you talking about? Bai Ze nearly jumps up in excitement. Your sister was right. You really are an idiot. Suwoo. Susu looks a bit innocent. There's no such thing as love at first sight in this world, only lust. You elves are really too abstract. Susu laughs, covering her mouth. You're still laughing. It seems that Yxinlan isn't omnipotent. Susu says. Bai Ze is stunned. What do you mean, not love at first sight? Susu shakes her head. What I mean is. Between you and me, it's fate. Bai Ze is confused again. What is fate? Is it destiny? Cause and effect? Or a higher dimensional intuition? Bai Ze can't be sure. But one thing he knows for certain is that he has been overly sentimental. The air is quiet for a few seconds. Aha. Bai Ze feels extremely awkward, I said. With my conditions, it shouldn't be, ha. Bai Ze makes a sharp turn, forcibly changing the subject. Since we have fate, I must save you. If you're worried about Yo-Yo, then take her with you. Susu shakes her head. Bai Ze, this is my choice. Choice my foot. Do you know you've fallen into a trap? Bai Ze is very agitated. What is a trap? Chapter 3022. Round dark red nebulae appear on either side of the floor-to-ceiling window. Which are the eyes of the dark star python? He, long time no see. The clan leader shows no fear, as if greeting an old friend. Have you grown taller? Next time I see you, your eyes won't fit in anymore. Indeed, although the floor-to-ceiling window is large, it is merely a crack for the dark star python. Outside, it coldly gazes at the clan leader through this crack. Bai Ze in the room can only see the 2 eyes and cannot determine the python's current mood. He. Only in this place you dare not enter. The clan leader's body gently floats up, coming to the middle of the 2 eyes. Then reaches out to gently stroke the dark star python's brow. While stroking, he kindly comforts. I know you're very lonely, and you miss home, right? Be good. You will go back, we will eventually return. During this stroking, the clan leader's body becomes thin and frail again, wrinkles piling up, resembling a withered figure. In the blink of an eye, the little boy disappears, leaving only a decayed and elderly elf. The clan leader is still smiling. Chapter 303. All right. Bai Ze's mouth is twisted in anger. You call this making friends? Is this how you treat friends? Xiao is slightly taken aback. Then realizes, we use our wings to travel, equivalent to humans walking. Feet also refer to wings. Bai Ze is relieved and glares at Yo-Yo. You did that on purpose. Yo-Yo pouts, holding back laughter. Even if it's not the right time, it feels oddly satisfying. Xiao further explains, our wings automatically absorb Mei's energy. But excessive absorption is also bad, so they need to be cleaned regularly. This water is rich in energy and edible. What you just drank was Yo-Yo's wing washing water. Enough. Let's talk about serious matters. Bai Ze sits cross-legged. The 3 sit on the edge of a cliff, feeling the night breeze. Bai Ze recounts everything that happened after they separated. At first, Yo-Yo and Xiao keep interrupting, but later, only silence remains. When Bai Ze finishes speaking, both of their faces look grim. Xiao remains silent, and even the unconventional Yo-Yo never imagined that the respected clan leader would have so many strange and dark secrets. Bai Ze, is everything you said true? Yo-Yo asks. It's true, Xiao confirms. Bai Ze is surprised. How can you be so sure? Chapter 304. Bai Ze has already made up his mind. A jailbreak is impossible, and there is only one way left, to rob the execution ground. Xiao's expression darkens. You want to steal Susu in front of all the elves? Are you crazy? Yo-Yo is also very surprised. Your current reaction is the same as that of other elves, Bai Ze says. No one thinks we would do this, and instead, they will let their guard down. You're overthinking it, Yo-Yo says. Even if the three of us combine forces, we can't beat Jiyu, let alone the clan leader. We are not fighting, we are rescuing, Bai Ze says. Susu is now locked in a cage. We definitely can't open it. We can only wait for the clan leader to open it himself. Yo-Yo understands what Bai Ze means. But is this really possible? Do you have a better plan? Bai Ze counters. After thinking for a moment, Xiao agrees, then that's it. Okay, I'll continue, Bai Ze says. Your star sacrifice ceremony is an old tradition, and all the processes must be unchanged. We'll first understand the entire process, and see where we can find a loophole. Yo-Yo and Xiao fall silent. Bai Ze is surprised. You don't know the process. Yo-Yo nods. On the last star sacrifice day, Xiao and I were still in the elf eggs, and we didn't see it with our own eyes. Although we've heard about it, we only know a rough idea. Chapter 305. Yu entered the room, which was a small space resembling a study. The curtains were drawn, making it very dim. With a gentle flutter of her wings, Yu opened the curtains, and the light from the wind lamp outside flowed in, illuminating the room. Yu was instantly taken aback. The walls were covered with photographs. The pictures featured a fairy girl with short light pink hair, confidently scolding someone with one hand on her hip, laughing joyfully while giving a bath to a jelly monster. Soaring into the star-eclipsed wind with her wings spread wide, sitting on the edge of a cliff in a daze. Leaving with a stubborn expression after being scolded by the clan leader, and practicing archery alone in the training ground. Su! Yu shouted and almost screamed as she ran out of the study. She kicked the sheep down to the ground, and if it weren't for Xiao stopping her, she would have pounced on him and hit him hard. You've been cursing me this whole time. I didn't. The sheep stammered, nervous. Taking advantage of Xiao's distraction, Yu kicked the sheep again, knocking it over as it tried to sit up. You actually took so many photos of me. If photos are humans' evil magic, what else could it be? No, the photos are my drawings. The sheep explained loudly. Yu was taken aback. Drawings? Chapter 306. In the afternoon, all the fairies gathered at the Star Square. Everyone had washed their wings in clear water, and donned black Star Festival robes. They were divided into 4 groups based on age: childhood, youth, middle age, and old age. Standing at the 4 directions of the square with the star pool at the center, waiting for the chanting segment to begin. At this time, the clan leader, wearing a luxurious black star robe and holding the star staff embedded with red stars, was preparing the ceremony with 4 elders. Clan leader Jiyu, fully armed and holding a spear, stepped forward quickly. The clan leader turned around. How many times must I say it? On the day of the Star Festival. Do not be impatient. Clan leader. I am very anxious. I still haven't found Xiao. Jiyu replied honestly. The clan leader frowned slightly. The leader of the fairy clan is the clan leader, followed by 4 esteemed elders, and then 3 teams of warriors: the Wind Guard team, the Wind Town team, and the Wind Swift team. The Wind Guard team consists of 5 warriors, mainly responsible for the safety and daily life of the clan leader, and the 4 elders, led by Jiyu. The Wind Town team has 7 warriors, mainly responsible for guarding important places like the hall and prison, and maintaining order on event days, led by the couple who guard the Star Abyss prison. The Wind Swift team consists of 9 warriors, mainly responsible for external missions and investigations, led by Xiao. with Susu and Yu Yu originally being part of it. Chapter 307, It is not yet time. Bai Ze suppressed his anger and continued to wait. He glanced at Yu Yu among the fairies. Her expression was blank as she chanted along with everyone, making it hard to imagine the immense anger burning inside her at that moment. Star Festival. Blessings. The clan leader, hovering high above, lightly waved the star staff. And the cord that bound the umbilical cord was severed. It resembled a living thin string, wrapping tightly around Susu's neck, forcing her to lift her head while unconscious. Ah! The rope tightened further, and Susu awoke in pain and suffocation, her pale face covered with dense star curse marks, glowing with a strange dark purple cold light. Yu Yu could no longer hold back, and was about to stand up when a hand firmly grabbed her. It was the sheep. The sheep gently shook its head and mouthed two words, live sacrifice. The sheep meant that although Susu was suffering, she would not die before being consumed by the guardian deity. Yu Yu trembled all over and gritted her teeth to calm down. At this moment, the fairies' chanting became even more fervent, and soon, the star wings of most fairies condensed into essences, transforming into white feathers that flew towards Susu's face. As if attracted by some force, these feathers flew to Susu's face one after another, then were dyed black by the star curse marks. And in the blink of an eye, they formed a desolate and eerie mask, completely covering her face. Chapter 308, Yesterday. The clan leader used a barrier to protect himself in that TV room and poked out the two eyes of the dark star python, seizing the very umbilical cords that likely belonged to it. Now, the clan leader returned the eyeballs to the dark star python, or more accurately, used them as bait to lure it out. Normally, this would be somewhat unnecessary. The dark star python was awakened by the fairies' chanting and held a high level of hatred for the clan leader. Now that the buffet door had opened, why not just walk in and eat to their fill? But the dark star python did not come. It required the clan leader to use bait to appear. Why? Because it knew it was a trap, but it had to come to retrieve its eyeballs. Was it afraid of those 6 pairs of hooks? In an instant, Bai Ze understood everything. The Star Abyss prison was never prepared for the fairies, it was meant for the dark star python. Bai Ze calmed down and sorted through the events. The Star Abyss prison was actually a passage connecting the Valley of Divine Fury and Star Island. To retrieve its eyeballs, the dark star python had to burrow in through the passage at the bottom. But as it went deeper, it would be hooked by a pair of star hooks, and its star power would be weakened. This was the truth behind the 6 huge noises and 6 roars that had occurred continuously. Chapter 309, Time seemed to stand still. Bai Ze's sudden realization frightened all the fairies. Even the clan leader was momentarily stunned. According to the ritual process, the sacrifice had been offered to the guardian deity, and the clan leader was supposed to lead all the fairies in chanting, allowing the dark star python to leave amidst their confessions and songs of atonement. But the clan leader did not speak. He was the first to notice that golden flames flowed in the dark star python's eyes, and the almost abyss-slicing seam of its mouth had turned into a golden line. Roar! 3 seconds later, the dark star python was forced to open its mouth, and a torrent of golden red flames erupted, resembling a volcanic eruption. A golden phoenix was reborn from the flames. The phoenix spread its brilliantly golden 6 wings and tail feathers, momentarily blocking out the sun, with flames dancing, even overshadowing the white hole above. All the fairies were dumbfounded. They realized that the most beautiful burning stars they had imagined paled in comparison to the beauty and shock of this moment. At this moment, Yu Yu was nearly moved to tears of joy. Bai Ze intercepted Susu as she tried to escape from the dark star python. This was plan A. If she couldn't get away, there were plans B, C, and D, but none of these were used. As Bai Ze was directly swallowed by the dark star python while trying to remove Susu's black feather mask. Chapter 310, Whoosh! The thrown starlight moved at incredible speed, quickly chasing after Bai Ze in a diagonal direction and swiftly turning in front of him, completing a V-shaped interception. Bai Ze only caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye when a V-shaped white light suddenly appeared before him. Whoosh! He had no time to react. That white light instantly spread, transforming into a white light band over 10 meters wide, with explosive magical energy capable of instantly severing a mountain peak. This strike could have easily killed Bai Ze, but it was only meant to block him because Jiyu dared not eliminate Susu together. The sacrifice could only be consumed by the guardian deity, and the success of the Star Festival ceremony was more important than anything else. At this moment, Bai Ze was stunned. He realized he had been too naive. Even though the suppressed Jiyu can still kill him in an instant, if he fully unleashes his power. This Jiyu might reach S-class strength. In a frontal battle, Bai Ze has no chance of winning. There's no time to think. Dozens of tracking magical arrows catch up. Their power is not great, but they can accurately shoot Bai Ze without harming Susu. Bang! Bai Ze did not hesitate and used push away against the incoming arrows. Instantly destroying them all, they transformed back into dozens of flowing light wings and returned to their master's back. Chapter 311. The clan leader immediately became alert. This human was willing to risk his life to save Susu, creating such a commotion, yet now easily gave up on her. How could that be? Sure enough, the clan leader sensed a hidden killing intent behind him. In almost an instant, the space chains binding the Jelly King reduced by half and appeared behind the clan leader. 1 second later, Bai Ze materialized. He was sealed by the space chains. And the purple spiral broken horn in his hand was only an inch away from the clan leader's back of the head. The clan leader slowly turned around and finally saw the human boy clearly, slightly surprised. Didn't expect him to be so young, still just a child. Do you dare to assassinate me? The clan leader said with a half-smile. Are humans really this unaware of their own limitations? Not really. Bai Ze pretended to be calm and teased. It must be a high-quality human. The clan leader wanted to say something else, but a tightness formed between his eyebrows. At close range, he sensed the familiar aura of the star reverse scale. Your invisibility is not your own. Bai Ze neither admitted nor denied it. Plan 4, if you can't escape, then sneak attack. First, go invisible, then use the spiral broken horn obtained from the Dark Star Python to assassinate the clan leader. He didn't expect to kill him in one hit, but the spiral horn is an elf's nemesis, and would definitely inflict heavy damage on the clan leader, greatly increasing the chances of escape. Chapter 312. As soon as the words fell, a pair of wings behind the clan leader disappeared. The thin, dense chains instantly pierced through the Jelly King's body, accurately binding Bai Ze's body. This is bad. The cooldown of jump hasn't ended. And he can't escape with Susu together. Even if they were lucky enough to break free together, they couldn't escape right under his nose. They were already fish on the chopping board. Little Yi. Run! Bai Ze shouted in the Jelly King's belly, while barely extending a hand to grab Susu's hand tightly. Yeah. The Jelly King is still holding on. Can't you understand your master's words? Bai Ze roared, I told you to run. 2 seconds of silence. Crash! The Jelly King exploded, transforming into a sky full of green mist, scattering everywhere. When the Jelly King used this move, it meant it had completely given up on fighting. But no ordinary person could kill it again. This green mist would turn into a rain, drifting out of Star Island and falling into the White Feather Land. Then taking a long time to slowly find each other and recongeal. During this process, many body parts would surely be lost. And the Jelly King would also suffer severe injuries and would need time to recover. Chapter 313. Mia stepped back a few steps and clearly saw Bai Ze's face. So young, in terms of elven age, he might even be younger than himself. It's hard to imagine that this human boy obtained Susu's weaving star. Xiao's star reverse scale, transformed into a phoenix, summoned the Jelly King, challenged the guardian god, confronted the clan leader, and caused chaos on the star sacrifice day, ultimately escaping unscathed. At the same age, what was he doing? Every day flapping his left wing with the right, daydreaming. Damn it, this elf is not worth it. Mia's inner monologue was rich, but he didn't forget his task. Where is Susu? Bai Ze lightly snapped his fingers, and Susu appeared beside him. She had pale skin, a weak expression, wrapped in Bai Ze's coat, looking even smaller. Su-woo. Mia was filled with surprise and joy. You are really still alive. Plan 6, Substitute. Because it was the last plan, it was also called the Old 6 Plan. These plans had no order, and were adjusted flexibly according to the situation on the scene. When the Super Jelly King swallowed Bai Ze and Susu, Bai Ze began to execute the Old 6 Plan, using a substitute doll to create a substitute Susu. Just as he finished, the Super Jelly King was caught by the clan leader, and the peeling of the onion began. Chapter 3:14. Susu nodded. Mia likes yo-yo, everyone doesn't know. But I knew it at first glance. One night, I sneaked into Mia's room and discovered his secret. Huh? Bai Ze found it hard to imagine that this was something Susu would do. That night, I told Mia, you can't sneak a glance at yo-yo anymore, otherwise I will kill you. You also can't have any improper thoughts about her, otherwise I will kill you. You can care for her as a friend. And if you know anything about her that I don't, please tell me in time, otherwise I will kill you. I didn't come to your house tonight. You better agree, otherwise I will kill you. Susu smiled lightly, her tone gentle. After that pleasant conversation, Mia became very afraid of me. Bai Ze instinctively shifted a little, moving further away from Susu. He really couldn't tell that she had such a cute side. Wings always come in pairs. What does that mean? As you say, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Susu blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her moonlight-like grey eyes. At that moment, Bai Ze was convinced that Susu and Yo-Yo were sisters. Both had a gentle and kind side, as well as a rebellious and willful side. It was just that the sisters chose to show different sides to others, as if it were a kind of tacit understanding. Chapter 3:15. Xiao no longer looked at him. Do you think this is a popcorn movie? The protagonist rushes into the villain's lair, breaks a few stupid traps, uses a plan thought up with 2 toes, easily rescues his companions, and before escaping, doesn't he forget to blow up all the enemies? Ask yourself, is there even a 10 chance of winning this? Think about your family, think about your friends, is it worth dying for a certain death? Suddenly, Jian's words floated back to his ears. They were absolutely correct. But why didn't he listen at that time? Why did he have to be so stubborn? Facing death, to say he had no regrets would be a lie. But more than that, it was a feeling of unwillingness. Bai Ze always felt that the ending shouldn't be like this. Roar. The roar of the dark star python came from the bottom of the abyss, shaking the entire star abyss prison. For a moment, all the elves went pale. Except for the clan leader. He explained calmly, the guardian god did not receive the true sacrifice, and it will surely unleash its wrath. Fortunately, it hasn't left yet. There is still time. The clan leader looked at Bai Ze. Outsider, you have seduced my clansmen, trespassed on Star Island, disrupted the star sacrifice ceremony, and committed a serious crime. Fortunately, Xiao realized at the last moment, redeemed himself, chose to firmly believe, and protect his clansmen. Chapter 3:16. Woo-woo, brother, sister, where are you? It's so dark here, I'm so scared, woo-woo. Bai Ze heard the cry of a child. His first reaction was, who is that? The second reaction, I'm not dead. Third reaction, where is this? Bai Ze opened his sore and heavy eyes, realizing he was in a dim underground room. His arms felt somewhat heavy but warm. He looked down and saw 2 elven girls lying beside him, one on each side. Ah! Bai Ze suddenly flipped over, shocked to find himself sleeping in the same bed as Susu and Yu. He quickly checked himself. Fortunately, he was still dressed and nothing strange had happened. And the sisters were still alive, though they seemed to be unconscious. Bai Ze hurriedly got out of bed, suddenly remembering that his arms were supposed to be incapacitated. That he had been electrocuted so badly that his skin was torn. How had he fully recovered? It was a bit exaggerated to say fully recovered. But both his physical injuries and potential mechanisms seemed to have healed considerably. Woo-woo, the sound of a child's crying emerged again. Bai Ze immediately became alert. The crying was coming from a corner of the basement, but it was too dark here. Bai Ze took a deep breath, activated his potential mechanism, and lit up his phoenix feather robe, instantly brightening the surroundings. Chapter 317. Huh? Bai Ze asked. You heard me right, just observe it for a while and then leave. I still don't know the purpose. The patriarch sighed and continued, I've been healing here for a few days and asked him many questions. Communication was difficult due to the language barrier, and most questions went unanswered. But he clearly told me, the appearance of the dark star python is meant to cause the extinction of the elves. This is likely the will of the gods. Huh? Bai Ze had lost count of how many times he was surprised. I still can't forget that night. At that time, the dark star python was just coldly watching us from outside. That person reached into the dark star python's eyes and asked me to do the same with the other eye. I was scared, but I did it anyway. And then? Bai Ze involuntarily tensed up. Then, I suddenly found I could communicate with the dark star python. Of course, it wasn't real communication, it's hard to describe. But in short, I confirmed one thing. What? The god is dead. Just that. Bai Ze was greatly disappointed. What do you mean, just that? The patriarch was also disappointed. The god is dead. Dead is dead. Bai Ze didn't understand. The patriarch choked up, laughing helplessly. So, you, an outsider, wouldn't understand. Chapter 318. Huh? The patriarch pretended to be profound and laughed. Our clan's method of making the wind lantern is never revealed. Do you know why? Bai Ze shook his head. Because it can't be disclosed. The patriarch said, every wind lantern contains the star soul of an elf, what you would call a soul. Huh? Bai Ze was dumbfounded again. It's true that after an elf dies, the star soul returns to the star pool. The patriarch paused, but this is not to return to the god, but a helpless move. Our star souls have no place to go after death, they can't even return to the maze and can only become wandering souls. So the star pool is actually a container for star souls? Bai Ze asked. The patriarch nodded. The star diagram is a container for star energy, however. Even if this energy is stored in the star diagram, it will slowly dissipate, so the star diagram can never be fully replenished. However, many star souls do not wish to be trapped in the star pool, they would rather transform into wind lanterns to protect their children until they extinguish. So the wind lanterns can extinguish? Bai Ze asked. Of course, but it takes a long time. The patriarch said, making wind lanterns is also difficult. Besides the willing star souls and the energy from the star diagram, one must also find a living medium. Chapter 319, on Saturday evening. In the fallen street of Nao City University, at a hot pot restaurant. In an old private room, the red oil hot pot was slowly heating up. Surrounded by small plates of ingredients arranged meticulously by color, type, and shape. Under the table was a case of opened beer. And 4 university students sat around the table, Bai Ze, Fang Shui, Liu Banzian, and Yang Xing. Bai Ze had been out of contact for a few days and suddenly appeared, calling his roommates over. In the silence, the atmosphere was subtle. Finally, Bai Ze spoke up. Liu Banzian, did the counselor look for me while I was gone? Yes, he asked why you were absent and couldn't be reached. I said it should be because of your grandfather's matter, and he didn't ask any further. Liu Banzian replied. Good. Bai Ze nodded and looked at Fang Shui, Feng Shui, did the old man look for you while I was gone? Feng Shui immediately took out his phone and frantically typed in the group chat. Looked for you, I said, you are in closed-door study, and don't want to fail, don't disturb him these days. Bai Ze put down his phone, very good. He then looked at Yang Xing. While I was gone, how was the dormitory cleanliness? Don't worry, the garbage is collected every day, and it's well ventilated. There are no cockroaches. Yang Xing said. Chapter 320, in the evening, at the Meow Alley. The hot blood pool hall is closed today. In fact, during the days that Jian was missing, and was going crazy and had no mood to run the shop. On a small dining table in the store were some drinks and snacks, and the three of Bai Ze, Jian, and An sat together. The atmosphere was subtle. An sat with arms crossed, his face cold, eyes resolute, looking like he would never forgive them. Best friend, shut up. We are no longer best friends. An? Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. Bai Ze glanced at Jian, so no explanation. Fine. Jian stood up, I'm tired too. I'm going to shower and sleep. I'm going back to the dormitory too, bye. Bai Ze got up. And was stunned, jumped up, and shouted, stop. And excitedly pressed Jian and Bai Ze back into their seats. Too much. Too much. You two better clarify things properly, or you won't get away. Bai Ze said. Jian and I were in the maze for a few days, handling some matters. What matters? The task from Boss Hui. Jian said dismissively. All right. If it's Boss Hui's task, and didn't he press further, but he still felt unwilling, old sister. Best friend. You two, a male fox and a female melon. A lonely man and a lonely woman. Jian corrected. Chapter 321, Mosey returned with milk tea with Shi Wei, who had a sour face all the way. What is wrong? Come out and have fun. Mosey said. My brother's taste is terrible. Shi Wei said. Terrible. Mosey thought she heard wrong, Jian was so pretty. How could her brother's taste be anything but good? What is the use of being pretty if she is fake to the core? Shi Wei squinted her eyes. This woman was very shrewd, but pretended to be innocent and sweet, a tea arts master. Really? Absolutely. Shi Wei said, this woman must be after my brother's money. Is your brother rich? He was poor before, but now he has made a little fortune. Shi Wei said, didn't I tell you before? My brother has been secretly writing online literature, and recently one of his works became popular, earning quite a bit. Which one? Mosey asked curiously. He is using a pseudonym. He won't tell me. Shi Wei said. Why? Maybe because I read his essays aloud loudly before, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Shi Wei changed the subject, anyway. This Jian definitely has a problem. I feel like she really likes your brother, Mosey said. Mosey, you are too naive, you are easily deceived like this, Shi Wei said. Chapter 322 5 minutes later, at the haunted house entrance. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Mosey laughed happily. There was a light red mark on Bai Ze's forehead from being hit by a toy bullet. And he couldn't help but laugh and cry, didn't we say we were getting into character? Your change is too abrupt. I really thought we should just die together. Mosey shook the safety charm on her phone, but thinking about the rewards for passing the level, she could only sacrifice her teammate with pain. Reasonable. Bai Ze had nothing to say. At noon, the six of them had lunch in a restaurant. During the meal, Shi Wei found an opportunity to talk to Bai Ze alone. And she said seriously, brother, are you hiding something from me? No, Bai Ze replied. Absolutely something. Shi Wei lowered her voice, this sister-in-law is fake, right? You're just acting. Aren't you? Bai Ze neither admitted nor denied it. Sure enough, I said something was off. What was off? Bai Ze asked. Just now in line, a tourist groped someone. And Jian caught him on the spot. That person even tried to fight back, Shui recalled that moment, her eyes sparkling, it was so cool. He was taken down in just a few moves. Bai Ze tried to imagine that scene, the groping hand on Jin, he could only say that guy was asking for it. Chapter 323 Did you tell anyone about us taking Ruxia? Mosey looked directly into Bai Ze's eyes. No, Bai Ze blurted out without a second's hesitation. After answering, Bai Ze began to feel relieved. So far, he really hadn't told anyone. He had planned to be honest with Jian today, but hadn't had the chance. Bai Ze really didn't expect that Wen Yang and Mosey would go to such lengths just to confirm this matter. Wait, does that mean this matter is very important? Could it be that the fact they took Ruxia was leaked? Or worse, Ruxia was taken away by another force? Only in this way would Wen Yang and Mosey be the first to suspect Bai Ze, because he should be the only outsider who knew about it. And if Bai Ze did not keep his promise to Wen Yang, then the two could only deal with Bai Ze. After a not-so-long silence, Mosey's gaze was no longer sharp. She let out a small sigh of relief. You didn't lie. Did I pass? Bai Ze asked. Mosey smiled apologetically. I'm sorry for testing you in such an extreme way. But I really couldn't think of a better method. Can I ask you a question? Bai Ze said. Mosey fell silent. Chapter 324 It's strange, as long as anger surges. Even sadness and pain can temporarily take a backseat. An angry Bai Ze rushed up the hillside at the fastest speed. The place was small, with a public toilet, 2 pavilions, and a grass sliding area, and since it hadn't opened yet, there were no tourists lining up. There were already few tourists here. And the occurrence of an accident caused all these tourists to head up the hillside. However, among the crowd watching the excitement, there were 2 tourists going against the flow, seemingly trying to leave from another small mountain path. Bai Ze immediately recognized the 2 figures. They were the couple who played the escape room with them in the morning. At that time, Bai Ze thought it was a bit strange. Although they were nominally a couple, they showed no signs of intimacy at all. Young couples who come to amusement parks together are definitely in the honeymoon phase, yet they had no interaction typical of lovers, which was quite abnormal. Moreover, the guy always had one hand in his pocket, even when being chased by zombies. The girl's uneven legs also made it inconvenient for her to run. Yet she still wanted to play such an intense escape room. Looking back now, they were indeed full of doubts. Bai Ze couldn't be sure that this accident was definitely caused by them, but there were no other suspects in sight. Chapter 325 In less than half a minute, Yidu slid down the grass slope, crashing through the slightly open iron gate, and arrived at a vehicle path. He had multiple fractures all over his body, and his arm seemed dislocated. It was impossible for him to escape on his own. But he did not give up. He had a partner. Yidu had already scouted the area, and he had a complete map in his mind. The two would go down the mountain via a shortcut, and get in the car. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 minutes, and if they rushed, it would take less than a minute, but with Yichi's leg injury, it would definitely take more than a minute. The time he delayed would be about a minute. He definitely couldn't catch up via the same route, and besides, Yichi wouldn't wait for him. Yichi had no combat ability, and would drive away immediately. Yidu had to find a way to escape himself. This was the best option. They had that much tacit understanding. However, Yichi would not expect that this time Yidu would be caught. In a moment of desperation, Yidu decided to take a shortcut through the grass slope. The vehicle path below was the necessary route for Yichi to escape, and if luck was on his side, he might catch up. Sure enough, around the corner ahead, a black car appeared. In the driver's seat was a woman. She took off her coat, changed into a new wig, and put on sunglasses, already having changed her appearance. At that moment, Yidu was glad that this woman was both selfish and cautious. If she had just gotten in the car and driven away, Yidu would probably not have been able to catch this ride. Chapter 326 The strong woman saved Bai Ze. Completely ignoring Yidu's body, and not approaching the chaotic crowd of onlookers. Her hand was like an iron clamp. gripping Bai's tightly as she quickly left and entered an abandoned house in the back mountain. Stay here, don't go anywhere. Wait for He Wuchang to find you. The woman turned and left. Bai leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, his anger gradually cooling, the cold rationality disintegrating. And memories of Mosey surged back into his mind. His breathing quickened again, and his heartbeat was chaotic. He closed his eyes and silently endured. Soon, he became a kite. Swaying high above, overlooking everything, but this time there was no sense of reality, closer to a fantasy. 10 minutes, maybe longer, when Yang arrived. Her face was pale. And her gaze was cold and sharp. Get up. Bai was very tired and did not move. Get up. When Yang grabbed Bai by the collar and lifted him, forcefully pressing him against the wall, this is the world of explorers, don't act like you just won a prize. Bai didn't know how to respond. He was really very tired. The guild will send someone to handle it, I need your cooperation. When Yang's voice trembled slightly. The three of them had already followed the ambulance. You need to go to the hospital now. I will contact you by tomorrow at the latest. Chapter 327. Bai held a lollipop in his mouth and nodded slightly. The strategy is to do nothing. Jian continued, if the asks you, just tell the truth. You know nothing, don't want to get involved, and don't want to be dragged into this struggle. Will they believe it? Bai asked. No, they will investigate you. But it's okay, it's true. The worst-case scenario is that this matter is too serious, and Black Mountain Sea will personally come to investigate you. But this possibility is almost non-existent. Then what should I do if it happens? Bai asked. Regarding the matter of Ruxia and Mosey, just answer truthfully. If he tries to make things difficult for you, just bring up the Grey Phoenix. In short, what comes next is not something we need to worry about. Bai remained silent. The best strategy is to cooperate with the Wilderness Department. In short, at present, when Yang indeed wants to protect you. At least he doesn't want you to be caught up in danger because of Ruxia. From his perspective, he's done well enough. Bai nodded. When Yang said he would contact you by tomorrow at the latest, and you can have a good talk with him. I believe your attitude might change his attitude. I don't understand. Your brain isn't working well today. Jin's tone didn't carry any disdain. Chapter 328, Little Bai. Bai woke up in the driver's seat of the RV, his head resting on the steering wheel. As if he had just taken a short break after driving for a long time, but in fact, the last time he drove was a week ago. Xiaoqing was sitting in the passenger seat, and because her snake tail was big and thick, it was quite inconvenient in the cramped space. So she couldn't give Bai her signature snake hug. However, she was beaming with a smile, clearly very happy. Bai, on the other hand, looked dispirited and asked softly, how's Xiao Hui? After drinking milk, he fell asleep. I coaxed him for a long time, the little guy's needs have increased. And he likes to act cute more now. I really wish you could spend more time with him, but we have to hit the road. Bai looked out the window. It was still pouring rain outside, and the water level had risen to half the height of the tires. In the recent dreams, Bai had spent most of the time driving. This world was raining everywhere, and the water level on the ground kept rising. Bai could only try to drive towards areas with lighter rain and shallower puddles. Occasionally, they could find places where it wasn't raining, but the sky remained gloomy and oppressive. And before long, the cold rain that faded everything would catch up, forcing them to continue on their way. Chapter 329, Instant Noodles. Bai frowned. Isn't Xiao Hui too young for solid food? And who feeds their baby instant noodles? Wow! Xiaoqing was both surprised and delighted. Little Bai, you really have been reading the parenting encyclopedia carefully. Come on, that's common knowledge. Bai had been driving lately, he hadn't even had time to flip through the parenting encyclopedia. Let alone a maze guide. He. Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed, It wasn't for Xiao Hui, it was because he wanted to eat, no. He wanted to eat with you. Bai Ze was surprised. You don't need to eat. What about you? Xiao Qing asked. I don't need to either, Bai Ze replied. True. Then forget it. Little Bai earns money hard, can't be willful. Xiao Qing lowered her head, smiling dejectedly, playing with a strand of her hair. You're too stiff at pretending to be pitiful, you need more practice, Bai Ze ruthlessly exposed her. You found out. Xiao Qing wasn't embarrassed at all. Why do you suddenly want to eat instant noodles? Bai Ze asked. I suddenly remembered that you once told me when you were a child. The first time you ate instant noodles with your brother, you thought it was the best food in the world. Wait. Bai Ze interrupted, brother? Chapter 330. A beam of ordinary light, fist-sized, 3 meters long, vertical to the ground, like a cursor in a game. Bai Ze observed it closely for a while, but felt no special energy or magnetic field. He didn't know what it was. But he didn't dare to reach out and touch it. After thinking for a moment, he decided to consult the merchant spirit. After all, she was already 30. A mature system. Merchant, can you see what's in front of me? Yes, master. What is it? A beam of light. You're really amazing. So this is a beam of light. Bai said sarcastically, then what do you think it's useful for, and why is it here? Master, I can understand sarcasm. You know. But I'm sorry, the merchant currently does not have the ability to probe external objects. I need to upgrade to System 40 for that. Please give me a little more time. Bai sighed. Boom. Suddenly, thunder rumbled overhead, and swirling dark clouds rolled in from the horizon. Little Bai. In the RV behind him. Xiao Qing shouted, heavy rain is coming, we have to go. Bai Ze hesitated. Was he really going to give up so easily on the new clue that had finally appeared in this world? Chapter 331, Bai Ze frowned, you want to talk to Jian? Yes, Wen Yang said. Jian beside him heard it too and frowned. To be honest, she really didn't expect this situation. Suddenly, she had a bad premonition. Bai Ze hung up the phone. Jian said, I will go talk to him. But? Don't worry about me. Bai stopped talking and continued to follow Jian deeper into the alley, passing by the 2 Steps clinic, the blood sports billiards room, and the already closed Chengshan hardware store. Memories flooded back. Bai Ze's hands trembled slightly as he realized he was scared. Bai stopped. No, I can't let you go alone. Jian also stopped and turned to look at him. Do you remember the 3 strategies I told you last night? Bai Ze was taken aback, not quite understanding what she meant. In fact, all 3 strategies are no match for a clever strategy. What? Take it 1 step at a time. Jian took out an apple-flavored lollipop from her pocket and handed it to him. Take me to the door. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Ze took the lollipop. Okay. The 2 arrived outside the late-night tavern, where a sign saying closed was hanging at the door. They exchanged a glance, and Jian pushed the door open. The bar was dimly lit, with only 2 beams of natural light slanting in from the windows. The entire space was cold and dark, and a tall, thin figure stood behind the bar, polishing a wine glass. Chapter 332. Ahead by the riverside, a cafe appeared, which seemed to have just opened. Bai Ze had no prior impression of it. There were a few coffee tables by the river, scattered with a few customers. Go ahead, the boss is waiting for you. The noblewoman said. Which one? Bai Ze asked. Isn't it obvious? You could guess it with your toes. The noblewoman turned and left. Bai Ze looked around and quickly spotted the target. At a coffee table by the river sat an elegant middle-aged man. To be honest, his appearance was so different from the other tourists. It felt like a high-definition character appearing in an ordinary resolution image. Bai Ze took a deep breath and walked slowly over. This man might be in his 40s. But he was well-maintained. One could believe he was in his 30s. He had elegant black hair, well-defined features, and wore a dark woolen overcoat paired with tailored trousers and leather shoes. In front of him was a cup of hot coffee, and a few dried yellow leaves had fallen on the table. His fingers were long and well-defined, as he lifted the coffee cup to take a sip, quietly appreciating the not-so-beautiful scenery, before glancing down at the quartz watch on his wrist. At his feet lay a Labrador dog, its front paws crossed, resting its chin on them, both ears drooping, exuding excessive laziness and relaxation. Chapter 333, Excuse me. The Labrador sits upright on the chair, sticking out its tongue, panting rhythmically. It seems a bit serious yet somewhat simple-minded, and Bai Ze really cannot understand the expression of the animal. Could it be that Hai turned into a dog for this reason? Bai Ze retracted his thoughts and politely said, Shanghai Hui, to be frank, Yu Menglong is my friend, and I want to know what happened to her. Hai replied, I know about this matter. Recently, there was an incident at Ping'an Hospital where a girl with a heart condition took her own heart out on the operating table. Bai Ze felt a heavy weight in his heart. The Wilderness Department is investigating and hasn't reached a conclusion yet. I can tell you this first. Consider it my apology for troubling you to come here. Thank you. Bai Ze took a sip of coffee, all ears. The preliminary conclusion is that Yu Menglong is a... What? Bai Ze nearly spilled the half cup of coffee he had left. Feeling skeptical, he lowered his voice and asked, Can it come to our world? No. The Labrador panted, We believe her father, Mr. Chien, obviously used some unknown means. However, there have been precedents for similar incidents, so I won't elaborate on this topic. Chapter 334, Which side will you choose? Hai asked. Bai Ze blinked, unsure if he understood the meaning. What do you mean? It means what you think it means. Hai said. Bai Ze hesitated. Just say it. Bai Ze was slightly surprised. He had never thought about this question before and now realized that expressing this thought surprisingly required some courage. Bai Ze took a deep breath. Are you asking me to choose between reality and the maze? The Labrador nodded, its movements a bit simple-minded. What's there to choose? Of course, I choose reality. Why? The maze is too dangerous. Who would want to go there if it weren't for the curse? In fact, Bai Ze's curse was different from others. But he didn't know what would happen if he let the countdown continue, and didn't dare to think deeply about it. Indeed, explorers who enter the maze without a set time will be cursed to death. But what if one day we can break the curse? Bai Ze was stunned. What if one day, explorers could safely spend the night in the maze? Hai continued. Imagine, the maze could become a place where one can live, explorers can settle down, create homes, history, and civilization, ultimately giving birth to a world completely different from reality. Chapter 335, Bai Ze was secretly amazed. Indeed, in this world, one's identity is self-given. He threw out the grey phoenix, intending to further ensure that Hai wouldn't make things difficult for him, and that he could leave alive. But he didn't expect Hai to take the initiative to talk about cooperation. Is this what it means to think like a boss? Someone who can become the leader of the martial arts world is indeed different. Bai Ze was uncertain whether to agree or refuse. If Jian were here, it would be easier. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ask first. What cooperation? You help me find out who killed Mosey, Hai said straightforwardly. Me? Bai Ze pointed at himself. Don't you want to avenge her? I do. Bai Ze dropped his pretense in an instant, anger surging in his heart. But he soon calmed down. I want to take revenge, but your guild has so many talented people. Do you still need to find outsiders to help? Hai explained. The matter of Mosey is not just a personal feud, it is significant. The Mountain and Sea departments won't intervene too much. And the people in the Wilderness Department have tasks, so manpower is limited. What about you? Bai Ze asked. I will investigate, but only in reality, Hai said. What do you mean? I won't enter the maze for now. Hai paused. The investigation on the maze side can only be entrusted to the wilderness department. And as I said, they are short on manpower. Chapter 336. Bai Ze shook his head. To be honest, I don't feel any sense of reality. Neither do I. Jian gazed at the surface of the lake. But I think about it, and I don't believe Shanghai has any reason to deceive you. You must see the living and the dead. Bai Ze hated unclear goodbyes. Whether true or false, he had to find out. It seems you plan to cooperate with Shanghai. Jian said. Cooperation is not the right word. I'm just a nobody, Bai Ze self-deprecatingly said, realizing that despite the twists and turns, the outcome had become the best option. Yeah? Jian shrugged. The Grey Boss has no tasks for now. I will organize the things to do in the near future. First, cooperate with Wen Yang to investigate the behind-the-scenes mastermind who killed Mosey. Second, find the fake Grey Phoenix and rescue the captured spirits. Third, find Uncle Qian and clarify the truth behind Yu Minglong's death. Fourth, find a way to completely revive the magic mirror. Fifth, Night Rong will come looking for us again. So we need to be prepared. Sixth, the boss added. Bai Ze thought for a moment. The Jelly King needed to be raised quickly. It was an indispensable fighting force. Jian nodded. The spirits seem to have insights on caring for the Jelly Monster. I'll ask the two sisters later how to speed up the recovery of the Jelly King. Chapter 337. 1 minute later, the surface of the lake returned to calm. Zheng Hao and An were tightly bound together by an invisible fishing line. Hanging upside down above the lake, their upper bodies submerged in water. The fisherman sat cross-legged by the lake, controlling the short fishing rod, showing no intention of pulling the two out of the water. The fisherman was also quite angry, but his tone was much more relaxed. You two without any float would better pray that the maze koi appears again, otherwise. Just wait to become two floating corpses. Suddenly, the fisherman frowned and raised his voice. Friends behind, is there something? A few seconds later, Jian stepped out from behind a large rock 20 meters away. There should be another one, right? 3 seconds of silence. Bai Ze lifted his invisibility and stood next to Jian. Bai Ze was secretly surprised. From the tone of this person, it was not particularly certain. He probably couldn't see Bai Ze, but could roughly sense his aura. It seems he encountered a big shot. Are you two their companions? The fisherman lazily turned around, his hat shading his face. Yes, Bai Ze said. Your friend broke one of my float woods, so let us consider this matter settled, but they scared away my maze koi. Bai Ze remained silent, glancing at Jian. Jian guessed what was going on. Her voice became much more polite. Senior, I mean no offense, even if the maze koi appears. It's very difficult to catch it. Whether they scared it away or not, the result is probably the same. Chapter 338. For a moment, there was silence. Hundreds of eyes turned to look, some focused on Yo-Yo's starry wings, while others were attracted by Susu's elegant appearance. This was the entrance Bai Ze specially designed for the two sisters, and it seemed the effect was far beyond expectations. Wow! An old friend from the hometown inn. Kun burst out with a scream, excitedly rushing out of the crowd towards the spirit sisters. Susu. I'm Kun. I'm friends with Hu Lolo. We made an agreement. I work for them for free lodging. Susu. Susu smiled. I know. Great. Kun was relieved and asked again. What about Hu Lolo? They have important matters. Susu said, this inn is now under our care. I am Susu, and this is my sister, Yu. So that's how it is. Kunken felt a bit lost, but not too much. She was quickly captivated by Susu's face. Wow, I thought the Hula siblings were pretty enough. But you two are even more beautiful. Especially you, Susu, your skin is so nice, I really want to touch it. In an instant, Kunken felt a surge of killing intent. Yu was coldly staring at her from the side. Kunken hurriedly stopped. The usual rule, I'll help you pick the guests. Is it still 10 this time? Chapter 339. Since Bai's brought back a pair of genuine fairy sisters from Star Island, the Hula siblings have gracefully retired. And the hometown inn will now be managed by Susu and Yuyu. As the inn's fame grows, so do the safety risks. Jian believes that at least half of the 10 guests who check in each time must be their own people. Therefore, the rider team must all stay and for a long time. However, the rider team is a newly formed loose group, and as the number of guests increases, the bidding will also rise. How much money does the rider team need to stay long term? This will inevitably raise suspicions. Jian then changed her approach. If the inn's owner owes a huge favor to the rider team, then it would be reasonable for the rider team to stay long term. Not only that, the rider team's reputation among the loose crowd could spread quickly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So far, the plan is going smoothly. Kunken is still busy selecting bidding guests. Bai Ze and his group arrived next to the fairy sisters. Susu. Li Jinghao greeted Yuyu in a very formal manner, receiving a cold glare filled with killing intent. Susu, and, with no sense of the situation, gave an even warmer greeting. Chapter 340, Cooperation. Susu instinctively wanted to look at Bai Ze, but held back. Bai Ze was also a bit surprised, not expecting this to happen. That's right. Zhongji took out a gilded business card, gently tossed it, and it accurately landed on Susu's table. I want to set up a recruitment point at your inn. It's simple, just need a small shelf to display my recruitment brochures, and every time a guest checks in, I can give them one for free. For each successful recruit, I can pay you accordingly. Bai Ze was stunned. The explorer's home was crazy about recruitment. I'll consider it. Bai Ze had already instructed that for things Susu couldn't decide. Just respond with these 3 words. There are many benefits to cooperating with me. I won't elaborate here. In short, if you're interested, feel free to find me. Zhongji said. Okay. Kunken stood up, raised her glass. Welcome to the hometown inn. Seeing that no one intended to toast, Kunken drank it all in one go. Next, she assigned rooms, a total of 6 rooms. Kunken was already a qualified innkeeper, and soon assigned the rooms. Bai Ze and Jian to room 1. Li Jinghao and An to room 2. Chapter 341, Room 1. Shortly after Jian left, there was a knock on the door. Bai Ze got up to open it. And although his expression was unchanged, his pupils shook. Outside the door, Zumo was quite pleased with Bai Ze's astonishment. One person stood in the brightly lit room, while the other stood in the dimly lit hallway, separated by a door. Neither spoke. After a century-long 10 seconds of silence, Zumo spoke, "Delivery rider. Long time no see." Bai Ze coldly replied, "Is 7 days a long time?" Zumo's pupils shook again. Sure enough, the fake fairy Hoo-Hoo is just a delivery rider. Bai Ze was satisfied with Zumo's reaction, having regained a point. Yeung glanced inside the room. Where's your sister? Not bad, quick reaction. She has something to do. I see. I was going to invite you to my room to catch up. Zumo said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Why not just in your room? Maybe you'd feel more relaxed. No need, let's go to your room, Bai Ze replied calmly. This inn feels like home to me. I can relax anywhere. Zumo's eyes narrowed slightly. That's great. A minute ago, Jian left the room, just intending to find An and Li Jinghao next door, when she heard a quarrel coming from downstairs. She frowned slightly and hurried downstairs. Chapter 342, Room 2. Zhongji sat at the head of the bed, while Li Jinghao and An sat at the foot. Zhongji's lengthy speech left the two in a daze. If it were some inexperienced explorers, they would have been easily fooled by Zhongji. However, Li Jinghao and An were people who had seen the world. So, are you interested in joining my club? Zhongji asked. Not interested, An replied. Zhongji was not surprised. his gaze turned to Li Jinghao. What about this cleaning boy? I'm not interested. Li Jinghao didn't dare look Zhong Ji in the eye. I see. Zhong Ji slowly reached into the inside pocket of his suit. That's really a pity. Li Jinghao suddenly felt something was off and stood up abruptly. I'm suddenly interested. Ah? And was startled. Three's best friend, you. Li Jinghao turned around and winked at an he, very good. Zhong Ji retracted his hand, stood up, and adjusted the buttons on his sleeves. Mr. Han Jiangxue has gone downstairs to fish. If it's convenient for you, come back to my room, and we can have a good chat. Yes? Li Jinghao followed Zhong Ji out, leaving and dumbfounded. Three's best friend just switched jobs so easily. Chapter 343, Room 3. Zhong Ji sat at the head of the bed, while Li Jinghao sat at the foot. As soon as they entered the room, both fell silent, their acting skills returning to normal. Soon, Li Jinghao lost patience and didn't want to drag it out any longer. Teacher Zhong. I was wrong. Zhong Ji glared at Li Jinghao. Lower your voice. Is this a place to be loud? Li Jinghao lowered his voice. Teacher Zhong, when did you find out? I recognized you at first glance. No way. Li Jinghao touched his face. I had a disguise. You just changed your face, adjusted your voice, but your walking and standing posture, speaking style, way of thinking. Subconscious micro-expressions and small actions. I'm too lazy to give more examples. In short, you're too green, familiar people can recognize you at a glance. Ah? Is it that obvious? Li Jinghao felt a bit frustrated. Zhong Ji maintained a stern face. That delivery rider, is he dashy? Li Jinghao was stunned and didn't speak. Speak. Li Jinghao pressed his lips tightly. He would never betray his senior brother. Zhong Ji sneered. Although you didn't answer, what is the difference from answering? Li Jinghao. Zhong Ji was very angry. What did I say before? You must report to me when you go into the maze with Dashi. Why didn't you report? Chapter 344, Hometown Inn, Back Forest. The blonde youth wielded a graceful light sword, surrounded by a gale, constantly leaping on the thick, ancient branches, chasing after a fairy youth. And knew very well that he was toying with him. If he wanted to fly away, he could easily soar into the sky, and would surely be helpless. But he kept darting back and forth in the woods, yet he didn't confront and directly. This left only one possibility. He was testing An's speed. The implication was clear. If you can't even reach this speed, you aren't worthy to be a rival of a fairy. How outrageous! To be looked down upon by a fairy. An's competitive spirit surged to unprecedented heights. HMPH. Since that's the case, this sword immortal won't be polite anymore. An focused his thoughts and infused energy into his void step shoes, the latest gear developed by Quark, part of the same product line as the spider step. Because his best friend Bai Ze mysteriously got a new pair of shoes, and had argued for a long time. And Jian had no choice but to buy him a new pair as well. The user's energy is infused into the soles of the shoes, which, through a series of principles that An could not fully understand, unleashes a wave of air, helping the user accelerate directly like a flying thruster. Chapter 345, 3 minutes ago. Jian had just helped Han Jiangxue sort out the fishing issue, when An's classic catchphrase faintly echoed from the second floor. Heaven did not give birth to me. And sword immortal, the maze is eternal like the long night. She rolled her eyes inwardly. It seemed these two were actively seeking Bai Ze for a surprise. Jian returned to the second floor, expecting room 1 to be lively, but to her surprise, it was completely empty, with the window wide open, cold wind blowing in. Jian frowned slightly and turned to room 2. When she pushed the door open, the room was also empty. Jian felt something was off. The second floor was that small. Where could these three have gone? After hesitating, she decided to check the other rooms. Room 3 was tightly closed. And she could vaguely hear the sounds of Li Jinghao and Zhong Ji arguing inside, with the keyword teacher popping up. Jian knew the relationship between Li Jinghao and Zhong Ji, and immediately guessed what had happened. She decided not to disturb them. Room 4 was also tightly closed. And it seemed that Xiao Shan and Lao Shan were talking, but their voices were very low, clearly not wanting to be overheard. Room 5 was slightly ajar. With no one inside, Kun Kun was taking a bath. Room 6 was tightly closed and very quiet. After a brief thought, Jian reached out and lightly touched the doorknob, instantly feeling a chill of curse seal energy. Chapter 346, Room 3. Zhong Ji reached into the inner pocket of his suit, and Li Jinghao instinctively wanted to retreat and dodge. But he didn't. Li Jinghao was courageous and willing to bear any consequences. Moreover, he was very clear about Zhong Ji's strength. It would only take a few seconds for him to kill him. This was the first time Li Jinghao had seen Zhong Ji use something other than a teaching baton to hit someone. It was possible that he would really incapacitate him out of anger. 3 seconds later, the terrible thing did not happen. Zhong Ji furiously pulled out a Mei-specific pen and notebook from his suit pocket. Zhong Ji's veins bulged as he quickly wrote down a few lines, forcefully tore it out, and threw it at Li Jinghao. Slap! A thin piece of paper hit Li Jinghao's face, surprisingly stinging, indicating the severity of his anger. Li Jinghao was a bit dazed as he slowly peeled the paper off his face. Play the guild. Newcomer Li Jinghao, during my training period, displayed good character and outstanding ability. After comprehensive assessment and consulting his wishes, it is deemed most suitable for him to serve in your guild, and he is specially recommended. Gold medal instructor of the Explorer's Home, Zhong Ji. Li Jinghao stared in shock. Teacher, what is this? Chapter 347, In the Forest Near the Inn. The shell in Mia's hand flashed, emitting a faint sound. Return to the inn. It was Yu. She had re-established contact. Mia saw hope and immediately turned around to fly towards the inn in her hometown, and was still chasing closely behind. And he was surprised to find that the fairy suddenly made a sharp turn and flew straight towards him. Haha, finally, a battle with this sword immortal. Whoosh! The opponent's wings suddenly flashed with a dazzling rainbow light, and felt a moment of dazzling brightness. With a brush, he lost focus for a moment, and the fairy had already brushed past him, flying away without looking back, and was startled, realizing he had been toyed with. Damn it! This is too much. What a disgrace! In mid-air, and flipped sideways, planting his feet on a tree trunk, gathering all his strength, and simultaneously activated the void step shoes. Bang! The tree trunk snapped, sending a massive shockwave backward, and transformed into a shadow, chasing the fairy at top speed. Chapter 348, 3 minutes ago, Nameless Lake. This is it. Swish. Yes. This is it, it absolutely won't change. Swish. After trying several fishing spots, Han Jiangxue finally confirmed the location. Unexpectedly, it was right by the lake next to the inn. Originally, he wanted to find a spot further from the inn for more peace. However, after circling the lake, the intuition of a fisherman told him that this was the best fishing spot in the entire lake. Han Jiangxue pulled out the jade short fishing rod from his waist, cast it forcefully towards the lake, and then sat down on the ground. Susu retreated behind him, the light of the wind lantern on her chest dimming to become a gentle street lamp, just bright enough to illuminate herself and Han Jiangxue. She looked at Han Jiangxue, wanting to say something but hesitating. It's fine, if you want to ask, just ask quietly, it won't disturb me. Han Jiangxue was still very grateful for Susu's patience and friendliness. No fishing line, right? Susu asked. He. Han Jiangxue bent over, one hand holding the rod, the other propping his chin. This isn't an ordinary fishing rod, it's a magical treasure. Magical treasure. Susu clearly repeated, learning a new term. Han Jiangxue was quite proud. It's called Chueqian, a level 1 magical treasure, The fishing line it casts is an extension of my intuition, so you can't see it. Chapter 349. Not only that, but so many people were floating on the water, yet the surface was unusually calm, almost without ripples, as if it had been frozen by some invisible force. Senior brother. Li Jinghao jumped down from the inn, and was about to rush towards the nameless lake when he was pulled back by Zhong Ji. Zhong Ji's expression was serious as he lowered his voice. Don't go over, look closely. Li Jinghao was startled and dared not act rashly. At some point, 8 strange black lines appeared on the lake's surface, and everyone was trapped within a cut fan shape. Don't move. Han Jiangxue suddenly shouted, look closely. Everyone stayed still. But their faces grew increasingly grim. At some point, 8 spider legs, as thick as utility poles, had surrounded everyone and plunged into the lake's surface. They had previously been in a semi-transparent water form, making them hard to notice, and the 8 black lines on the lake's surface were their shadows. Look above. Han Jiangxue reminded again. Everyone immediately looked up, 8 legs converging in the sky above the center of the lake, continuously spewing a thick liquid similar to water. Gradually taking shape. In the blink of an eye, an oval-shaped monster with a diameter of 5 meters appeared. The entire body of this monster was covered in coral-like rotten flesh tumors, layered and bloated, with 3 distinct cracks in the middle of its body, resembling 3 mouths growing together. Chapter 350. Susu had not left nor panicked, waiting by the lake. Although she couldn't hear what the people inside were saying, she could see they were trying to find a solution. Su Wu. Susu forcefully threw the fishing rod into the sky. Han Jiangxue flipped sideways and caught the fishing rod, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. All forms present. This was one of Han Jiangxue's signature skills. Anything detected by his intuition, regardless of its form, could be condensed into a stable entity and caught with the fishing line. When he fought with An and Li Jinghao, he used this move to catch An's sword energy and Li Jinghao's fist force, catching them off guard. Although this move was powerful, it relied on the principle of big fish eating small fish. Now, Han Jiangxue directly condensed the purple lantern and the bone-eating creature into a stable entity and hooked it with the fishing line, which required a tremendous amount of energy. After all, Han Jiangxue was of the speed-shaped path, and his biggest shortcoming was his lack of stamina. He couldn't engage in a prolonged battle. So he had to quickly determine the outcome, and within a minute, he must pull the purple lantern completely out of the lake. Once it left the water, the purple lantern would weaken, the energy on the water membrane would quickly dissipate, and the bone-eating creature would immediately lose its vitality and die. Chapter 351. Boom! The surface of the lake exploded, and a purple lantern as big as a blue whale flew out of the water. The lake water inside mixed with a small amount of gastric juice, violently shaking, like a cocktail shaker in the hands of a bartender. Inside this lantern-shaped big cup, a fish swam back and forth, dodging the gastric juice while avoiding colliding with the semi-transparent water membrane on the lantern. Several times it seemed perilous, but it cleverly turned around, even directly predicting its movements, showcasing incredible micromanipulation. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that this fish was made up of a group of people, bound together like a large twist, each shouting loudly. But those outside the lantern could hear nothing. Su Wu. On the shore, Susu was astonished. Li Jinghao and Zhong Ji were equally stunned. Han Jiangxue's feet were already deeply embedded in the ground, his muscles were tense, his teeth clenched. His face flushed as he continued to maintain the posture of pulling the rod back. Killing a purple lantern was not difficult for him at all. But to lock in all its forms, pulling it out of the lake alive and suspending it for a minute was truly life-threatening for him. But there was no choice. Only by letting the purple lantern and the bone-eating creature die a slow death could he ensure that the people inside the monster would be unharmed. Chapter 352. Su Wu. Bai Ze groggily opened his eyes, and a drenched fairy girl appeared before him. Yao Yao stood with her hands on her hips, kicking Bai Ze's body with her foot. Ah! Bai Ze was also soaked, a dull pain in the back of his head, and his hair was sticky. He tried to get up, but Yao Yao immediately shouted. Don't move. You'll die. Injured? Bai Ze corrected. Injured? Bai Ze stopped moving and tried hard to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. The bone-eating creature suddenly flew desperately towards Hanjiangshue, the fishing failed, and the purple lantern immediately shrank, escaping back to the bottom of the lake at high speed. It quickly drilled into the passage at the bottom of the lake, caught in a powerful dark current of pitch darkness. In a moment of desperation, Bai Ze dared not sit idly by any longer, and disregarding whether the remaining bone-eating creature still posed a threat, he directly activated the phoenix feather garment in its full state. Thus, the purple lantern was blown apart from the inside by a reborn phoenix. Everyone then dispersed, swept away by the dark current. Bai Ze remembered that he initially held onto Jian Anan's hands tightly, but soon his head hit a rock hard. And then his consciousness was interrupted. Where are the others? Bai Ze asked. Yao Yao shook her head. It seems everyone was swept away to different places. Chapter 353. Su Wu. Su Wu. Kun Kun was completely soaked, wearing an ill-fitting oversized hoodie and jeans, urgently calling out to the conch, her voice anxious, but not too loud. Fearing to disturb the dangers in the dark. Beside her stood Old Shan, also drenched, and a water-human form of Xiao Shan. Hurry and change back, Old Shan said. No. I can't. I have no clothes. The water-human trembled, its voice shaking badly. Hearing you speak is giving me a headache. Old Shan didn't speak the truth, actually. Being drenched in rainwater was not good for a level 5 rain, as the water-human form absorbed energy from the rainwater more easily, leading to a disruption of its potential mechanism. Absolutely not. Old Shan made a firm decision, took off his white robe, and threw it to Xiao Shan, revealing a special attack suit filled with hidden weapons. Seniors, this will expose us. It's out in the open now, no more pretending. Yi Ren took off his wizard hat, tore off the wrinkles and fake beard from his face, revealing a long face that was asymmetrical. Oh! Yi Liu wrapped himself in the white robe, his body returning to its original state, rubbing his face to restore his androgynous youthful appearance. Listen, please respond. Listen, please respond. Kun Kun was still calling the conch. Chapter 354. Bai Ze felt groggy, like a kite swaying in the wind for a long time. When he woke up again, his head was resting on Ma Shu's legs. Yao Yao was kneeling opposite him, her face stern, unfolding the wings of the stars. How long did I sleep? Bai Ze asked. About half an hour, Ma Shu said. You hit your head, and you overused your energy, so you fainted. Don't worry, I gave you a simple treatment. Yao Yao also fed him with her wings. Yao Yao shot a fierce glare at Ma Shu. Ma Shu shut up. Bai Ze's tongue still had a sweet taste. He guessed that Yao Yao gave him some wing-washing water. The rainwater from level 5 of the maze contained maze energy, and Yao Yao could give it to Bai Ze directly through the transformation of the wings of the stars, feeling somewhat similar to the raincoat of the new Wind Guild. Suddenly, Bai Ze sat up abruptly, grabbed Ma Shu by the collar, his eyes fierce. Who told you to treat me? Huh? Ma Shu looked a bit innocent. You were injured, I couldn't just ignore it. Stop being so fake. Bai Ze pushed Ma Shu away and looked at Yao Yao. If I do anything wrong later, kill him immediately. Su Wu. Yao Yao nodded. No. Ma Shu was stunned, feeling very wronged. I just saved you. You didn't even say thank you. And now you're acting like this. Chapter 355. Su Wu. Mia excitedly picked up the shell, responding loudly, Yao Yao. Are you hurt? Where are you? Who are you with? Are you safe? Mia asked a series of questions, but the shell fell silent, no longer making a sound. No signal again. Mia's heart raced with anxiety. What to do? What to do? Don't panic, Jian comforted in elf language. Yao Yao is strong, safe, it's raining heavily. We need to hide first. Me too. And didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from joining the conversation. Mia calmed down slightly and nodded. Just as he was about to retract the shell, he suddenly realized something was off. The shell was still glowing. What's wrong? Jian asked. It shouldn't be glowing without sound. This has never happened before, Mia said. Maybe it's the rain giving energy to the shell, Jian speculated. Me too. Stop the awkward chatting. Jian shot a glare at his brother and switched to elven language. Hold it in your hand and keep observing. Swish. Mia nodded. The three continued walking forward, and a minute later, the shell was still glowing, but the light seemed to weaken. Jian noticed it. The light was still there. But it had dimmed. Mia also sensed it. Why is this happening? Chapter 356. Yi Ren suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. He had just spaced out, entering a trance-like state, almost falling asleep. How terrifying. If he fell asleep in the maze's darkness, even with the night god's protection, he would surely be devoured by the maze. In front of the campfire, Kun Kun was teaching Yi Liu to play with a string. Of course, they didn't have a string, so one of Yi Liu's fingers turned into a water string. No, you turned it wrong. Oh, you're so clumsy. Kun Kun complained. Oh, I got it, let us try again, Yi Liu said. Though he was a bit clumsy, he was very eager to learn. Suddenly, both of them sensed a cold gaze and turned their heads simultaneously. Yi Ren's asymmetrical face appeared more pronounced in the firelight, his eyes sharp. Kun Kun. Did you forget something? Huh? Kun Kun didn't react immediately. Did you forget? We are the bad guys, Yi Ren said. I know, Kun Kun said innocently. I already surrendered. Bad guys wouldn't care whether you surrendered or not, Yi Ren sneered. To tell you the truth, the pill I just gave you, on the surface, it's a maze pressure resistance pill, but it's actually poison. There's no antidote within 24 hours, you are doomed. Chapter 357. Yi Liu was stunned. Although this wasn't the first time he faced danger in the maze, and he often heard talk of killing and death from Yi Ren, and he had mentally prepared for the possibility that both he and Yi Ren could die at any moment, he never expected it to be like this. Yi Liu's ears rang as if filled with water, his heartbeat amplified several times, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This continued for more than 10 seconds. And Yi Ren's words floated in his mind. Don't overthink it. Act first. Move, move. Yi Liu gritted his teeth and carried Yi Ren out of the cave. Kun Kun squatted outside the cave, curled up, drawing circles in the dirt with a dry twig, while thinking through how to deal with these two guys after dawn. Suddenly, she was startled as the water line on her wrist released. Damn! Kun Kun jumped up. Yi Liu, you old schemer. Just as she turned around to enter the cave, Yi Liu burst out carrying Yi Ren, knocking Kun Kun to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Stay away if you don't want to die. Yi Liu seemed like a different person, shouting without looking back. Kun Kun was confused. Is this infighting? In the heavy rain, Yi Liu threw Yi Ren to the ground. And with a wave of his hands, countless raindrops gathered around him, forming a protective membrane of water elements that enveloped him completely. Chapter 358. Behind the quiet stone grave mound ahead, a slender shadow emerged. Bai Ze, Yu, and Ma Shu immediately fell silent, exchanging glances. Bai Ze signaled, and the three quickly retreated, creating distance. Bai Ze spoke softly, I'll go investigate, you stay here. Ma Shu whispered, how about I go with you? Two of us. Don't be a hindrance, Bai Ze coldly replied. Ma Shu shut up. Bai Ze activated Look Up, and slowly walked toward the quiet stone grave mound a few meters away, ready to jump and escape at any moment. Prepared to retreat back to Yu if danger arose. If the enemy was too difficult to handle, he would let you carry them away. The elf's speed ability was absolutely top-notch. Soon, Bai Ze approached the grave and felt a jolt throughout his body. "Rider!" Ma Shu shouted worriedly as Bai Ze stood frozen by the grave. "Are you okay?" After a long moment, Bai Ze regained his senses. "I'm fine. You two come over." The two immediately approached. Yu's face darkened, and Ma Shu yelled, instinctively stepping back several paces. On the side of the grave, there was a human corpse sitting cross-legged, head bowed. From the outside, it appeared to be a young man in his 20s, with a terrified expression. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, looking as if he had just died, with no corpse spots yet. Chapter 359. Suddenly, he plunged his hands into his chest. Fingers piercing in like nails, then forcefully pried open his ribs, revealing a heart that was already ruptured yet still beating. Hiss! He took out the heart. Cradling it in his hands, gazing at it with an obsession bordering on reverence, as if examining some kind of never-before-seen miracle. Ah! Then he bit into it, taking mouthful after mouthful. As he consumed his own heart, his body began to swell, sprouting numerous hard, irregular dark green tumors. Bai Ze, you. And Ma Shu stared in shock. Soon, he finished eating his heart, and his entire being transformed into a bloated, tumor-like monster, resembling something that had been soaked in water. He opened his mouth, covered in green slime, and uttered an unclear sound. "Go home." Boom! He leaped suddenly, lunging toward the three at incredible speed. Bai Ze was prepared. Raising his right hand. Push away. Boom! The monster was knocked away by an invisible, powerful force before it could get close to Bai Ze. Crashing through the quiet stone grave mound like a green bowling ball toppling numerous black bottles. After landing, the monster rolled backward several times, but did not die. Its nearly disassembled body stood up again, still being pulled and controlled by that strange energy. Chapter 360. Yu wanted to say, they were trapped. In the night sky 10 meters away from the three, a vast invisible barrier appeared, if it weren't for the heavy rain constantly pounding against it. One could not perceive its existence with the naked eye. This was the truth behind the entire quiet stone graveyard not experiencing rain. Bai Ze enhanced the brightness of the phoenix feather coat, and even then he couldn't find the boundary of this barrier, which meant it was very large. Large enough to envelop the entire quiet stone graveyard. "Can it be destroyed?" Bai Ze asked. Yu furrowed her brows and sent dozens of wind sickles forward. Without any sound, these wind sickles seemed to cut through cotton, their energy turning into invisible ripples that spread across the surface of the barrier, quickly calming down. Bai Ze was not discouraged and activated Push Away against the barrier. It was still the same, the damage was silently absorbed by the barrier. "This maze monster is too unfair." Ma Shu's face turned pale. "No," Bai Ze shook his head, "this barrier doesn't seem to be the same as those tentacles. Otherwise, it could have been set to not exceed the height of the tentacles, leaving us nowhere to escape." "Exactly." Mochi reacted. "Could there be others?" Chapter 361. Night Blade has disappeared. Night Flow and Kun Kun were stunned. It wasn't their first night in the maze, but it was their first time witnessing the maze devouring people. They originally thought that the process of being consumed would be cruel or bizarre, but unexpectedly, the maze attacked without warning, leaving them unprepared. Senior Night Blade. Night Flow was filled with sorrow as he rushed towards the place where Night Blade had vanished. But suddenly his legs gave way, and he fell hard. Night Blade has returned. Yes, this man who had fainted before suddenly reappeared. Night Flow was both shocked and delighted. His brain nearly short-circuited. Kun Kun wasn't much better off. He wondered if he had just imagined Night Blade's disappearance for a few seconds. Just then, a gust of wind blew in from outside the cave. Kun Kun and Night Blade were startled and immediately rushed out of the cave, only to see Mia landing quickly at the cave entrance with Jen, and Mia retracted her wings, and the glowing shell in her hand quickly dimmed. as if she had exhausted her last bit of energy to complete her mission. Mother! Kun Kun cried, tears of joy, you finally came. Jian looked at Kun Kun and the now restored night flow. Where's the rider? Where's Yao Yao? Rider! Yao Yao! Kun Kun was also puzzled. We weren't with them. Chapter 362, The Silent Stone Cemetery, the top of the telekinetic barrier. Night Phoenix slowly stood up and gave Night Thought a glance. Appropriately reduce the barrier's range, if we hold on any longer. The elves are fast and might escape easily without a cage. Understood, Night Thought replied. Night Phoenix, let me handle the remaining two. Night Ding, no longer acting as a chair, quickly straightened his body. He was as sturdy as a mountain, making even the 2-meter-tall Night Phoenix appear somewhat petite in front of him. Night Thought coldly asked, can you fly? No, Night Ding replied. Then how will you handle them? We'll talk once we go down. Go down to feed the maze monsters. No feeding. Can you fly? No. Going down to die. We'll talk once we go down. Enough, Night Phoenix said, somewhat impatiently, just stay put and don't ruin my mood. Yes, the two men obeyed. The nearly invisible Night Deception let out a sigh of relief. Night Thought clasped his hands together, his index fingers bending simultaneously. Suddenly, the telekinetic barrier under Night Phoenix vanished. And the tall woman fell silently, her dense, withered hair and elegant long dress swirling as she grasped her skirt, flinging it back. Instantly transforming into a phoenix wing and diving towards a corner of the barrier. Yao Yao was flying closely against the vast telekinetic barrier with Bai Ze and Mochi. Chapter 363, Yao Yao transformed into a gust of wind rushing towards Night Phoenix, who smirked slightly. Gotcha. Sensing the elf's fierce momentum, she immediately flew backward. Yao Yao's wings quickly morphed into 2 wind element bats chasing after Night Wind. Night Phoenix immediately turned around, raising her staff and spinning it half a turn just as the bats attacked, and in an instant, a grey magical barrier appeared before her. The 2 bats that had been trapped collided with the magical barrier and swiftly flew to the sides, as if being pushed apart by invisible hands. The 2 bats changed their tactics, maintaining their distance from Night Phoenix while rapidly circling around her, creating one circle of wind blades after another. They resembled countless green hula hoops, continuously shrinking to form a small tornado, attempting to engulf Night Phoenix. A mere trick, Night Phoenix sneered, quickly raising her staff. With a buzz, the Phoenix staff's tip launched dozens of high-frequency vibrating wave-like grey energies, spreading outwards. These wave-like grey energies did not stop or destroy the encroaching wind blades. Instead, they transformed into a formless state and penetrated them. The next second, something unbelievable happened. All the wind blades turned into circles of white ice blades. And the tornado that was about to encircle Night Phoenix instantly transformed into an ice sculpture tornado. Chapter 364, that was not feathers, but wind. Controlling wind elements is the most basic and important magic of the elf race. All elves can do it, or else they cannot fly. However, the wind elements that all elves can control are merely the lowest form, known as shallow wind, which manifests as a transparent form. Intermediate wind elements appear as light green and are called swift wind. Elves who can control swift wind have stepped into the threshold of warriors. Advanced wind elements appear as dark green, known as deep wind. Elves who can control deep wind are all excellent warriors. The top-level wind elements appear as pure white and are called white feathers. Elves who can use white feathers are considered rare geniuses, born once every 300 years. Yao Yao is such a genius, but few people know it. It is said that above white feathers, there is another type of wind, the highest level wind element, called divine breath, meaning the sigh of a god. Silent feather, Yao Yao softly uttered the name of her technique. This is the ability of Yao Yao's starry reverse scale. She can condense the white feather wind into a feather-sized piece and then instantly unleash it, with destructive power capable of easily shredding a fully grown graphite flying saucer. This move is very powerful, but also very taxing. Each use greatly depletes her energy, requiring half a month to fully recover. Chapter 365. The anger on Night Phoenix's face nearly froze, then cracked little by little. "What did you say?" Bai Ze said seriously. "Are you deaf?" I said, "I am the dog of the Grey Phoenix. Officially certified dog. Not even in the same league as a shameless counterfeit like you." Night Phoenix heard clearly and understood. In the eyes of the Grey Phoenix, she, Night Phoenix, was even less than a dog. A powerful force of magical energy violently burst forth from her body. Bai Ze secretly rejoiced. Got her. His words were intentionally meant to provoke Night Phoenix, while also harboring the influence of emotional appeal within. A wounded person is already prone to turning their pain into anger, especially when their pride has suffered a tremendous humiliation. Night Phoenix indeed exploded at the slightest provocation. "Ah!" Night Phoenix roared, her greyish-hard eyeballs nearly cracking, emitting strange grey energy, her withered hair extending outward, entwined with the grey energy, resembling a grey-haired witch. At the same time, the colours on her multicoloured dress seemed to be drained like blood, rapidly fading, all flowing into Night Phoenix's body. Colourful patterns immediately covered her skin. However, these patterns were different from the beautiful and harmonious body paintings. They were twisted and chaotic, mixed together like a dirty palette of colors. Chapter 366. Night Phoenix was exceedingly happy. She could almost see the scene of Bai Ze's body turning into various elements, and then dying a miserable death. Bai Ze was greatly shocked. Flapping wings immediately went silent, most of his body lost feeling, and the potential mechanism within him felt a chaotic tearing, as if being pulled apart by dozens of sharp claws. Fortunately, the Phoenix feather garment withstood the deadly attack, greatly slowing down the Grim Reaper's steps, at least giving him a few seconds of time. Activating grasp. Time instantaneously slowed down, and Bai Ze detected Night Phoenix's core. It was all around, encircling Bai's. It was a mass of flowing grey energy, mixed with various colors, sticky, damp, cold, slippery, and disgusting. The first thing that came to Bai's mind was gutter oil. And he was about to be drowned in this gutter oil, becoming a part of it. What a joke! Bai's hands transformed into core threads, another form of grey. Evading the limitations of elemental wavelengths, instantly rushing towards the core of Yefeng. However, Yo-Yo and Marshu did not see it that way. They saw Bai's hands becoming almost invisible, stretching out forcefully to grip Yefeng's neck. Chapter 367. Within 2 minutes, Jian, and Kunken arrived at the battlefield. Although they were fast, every second of the journey was torture for Jian. Even though Kunken duplicated Mia's energy and Jian wore Yo-Yo's conch necklace, it still could not ensure their safety in the dark maze, where devouring could happen at any moment. The compromise proposed by Kunken was essentially a gamble. But Jian had no choice. Conflict with Yelio was definitely the worst option. The 5th level of the maze was reigning everywhere, Yelio's home ground. If they really fought him, the result would surely be mutual destruction. Therefore, the three could only rush to the battlefield as fast as possible. This way, they could support Yo-Yo and rely on her presence for protection. It would be even better if Bai's was also with Yo-Yo. Just as Jian's thoughts reached this point, An, who was flying at full speed, suddenly slowed down and stopped. Why stop? Keep flying. Jian was anxious. Don't stop, even a little. Kunken was already vomiting bile. This path is blocked, sis. And was very sensitive to the flow of wind, and was the first to notice the invisible barrier. He slowly approached. Pointing ahead, there's an elder sister. Chapter 368. Jian held her breath, the dagger across her eyes, stepping back with her left foot, slightly crouching, ready to thrust forward suddenly or turn to run at any moment. The headless figure in the thick fog suddenly stopped, as if sensing Jian's presence. Jian's heart tightened immediately, staring intently at the figure. After a few seconds of confrontation, the headless figure in the fog slowly disappeared, as if it had left. Jian let out a slight breath of relief, a hand resting on her shoulder. Whoosh! Jian quickly turned, stabbing backward with the dagger, and a second later, the dagger's tip stopped at An's temple, almost drawing blood. An? Jian retracted the dagger. Sis? An was overjoyed, wanting to say something. But Jian silenced him with a look, keep it down. Oh? An was excited, lowering his voice, that's great, I thought I was the only one here. Jian's mind flashed. Quickly stepping back, gripping the dagger tightly again, you're not An. An was taken aback, I'm An. Why are you speaking to me in our mother tongue? Jian stared into An's eyes. An had agreed with Jian to practice the local dialect, so even when they were alone, they wouldn't use their mother tongue to communicate. Ah? I was too excited and forgot. An said. Chapter 369, on a midsummer afternoon, by the riverside in the countryside. The warm wind blew against the sweaty skin, leaving a sticky coolness and comfort. Bai Ze leaned against a large tree, tilting his head, dozing off when suddenly, a red undercurrent appeared in the darkness, like the outline of a rose blooming in the night. Bai Ze immediately opened his eyes, instinctively closing them again. Someone was reflecting sunlight into his eyes with a mirror. Bai Ze raised his hand to block it, squinting to see a boy of about 10 standing in the small river, his eyes pitch black, handsome features, wearing a tattered white t-shirt that glinted under the blazing sun. He held up a piece of broken mirror, grinning at Bai Ze, little brother, don't sleep. Come catch crabs with me. Got it? Bai Ze stretched lazily and walked towards the riverbank, but suddenly stopped. He didn't know when, but the wind had stopped. And the sun at 3 in the afternoon was extremely harsh, making people dizzy, and the sound of cicadas was boiling under the scorching sun. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A boy stood on the riverbank. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A boy stood in the river. Time seemed to stand still. After a while, the boy in the river smiled and broke the silence. What's wrong? Bai Ze didn't know what was wrong, he just couldn't move his feet. Chapter 370, Rule 2. Is there a Rule 1? Maybe there are Rules 3, 4, and 5. Someone must be awake. Does that mean the unconscious must wake up? This place is truly strange. It feels like some special domain, where one must follow so-called rules to survive. In just 2 seconds, Bai Ze had considered many possibilities. But Yefeng hadn't. Rather than any bullshit rules, all she wanted to do at that moment was to kill Bai Ze quickly, confirming that the strange phenomenon before her posed no danger. She immediately lunged at Bai Ze. Bai Ze's momentary distraction allowed the woman's tall figure to loom over him. He suddenly dodged to the side, almost caught by Yefeng. He took 2 steps back, grabbing a wooden chair and turning to smash it at Yefeng. Yefeng raised her arms to shield her head, and the wooden chair cracked into several pieces. Ah! Yefeng cried out in pain, becoming even angrier as she charged at him. Bai Ze was internally lamenting. Yefeng fought without any strategy, but her body was incredibly resilient and strong, far surpassing Bai Ze in most aspects except agility. Bai Ze dared not linger in battle, knocking over easels and tables along the way to try to delay Yefeng's pursuit, while running towards the back door of the studio. You can't escape. Yefeng transformed into a raging bull, violently knocking over obstacles in her path. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 371, Bai Ze followed the 2 girls, running disoriented in the thick fog for a few minutes, finally hiding in a completely independent building. Crack! The suited woman leaped high, grabbing the rolling shutter and pulling it down stylishly. Thud! The small blue-haired girl turned on the light, brightening the room. Bai Ze was a bit surprised. It was an old-fashioned internet cafe, small in space, with peeling walls covered in vintage online game character posters, dozens of bulky computers tightly arranged, tables piled with empty drink bottles and instant noodle boxes, along with an ashtray crammed with cigarette butts. The blue-haired girl took off her AI sunglasses, set down her backpack, shook her hair, took a deep breath, and collapsed onto a tattered sofa in the corner. I've exhausted all my exercise for the week. The suited girl was also sweating profusely. She took off her suit, went to the front counter to grab a bottle of mineral water, drank half of it. And then turned to Bai Ze. What do you want? Water is fine, Bai Ze said. The suited girl tossed a bottle of water to Bai Ze, who caught it, hesitating a bit. Don't worry, just drink. The suited girl also walked toward the old sofa, sitting next to the blue-haired girl. We've been here for 3 days. We can't survive without eating or drinking. Chapter 372, Dark. Bai Ze had no time to ask anything. The two girls were already up and busy. Shiyu quickly tidied up the empty water bottles and household trash in the room, bagging everything and stuffing it into the trash can. Coffee opened half of the windows and pulled up the roller shutter halfway. The two moved deftly, and after checking repeatedly for any emissions, they turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Come to the front desk. Coffee shouted. The front desk of the internet cafe was an L-shaped counter, and Coffee and Shiyu crawled beneath it. Just as Bai Ze walked over, he was suddenly pulled under the counter by the two girls, one on each side, pressing tightly against him. Curl up. Oh. Suck in your stomach, keep your head down. This is uncomfortable. Hurry. Oh. Soon, the three of them did their best to curl up into a ball, hiding in the shadow under the right angle of the counter, even though there was clearly plenty of space under the table, making their position unnecessarily cramped. Bai Ze was filled with confusion. Can someone explain this to me? Shiyu forcefully covered Bai Ze's mouth. The next moment, darkness enveloped them. The dim room was pitch black, and Bai Ze thought he had gone blind. Soon, in the suffocating darkness, cries echoed. Wah, where is this? Wah, don't leave me behind. Chapter 373, Bai Ze instinctively screamed and jumped up. Shiyu and Coffee were prepared. One covered his mouth tightly, while the other held down his shoulder, narrowly avoiding disaster. The three of them tensed up, shrinking their bodies as much as possible, hiding in the dark corner of the L-shaped counter, their eyes fixed on the giant creature before them. Up close, Bai Ze could see more clearly. The massive tentacle was riddled with blooded holes, resembling a honeycomb, and the severed hands and feet were like bees. At this moment, hundreds of severed hands and feet were flying away from the hive, bouncing around the room. From time to time, severed hands and feet slapped against the back of the front desk, as if they were hitting the three's backs. Some even bounced against the wall in front of them, leaving behind shocking bloodstains. Aside from the dense blood holes, there weren't as many faces on the tentacle as one might imagine. On the segment of the tentacle wriggling toward the back of the front desk, there were only 4 faces pressed together, their eyes wide open, shooting out 2 beams of crimson light. The places illuminated by these beams were all that they could see. In other words, aside from the extensive tactile search conducted by the severed hands and feet, these faces were also responsible for visual and auditory searches. Chapter 374, All Right. Bai Ze listened attentively. Our team came to the 5th level of the maze for business, and on the way, we ended up here. But Coffee and I forgot relevant memories. And you forgot too. It can be inferred that anyone who comes here will lose related memories. I believe this might be some kind of dangerous area, of course. It's also possible that this is a place swallowed by the maze. Impossible, Bai Ze said firmly. Why? Shiyu stared into Bai Ze's eyes. Because I want to be swallowed by the maze. Bai Ze certainly wasn't telling the truth, he thought for a moment, because we were with the elves at the time. We wouldn't be swallowed by the maze, and besides, didn't you all arrive at the 5th level of the maze during the day? Yes, Shiyu nodded. But we can't rule out the possibility that we encountered some accident and fainted midway, only to be swallowed by the maze at night, after all. We've lost key memories. Shiyu looked at Bai Ze. On your side, we also can't rule out the possibility that you were swallowed after separating from the elves. Unless Bai Ze took over, unless the elves also ended up here. Shiyu nodded. And Bai Ze's feelings became complicated. He both hoped his companions were here and hoped they were not. Chapter 375, Coffee shrugged. When we first came here, we were focused on survival. Yesterday, we discovered a mark left by the captain, and following the mark, we found that building had been destroyed. It must have been done by the tentacle monster. Bai Ze was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't worry, the captain is very tough, Coffee said. Our reverse infiltration team has seen a lot of storms, this is nothing. Hearing this from Coffee, Bai Ze felt a bit reassured, sensing that the hope of escaping was greater. Coffee took a sip of her coffee and changed the subject. You mentioned an orphanage before, so you are an orphan. Yes. Bai Ze replied frankly, I was later adopted. Your experience is somewhat similar to Shiyu's, Coffee said. Is it appropriate to mention a friend's story like this? Although Bai Ze wanted to hear it, he still had to pretend to be a gentleman. What is wrong with that? Coffee said nonchalantly, I often talk about my own matters too, though they are rather boring. Is it related to Coffee? Bai Ze guessed casually. Coffee tilted her head slightly, recalling, I grew up with my dad since I was little. He was an ordinary office worker, but loved to watch boxing matches. When I was a child, I signed up for interest classes, and to make my dad happy, I learned boxing. Unexpectedly, I had quite a talent for it and kept training until I was 20. My dad was very proud of me and even planned a professional boxing career for me. Then one deep night, my dad got too excited watching a boxing match and had a heart attack. I woke up the next day to find a corpse on the floor. Chapter 376. A terrifying loud noise nearly shattered Bai Ze's eardrums, as bricks and dust exploded with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Shiyu was thrown along with the sofa, crashing into Bai Ze. Coffee, who was sleeping, was also affected, her chair upended, and her head hit heavily against a computer case. Coffee's head buzzed as she got up and shouted, What happened? Bai Ze, who was on the ground, lifted the sofa and helped Shiyu up. Are you okay? I'm fine, Shiyu said, her small frame mostly shielded by the sofa from the explosion's impact, suffering only minor injuries. The three quickly retreated, looking at the wall where the explosion occurred. After a moment, as the sparks and smoke dissipated, a large hole with a 3-meter diameter appeared in the wall. Is this a monster? Bai Ze whispered. No, Shiyu shook her head, it's a bomb. A bomb? Bai Ze immediately realized, did a human do this? Shiyu didn't have time to respond, her face turning pale. Bai Ze and Coffee also saw it. A suffocating crimson glow appeared outside the hole, signaling that the tentacle monster was coming. It was clear that the sound of the explosion had attracted the tentacle monster. Quick, hide. Shiyu rushed to the front desk, with Bai Ze and Coffee closely following. Chapter 377. The two burst out of the internet cafe, and the small town at night indeed had no fog. Only a crimson glow that seemed to come from nowhere, outlining all the scenery in blood-red contours. In the open view, Bai Ze could see more clearly. Each building here was a scattered and independent scene, separated by a certain distance, like a large jigsaw puzzle scattered around. Bai Ze and Coffee ran like two lost ants, darting between these puzzles. They ran for a long way without stopping, and when they looked back, the internet cafe was no longer visible. Bai Ze panted. We should have shaken them off and found a place to hide. Coffee said nothing. After the extreme sadness and anger, only numbness remained on her face. Looking up, Bai Ze saw in front of him a familiar white building. It was the Star House where the elves lived. The elves have also come in. This is not a place swallowed by the maze. Bai Ze's thoughts led him to feel empty inside. The girl he most wanted to confirm about had just died. He rushed towards the Star House, and at the entrance stood a familiar girl with pink hair and grey eyes. She spread her 2 pairs of starry wings, the patterns on her wings shimmering with light, ready for battle. Chapter 378. Coffee took down a bow and arrow made of bones from the wall, while Bai Ze found a long spear made of bones in the corner. Die. Get lost. The two used their weapons to fend off several spiders. But more and more spiders were climbing up the walls. No way. Too many. Coffee shouted. Bai Ze glanced at the skylight above, to the roof. All right. The two climbed through the skylight using an old method of making a ladder, and reached the roof. They guarded the skylight, taking down a spider each time one crawled up. They managed to eliminate a few spiders, but the spiders learned and stopped trying to come through the skylight. Instead, they crawled out of the second-floor windows and climbed up the outer walls to the roof. No, we'll still be surrounded. Bai Ze decisively said, let's jump off the building. It's 3 stories high. Coffee shouted, we won't escape without injury. We have to take the risk. It's better than being eaten by spiders. The roof was a cement platform of over 100 square meters, and the two rushed towards a direction without spiders. Just a few steps out, a huge shadow filled with despair loomed over their faces. It was a pair of bloated arms, directly resting on the roof. And the monster's body slowly emerged in between its hands, blocking their path. Chapter 379. Dear readers, thank you for your patience. The author, a pause. We'll take the stage in 10 minutes. Please take your seats in an orderly manner according to your number. We will have an interview session of about an hour and a half, followed by a signing event. The host's voice penetrated the makeshift partition of the break room, reaching Yi Rong's ears. He wore a scholarly outfit, a mask, and held a sheet of paper with questions he would need to answer shortly. It was no different from the usual signing events, all about his works, with some questions about himself. Yi Rong was quite experienced with this and could gloss over them in a few sentences. Regardless of the occasion, Yi Rong always wore a mask and never revealed personal information, making him a very mysterious novelist. Click. The break room door opened. Yi Rong thought it was a staff member, and looked up to see a young man in a milk tea shop uniform, tall and thin, with a handsome face. Are you a pause? He asked politely. That's me. This is the milk tea you ordered. The young man handed him the packaged drink. Yi Rong did not take it. I didn't order any milk tea. You didn't? Then maybe the staff ordered it for you, the young man said. Chapter 380. Yi Rong met Mashi the next morning. He went downstairs for a morning run, passing through the park, and saw Mashi asleep on a bench, curled up with a pale face and a feverish brow. Yi Rong hesitated but approached and touched his forehead. It was very hot. Mashi! Yi Rong nudged him. Mashi groaned weakly. Why are you sleeping here? You have a fever, you need to go to the hospital, Yi Rong said. I'm fine, Mashi's voice was weak. I just need to sleep. Yi Rong didn't want to meddle, but the thought of tomorrow's headlines reading young man dies in park made him headache. Yi Rong took out his phone. 20 minutes later, the ambulance arrived, and the staff woke Mashi. I'm fine, don't worry about me. I can't afford an ambulance. Mashi tried to struggle, but was too weak, and was lifted into the ambulance. Yi Rong accompanied him, looking gloomy. Mashi received an 4, the fever subsided. And he even ate a large bowl of wontons. Yi Rong, acting as a cousin, handled the discharge paperwork. At noon, the two walked out of the hospital. Cousin. Mashi chuckled, where to next? Chapter 381. Yi Rong woke up sitting on a wooden chair, tightly bound by ropes. He quickly tried to break free but couldn't. His strength was gone, and his disguised face returned to normal. Senior Yi Rong. You finally woke up. Yi Rong was startled to find an androgynous youth tied to a chair next to him. It was Yi Liu. Yi Rong calmed down and quickly absorbed Mashi's memories. He remembered Bai Ze and Yi Feng in a fierce battle, then his consciousness cut off. Where is this? Yi Rong asked. I don't know, Yi Liu replied. How did we get here? I don't know, Yi Liu said. What do you know? Yi Rong asked. Yi Liu thought seriously for a moment. We were kidnapped. Thud. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light shone down on them, and Yirong quickly squinted his eyes. Soon, he realized they were on a stage in a classical-style theater. Below the stage was a dimly lit audience, and in the center of the front row sat a man. He was about 30, of medium build, with short brown hair, an unremarkable face that one would forget immediately after a glance. Chapter 382. The motorcycle sped towards the edge of the town, heading for an abandoned large garage. Anne and Kun were anxiously waiting at the entrance. Older sister. Anne saw the motorcycle, and finally felt relieved. Then he saw Bai Ze behind Jian, and his heart soared, best friend. The motorcycle entered the garage. Anne and Kun quickly pulled the iron gate shut. The three got off the motorcycle. You are coffee. She was about to speak when Jian had already drawn a dagger from her waist, thrusting it towards her throat. Coffee was taken aback and quickly stepped back to dodge. Jian approached step by step, slashing and stabbing. Coffee could not catch the blade empty-handed, retreating in a panic until she was cornered against the wall. With a flash of the blade, the edge pressed against Coffee's chin, her back against the wall, cold sweat covering her body as she slowly raised her hands. Jian, half a head shorter than Coffee, looked at her coldly. The air froze for a few seconds, and a line of blood appeared on Coffee's chin. Suddenly, Jian retracted the dagger, offering the hilt to Coffee. Here. Coffee took the dagger. Are you testing my skills? Let's see if you're a cream puff, Jian said. And by the way, testing your skills, have you practiced boxing? Chapter 383. Oh no. Best friend, you don't know. And danced with excitement. There were 100,000 turkeys. 10,000 dangers. This lady Kun didn't have the strength to catch a chicken. I fought my way from here to there, from inside to outside. Hey. I'm not taking the blame for that. Kun was anxious. There was no danger at all. It was you who knocked over the poultry cage. And the chickens and ducks flew everywhere. You didn't even notice any rules. That's not right. And insisted on defending himself. Those chickens were not ordinary chickens. And those ducks were not. With a glance from Jian, and obediently sat down, lowered his head, and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. It was my negligence. I deserve to die. Not really, you are a person of great significance, and it's inevitable to overlook small details. Bai Ze comforted aimlessly. My dear friend. You understand me. An Kuai was about to cry. Bai Ze then asked Zun Ti some questions, such as what kind of monster killed the teammate during the day. And about Xingshu, Guoguo, and Kei Jin as individuals. After Zun Ti finished speaking, it was Coffee's turn. Coffee, how much do you know about this place? Jian asked. Coffee slumped against the wall, pulled out a blood-stained notebook from her chest, and threw it to Jian. It's all in here. As for our purpose for coming to the 5th level of the labyrinth, wait until we find the captain, and you can ask him. Chapter 384. Opening the blood-stained notebook. The first cross-page featured a hand-drawn simple map, marked with a dozen buildings, with a circle in the middle labeled elementary school, and a question mark drawn next to it. But there were no further explanations. Jian glanced at Bai Ze. We can only investigate tomorrow, Bai Ze said. Jian continued to flip through. And the following pages recorded Shiyu's understanding of this place and some speculations, which Bai Ze and Jian had basically figured out. After that, there were records of the monsters Shiyu had encountered. 1. Dummy. The main body consists of 2 parts. The flesh is a white gelatinous energy substance. And the skeleton resembles a jellyfish. It can imitate the survivors in Mist Town, is easily exposed, has no aggression, but can easily attract other monsters. 2. Horn monster. It may have been human in life, but after death, it became a headless corpse, with the head in its hands. When it encounters people, its head transforms into a horn, emitting a deathly noise, which is very dangerous. One should escape immediately upon seeing it. 3. Stitching monster. A meatball composed of countless rotten flesh, it rolls quickly, likes to crash into and devour prey. 4. Tentacle monster. It appears only at night. enters houses in search of prey, possesses a certain level of intelligence, and is extremely dangerous. Chapter 385. The supermarket was large, brightly lit. And there was no fog inside the building, making the visibility very clear. The three of them passed through the checkout area and entered the merchandise section. Raising their alertness and searching around, Jian drew out a dagger and walked at the front. Bai Ze followed closely with a shovel, and Coffee held a fire axe, bringing up the rear. As the three walked among the shelves, Jian spoke softly. "I heard everything you said to my brother earlier." "That was nonsense," Bai Ze replied. "No. You were right. We should be wary of Zunti," Jian said. "Although I can't detect any signs of him lying. If he really is a pawn sent by Xingshu, it could be very dangerous. Xingshu is not a good thing, and Zunti is his subordinate." "I'm afraid he is not much better," Coffee said. "Is your reverse infiltration squad coming to the 5th level of the labyrinth related to the Xingshu group?" Jian probed. "Your arrival time is about the same." No comment. Coffee kept her mouth tight. Soon, the three arrived at the seafood section. Coffee suddenly remembered something. This place might be a special scene for Shiyu. "Are you sure?" Coffee smiled. Shiyu's mother worked as a cashier in the supermarket and often brought her along when she was young, even tricking her into thinking the seafood section was an aquarium. Shiyu was fooled until she was 6, and after that, she loved going to big supermarkets and loved wandering around the seafood section. Chapter 386. Ding 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 ding. The four of them, in a trance, arrived at the bedding section at the end of the supermarket. The source of the sound came from a strange combination of 7 product beds. In the middle was a round princess bed, while the outer 6 beds resembled petals of a flower. Through the dark red bed curtains, one could see a monster the size of a washing machine parasitizing on the central bed. It was composed of countless white bones, resembling a lantern, with some dark red fascia wrapping around the bones. It was this fascia that controlled the bones, causing them to collide frequently, producing a crisp yet strange sound. More fascia grew from the monster's lower body, resembling blood vessels, burrowing into the surrounding product beds, with the bedding and pillows punctured by the dark red fascia. Down feathers, cotton, and curtains formed a flower-shaped fallen warm bed. "Sleep, sleep." Shiyu's eyes were vacant as she murmured to herself, kicking off her shoes, stripping off her outer clothes, and lying on a petal bed. Hiss hiss hiss. Soon, a large number of fascia spread over, wrapping around Shiyu's entire body, as if covering her with a quilt. Shiyu closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 387. 10 minutes later, the group hid in a public bathhouse. An and Bai Ze were responsible for guarding the front and back doors. Jian was applying first aid and bandaging Coffee's severed finger. Kun Kun went to help Shiyu take a shower, mainly to check if she had any injuries and how serious they were. After confirming that Shiyu was fine, everyone gathered in the changing room. Shiyu, wrapped in a bathrobe, looked pale and somewhat shaken. "Shiyu, are you okay?" Coffee asked with concern. I'm fine." Shiyu forced a smile. "Tell us, how did you get here these past few days?" Jian asked. Shiyu lowered her head. "I forgot how I got here. When I woke up, I was in that large supermarket. I originally wanted to leave the supermarket, but outside was all fog. And there were terrifying sounds nearby that made me very uncomfortable, feeling like my head was going to explode, so I hid back in the supermarket." Jian nodded. "You probably encountered the horn monster." Shiyu continued. "I slept there for a night, and the next day, wait." Bai Ze interrupted. "You didn't encounter the tentacle monster that night?" "What monster?" Shiyu looked confused. Bai Ze changed his approach. "Do you remember anything from that night?" Chapter 388. In the center of the town, thick fog. In the fog, there was a school surrounded by a square wall. At the school gate was a rusty iron gate. Next to it was a small guard room with a damaged sign hanging above it, inscribed with the words XX Elementary School. The first 2 characters were barely legible. On the roadside outside the gate, there was also a warning sign, "School ahead, slow down." Through the iron gate, one could vaguely see a T-shaped building in the fog, which looked less like a teaching building and more like a small mountain, and in front of the building was an empty space, likely a playground. At this moment, the four were walking along the school wall towards the main gate. At the front was a tall, handsome young man with silver short hair and amber eyes, dressed in a grey combat uniform, with black bandages wrapped around his hands. A red-haired woman closely followed behind, wearing a classical dancer's outfit, sexy and beautiful. "Captain," Hongxing spoke softly, "can you really trust them?" Lu Chen walked steadily, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings while responding in a low voice, "We need help. These two elves don't seem bad." "Really?" Hongxing still looked a bit worried. "They just don't trust humans," Lu Chen smiled, "give them some time." Chapter 389. In Mist Town, 5 people walked through the fog. Leading was a tall grey-haired woman, dressed in a gorgeous colourful long dress, exuding a fierce aura. 2 men followed her on either side, one tall and burly, the other short and slender, and behind the 3 were 2 disabled individuals. One is a petite woman with shoulder-length black hair, wearing light makeup, and has a seemingly harmless demeanor with lowered brows. One of her legs is a prosthetic, and she walks with a noticeable lack of coordination. The other is a gaunt middle-aged man with disheveled black hair and a pale complexion. He has lost a calf, and the wound has been hastily treated, forcing him to lean on a cane to keep up. "How much further?" Yi Feng asked, a bit impatient. "Almost there, just ahead," Yi Nian replied. "Are you sure that's the exit?" Yi Ding asked. "Not sure, but it looks strange. You'll know when you see it," Yi Nian said. Yi Feng quickened her pace, shouting without looking back, "You 2 useless ones, hurry up." "Yes," Yi Qi replied submissively. Yi Ren remained silent, gritting his teeth as he steadied himself with the cane, but after a few steps, he lost his balance and fell forward. "Be careful." Yi Qi quickly supported Yi Ren, took his cane, and draped his arm over her shoulder. "Let me help you." Chapter 390. Yi Liu. Yi Ren was both surprised and delighted, leaning on his cane, but too afraid to step closer. Yi Liu was accompanied by 3 others, Yi Rong, Guo Guo, and Ke Jin. Guo Guo raised a handgun, aiming at Yi Ren's forehead. Ke Jin's shotgun was also trained on Yi Ren's chest. Senior Yi Ren. Yi Liu recognized the other party, and was about to step forward when Yi Rong stopped him. "Be careful, it might be a dummy." "Oh?" Yi Liu stepped back immediately, feeling a mix of love and hate, gratitude and fear towards Yi Rong. "It can be killed, but it's unnecessary." Last night, Yi Rong's heavy breathing almost scared Yi Liu into losing control. "Don't kill me." Yi Ren hurriedly raised one hand, the other still on the cane. "I'm not a dummy." "Yi Rong, didn't expect you to be here. We are all on the same side." Guo Guo glanced at Yi Rong, who nodded. "He's my subordinate." "All right." Ke Jin raised an eyebrow, pulling out a dagger and tossing it to Yi Ren. "Let us see some blood first." "Understood." Yi Ren caught the dagger and cut his fingertip, blood flowing out. Ke Jin stepped up, took back the dagger, licked the blood off the blade with his tongue, and nodded. "The taste of human blood, not a dummy." Chapter 391. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng's group roughly understood their current situation, and the only way to escape. "Interesting." Yi Nian stroked his chin. "Are you saying the tentacle monster above, the owner of this place, needs to eat at least 1 person every night for 6 consecutive nights to let us go?" "Yes," Xingshu confirmed. "Isn't that simple?" Yi Nian joked. "Our Nightmare group has 7 people now. If you just take us out, the offerings are complete." "First of all, that method won't work," Xingshu responded. "Even if it did, it would be the worst option." "No, you really thought about it." Yi Nian pretended to be relaxed, but was shocked inside. "This person is dangerous." Xingshu maintained a calm tone. "The longer a person dies here, the higher the chance of mutation into a monster. In that case, not only would we lose the offering attributes, but it's also a huge risk." Killing you all at once won't last for 7 days. And if you kill one each day, you won't comply. Moreover, we do need your strength. No one who comes here is easy to deal with. Making too many enemies will lead to chaos, which is detrimental to the plan. So we should cooperate, become the biggest fish here, and slowly devour the smaller ones. That's the best strategy. Chapter 392, Huh? Yi Liu was so scared he could barely hold his cookie. That's different from what was said before. What was said before was the ideal situation, but we must also consider the worst-case scenario. With 6 more nights to go, if we miss one night without an offering, the entire plan will be in vain. We can't let that happen. Yi Liu lowered his head. But that was before, you don't need to worry about it now. Xing said, if something unexpected happens, the first to be abandoned will be the 2 disabled in the team, especially that Yi Ren. Half a leg is a total burden. Senior Yi Ren is not a burden. Yi Liu shouted, startling himself. Oh? Xing squinted slightly. He throws darts quickly and accurately. Even without potential, he's a sharpshooter. Yi Liu was excited. He's really amazing, definitely not a burden. Is that so? Xing pondered, in that case. The first choice would be Yi Qi. Yi Liu was stunned and fell silent. Still, tell me, Xing leaned in closer, do you have other candidates in mind? No. No. Yi Liu hurriedly waved his hands. Xing observed his reaction, a slow smile creeping onto his face. Are you wondering why it has to be so cruel? Why the weak must be sacrificed? Chapter 393, 2 hours before dark, the fog in the small town had thinned significantly, visibility reaching several meters. Bai Ze and the others arrived at the town center, and were about to get closer, when they noticed 4 figures emerging from the fog at the school gate. From a distance, it was hard to judge. But if they approached recklessly, they would be noticed. Jian immediately signaled for everyone to quietly hide inside a nearby building. Did anyone see clearly? Bai Ze asked in a low voice. Everyone shook their heads. Jian frowned slightly. The figures are intact. Unlike mutated monsters, it should be 4 people. All 4 dummies. Bai Ze thought for a moment. Everyone hide well. Send one person over to take a look. If something's off, we run. Agreed, Jian replied. Bai Ze stood up. Jian pressed Bai Ze back down. I'll go. No way, Bai Ze said. I'm the most suitable here, Jian insisted. Old sister. Why do you always show off? Old brother needs a chance. Don't cause trouble. Stop arguing, Fei broke the silence. I'll go. I made you all accompany me on the adventure in the supermarket earlier, and saved Shu. I owe you a favor, now I'm repaying it. Sister Fei. Shu gathered her courage. I'll go with you. Chapter 394, 10 minutes later. There was no gunfire or anyone at the school gate. In the gradually thinning fog lay a completely stiff corpse, with a pool of blood on the ground solidifying into a dark brown. 5 figures slowly approached, Xing, Guoguo, Kei Jin, Yi Ding, and Yi Rong. Guoguo crouched down to quickly check the corpse, retracting her handgun, dead for sure. No one else around. Yi Rong said, they ran. Xing glanced at Yi Ding, bring the body back. Yi Ding stepped forward and gently lifted Shu in his arms. As if picking up a shirt. The 5 people and 1 corpse slowly disappeared into the fog. The 5 returned to the main hall of the theater. And Yi Ren immediately hobbled over, leaning on his cane. How did it go? Killed 1, Kei Jin looked at Yi Ren with newfound respect. Brother, not bad. Being able to kill someone from so far away with a dart. Yi Ren was excited, looking at Xing. To be honest, even without potential, I'm a sharpshooter. Hitting every shot within 50 meters. Just now, I saw the fog suddenly disappear, and immediately seized the opportunity. Yi Ren, Xing said coldly. I know you're eager to prove your worth to everyone, but don't act on your own anymore. There won't be a next time, understand? Chapter 395, 10 minutes later. And guards the front door, Mai guards the back door, Kun Kun goes to prepare food, and Hongxing rebandages the severed finger of coffee. Bai Ze, Jian, Lu Chen, Yu Yu, and Zun Ti gather together to discuss the meeting. Lu Chen's gaze is deep, and his face shows no signs of sadness or anger. At that time, the one who killed Shoushouzi was a dart, which is not a weapon of torture. Jian nods, saying that they had previously fought against people from the Yimi Association, and one of them, named Ji Ren, is very skilled with darts, so it should be him. Lu Chen frowns, suggesting that it seems the torture techniques have already allied with the Yimi Association. Yes. Bai Ze adds that he has been lying in wait near the elementary school, likely guessing that they would go investigate there. Zun Ti says that there are still 6 nights left, and the torturer still needs 6 sacrifices. He will continue to kill. Lu Chen processes all the current information and sneers. It's something he would do. Do you know the torturer? Jian guesses. Lu Chen's gaze is complicated, saying they'll discuss that later, and they should first summarize a rule. Sure. Jian states the few rules they currently have. Lu Chen also shares his. I see Rule 7, find out the ghosts around us. Chapter 396. At that moment, the atmosphere becomes tense. Huh? Kun Kun is taken aback, saying, I am not a ghost, I really am not. The despondent coffee lifts her head, her gaze sharp, implying that you mean Shoushouzi is a ghost. No, no. No. I didn't mean that. Kun Kun regrets speaking up now, she should have just stood guard outside with an. We can't be so hasty, Bai Ze says. There might be others who are asleep. Ah yes, yes, yes. That's what I meant. Kun Kun is very excited, saying there are still many people here. Perhaps there were others who fainted at that time as well. This matter won't have a conclusion for now, Lu Chen says, suspecting anyone is meaningless. Agreed, Jian adds, besides. These are just our speculations. Wait. Zun Ti thinks of something, what if there's only one ghost? Then this set of rules wouldn't hold. Jian replies. If there's only one person, the rule wouldn't hold either. One person and one ghost cannot be both awake and asleep. But this does indicate some information. Jian says, first, there is more than one ghost here. Second, this is not a game of mutual slaughter, if only one person is left. They will also die in the end. Third, if we can find all the ghosts, perhaps we can leave this place. Chapter 397. The sky suddenly darkens, and the thick fog that spreads across the streets quickly rises, gathering in the night sky. Within the fog, something huge seems to be moving slowly, but it is unclear. Soon, hundreds of giant tentacles pierce through the fog, hanging evenly and neatly above the small town. They are countless swords of Damocles forged from evil flesh and blood. A low, ancient, and mysterious voice reappears, as if it were a lament from the town. The dangerous night awakens. The large repair shop under the night opens all its doors and windows, and at a glance, no one can be seen, nor does it seem anyone has been there. Everyone has meticulously cleaned away all possible traces of their presence, pairing up in twos, hiding in the trunks of different cars, and poking a few ballpoint pen-sized holes for ventilation, and to observe external conditions. Soon, a little girl's crying can be heard outside. She seems lost, very scared, and helpless. But there's also a hint of eeriness. Of course, no one dares to respond. Before long, the crying fades away. When the crying completely disappears, a grey-blue cold light appears in the pitch-black town. Then, dummies appear, and their numbers far exceed those during the day, aimlessly wandering the streets. Some shout loudly, while others remain silent. Chapter 398. In the latter half of the night, everyone hides in a workshop to rest. On one hand, everyone is indeed very tired. On the other hand, according to the rules they currently understand, it is best for some to sleep while others stay awake. They don't understand the situation on the torturer's side and can only manage themselves. Most people sleep, leaving only 2 on guard, rotating every hour. Bai Ze and Jian take the first shift. The two squeeze into the back seat of a car. One watching the front door, and the other watching the back door through the windows, silently communicating. After a while, Jian speaks up. What are you thinking about? Ghosts? Bai Ze answers. Coincidentally, so am I, Jian says. Bai Ze sighs, saying if their speculation is correct, then there might be a ghost among them. Jian turns to Bai Ze. Have you suspected me? No, Bai Ze replies without hesitation. Why? I never thought about it, Bai Ze says. Now that I think about it. Bai Ze seriously considers for a moment, mainly based on intuition. There are also speculations, if you were a ghost. There would be no need to come and save us at that time. I never suspected you either, Jian says. Bai Ze is pleased. But it's too early to be happy. But it doesn't rule out that you are a ghost, Jian adds. Chapter 399, An Hour Before Dawn. Lu Chen and An finish their shift, and Yu and Mai take over. Mai completely doesn't understand human language, and Yu is only half informed. They didn't say much during the previous discussion, but privately, they are also very worried about their current situation, and occasionally communicate in Elvish. Yu. What do you think this place is? Mai asks. Not sure, Yu replies, hands folded on the steering wheel, but it's not as simple as a special domain. Why? Mai asks. Fool, we are not sealed from the power of the stars, we have directly lost the wings of the stars, this is too abnormal. Yeah, Mai sighs. Saying that in their current state, what is the difference from those foreign guests? What do you mean? Yu frowns. Saying that even her sister doesn't have the wings of the stars. That is different. Mai hurriedly adds, Susu can still use the wind lamp. How can we be equated with those foreign guests? In fact, Yu glances at the workshop where everyone is resting. Thinking that the foreign guests aren't that bad either. Yu. Mai's body tenses, as if facing a great enemy, asking if she too has been brainwashed by them. Su Wu. Yu glares at Mai, suddenly realizing something. Do you think we might be like sister, having sacrificed our weaving stars, which is why we lost our wings? Chapter 400, Mai turns and leaves, trying to attract more severed limbs. But before Yu can speak, someone covers her mouth. It's Lu Chen. He hasn't slept all night, he was the first to rush out when the incident occurred. He quickly assesses the situation, dashes toward Yu, and pulls her away. Not glancing at Mai the entire time. He knows that any hesitation could cost everyone their lives. Mai suddenly bolts forward several meters, finally unable to run anymore. Her body is almost entangled with severed limbs, weighing at least 100 pounds. She stumbles and falls, getting closer to a fuel tank. The face on the tentacle monster lets out a piercing shriek. All the severed limbs are sucked back onto the tentacle, and Mai is swept away too. But one of her hands firmly grasps the fuel tank, taking it along with her. In the blink of an eye, Mai and the fuel tank were both stuck to the tentacle. The temperature on the surface of the tentacle kept rising, like a glowing red iron rod. Mai's flesh rapidly melted under the high temperature, while countless severed hands frantically tore at his body, accelerating his disintegration. Mai screamed in agony while struggling futilely. At the same time, the fuel tank finally broke, and gasoline ignited instantly under the high temperature. Chapter 401, Hurry. This way. Lu Chen led the way ahead. And everyone fled from the garage. It was still dark, and a dim and eerie red light enveloped the town, with hundreds of giant tentacles hanging overhead. Stop! Lu Chen stopped everyone. Ahead on the road stood a monster. It was a headless corpse, with its spine protruding from its neck, transforming into a 2-meter-long pole. With its head stuck at the top. The head began to compress inward and twist, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a horn. It's the horn monster. Run! Jian immediately recognized it. This monster was extremely dangerous. There's no time. The horn monster let out a shriek. The terrifying sound wave attack surged forward, brutally tormenting everyone's body and mind. Everyone covered their ears and knelt in pain. Blood flowing from their nostrils as they felt their blood reverse. Hongxing and Zun Ti fainted on the spot. In no more than 10 seconds, everyone would die here. Bang! A bullet struck the horn monster, silencing it. Bai Ze was startled. It's that mysterious gunman again. Beep! A car horn sounded from behind the crowd. And an old van drove up. The driver was a man wearing a childish puppy mask, his right arm injured and blooded as he gripped the steering wheel, while his left hand held a modified shotgun aimed out the window, and a pistol was tucked into his waistband. Chapter 402. Half of the people present were too shocked to speak. The man had lost weight, his face gaunt and marked with scars. But Bai Ze recognized him at a glance. Uncle Qian. Shao Qi, long time no see. Uncle Qian no longer intentionally lowered his voice, it was filled with fatigue. Uncle Qian. My old buddy. And was quite happy, rushing over to give him a warm hug. We've been looking for you. What the hell is going on? Uncle Qian fell silent again. Bai Ze immediately urged, Uncle Qian, no matter what you came to Shunxi for, you've been here for a long time. And it seems this isn't going smoothly, you can't handle it alone. Uncle Qian didn't look at Bai Ze, but stared at the crayon drawing on the table. Jian continued to plead, you've saved us multiple times. And now you've taken off your mask, you must want to cooperate with us, right? Uncle Qian still didn't look at Jian, fixated on the drawing. Uncle Qian. It's been ages. Just tell us everything. And placed both hands on Uncle Qian's shoulders, forcing him to meet his sincere gaze. You help us. We help you. Let us work together to get through this. Uncle Qian sighed, let us talk somewhere else. 5 minutes later, in the kindergarten cafeteria. Chapter 403, Summer 2010, Qingkao Town. An old sedan had just passed the toll booth, driven by a tall and sturdy man with slicked back hair, whose face looked both young and old. He was Qian Lian's close friend, Zhong Kuei. Don't sleep, we're off the highway. Zhong Kuei nudged Qian Lian, who was dozing in the passenger seat. Qian Lian, still half asleep, mumbled, talk when we get there. Hey. Zhong Kuei sighed dramatically, what sin did I commit in my last life to be your brother in this life? Driving all night, my back aches, and not even a thank you. I have to cover the gas money. Zhong Kuei instinctively pulled out a pack of cigarettes. But as he was about to put one in his mouth, Qian Lian snatched it away. Get out to smoke, Qian Lian said. Is it that serious? Zhong Kuei complained. Rolling down the window, hurry up, what is the smell of smoke? Less talk, just drive well. Qian Lian glanced at the rearview mirror. Where Yu Menglong was sitting in a pure cotton white dress, buckled in, gripping the strap tightly, and had tilted her head to sleep. Old Qian. Zhong Kuei looked at him with distrust. You want tea back out this time, right? Absolutely not, Qian Lian replied, I've checked for a long time. This orphanage is reliable. It better be reliable. I came all this way with you. Zhong Kuei couldn't smoke, so he started chewing gum. His cheeks puffing up. I'm not saying you, but you even had to pick a child to send. Chapter 404, Spring 2011, Li Ren Cemetery. Qian Lian knelt before Yu Yangyu's grave, burning incense, paper, and offering wine in tribute. 4.5-year-old Yu Menglong stood quietly behind him, watching. Don't just stand there. Light an incense stick for your mom and bow your head, Qian Lian waved his hand. Yu Menglong immediately walked over, clumsily but earnestly following Qian Lian's instructions. Don't you have anything to say to your mom? Qian Lian asked. Yu Menglong shook her head. She's your mom. Mom doesn't like to talk. Yu Menglong said. Qian Lian sighed. When Yu Menglong first came to his house, she was mute for a month, and after she finally spoke, she was sparing with her words for several months. Qian Lian once thought she was developmentally delayed and had a speech impediment. In reality, it was the opposite. She was very precocious, learned to read quickly, loved reading, and was mentally ahead of her peers. Later, Qian Lian asked her why she wouldn't speak when she first arrived. Yu Menglong honestly replied, "I didn't want to make friends with Dad. So when Dad left me, I wouldn't be so sad." That night, Qian Lian tossed and turned, suddenly turning over in the middle of the night and slapping himself. Qian Lian snapped back to reality, patting his daughter's head. "You were given a mouth, so you should speak more. You see, if it weren't for Dad liking to talk back then, how would he have approached your mom, and how would you have come to be? By the way, do you know what approach means?" Chapter 405, Spring 2012, Ping'an Hospital, Operating Room. The corridor outside the operating room was dimly lit, and two men sat on the cold long bench. Qian Lian's face was pale, his lips tightly pressed together, not saying a word, as if he were in an ice cave. Zhong Kuei sat beside him, feeling anxious but maintaining a calm exterior, trying to comfort him. "Don't worry. The doctor said the success rate is very high. Menglong will definitely be fine. You should think of something happy. Once she gets better, she can go to elementary school. And you can dress well to attend parent-teacher meetings. That would be great." Qian Lian pinched his fingers, his nails turning white. "You're right. The surgery will definitely succeed. And Menglong will be okay." "Exactly." The two fell silent again, looking up at the indicator light outside the operating room, the red light glaring, each second feeling like torture. Qian Lian suddenly stood up, reaching out to Zhong Kuei. "I can't take it anymore, my heart is racing, give me a cigarette." "Didn't you quit?" Zhong Kuei asked. "Just one." Zhong Kuei spread his hands. "I don't have any, I just quit too." "You?" Qian Lian found it hard to believe. "You quit smoking?" "Yeah, probably for a year or maybe 3 to 5 years. Zhong Kuei forced a bitter smile. His feelings complicated. "I didn't want to tell you so soon." Chapter 406, Spring 2013, Qingkao Town, Hamburger Shop. Early in the morning, an old car stopped by the roadside, and a father and daughter were eating takeout burgers inside. Yu Menglong rarely ate burgers because they were greasy and bad for her heart, but this was the first trip for the father and daughter. And Qian Lian made an exception and bought her one. In fact, Yu Menglong couldn't eat much, but every time she got a burger, she would take a big bite first. Qian Lian later learned that the night before Yu Yenyu's heart disease struck, she had taken Yu Menglong out for a burger. And her mother seemed very hungry, taking a big bite in front of her daughter and smiling happily. That was one of the few happy memories Yu Menglong had of her mother, and from then on, she fell in love with the first bite of a burger. Which had to be a big bite, as if that bite contained all the happiness in life. Within a few minutes, they finished their breakfast. Yu Menglong ate little, while Qian Lian ate quickly. "Are you sure you want to go?" Qian Lian asked as he finished the last French fry, licking the ketchup off his hand. Yu Menglong nodded. She had always wanted to travel, and this year she turned 7, her health had improved. So Qian Lian decided to take her out to play, not just a circle around the city, but to really travel, to a faraway place for a week. Chapter 407, Spring 2014. Chengshan Hardware Store, 3rd floor bedroom. In the evening, the beautiful sunset poured through the window, enveloping the entire room in a layer of oil paint, freezing time. Not yet 8 years old, Yu Menglong lay in bed. She was frail and pale, breathing weakly, with a small arm connected to and for. Last winter, her condition took a turn for the worse. Although she was saved from the brink of death through surgery, the subsequent hospital treatment was merely a way to exchange a lot of pain for a slight delay in death. Yesterday, Qian Lian finally signed the discharge papers and brought his daughter home, because Yu Menglong wanted to go home. The doctor said it could take 2 or 3 days at the slowest, or any time at the quickest. Qian Lian waited by the bed, holding his daughter's hand. Speaking softly, making an effort to talk about happy things, which always brought a smile to Yu Minglong's face. But now, she no longer had the strength to smile. Only able to blink occasionally. Dad, Yu Minglong's voice was weak. I'm here. Qian Lian immediately leaned closer. Am I going to die? The blood in Qian Lian's body froze in an instant, and he couldn't find the words. Dad, honesty. Because of this word, Qian Lian had never lied to his daughter. Not once. But at that moment, he couldn't do it. Minglong, you won't die, I promise. Qian Lian forced out a smile. Not even realizing that tears were forming in the corners of his eyes. Dad, I'm sorry for always causing you trouble. Nonsense, Minglong is not a trouble. Qian Lian took his daughter's hand and placed it on his face. Dad is the trouble. Thankfully, there is Minglong, who helps Dad become a better person. Minglong is Dad's angel. Yu Minglong finally smiled, but it didn't come out as a sound. Dad wasn't good at saying cheesy things. Then you better get better soon. Or Dad will talk every day. Minglong closed her eyes and fell asleep again. Qian Lian stayed with the girl, slowly squeezing out the pain and despair in his heart. A minute later, he got up and walked out of the room, where Zhong Kuei was waiting in the living room. How's Minglong? Zhong Kuei immediately stepped forward. She's asleep again. Qian Lian glanced at his old friend. What about you? I've asked everything I could. Zhong Kuei felt a bit ashamed. They won't admit her. The surgery you mentioned has a very low success rate. Their exact words were, there's no need to torture the child. Qian Lian grabbed Zhong Kuei's collar. What do you mean torture? Are you saying I should just watch her? Qian Lian didn't finish his sentence. He released Zhong Kuei and sat down dejectedly. I'm sorry, you haven't slept in days either. Go back. I'll figure it out myself. Zhong Kuei felt pity. Minglong, she. Just go. Qian Lian repeated, pleading. All right, I'll leave. Call me if you need anything. Zhong Kuei wiped his eyes hastily and turned to leave. Qian Lian sat in silence for 2 minutes, calming his emotions before returning to the room. It was getting dark, and the sunset was coming to an end, making the room dim. Qian Lian didn't turn on the light, fearing the bright light would hurt Minglong. He walked to the bedside, softly sat down, and placed his hand on his daughter's hand again. 2 seconds later, Qian Lian suddenly pulled his hand back. For the next minute, he sat there motionless, staring at the girl on the bed. In that minute, the sunset completely disappeared. And the faint light outside seemed like a cocktail that had drunk up hope, finally solidifying into a stroke of despair's blackness. The man in the darkness finally broke free from the dead silence. He trembled as he leaned forward, hugging his daughter's body tightly in his arms. He raised his head and opened his mouth. The weight of suffering was immense. The sorrow was silent. The next day, the Chengshan hardware store in Piamiao Alley was closed. In the evening, a heavy rain fell in the city, causing traffic jams and pedestrians to be despondent. Amid the heavy rain, a man in a black raincoat dragged a heavy waterproof suitcase against the flow of people eager to return home, heading towards Chendi Park. Chapter 408. In the kindergarten cafeteria. At the dining table, everyone fell into silence after hearing the story of the father and daughter. Only Bai Ze had a more complex mood. Uncle Qian was unaware that the silly child from the orphanage back then was the Bai Ze in front of him. Bai Ze also never thought that he almost became Uncle Qian's adopted son, becoming Yu Minglong's brother. And did Yu Minglong recognize Bai Ze the first time they met? Thinking about these things now was meaningless. Bai Ze pulled back his thoughts. Jian opened his mouth, so, Yu Minglong died when she was 8. Uncle Qian didn't answer, and suddenly changed the subject. Let's talk about the Jisha cemetery. Everyone was eager to know the follow-up to the story, but patiently listened. When I was a corpse collector, I often went to Jisha cemetery. This is a place for burying the dead, as well as a transfer station for corpses. Unprincipled corpse collectors can profit from the dead, but I belong to the principled group, mostly working on commission. In the maze of corpse collectors, there is a rule: try not to approach the cemetery during the early morning and evening hours because it's very dangerous. What kind of danger? Lu Chen asked. Uncle Qian lifted his eyelids and met his gaze. Some corpses might come back to life. Chapter 409. Uncle Qian forced out an incredibly desolate and sorrowful smile. Menglong died when she was 8, and I couldn't accept it. I took her body to the 5th floor of the maze. Ah? Kun Kun was quite surprised. Is this possible? It is. Uncle Qian said, ordinary people cannot enter the Qiandi maze, but corpses are considered items, and are not subject to this restriction. You are too. Kun Kun wanted to say perverted but held back. You wouldn't understand the pain and despair I was in at that time. Uncle Qian said. I was already crazy. I took Menglong's body to Jisha Cemetery, hoping she could come back to life. After coming back to life, would Menglong still be Menglong? Hong Xing asked. Who knows? Uncle Qian said, my thoughts at that time were very simple: if my daughter turned into a monster, I would kill her and then commit suicide. As a result, my daughter woke up, called me Dad, and asked where we were, why it was raining, why it was so cold, why I was holding a knife, and why I wasn't taking her home. Uncle Qian lowered his head. I couldn't bring myself to stab her. I dropped the knife and took her out of the maze. This memory, I also forgot. I don't know if it's self-deception from my subconscious, or a side effect of being injured in the maze. Chapter 410. Uncle Qian's emotions spiraled out of control, and the conversation was forced to be interrupted. An and Kun Kun were responsible for calming Uncle Qian down, while Bai Ze, Jian, and Lu Chen walked into an office and closed the door. He's gone mad, Lu Chen said. Yes, Jian nodded. The night when the 8-year-old Menglong died. He went mad. After the 18-year-old Yumai died, he completely lost it. We can't collaborate with a madman, Lu Chen said. The madman you speak of just saved all of us, Bai Ze countered. One thing at a time, Lu Chen said. I know you have a deep friendship, but now is not the time for emotions. Let's not even discuss whether Menglong's soul still exists. If another Yumai appears pretending to be his daughter and claims we are enemies, guess where Uncle Qian's 2 guns will be aimed? At us, Bai Ze said. So you do know. I have already lost 2 companions. I absolutely cannot. Lu Chen didn't finish his sentence. I understand, Bai Ze said. You don't understand. Lu Chen shouted. Lu Chen, Jian said, visibly displeased. Bai Ze and I have also lost companions. Before joining the Riders team, I was in 2 other teams. We do understand how you feel right now. Lu Chen took a deep breath, turned his face, and said, I'm sorry, my emotions got a bit out of control. Chapter 411. Jian looked at Uncle Qian. What are your thoughts? This just corroborates my speculation, Uncle Qian said as he picked up a peanut and tossed it into his mouth. The moment divides day and night, every 6 hours. There are monsters during the day as well, but they are rare and can move freely. The main danger comes from internal conflicts. At night, a large number of monsters will emerge, and we must follow the rules, otherwise, the tentacle monster will come down to eat people, and other monsters can easily be attracted. As for the rules, you guessed correctly, they apply not only to us humans, but also to ghosts, namely Yumai. Bai Ze said. So there really is a Yumai among us, and not just one. Yes, we will discuss Yumai later, Uncle Qian said, taking a sip of alcohol. Next, I will translate these rules into plain language. Rule 1. Someone must be asleep at night. Rule 2. Someone must be awake at night. Rule 3. There are already Yumai among us. Rule 4. Yumai do not know they are Yumai. Rule 5. Not all Yumai can be asleep at night. Rule 6. Not all Yumai can be awake at night. Rule 7. We must identify all the Yumai. Chapter 4:12. 1 hour before dark. 50 meters behind the theater. There is a 4-story small hospital, which is also where Yiren and Yichi woke up. In a certain surgical room on the 3rd floor. Yichi was reapplying medicine to the broken end of Yiren's leg. Yiren was sweating profusely, enduring the pain, and didn't even dare to look down at his injury. Yichi applied the medicine and bandaged the wound, letting out a long sigh. It's done. Thank you. Yiren said, fortunately, your medical skills are excellent, or I would have died long ago. Don't mention it, I'm at most half a nurse. Yichi said shyly. Although your calf is broken, when I saw it, the wound's end had already undergone a rough repair surgery. I only helped you treat it further on that basis, otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Yiren smiled. Even so, I really appreciate it. Yiren thought of something and asked, I heard that the buildings here are related to us, but I've never seen this hospital. It must be from your memories, right? Yichi smiled sadly. My dad is a doctor. He often doesn't he come home, when he is busy, and has no time to accompany me. Every time I got out of school, I would come to the hospital to find him. Chapter 4:13. It's merely one possibility. Guo flipped her hair, revealing a fox-like charming smile. Yiren overheard your conversation with the boss in the tower and then acted on his own, quietly approaching the school gate and launching a surprise attack on the opponent. Yi Liu was speechless. Did you think our boss hadn't thought of this? He just didn't expose it. Yiren, in order to survive, desperately proved his worth. That's not a bad thing. But Yi Liu insisted. Even throwing a dart to kill someone within 20 meters is impressive. Yi Liu's younger brother, Guo's voice carried a hint of big sister's tolerance. I never denied Yiren's abilities. He really is good at throwing darts. But it's not useful here. Yi Liu was taken aback. During the day, the fog is thick. Whether it's darts or handguns, they are very limited. Only this sniper rifle is useful. In fact, our handguns can only be used for self-defense. Guo stood up, suddenly drawing her gun and pointing it at Yi Liu's chin, forcing him to slowly look up at her to prevent you from turning against us. Yi Liu didn't dare to move. Guo put the gun away and sat back down. At night, monsters run rampant, and our weapons will be even less useful. However, those few grenades are still useful. They can attract the tentacle monster's attention and help us escape. Chapter 4:14. On the 2nd floor of the hospital, in the conference room. Xingshu, Yifeng, and Yu Nian sat at the conference table. Kei Jin stood guard at the door with a gun, chewing gum. Yu Nian was somewhat dissatisfied with Xingshu's decision. It's almost dark, and we still haven't waited for the other side to counterattack. They can't be that foolish. They must have guessed that we changed our stronghold. We should seize the time to take the initiative. We can't pin our hopes on the tentacle monster. If it doesn't find the offerings by itself tonight, we will still have to clean up afterwards. Xingshu listened quietly, without showing any expression. Yi Nian continued to fire. Also, is the eating plan really correct? We offered one offering last night, but the tentacle monster attacked the repair shop again late at night. We all saw that. How do you explain this? Xingshu said slowly. This can only indicate that the girl Yiren killed last night was not a human but a ghost. Yi Nian was startled. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh? Ghosts are ineffective offerings. They must be human, so the tentacle monster will continue to prey. Xingshu said. We have to thank it for successfully preying. Otherwise, if the ritual is interrupted, we would have to start all over again, and we would be short on numbers. What if the food we catch tonight is also a ghost? Yi Nian asked. Chapter 4:15. 5 minutes before dark, in the main hall of the theater. Jian stood on the stage, surveying the surroundings, and loudly directed, Coffee, Kun. You two go to the 2nd floor, and search again to see if those people left any clues. Okay. Ham. Coffee and Kun Kun went up the spiral staircase. One on the left and one on the right. Uncle Chien, it's getting dark, let us open the doors and windows on the first floor, Jian said. Wait a moment, Uncle Chien said, holding a modified shotgun, standing behind a window, looking outside through a narrow gap, being very cautious. Lu Chen. Have you found a good hiding spot? We will be spending the night here, Jian said. I've found one, Lu Chen said, holding a handgun. Keeping watch at the front door. How long until it gets dark? 4 minutes, Jian said. We have time, Lu Chen said confidently. Bai Ze pulled aside the curtain behind the stage, and walked over to Jian. Jian maintained a sullen expression, pretending he didn't exist. Bai Ze couldn't stand the atmosphere, and initiated conversation, still mad. I'm not mad, Jian replied coldly. It's written all over your face. My face has always been like this, Jian said. That's not true. Bai Ze stopped arguing. Jian, I can't let you take risks alone. Chapter 4:16, damn it. I've been played. Jin also understood. Is it over? It doesn't look very smooth. Yi Feng walked in through the front door with Yi Ding, followed by Yi Ren, Yi Qi, and Yi Liu at the back. We've been tricked. Guo Guo was somewhat angry. They had killed 4 dummies, but had seized 2 real guns. Dummies? Yi Feng laughed, is that even possible? Only dummies are definitely not enough. There must be real people guiding them, and the remaining 2 must be real. Xing Shu's gaze was gloomy, half smiling. For this performance, they really spent a lot. Using dummies is indeed a clever plan. Yi Nian exclaimed, it seems the opponent has experts. I'll pull out these 2 mice right now. Jin said. There's no time left. Yi Nian glanced at his watch. It would be dark in less than a minute. Should we go back? Yi Qi looked a bit worried. There's no time, Guo Guo said. Scatter, and find a place to hide immediately. Xing Shu decisively said, let us just survive the first half of the night. More than a dozen people immediately dispersed, each looking for a hiding spot. Soon, it was dark, and the chaotic theater became eerie and strange. The several dummies in the theater had already turned into other people. They shouted their companions' names while walking out of the theater, wandering the streets. Chapter 4:17, half an hour before dark, at the kindergarten. The storage room in the cafeteria had a small cellar for vegetables, which Uncle Chien had converted into a basement. His hiding place every night, very safe. The basement was cleared out, with tatami mats and bedding laid down, just enough for 2 people to sleep. Kun Kun finished a hot shower, changed into pajamas, and prepared a comfortable pillow, sleep mask, earplugs, and aromatherapy, but her expression was heavier than ever. Sister Hong Xing. Are we really going to sleep? Kun Kun looked back at Hong Xing. Yes, Hong Xing confirmed. But it's about to get dark. Kun Kun said. That's why we need to sleep, Hong Xing replied. Staying up late is bad for the skin and harms the liver and kidneys. Kun Kun couldn't refute. And surprisingly found her reasoning very sensible. No, it's different now. Hong Xing patted the pillow. Don't worry, this is the safest hiding place in the kindergarten. Uncle Chien has also replaced the bedding. You want mind me, right? I shouldn't smell bad, and I want snore. Chapter 4:18, the front yard of the kindergarten has a large slide. The slide's frame is made of metal, very sturdy. And at the bottom center is a small space like a secret base, just enough for 2 people. At this moment, the only entrance to the small space is blocked by a manhole cover, which can only be moved from the inside. Coffee and Yu were squatting inside. There were 10 minutes until dark. In the darkness, Coffee held a fire axe in her hand and suddenly spoke. I wonder if this place is safe enough. Swoosh. Yu replied. Coffee hesitated for a moment but still asked. I let Kun Kun and Hong Xing sleep before dark. What do you think about that? Yu thought for a moment. Swoosh. Coffee didn't he understand her answer and continued, "Tonight, the four of us have no tasks and will hide here until dawn. But I don't want to just wait, so I want to do an experiment." Swoosh! They had analyzed before, according to the current rules, between Xiuxiu and Kun Kun. One should be a human and the other a ghost, namely a phantom. But Xiuxiu was already dead, and her identity couldn't be determined. However, Kun Kun had a 50% chance of being a phantom, and her identity would eventually have to be confirmed. Chapter 4:19, Yi Rong and Yi Ding walked in. The tentacle monster didn't come tonight. Yi Ding got straight to the point, "Quickly find the two mice and resolve tonight's tribute, then we can get the guns." "Do you really think Xing Shu will give them?" Yi Rong asked. "I don't know." Yi Ding frowned. "You mean?" Yi Rong said nothing. When Yi Ding's expression became serious. "Opportunities are fleeting, we can only act as the situation allows. It's up to you whether you want to take the gamble." Yi Rong said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, 1, gamble." "Then let's gamble." Yi Rong quietly moved to the box, picked up the lock on the ground, and sneered, "Tonight, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Click. Yi Rong locked the box. Soon, everyone gathered on the main stage in the hall. Only Xing Shu sat in the front row of the audience, one hand resting on a sniper rifle and the other holding a handgun, observing coldly and seemingly contemplating. "Boss, everyone is here," Guo Guo said, hands on her hips. Xing Shu nodded. "Everyone, the tentacle monster didn't hunt tonight, this is the first time. I don't know the specific reason. It might have been that group causing trouble. However, the feeding plan cannot be interrupted, we must prepare the tribute." Chapter 4:20, Bang! Kun Kun suddenly opened her eyes, waking from a terrifying dream. She gasped for breath, her eyes filled with confusion, fear, and disbelief. "Where is this? No, it's impossible, I'm not me. I absolutely am not." Then she thought of something, her pupils dilated in shock, looking at the person beside her. Half a minute later, Hong Xing woke up. She suddenly turned over and instinctively touched her chest with both hands, realizing it was just a false alarm. Then, she covered her head. As chaotic memories slowly surfaced, her face paled little by little, and her pupils began to widen. She slowly turned her head. Kun Kun was still sleeping with her back to her. Hong Xing's expression gradually turned cold and hard, she gently reached out to touch under the pillow. Her expression instantly frozen. There was nothing under the pillow. Kun Kun, who had her back to Hong Xing, suddenly spoke. Hong Xing almost screamed but forced herself to calm down, pretending to be natural. "Kun Kun, you're awake. When did you?" Kun Kun still had her back to Hong Xing, her face full of tears, her eyes both panicked and desperate. With both hands clutched tightly around a dagger in front of her chest. "Sister Hong Xing, do you want to kill me?" Chapter 4:21, Bang! A large firework exploded in the sky above the theater. The sudden loud noise was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames that were about to rise. The people on stage froze for a second, then began to look around, wondering where the sound came from and if it was dangerous. In just a second, everyone's expressions changed subtly, and the air quickly solidified. Kei Jin suddenly realized that Yi Nian was pointing a handgun at him, or possibly at the wooden box. It was hard to tell, but his back was exposed to Yi Nian's gun, sending a chill down his spine. Guo Guo also noticed that Yeding suddenly approached her. Clenching her fists, this distance was very dangerous and gave a great sense of oppression. Xing Shu also noticed Yeong behind him, who had produced a dagger, seemingly ready to launch a sneak attack, or perhaps was just startled into drawing the dagger for self-defense. Even Yefeng, Yechi, and Yelio, who were caught off guard, sensed that something was wrong. Everyone fell silent, suspicion brewing, and danger spreading. Kajin slowly turned sideways, aiming his shotgun ambiguously at the direction of Yenian. Guo Guo fixed her eyes on Yeding, her gun barrel slightly rotating, ready to dodge and fire at any moment. Xingqiu remained still. But with his peripheral vision locked on Yeong, his handgun still pointed in its original direction. Chapter 422. At the same time, Guoguo launched a fierce attack. Her dagger targeting Jian's vital points. Jian dodged skillfully, attempting to disarm her several times, but was always seen through. Guoguo's body was flexible, her strength on par with Jian's. While her fighting skills and explosive power were not as good as Jian's, with the weapon in hand, Jian found it hard to gain the upper hand. Swish! After failing to stab, Guoguo switched to a slashing motion, and Jian sidestepped, causing a tear in her jacket. She retreated again to avoid another downward slash. Swiftly removing her jacket and throwing it at Guoguo. Guoguo's arm holding the dagger was hit, feeling as if it had been whipped, the pain unbearable. Crack! Jian struck again. And Guoguo was forced to dodge, immediately switching to a defensive stance. Jian pressed the advantage, continuously whipping her jacket at Guoguo, who couldn't evade in time and got struck on the face, feeling a sharp sting. Growing impatient, she seized the opportunity to grab Jian's jacket. Ah! Guoguo pulled hard, bringing Jian along with the jacket toward herself, aiming her dagger directly at Jian's heart. Jian had been anticipating this move. She flicked the jacket and twisted, entangling Guoguo's hand and the dagger. Guoguo was startled and couldn't pull back in time. Jian lunged forward, knocking Guoguo to the ground. Chapter 423. No! Yelio shouted, rushing towards the tentacle. Get out of the way! Yeong quickly stepped forward, shoving Yelio aside. Boom! A similarly sized tentacle crashed down in front of the two. Boom! Another one followed. 3 tentacles simultaneously pierced into the main hall of the theater. Each tentacle's surface was covered in countless twisted faces and densely packed severed limbs. In that silent moment, despair became a blade scraping across everyone's skulls. Jian immediately released Guoguo and rushed towards Bai Ze. Run! Bai Ze didn't run, but charged towards Jian. The others also regained their senses and began to flee in all directions. Ah! The twisted faces on the 3 tentacles opened their mouths simultaneously, letting out a piercing shriek, causing everyone in the hall to suffer mental torment, nearly losing their ability to move. Then, the surface of the 3 tentacles erupted in a firecracker-like explosion. Severed hands and feet, along with blood, flying outward in all directions. At that moment, time became stagnant under the eerie light, with blood and pale limbs splattering everywhere, and panicked figures rushing towards the exits. Chapter 424. A minute ago, when 2 figures suddenly jumped down from the 2nd floor to join the chaotic battle, and, hiding outside the theater, recognized them at a glance, his little sister and best friend. When his little sister decided to execute the plan, he was strongly opposed, fully understanding the saying that one must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. But what he couldn't comprehend was, why couldn't he go along? On one side was his little sister, whom he vowed to protect for life, and on the other was his best friend, whom he had earned glory for over 3 lifetimes. He, the spirit sword immortal, was the crucial link between the two. Why did they always have to leave him behind? And couldn't understand, but his little sister's words were like a decree. Once the plan was set, it had to be strictly followed. But now, the plan had encountered a serious accident, and his little sister and best friend were fighting for their lives. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He rushed into the theater. But as soon as he entered, the chaos abruptly ceased, and Yelio, holding the only gun, restrained everyone, and was impulsive but not foolish. This was not the time for a grand entrance. He hid among the audience seats, quietly moving closer to the stage, waiting for the right moment to act. No one expected that Yedao would suddenly turn against them, followed by 3 giant tentacles crashing into the theater. Then, Jian yelled out to run. Chapter 425. Bang! Guoguo kicked open the door, and helped Xingqiu into the room. It was an old hardware store, filled with various goods, with only a narrow aisle in the middle. The two walked deep inside and sat down in a corner. Guo crouched down to check Xingshu's injuries. How are you? Dislocated left shoulder, possibly a broken rib. Xingshu's face turned pale. What about you? I'm fine, just some bruises. Guo wiped the blood from her face, tore off a piece of her sleeve, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into Xingshu's mouth. Bite down, bear with it. Xingshu nodded. Guo held his left arm and twisted it hard. Xingshu grunted. And his arm came back. He spat out the cloth wad, breathing heavily. Guo was also exhausted. She forced herself to stand up, finding some water and biscuits. The two replenished their fluids and slightly recovered. Is it safe here? Xingshu asked. Guo walked to the window and looked up at the sky. For now. It's safe. The tentacles are mainly concentrated around the theater. Silence. Xingshu glanced at Guo. I know you're upset. We shouldn't have cooperated with that bunch from Yehui. Guo suppressed her anger. Xingshu said coldly, I admit, I did underestimate those lunatics. But without cooperation, there are too many enemies, and the feeding plan can't proceed smoothly. In the end, everyone would still face death. At least, up until tonight, the feeding hasn't been interrupted. Chapter 426, Bang. Bai Ze and Jian crashed through the door. The two ran wildly, and after escaping the danger zone, they immediately ducked into a nearby building. As soon as they entered, Jian was stunned. This room was exactly where she had woken up. Bai Ze noticed Jian's strange expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Jian regained her composure. Walked into the storage room, found a medical kit, and sat down on the sofa, patting the spot next to her. Sit. Bai Ze sat down. Take off your clothes. Bai Ze was taken aback and quickly removed his shirt. Jian checked him over. Fortunately, it was just some superficial injuries. Are there any injuries on your legs? Shouldn't be. Bai Ze felt a bit awkward. He didn't want to take off his pants. Is your ear injured? Just a minor injury. Jian looked at Bai Ze. Covered in blood and sweat. You should go take a shower first. I'll find you some clothes. Okay. Bai Ze went to the bathroom. Jian walked toward the wardrobe. Suddenly feeling a flash of disgust, she turned around and left the room, returning 5 minutes later with 2 bags of new clothes. The two of them took turns finishing their showers, changed into clean clothes, and sat back down on the sofa. Bai Ze disinfected the wound on Jian's ear and did a simple bandage. Jian also massaged the bruises on Bai Ze's body with some medicinal oil. After that, they turned off the night light and sat side by side on the sofa. After a moment of silence, Jian spoke first. Let's clarify that kiss earlier. Oh, it's nothing. Bai Ze said. What do you mean it's nothing? Jian frowned. You kissed me. Huh? Bai Ze was taken aback. Wasn't it you who kissed me? Are you sure? Bai Ze seemed a bit shaken. I did lean in, but it seemed like you were the one who held my face first. Jian was serious. I could read your eyes. You wanted to kiss me, so I responded to you. I see. Bai Ze suddenly understood. He hadn't expected that at that moment. Jian understood him better than he understood himself. What were you thinking at that time? Jian asked Bai Ze. I don't know, Bai Ze answered honestly. Maybe when a person is about to die, they want to do something for no reason, or hold on to something. That makes sense, Jian reluctantly accepted. Bai Ze sighed. We need to review the whole thing. Okay, Jian said. From what I've seen so far, at least 4 people have died. Wait, Bai Ze interrupted. What now? Jian was a bit annoyed. Not this matter, of course, we need to review that later. Bai Ze's gaze was intense. I mean, why did we kiss then? Jian's face flushed a bit. Is that really important? It is, Bai Ze said with conviction, not shying away. How could what a person wants to do the most before dying not be important? Jian was at a loss for words. Jian, Bai Ze said. Why did you respond to me? Jian didn't know how to answer. Out of pity for a dying person. No. To comfort a friend who's afraid of dying. No. Thinking of at least overcoming your inner demons before dying. I'm not that boring. Then what is it? Jian suddenly leaned forward, grabbed Bai Ze's collar, and kissed him again. Bai Ze was startled and slowly wrapped his arms around Jian. They sat on the sofa, sharing a clumsy and damp kiss. Filled with the joy of surviving and the shivers of intertwining souls. 10 seconds, or perhaps longer, they reluctantly released each other. After a brief silence, Jian gazed into Bai Ze's eyes. Did I make myself clear enough? Bai Ze nodded, feeling dizzy. Let's review it. All right. After the review, both of them were too exhausted and decided to rest for a while, planning to act again when dawn broke. Considering the possibility of the tentacle monster appearing again, they returned to a small bedroom, crawled into the wardrobe, squeezed together, holding hands, with their heads resting against each other, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 427. It seemed someone shook the wardrobe, and Bai Ze woke up suddenly, only to find Jian missing beside him. He wanted to rush out of the wardrobe, but found himself unable to move. He looked down and realized he had no hands, more accurately. He had no body at all, as if he were just a camera perspective in a game. I'm still dreaming, Bai Ze quickly realized. He wanted to break free from this bizarre dream, but suddenly stopped as he noticed something through the gap in the wardrobe. A little girl was sleeping on the bed. She looked about 8 or 9 years old, with beautiful golden curly hair, wearing a wrinkled and old red dress. It was afternoon, and lazy sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the little girl with a sense of pure yet fractured beauty. Click! Someone was trying to open the door. The little girl immediately woke up, sat up, and happily looked towards the door. Mommy, you're back. Click! The person outside was attempting to open the door. The girl's smile vanished in an instant. She quickly covered her mouth, her face filled with terror. Bang, bang, bang. The person outside began to pound on the door. The girl grabbed a teddy bear from in front of her pillow, held it close, and ran to the window, only to be met with despair as the window was blocked. Chapter 428. Coffee, wielding a fire axe, walked into the vegetable market. Dozens of small cement tables formed a maze, with the paths filled with plastic baskets and foam boxes, and uncleaned vegetable leaves scattered everywhere. Coffee passed through the raw meat section, where bloody, foul-smelling sewage lurked in the cracks of the tiled floor. And the air was thick with the lingering smell of fish and chicken droppings. She reached the center of the market and suddenly shouted, "Coon, coon. I know you're hiding here. Come out." No one answered. "Get out here." Coffee's roar echoed in the dim space. No one responded. "Fine. If you won't come out, I have a way." Coffee turned and smashed open a small shop, pulled out a box of white liquor, and smashed the bottles on the tarpaulin covering the goods. Then lit it with a lighter. The flames began to spread, and if left unchecked, they could engulf the entire vegetable market. Coffee stood in the fire, her heroic face twisted by hatred. "If you don't come out, just wait for the tentacle monster to come and we'll all die together." "Stop!" and shouted, bursting out from behind a corner cement table. Coffee was startled. "Anne? What are you doing here?" A complicated coincidence. As soon as Anne finished speaking, Coon Coon also emerged. Chapter 429. Damn it. Anne was completely overwhelmed. Why is this happening? I didn't mean to. Coon Coon was also in a state of collapse, trembling all over. "I wanted to save you. I didn't mean to kill her. I didn't mean to." Click. The iron door of the vegetable market was pushed open. Lu Chen, Uncle Chien, and Zun Ti rushed in one after another. The three of them tied up Yi Rong and Yi Liu, planning to drive directly back to the kindergarten. But on the way, they discovered the vegetable market was on fire, and faint cries could be heard from inside. They ultimately decided to take a look, not ruling out the possibility that Jian and Bai Ze were in danger. After getting out of the car, Lu Chen's expression changed as he vaguely recognized Coffee's voice. But Coffee shouldn't be hiding in the kindergarten. How could she appear here? Lu Chen wished he had misheard. He rushed in first and immediately saw the blood-soaked fish pond in the sea of flames, saw Coffee lying by the fish pond. Annan and Kun standing by the pond looking panicked. Coffee! Lu Chen pushed past the two and rushed to the fish pond, wanting to help Coffee up. But he quickly saw her injuries, and the blood in his body froze in an instant. Chapter 430. Everyone was frozen in place, as if time had stopped, with only the gunfire echoing in the valley of their souls. Kun was stunned, wanting to say something, but realized that nothing he said would matter. He was dead. Uncle Chien picked up the gun on the ground, which had 2 bullets left. "We can't stay here long," Zun Ti said. "The tentacle monster is coming." Boom! Before he finished speaking, a tentacle burst into the vegetable market, but upon seeing the flames everywhere, it momentarily forgot to act. Run! This bought everyone a chance to escape. Everyone rushed out of the iron gate and jumped into the car to escape. 10 minutes later, they returned to the kindergarten. In the front yard slide, there was no sign of Yu. "Where did Yu go?" Uncle Chien asked. Kunken shook her head. "I don't know." "Why don't you know anything?" Uncle Chien was a bit irritated. "Where's Hongxing?" Kunken lowered her head. "In the basement." Uncle Chien thought for a moment and made a decision. He needed to confirm. "Huh?" Kunken was surprised. "What? Are you feeling guilty?" Uncle Chien scrutinized Kunken. Kunken didn't want to face it, but she couldn't say it out loud. If Hongxing was really a ghost, her form after death might be different, so it had to be confirmed. Uncle Chien looked up at the sky. "If Hongxing is really a ghost, it can also prove your innocence, isn't that good?" Chapter 431. Teacher Xiao. Yeung woke up. It was afternoon, and he had actually fallen asleep on the sofa. Recently, he had been feeling tired easily. Ma Shu was sitting cross-legged on the floor, hugging a notebook. "Teacher Xiao, I finished reading the novel." Yeung became a bit more awake. He reached for the water cup on the coffee table, feeling a bit powerless. He moved his fingers a bit and slowly picked it up. How was it? It was amazing. Still the same flavor, but also different. Ma Shu was very excited. "I'm so happy to be the first reader of Teacher Xiao. Let's skip the flattery part." Yeung remained very aloof. "Share your thoughts." "Ahem." Ma Shu pretended to be serious. "Let me talk a bit. The story is actually very simple. One day, the protagonist's home had a mysterious mirror. The mirror claims to be a sacred object from the spirit world, and it needs to eat a person every so often. If the protagonist doesn't feed it, it will eat the protagonist. The mirror said it doesn't kill people, only consumes their bodies, and their souls will go to a place of eternal life. But this eternal place is unstable and needs many souls to observe it in order to exist, hoping the protagonist can help it complete its mission. Once successful, all souls can go to this place of eternal life, which will become a true paradise." Chapter 432. At 2 p.m., at the signing event. Xiao Jifu was dressed as a literary youth as usual, wearing a mask and glasses, focused on signing books. In response to the reader's affection, he occasionally politely said thank you. When asked for a photo, he politely declined. Unknowingly, the signing event was approaching its end when a reader walked over, tall and thin, wearing a mask that looked like a cosplay prop, but his outfit was very ordinary, unlike a cosplayer. "Hello, what would you like me to sign?" Xiao Jifu politely asked. "Just a signature," the other party said in a low voice. Xiao Jifu quickly wrote down his name and handed the book over. The other party didn't take the book. Xiao Jifu didn't urge him and politely looked at him. "Why is your pen named Xiao Jifu?" the other party asked. Xiao Jifu smiled and asked back, "What do you think?" "It makes me think of a life that abruptly stops." Xiao Jifu was taken aback and thought seriously, "You're too pessimistic. A rest symbol in music is just a temporary pause, not the end. So death isn't the end of life. Is it?" The other party took the book, glanced at the signature, and said it looked quite similar. Xiao Jifu was surprised and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 433, Wow. Ma Shu woke up, stunned. In front of him was a fairy tale world, with forests, mountains, grasslands, lakes, and large jelly-like creatures rolling around on the grass. Yeyong had already changed into an adventurer's outfit. Sitting cross-legged beside him, Ma Shu frowned. He remembered that Yeyong had laughed for a long time on the street, and suddenly wanted to take Ma Shu to the Chiendi Park. Then bought him a drink, after which he remembered nothing. Ma Shu felt a bit confused. "Am I still dreaming?" "Not a dream, it's a maze," Yeyong said. "You've been here many times, but this is the first time you're awake." "Huh?" Yeyong continued, "You're cursed. If you don't frequently go into the maze, you will die. That's the reason for your strange illness. During this time, I've been putting you to sleep every week and bringing you to the maze for a night, so you can keep living well." Ma Shu laughed. "Teacher Xiao, is this the setting of the new novel?" Yeyong didn't laugh. He raised his right hand to show the maze mark on the back of his hand. "Ma Shu, we are all explorers." For the next hour, Ma Shu underwent a brainstorming session. Chapter 434, At the kindergarten, in the health room. Yeyong woke up in a cold sweat. He had actually dreamt and relived past events in the dream. If it weren't for Bai Ze's sudden appearance, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. But why did Bai Ze appear in his dream, like a real observer? Could it be that this was also caused by the rules? Yeyong didn't dwell on it too much. His eyes adjusted to the darkness, looking at the sickbed where Yelio lay, staring blankly at the ceiling, not knowing if he had ever slept. Suddenly, the door was opened from the outside, and Uncle Qian walked in. "I need to sleep for a while. You two go within to stand guard." Bai Ze was still in the dream, his mind becoming more chaotic. He had clearly been in Jian's dream before, but a moment of distraction pulled him into Yeyong's dream. Now, in the blink of an eye, Yeyong was gone, and he found himself on a street. He no longer struggled and decided to go with the flow of the dream. After all, as long as it was a dream, there would always be a time to wake up. He looked around and was startled. Wasn't this his hometown, Qingkao Town, where he had lived for many years? And this road was the one he took to elementary school every day. In his memory, old Lin would hold his hand every day, taking him to school and buying him a cup of soybean milk and fried dough sticks along the way, chatting and laughing together. Chapter 435, In the hardware store. Guo woke up, drenched in cold sweat. The store was dim and silent, still not dawn. She had briefly fallen asleep, and then had a strange dream. In the dream, she entered the school in the center of the town and saw a playground full of dummies, along with scenes of Xingshu's tragic death, and the enemies from tonight. Why did she dream of these? Were these real? Why did the scene of Xingshu's tragic death feel so familiar? She instinctively shivered. A terrible thought breeding in her heart, unable to be suppressed. Guo slowly turned her head, and immediately locked eyes with Xingshu's cold gaze. Guo almost jumped up in place. Her heart raced, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Boss, you're not asleep." "I slept for a while and just woke up," Xingshu replied calmly. "I just woke up too," Guo said. "Did you have a nightmare?" Xingshu asked. Guo spoke ambiguously, wiping the cold sweat from her face. Trying to change the topic. "How many nights are left?" "What?" Xingshu didn't respond immediately. "The feeding plan," Guo said. "How many nights are left?" "I'm not sure if the offerings are enough." Xingshu didn't answer, seeming to be lost in thought. A subtle silence followed. Guo tentatively asked, "Actually, I just dreamed about the school in the center of the town. I was thinking, maybe this is a hint. As long as the owner here eats for 9 consecutive nights, we can be let in, and we can leave this place. Of course. Xingshu nodded. And at that time, everyone could be redeemed. Redemption. Guoguo frowned. I meant leaving here. Of course, Xingshu said, everyone can leave this. Guoguo felt something was off. But she pretended everything was normal, glanced at her watch, and there was still an hour until dawn. I suggested that we should go back to the theater to find guns as soon as it gets light. Our numbers are too few. Without guns, we have no chance. Maybe there are still usable guns there. As Guoguo spoke, her hand behind her was quietly groping around the ground, trying to find something handy. Guoguo. Xingshu suddenly spoke. Guoguo's heart shrank, and her blood ran cold. That utterance of Guoguo was exactly like the one in her dream. Guoguo's pupils dilated, and the fear in her eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Boss, what's wrong? Guoguo forced herself to look at Xingshu, squeezing out a relaxed smile. Xingshu did not smile. The corners of his eyes tightened slightly, and his eyes, like precise cameras, slowly turned. You really saw my corpse? Ah? Guoguo had already found a wrench on the ground and struck it toward Xingshu's head without hesitation. Xingshu was prepared. Quickly raising his hand to block the heavy blow, his arm directly fractured. But he had already clenched a screwdriver in his other hand. With a hiss, a second later, the screwdriver pierced Guoguo's lower abdomen. Guoguo trembled all over, still wanting to resist. Xingshu lunged at her, pinning Guoguo to the ground. The screwdriver turning into a deadly dagger, stabbing crazily into Guoguo's body. Xingshu stabbed her over a dozen times. The wrench fell from Guoguo's hand, and she went limp. Blood pooling around her. She looked at the strange man in front of her with terror and despair, blood bubbling at the corner of her mouth. You are a ghost. I am not, Xingshu coldly replied. Ghost, Guoguo repeated. I am not. Xingshu suddenly lost control of his emotions. Loudly repeating to the dying woman, I am not a ghost. 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 Guoguo's gaze began to fade. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Xingshu laughed. Fake. I tricked you. What I saw was actually Rule 8, redeem everyone. I am redeeming you. Death is the best redemption. Why don't you understand? Xingshu dropped the screwdriver and cupped Guoguo's face with his blood-soaked hands. Let us stay here together. Let us get redemption together, okay? The light in Guoguo's eyes gradually dimmed, reflecting a demonic face. You are not the boss. The blood-soaked corner of Guoguo's mouth curved into a hint of disdain. You are a ghost. Chapter 436. In an art studio filled with students sketching. Each one focused on their drawing. Today, the teacher brought in 2 unusual half-body models. They were both young men, bare-chested. One man was tall and muscular. His muscles larger than bricks, resembling the exaggerated bodybuilders from cartoons, making him very suitable for practicing muscle lines. The other man was thin and emaciated, with no muscle to be found on him, which made capturing such a weak and despondent state quite challenging for the artists. This was the first time Yi Ding and Yi Nian contacted Yi Feng in reality. Yi Feng's surface profession was a sketch teacher at the art studio. She used to be an art student, excelling in sketching, oil painting, and sculpture, while also having taken courses in fashion design. With her competition works featured in a certain fashion magazine. Yi Nian had seen that magazine, with supermodel like Yi Feng wearing a gown she designed, sitting in a queen's chair. Both arrogant and proud. However, all of that had drifted away from her. She grew stronger in the maze, but the side effects became more pronounced, until one day she could no longer see any colors. Thus, Yi Feng faded out of her former circle, and came to a small art studio to be a sketch teacher. She was fierce, and the students were afraid of her, but they also respected her because she drew very well. Chapter 437, In the Dream, Bai Ze continued forward. unaware that Guoguo had suddenly disappeared. After a while, a large black silent stone, the size of a sedan, appeared in the mist ahead, with the body of a woman lying diagonally on it. She wore a classical dancer's costume, her hair disheveled, the back of her head crushed, and blood flowed on the black stone, eventually solidifying into a dark, withered flower. This was Hongxing. It seemed she had long since died. Bai Ze increasingly wanted to know the truth, fearing that he would wake up from the dream midway. He quickened his pace and finally arrived at the foot of Sheng Mountain. Looking up at this massive structure from close range, Bai Ze felt an ancient and majestic sense of oppression. The sounds of the bamboo pipes, lined up like scales, suddenly resonated, and then they began to undulate, writhing, changing their positions on the surface. Soon, a high altar appeared at the summit of Sheng Mountain, with a huge glowing sphere floating above it. A straight mountain path led to the altar, with rows of bamboo pipes standing on both sides like guards. It was evident that there were many secrets on the mountain, but thick fog obscured the view. Bai Ze decided to ascend the mountain. Bai Ze. A girl's voice emerged. Who? Bai Ze looked around but saw no one. He continued to move forward. Chapter 438, Shut up! Bai Ze shouted. The answer was imminent. You are the will born from Rongsheng. You are the true culprit who wants to create a god. You need sacrifices. And we are all your sacrifices. But the essence of the ghost is fighting against you. That's why it gave us the rules. The ghosts in the rules are not monsters, not traitors, and not ghosts, they are you. Yu Menglong fell silent. Suddenly, the playground returned, Sheng Mountain returned. Yu Menglong transformed back into an 8-year-old little girl, small and pitiful, with pale skin, wearing a little red dress, barefoot, standing in the fog at the foot of the mountain. Menglong. Bai Ze immediately turned around. It was Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian saw Bai Ze, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Little Qi, how could you come here? Bai Ze was startled, realizing something was wrong again. Did you know all of this beforehand? Uncle Qian fell silent. Answer me. Bai Ze shouted. Did you meet it long ago? Uncle Qian looked up, revealing a happy yet eerie smile. I told you, my daughter is still alive, and you saw it. This is her soul. It's not. It's a twisted will entity. A monster. It wants to kill everyone. Chapter 439. Have you had enough of scolding me? Every day, all you do is scold me. If you are really that capable, why are you still here teaching people? You call yourself a teacher, but you're just a fraud. What right do you have to look down on me? Just wait, I will become a big shot sooner or later. By then, you won't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. Zun Ti was awakened by a sudden thought. He had dreamt of his days at the Explorers Guild, which was not considered a good guild. He once thought that his mentor, Teacher Zhongji, was not a good teacher either. Eventually, he couldn't stand it any longer and, out of frustration, joined the Xingqian Guild. At that time, he was young and impulsive, filled with thoughts of making a name for himself, often fantasizing about how he would humiliate Teacher Zhongji when they met again, making him lose face and feel ashamed, forever wearing a mask of regret. Ironically, that mask of regret ended up on his own face. By the time he realized the extremity and cruelty of the Xingqian Guild, he was already trapped. Only after the fact did he start to think of Teacher Zhongji again, and remember the path that Teacher Zhongji had arranged for him. To be a clerk and not to think about fighting and killing. But at that time, Zun Ti actually felt that Teacher Zhongji was looking down on him. Or perhaps jealous of him, wanting to make him as mediocre as Zhongji himself.